or would endanger the lives or safety of persons in Canada.
So these people
So this
mostly
provision,
would be permanent residents and visitors, not the citizens.
well, yes, but honestly, if you're engaged into serious criminality, your citizenship could be revoked as well. So let me add another point to it. It says the standard is reasonable grounds to believe, even if there are, if there are reasonable grounds to believe that you were engaged into such activity, this could lead to you being inadmissible. Like they won't ask for the documentary evidence, or they would not wait for the documentary evidence. If there are strong grounds to believe so as well, you will be considered inadmissible because this is the part of the criminality clause.
There must have been strong lobbying by some organization or people that the government may announce similar such measures. Right? This is going to be a very harsh measure. People need to be very careful about what they do.
This
and
is
how
getting
they do.
harsh for sure. Yes, this is getting harsh for sure.
Yeah.
And this is as per Section 34(1)(e) of ARPA, meaning all I can advise at the moment is temporary foreign workers, which include post-graduation work permit holders, visitor visa holders, please stay away from any such activity that could bring you to such this conclusion would be very much against you. So if they have concluded, okay, or even if they have strong grounds to believe that you are the part, or one way or the other, you are responsible for the violence, they are very tough, and chances are fair that even after hiring a criminal lawyer, you won't be able to get out of this mess once it's done.
Yeah, even today, the mess, if you create some messy situation, because these people hit you with a pen, they don't shoot you, but anything that gets entered into your records, you cannot even cross the US border. They will stop you right in your tracks. I know many cases where this has happened. So it's really easy and good to conduct yourself in a reasonable manner all the time. That's what we both want to say.
Definitely, once this is, just to put it in simple words, please refrain from any such activities.
Yeah.
Because the aftermath is always disastrous, and we cannot go back and change it.
And not only that, it's not disastrous. It basically takes your peace away. You are always trying to figure out what to do next. The police may come knocking on your door, so you are always scared. You cannot enjoy anything at all. So why not do things right from the beginning? So I see people fighting with each other. People have lost their patience. A few days back, there was a fight that broke out on Highway 401, kind of road rage that ended as a physical fight right in the heavy traffic of 401. You must have heard about that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I never.
Yeah, no problem. I am all about those. So I will break out certain news to you. These things do happen all the time, and that's such a good word you suggested. And this is something new that definitely needs people to understand. If you indulge in any wrong activity and the court has reasonable grounds to, assume that you did the wrong thing, then you can be sent back. Wow. I'm not going back. I've given 20 years.
It's not just sending back. So even after spending 5 years, or maybe after spending so and so years, if you are inadmissible in the eyes of law, one way or the other, your PR won't be granted until your record is clear. So if
Yeah.
you want to be a permanent resident of this country, you would have to refrain yourself from such activities that may bring such bad impact. And secondly, gone are the days where kids used to assume, okay, if I'll drink and drive, okay, you know what, never mind, we'll hire a lawyer. It will be all sorted.
It
Yes,
will be.
it can be
Yeah.
sorted if your counsel has strong grounds to prove the credibility of your innocence.
It's
But
not worth it.
vice
It's not
versa,
worth wasting so much money on fighting
and you would end up
cases.
paying, yes, the good
Yeah.
amount of money in because criminal law is very strict with temporary foreign workers. Same goes
It
for
is.
immigration law as well. If you look into the so I have a book where I can definitely, if I start reading one by one about the clauses mentioned in the immigration law regarding the criminalities. So it is definitely very elaborative. They're very detailed, even in the sections of ARPA and regulations of IRPR.
Hmm.
So suggestion is just try to stay away from all this. Yes, there are some grounds where you can be saved as well, but you would have to prove your credibility. You would have to prove your innocence at that.
Well, that's so nice of you because I think this is a great piece of advice today, and I'm going to highlight it and share it with the crowd because this is something really important. So people have to be warned, and this is the best thing that you did today. Warning issued by Gurleen. Just kidding. Well, thank you very much, Gurleen. So what I understood from you today is that people can visit as long as they have Indian passports. There's no issue with the travel. If you have already taken a visa, you can still travel. But government is not issuing new visas to Canadian passport holders. But if you are OCI, it is okay to travel, and the express entry draw was at 431
For transport occupation.
for transport.
It's an
For
occupation
transport,
specific
yeah.
job.
So if you want to be a trucker, well, by all means, but just a suggestion. Thank you very much, Gurleen. Gurleen, I would want you to kindly repeat your phone number and contact information. People can get a hold of you.
Sure. Audience, I'm just one call away. The best number to reach out is 647-465-8894, or you can just reach out to me at my personal phone number, 639-998-1992. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Gurleen, for being on the show with us.
All right.
Before we end the show, I would like to offer deepest condolences to the families of those that have lost their beloved one today. May God grant peace to the departed soul and give you courage and strength to get over this grief. We'll see you tomorrow. Not tomorrow, it's Sunday. So we'll see you on Monday, 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. with no guest, but I will be there because our guest is traveling. So, and they just messaged me that they won't be available at this time. So, well, I totally understand it. We'll talk more about the then current market evaluation and how the situation is going on, what you should know to make informed decision about buying, selling real estate. If you have a house in Fletcher Meadow and Northwest Brampton, want to sell it, you can call me. I have 18-point listing plan of action that will sell your property for the highest possible price in the given market. So thank you very much once again. If you need to get a hold of me, my phone numbers are 647-333-2273. These are my phone numbers, so please give me a call and I will be there for you. 647-333-2273, 647-424-0358. And with that, we'll take your leave today. God bless you. Stay happy, stay healthy, enjoy your life to the maximum. Thank you. Good day. Welcome to today's episode of PC24 RETV. In this program, we will talk about some real estate updates, some economy, news on the mortgage side, and also if we get our guest online today, we probably will talk some of important things from their business. But before we begin our program, I would like to congratulate each and every one of you if you are celebrating your birthday, your anniversary, birth of a newborn in your family, closing of your property, and if you protected your income by taking a suitable insurance product, then congratulations to you. You did amazing, and that's what a responsible person usually does. So you have done something great for your family. At the same time, we usually talk about safety when you are driving. So Mr. Akbar Waris from Canadian Safety Trainers, he always emphasizes on being very safe on the road. And that begins with an inspection of your vehicle before you start the ignition. So it's really important that you know your vehicle and you take proactive steps to ensure your vehicle is roadworthy and all those co-users of the roads are safe. So you come back home safe, they go back to their home safe. So things are changing in a very, very fast manner. And when I say in a fast manner, we are talking about Indo-Canadian, mess up that's going on around. Things are affecting in a big way. So many people are of the view that this is a wrong fight Canada has picked up, and that India shouldn't be like, what do you call that, when you try to defame someone in open public. If there was an inquiry, could they not keep it secret until and unless the results are out and they have enough proof to prove it that yes, this country is guilty or not. I met with some people who mentioned that this is premature. So what do you think? Is that premature or what? So I also discussed about one product yesterday in the broadcast, and I devoted literally half segment to that product. The product that I shared with you is called a reverse mortgage. And reverse mortgage, not many people are aware about reverse mortgage. So I would like to share the image that kind of gives a concise information about what is there in this product. So give me 1 second as I upload the image for you. So if you look at this picture, this is what reverse mortgage looks like. This reverse mortgage, it allows you to take out 40% of your home value. So if there is an appraisal on your property and your property value comes down to be $1 million, you can take 40% of that value. That is $400,000. There is no age limit. In the conventional reverse mortgage, there is a limit. If you are 55 and over, only then you can take the reverse mortgage. But in this case, there is no age limit. You may be 18 years old, you may be 20 years old, you may be 60 years old. So you can avail this mortgage product, which is a reverse mortgage. So reverse mortgage is something which is opposite to regular mortgage. In regular mortgage, you pay monthly payments. In reverse mortgage, there are no monthly payments. Interest does accrue on reverse mortgage, but you are not paying it. So this term for this product is 5 year. No age limit, 5 year. You can call me for further details on this product. This product is kind of revolutionary. For 5 years, you can have 40% of your home's equity, and this will be in first position on your property. They will not go on the second position. That means you have to pay off all the debt. At the same time, they do not check your income for paying off this particular product, but they do check your income just to ensure that you are able to pay off your other debt obligations plus the property taxes. And you can use the funds in any manner that pleases you. You want to go on vacation, go on vacation. You want to buy a yacht, go buy a yacht. You want to invest in a property, go invest in a property. No questions asked. Right? This is a lengthy procedure, and you may need to sit down with me on one-on-one. So give me a call, 647-424-0358, and you can also call me at 647-333-2273. Arrange a meeting, then we can discuss and we can go over each and everything on this particular product. This is very critical that you are completely aware about this product, otherwise it won't work right for you. And you need to provide us with independent legal advice from any solicitor of your choice. So when the solicitor explains you ins and outs of this product, and then you'd say, yes, I want to take it, only then we will work with you. So that thing is really important. People are having a lot of difficulty arranging down payment for their houses. Here is the good news. We have a company that will partner with you. They will be co-owner on the property with you, but they will not be on the title. The title will solely be in your name. No other name goes on the title. And because this is not a loan, there are no payments. Again, zero payment setup. The company will give you down payment to make it up to 20%. Minimum down payment from your side is 5%. So you put down 5%, they will put down 15%, and this is around 75% partnership in the equity. So when after 10 years, which is their duration, you have to pay them off. So how do you pay them off? You pay them off by having an appraisal done, and whatever the equity shows up at that time, you have to split it in the same percentage as you took it from the lender, right? So if you took from the lender 75%, you will pay 75%. Alrighty. So this product is again a revolutionary product. So what I would suggest you, for all these two products, you should sit down with me. If anyhow you still are not convinced, but you want to buy a property of your own, I know many people who are having extreme difficulty in renting a home. They want to buy, but due to their bad credits and some other family situations, they are unable to purchase a home of their choice. There is a product called Rent to Own, and this has worked great for many families. If you are interested in learning about how this product functions, again, I am your guy to call, 647-424-0358. So we have our guest at this point. We'll shortly take her online with us. So she is an insurance broker. You have met her many times before, and we will shortly bring her up. But before I bring her up on the stage, US Feds have not increased their rates. So they are same as us. They did not increase in August. So they're holding up in September. They're holding up their September hike. So US Fed, it is the same thing like Bank of Canada does for us. The US Feds, they also do the same thing, exact same thing, but this name sounds like they are investigating agency, but they are not. So US Fed held the Fed funds target steady at 5.25% to 5.5% in September, marking the second time this year the committee opted not to hike interest rates this year after skipping an increase in June. So June and this is September, they have not increased the interest rates. So this decision was taken despite an economic growth backdrop that continues to surprise on the upside. So economy is moving up. They should be increasing the rate, but despite that, they did not do that. So the Feds refer to this economic activity as expanding at a solid pace compared to the moderate growth referenced in July. GDP growth forecast in the accompanying statement of economic projections were revised higher, 2.1% this year versus 1.0% assumed in June. And the projection for the unemployment rate was cut significantly to 3.8, expected in fourth quarter this year from 4.1% previously. And 4.1% was 4.5% at the end of 2024. The unemployment rate is already at 3.8% as of August, implying little assumed deterioration in labor market. So 12 out of 19 meeting participants of this Fed's committee still expect to hike the Fed fund target range by another 25 basis points this year. But the statement again repeated that policymakers will be assessing how much additional policy firming may be appropriate, reiterating that additional rate increases are not a foregone conclusion, that they can come back. It's the same story as our Bank of Canada. They are keeping a stern eye, but they have not increased it. They are ready to do that, and they can change it anytime they want. But the problem is they are still considering the unemployment. They are still observing how the inflation moves. In Canada, it has gone up. As you have all seen the report, it is at 4.4% growth from the last year. It was 3.3% in the month of July. So this is something new that came from RBC Economics, and this has to be understood in its context, that US as well as Canada have not touched their policy rate. So before we go further, let me bring our guest of the day. Where is the guest? Okay, let me find her and see where she is hiding. Okay, I only see partial face on my big mega screen here, so I am pretty sure she's going to fix herself up very soon. Welcome to the show, Madame Sarbjeet Ludher. How are you?
Good, Paulji. How are you?
Good. Wouldn't it be better seeing you on the screen with me? I'm so happy that you are here.
Thank you, ji. I was just.
ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੀ ਗੋਰੇ ਦੰਦ ਹਸਨੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ, ਲੋਕੀ ਭੈੜੇ ਸ਼ੱਕ ਕਰਦੇ।
ਹਾਂ ਜੀ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਆਦਤ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਣ। ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟਾਂ ਤੇ ਸ਼ੱਕ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਰੇਟ ਵਧਾ ਦੇਣੇ ਆ, ਘਟਾ ਦੇਣੇ ਆ, ਵੀਜ਼ੇ ਬੈਨ ਕਰ ਦੇਣੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਦੇਣੇ ਆ। ਸੋ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਸ਼ੱਕ ਕਰਨਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਸਾਨੀ ਫਿਤਰਤ ਹੈ।
ਵੀਜ਼ੇ ਦੀ ਤਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਗੁਰਲੀਨ ਨੂੰ ਲੈਣਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਗੁਰਲੀਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਅਪਾਇੰਟਮੈਂਟ ਆ ਗਈ, and I wanted to ask her this thing, but thank God I heard that OCI can still travel to India.
OCIs and already issued visas, they can still travel, but
Yes.
only new visas are being withheld
Yeah, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ
right
ਬਹੁਤ ਹੋ
now.
ਗਿਆ। ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਜੀ ਇਹ ਕੋਈ ਨਾ the terminology they used is operational issues. Due to some operational issues, they are unable to. ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੀ ਬੰਦਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਸਾਈਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂਗਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੋਈ। ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਦ ਕਾਉਂਸਲੇਟ ਹੀ ਕੱਢ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਈਨ ਕਿਹਨੇ ਕਰਨੇ ਪੇਪਰਾਂ ਤੇ? ਸੋ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਠੀਕ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ। ਜਦ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਈਨ ਕਿਹਨੇ ਕਰਨੇ ਦੱਸੋ?
ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਫਨੀ ਗੱਲ ਦੱਸਦੀ ਹਾਂ। Yesterday somebody posted a video that Akshay Kumar is a raw agent.
ਉਹ ਫਿਲਮ ਦੇਖੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਲੇਟੈਸਟ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਨਾ, ਤਾਂ ਕਰ ਗਿਆ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ।
I have no idea, and I found it so funny. And I was like, wow, that's amazing.
ਅਕਸ਼ੇ ਕੁਮਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦਾ ਕਿ ਲੋਕੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੀ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਆ?
ਡੈਫੀਨੇਟਲੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੋਏਗਾ। ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਸੁਣੋਗੇ ਨਾ, ਉਹ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਇਹੋ ਜੀ ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਾਂਤ ਪਏ ਦੋ ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੜਾ ਦੇ, ਭੜਕਾਊ, ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਐ ਅੱਗ ਲਾਓ, ਹੈ ਨਾ। So I was listening to your reverse mortgages, and that's an amazing product for seniors or people who are reaching at a low income, and that's a great product to consider.
Yeah, the
Right,
product
so
that we are promoting is not tied to the age. So
Yes,
there
I
is an
read that.
institution that runs, it is called Home Equity Bank. So Home
Yes.
Equity Bank runs chip mortgages, reverse mortgages. So they are tied to the age that everyone on the title should be 55 or over. Right?
Oh.
And if they die, then the payment becomes payable right away. And if you are not living at your house, if you don't live at the house for 6 months at a stretch, the entire amount becomes payable immediately. That is chip mortgages from Home Equity Bank. But this
So lots of
company,
terms and conditions.
yeah, there are terms and conditions. So you need, and you may not live in the house for any reason, like you are hospitalized, you are in palliative care, whatever the situation is. But the amount becomes payable right away if you are not living at the house for continuous 6 months. It could be anything. Like you went overseas and didn't return, the payment still becomes payable, right? In chip
Wow.
mortgage. But in this product, it doesn't work like that. This is 5-year term, 40% equity. Maximum you can take out to pay off your loans, or invest somewhere, or travel around the world, or use for some critical illnesses, whatever, right? And they don't care about your income, but they need to verify your income that it is sufficient to pay off your property taxes and other debt you may have on yourself, the personal debt. They need to make sure you have debt service capacity, otherwise they will refuse it. But it's flat 40%. On the other side, you get 55%. I don't know why they have such a affection for 55. 55% equity you can withdraw. You should be 55 years of age.
55 is Balji if we consider a human life cycle. Typically at the age of 55, the kids are out of the house. Now it's an empty nest, right? So they
Yeah.
are called empty nesters. So
Empty nest.
these empty
Khali
nesters,
alne.
right? खाली आलड़े है ना, they empty nesters, they are promoting them to live their life, because what they have been doing till the age of 55, they have been working hard, making sure they are providing for the family. And our generation, the generation who is running in the years of 45 or 55, this generation is not only taking care of their own children, of their own offsprings, but also of the parents. This is the generation who wants their parents to live with them, or they are taking care, and the parents are 90, 89, 90, 95, right?
Yeah.
So by the time the person is hitting 55, 57, what that family is doing, husband and wife, or the partner, both the partners, they are running around making sure both ends meet. They are not enjoying the life,
They are
right?
not
So
enjoying the
maybe
life.
this could be,
That is very right.
yeah.
They
So
are
they,
running,
maybe this
running,
could be
running,
the
running, running, and
psychology.
running. Yeah.
Yeah, this could be the psychology behind this 55 age. And now, like, okay, you know what, we are providing up to 55%. They have paid off almost that amount of their house, because usually you buy a house when you're about 35, 40, 35, practically
Hmm.
30, 35, and that is your first house. Your, you can say, second house is by the age of 37 to 40, and by 45 you are into your, you can say, this is my final home, this is my retirement home, or about 35 to 40. So that is the age when people are usually into their final home. So they are
Hmm.
already into that house for 15, 17 years. They have paid off almost all of the mortgage, or about 70%, 80% of the mortgage. So when they come in, that you can have 55%. So practically they already have 25% outstanding mortgage, or 20% outstanding mortgage. So they can have another that 30, 35, and they can enjoy, they can do something, that they have always wanted to do. Maybe, as you say, go around the world, right?
Yeah. Do whatever you want
Or
to
maybe
do.
they
Go
just,
around the world.
yeah,
That is
or maybe
pretty
just
nice.
yeah, so maybe just one partner wants to take off a year of working. I say, you know what, like, we are done. I want rest. I have been raising kids, running around, doing this. So I want a break. I don't want
ਕਹਿੰਦੇ
to
ਆ ਨਾ
bring
ਜੀ
in any
ਇਹ
income.
ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਨਾ ਮਿਲੇਗੀ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ, ਤੇ ਇਸ ਲਈ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੁਣ ਮੌਕਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਭਾਈ ਉਹ ਚੱਕ ਲਓ
Yeah.
ਜਿੰਨਾ ਚੱਕਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਸਿੰਪਲ ਜੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਜੀ।
That is, and if it is an empty nester's home, then probably the kids are well settled and they are looking for their own homes. They might
Yes.
have their own homes. So what are they going to do with this parental property that they will inherit? They will sell it off,
Yeah. So
right?
it's better that
So
you enjoy your life for as long as you're there.
yes, so once you have done your responsibilities that you think are your responsibilities, we are nobody to tell anybody. But as long as they think that, okay, we are done, kids are out of college, university, they are settled, they are out of
Yeah.
the house, and now I want to do this, why not use something? If you don't have, like, you need 50, $60,000 and you don't have it, take it out. You don't
That's
have to
right.
take all 55%. You want 60,000, you want 100,000, just take it out. Okay, you know what? I want 100,000. We want to go out, see the world. We need $45,000 for doing so. Go ahead, right? So as
Very
such, kids
rightly,
are going
very
to sell this
logical.
product.
So, but this company that was promoted, we talked about, I won't use the word promoted because this product that came into our notice. So they give 5-year term, they give you up to 40%, no questions asked, quick, deployment of the funds. But they need to verify that you have capacity to pay your regular debts and that you can also pay off the property taxes. And they do not accept partial repayments. If you want to pay back, it has to be the full amount. Anytime between 5 years, you can pay them off. But if
So
you
the
pass the
question
term,
that I have, I was listening to you, Paulji, is let's say I take this loan, and 2 years down the road, I want to pay all that 100,000 that I took, right? But my term was 5 years. So do I pay the interest for all 5 years, or do I pay the interest only for those 2 years that I use the loan for?
only for 2 years. You pay the
That's
loan for
amazing
the
then.
term, whatever you are paying. But it is open, it is payable, you can pay any time that you want, but we can further get the details from the lenders at the time. So what they do is they give you a document that you have to take to your lawyer. And you take to your lawyer
Yes.
looks up at the document, and the lawyer gives you advice, which is called independent legal advice. He writes a letter that you have to bring to us and say, hey, this is what it is, and only then this company will move forward. We do the same thing for rent to own. People who want to rent to own, we give them the documentation once everything is settled, and then we let them go to their lawyer, bring us ILA, ILR. So if we have on file that this person has done due diligence, and then after that we are not responsible for anything because they have done. And we don't want them to feel that, oh my God, I didn't get a chance to do my due diligence. That's the whole purpose, that we want them to go back to their lawyer and take all the information, sit down with him and get it sorted out. That's the whole process of this product. So it cannot
Get
be just
ILA
given.
done.
Yeah, it just cannot be given to anyone like that. Otherwise, people
And as Paul G was saying that you can use this fund for critical illnesses. So please, that is the sheer emergency when you have no other option and you have to go that way. Use that equity for critical illness, but plan better. Plan better. And I understand we all have limited finances, right? At the end of the day, we have 24 hours, and at the end of the day, we also have the income that is coming in.
Yeah.
So
Income tax is a big thing.
What I would say is
Hello? Hello? Something probably happened and I could not hear your voice. Sarabjit, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Somehow the screen froze and I was like something.
I think you got disconnected for a while.
Maybe. So let's plan and let's talk about how we are building this house, this dream of everyone. That's like I think that everybody has this niche to have their own house, mammals to animals to humans, right? So let's use those funds to fulfill the dreams that we think, or to fulfill my to-do bucket list, right? You want to mark those off. So use that because you have worked hard, you have put money into it. Now you can take a house. Your house is like your bank, but see if you can refrain
But don't
from
overuse the bank.
that bank from withdrawing funds for emergencies like critical illness or death or disability. So for that we have other products, and I always talk about them. And if you have any questions, give me a call. We will give you the codes, no obligations. And yes, we go from there. So just let's plan a little better. As I was saying, end of the day, we all have 24 hours, and end of the month, we all have certain income coming in. It's not that we are winning the lotteries or there's something like this month I made 5,000, next month I'm going to make like 25,000. So most households have limited budget. So talk to us how we can fit in all these things into your limited budget.
Yeah.
So that we don't have to use our hard-earned money that we built by paying off our houses, paying off our mortgages. Let's not burden ourselves up. So
yeah, we'll take a quick break and come back with further discussion on the report that we talked about. The report is that as I told you, it says the past rate hikes are slowing demand, but inflation still a significant concern. This is a statement from Bank of Canada. We'll talk a bit more and we'll interact with Sarabjit Luddar at the same time. Stay with us. We're coming back in 2 minutes. Are you thinking of selling your home? You are covered. From my experience of 14 plus years in the real estate industry, this is what I have come to know. There are three major concerns that any home seller would want their realtor to answer. Number one, how much is their home worth? Number two, how long will it take to sell their house? And number three, what will the agent do to make it sell? I have answers to all these questions. To schedule your one-on-one appointment, call me at 647-424-0358. Once again, Paul Chima, broker with Remax Prime Properties. My phone number to call is 647-424-0358. Call me now and get moving.
From a vast experience in immigration industry, this is what I've figured out. Clients want to know if their application is submitted in a timely fashion, what a representative can do to serve best interest of their client. Clients are informed on a regular basis about the progress of their application. We deliver what we promise. My phone number is 647-465-8894 or reach me out at 639-998-1992.
Are you thinking of a career change or adding another one to your portfolio? Well, you are thinking right. Call Sarabjit Luddar at 416-879-3039 from Beyond Care Insurance Solutions. She also deals in life, long-term, travel, critical illness, disability insurance. Give her a call today at 416-879-3039. This is what we can tell you. She will always give you the right advice and help you find out if being an insurance advisor is your piece of cake.
Are you looking for a reliable legal office that can handle your closing in the most effective manner? If yes, please get in touch with Rakesh Joshi at 416-213-8600. Joshi Law Office provides all the legal advices about real estate law, business law, immigration laws, notarization and affidavits, wills and trust. Give them a call today, 416-213-8600. ਅਵੰਤਿਆ ਬੜਾ ਖੁਸ਼ ਤੁਰਿਆ ਹੋਣਾ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਲੂਟਰੀ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਤੇਰੀ ਕਾਸ਼ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਵੈਸੇ ਗੱਲ ਤੇ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਵਰਗੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਦਾ ਬੀਮਾ ਕਰਵਾ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਤੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਗਰੋਂ ਕੋਈ $1 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਊਗਾ ਉਹ ਅੱਛਾ ਇਹ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਉਹ ਜੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕਮਲਜੀਤ ਬੋਲਾ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਪਰਕ ਕਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਫੋਨ ਨੰਬਰ 647 772 1481 ਹੁਣੇ ਹੀ ਕਰ ਲੈ ਫੋਨ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਛੱਡ ਦੇਈਂ ਉਹ ਬੱਲੇ ਉਹ ਤੇਰੇ PC24 ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ 5 ਚੈਨਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਬੜੇ ਸ਼ੌਕ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ 647 333 2273 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰੋ ਕੁਝ ਸਮੇਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇਹ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਮੁਫਤ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ 6473332273 Welcome back to the remaining segment of PC24 RE-TV. So the Bank of Canada basically is very much concerned about the inflation. They are kind of focusing themselves on how to handle the phase during inflation. So when deciding to leave interest unchanged at its September 6th monetary policy meeting this month, the Bank of Canada determined that the past rate hikes are working to slow the economy. because they observe all kind of data, and the members of the governing council agreed that the data since their last decision has shown more clearly that demand was slowing and excess demand was diminishing as monetary policy gained traction, that it was working good. So this was as per a summary of the deliberation which were released today. Despite some choppy quarterly GDP, which is gross domestic product results, with weak growth in the fourth quarter, followed by a stronger first quarter and another weak second quarter, members said the impact of rate hikes are gaining tractions and broadening throughout the economy, that they are working great. They are doing some stuff which is very helpful for them, which is what will change so many things. Let's see how these things actually work great as the time passes. We are still going to look at those things. So the economy appeared to have entered a phase of softer growth. This is what has been informed, that this is where things are moving right now. The economy appeared to have entered a period of softer growth. Members also noted the full impact of more recent policy tightening had yet to be felt. So वो कहते हैं कि झटका हले जड़ा ना जोर का झटका धीरे से लगे हले हले चल रहा काम होते हो रहा. So summary also noted that the impact of previous rate hikes are working to significantly slow household credit. And while delinquencies remain at low levels, council members noted they are on the rise. So we discussed about delinquencies, that they are going up as the rates go higher and higher. So despite signs of slowing excess demand in the economy, the Bank of Canada's Governing Council highlighted that the lack of progress in underlying inflation remained a significant concern. So ਜਿਹੜੀ inflation दिख रही है ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਪਿਛਲਾ ਕੁਆਟਰ ਨੈਗੇਟਿਵ ਆਇਆ ਸੀ, ਜੇ ਅਗਲਾ ਕੁਆਟਰ ਵੀ ਨੈਗੇਟਿਵ ਆ ਗਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਇਨਫਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਪੱਕੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ. So they also noted that while recent high oil and gasoline prices are likely to push inflation higher in the coming months, inflation is still expected to continue trending downwards gradually. Is this political? ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜੇ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ 6 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਰੇਟ ਚੱਕ ਦੇਣਾ ਸੀਗਾ, but they are still holding on to that, and with all this kind of statement that we are hearing. So one contributing factor is that the impact of base year effect will decrease as the large drop in commodity prices last year drops out from inflation calculations. In the end, the council decided it would choose to be patient, receive more data, and see whether the evidence showed that interest rates were high enough to return inflation to target, and the target is 2%, while recognizing that the policy might not yet be restrictive enough. कि थोड़ी जी ढिल देती हुई है policy ਨੂੰ, but if they want, they will tighten the strings. The council was also concerned that the decision may be interpreted as a sign that rate hikes had ended and that lower interest rates would follow. So इस चीज़ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਡਰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਲੋਕੀ ਇਹ ਸੋਚ ਕੇ ਨਾ ਕੀਮਤਾਂ ਚੱਕਣ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਣ. ਡਿਮਾਂਡ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਪਈ ਆ, ਪਰ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਲੋਕੀ ਬਾਏ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ. ਜੇ ਜਰਾ ਵੀ ਫੀਲਿੰਗ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਰੇਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ they're going to stay where they are or they're going to lower, things are going to go nasty. People are going to rush to buy as soon as possible. So this was a report, this was apprehension by Bank of Canada that they are very much concerned about the inflation rate. So I will return to our guest, Sarabjit. So Sarabjit, so I want you to ask you a question about insurance product. 18 years old, right?
Yeah.
What can parents do to secure their insurability? ਕਿ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇੰਸ਼ੋਰੇਬਿਲਟੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ? would you like to throw some light on that? ਲਾਈਟ
ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਥਰੋ
ਪਾਲ
ਕਰਿਓ,
ਜੀ,
ਬੱਲਬ ਨਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਾਰਿਓ।
ਨਹੀਂ
ਇਦਾਂ ਲਾਈਟ
ਨਹੀਂ
ਟਾਰਚ ਹੀ ਮਾਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਇਦਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੇਰੇ ਠਾ ਦੇਣੇ ਸਿਰ 'ਚ
just
ਮਾਰ।
showing the path. Just showing the path. So that's a really good question, Paulji, because as you know, I was once upon a time in my career, I was the top producer of RESP overall in Canada. So with one of the carriers, and this ਪੇਰੈਂਟਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਇਹ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਪੁੱਛ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਕਿ ਸਰ ਅਸੀਂ $200 ਪਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ RESP ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਨਾਓ ਚਾਈਲਡ ਇਜ਼ 18 years old, so what do we do? So the first thing is like the Canada Child Benefit Program that is going to stop when your child is turning 18. So you don't have access to that funds and you will be funding from your own pocket. Mostly the children who are 16 years of age, they are going for a part-time job, whether they are making $200 a month or $5,000, not $500 a month, or whatever amount they are bringing home. They are bringing something, right? So, and I would advise the parents, if not $200, take out about $45, $30 to $50 and buy a term insurance for them. Why do we need term insurance? Because term insurance will be huge. In $50, you might be able to get only 50,000 or 100,000 of permanent policy, but in $50, you can get about $500,000 term 65 till age 65. So yeah, it all depends, like a little bit here, there, but that's, I'm just giving you a rough idea. That is very important to have that, because right now what you are doing is you are just protecting the insurability of your child. So what is meant by insurability? First of all, Paul ji, that was a very valid question that you asked. So insurability means like in any given scenario, if the child develops any medical condition in future, he will still be insured by the insurance company. So there are family medical history that the insurance companies also look at. By the time your child is turning 18 years, parents are usually in their 40s. So they are still healthy, right? So they are still healthy. They don't have yet been diagnosed with diabetes or any cardiac or any blood pressure or any cholesterol issues.
Yes.
So they have a healthy family history and they are healthy. Usually we would say that like fortunately they're healthy. So that is why insurability of your child. Yeah, it freezes. I don't know. Am I good?
Signal strength थोड़ी down है.
Yeah, something is wrong today.
That's okay.
So
we are still running.
Yeah. So protecting the insurability is very, very important, because then you are giving your child a future credibility of getting the insurance done without him or her going through the medicals. So let's say your child is 18 today, you bought their life insurance of $500,000 or $1 million, whatever you might think is good. And when that child is like 45 or 48, and let's say he develops something that like maybe a cardiac issue or anything, or unhealthy for whatever reason, cholesterol or blood pressure or diabetes or something, and now he wants to have that insurance converted into permanent. So the insurance company cannot say no to that. So it is like protecting insurability means you have built a small house for them, which whenever they want, they can convert into a big house, a house that can give them a cashback value, a house that can give them the security of having insurance. You have not only protected your first generation, you have also taken care of your third generation, right? So not only your children, but you have also taken care of your grandchildren with one product.
That is
So
fabulous.
it's not expensive. It's very important and it's very inexpensive. So it's not
Acha.
that you have to, that's what we recommend. Start with
Well,
the
that's a
small,
good
like
advice
$50.
actually, and these are things many people need to understand. So I would still suggest them giving you a call at 416-879-3039 and get more information on this product and how they can ensure insurability of their children under of 18 years of age. This is actually a good topic.
It's, and Paulji, one thing, like I come across and I do talk to parents about this, and they say, oh, they are now 18, they can make their own decision. How will these kids, they're 18 doesn't mean that suddenly once on their birthday of 18, they were enlightened with all the knowledge in the world,
Like
right?
Mahavira. That they
Right?
were
So
sitting under the
it's like,
tree and suddenly they got light and they are all
yeah,
the wiser people now.
no, they understand. They are still your children. They are 18. Amazing, beautiful. That means treat them as your equal. That means um, do not force your opinion on them. Do not force your decisions on them. That means sit with them, help them make the decision, share your knowledge, share your experience,
Yes,
treat them as your equal, right? So treat
absolutely.
your children as your equal, and do not make decisions for them. If you do want to make your decision for them, back it up by your logic. Just don't say, okay, because I'm your mom, I'm making this decision. Because I'm your dad, I'm making this decision. Sit with them, talk to them. Hey, kiddo, amazing. You are 18, and this is what we wanted to do when, if somebody had advised us when we were
Hey,
18.
kiddo.
So
Okay.
we bought insurance when we were like 47 years or 40 years, and it is so expensive. But this is what we are thinking. We know that you will not need this right now, but this is what we want, and this is why we are suggesting. So if you want to have more information, this is the insurance advisor that we have been dealing with. Why don't you call her? Why don't you call him? Or just find an insurance advisor and talk to them.
Yeah, and talk to them because many people will have the same information. But I would still recommend Sarabjit for all that insurance thing. The reason
Thank
being,
you so much.
you go above and beyond to support your client, and the BC instance was the one such pinnacle of service. What else
Thank you,
can you do
Paulji.
for someone when they are?
Yeah,
Look at how much aggravated those people would be when the hospital wanted them to pay 80 grand upfront before they even touch them. This is insane.
that was insane, right? So that's what we talk about when I talk to children. When people say this, like they don't know it. It's as a parent, as an elder. It is my God-given responsibility to share my knowledge, to share my
Agreed.
experience with my generations to come. That
Yeah,
is up to them what they want to do.
very right.
That is up to them. That is up to them what they want to do with that experience. They want to use that, or they want to go invent the new wheel. That is up to them. But if I
You
shirk,
also,
I
sorry, continue.
like. But if I shirk from my responsibilities and say, "Oh, I'm not going to share my," they are adults now, right?
Yeah,
So, do you want your children to make the same mistakes that you made? So
absolutely
I
not.
believe that if as a parent I have achieved this level and starting from here, right? If not from here, I want at least my children to start from here, right? Because
That's
they will
right.
have that cushion of my experience, my failures, my learning. I don't call them failures, my learning curves.
Learning blocks.
So yeah, learning blocks.
These
So
are
I
learning
want them to
blocks
step
that
on
you
my
should be
learning
proud of.
blocks. Yes,
There are no
very
failures
very
in life,
proud.
actually. This is such a misnomer, misunderstanding, that you couldn't do one thing right and people say, oh, you are a failure, you are a loser. There are nothing like losers or failures in life. These are all
No.
building blocks.
I always say that I never fail. I either learn or win.
क्या बात है जी। मैं देखा जद से मेरे प्रोग्राम ਤੇ ਆਣ ਲੱਗਾ ਥੋੜੇ ਸਿਆਣੇ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਹੋਈ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ।
ਨਹੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਟਕ ਟਕ ਕੇ ਰੱਖੀ ਸੀ ਨੌਲੇਜ, ਹੁਣ ਥੋੜੀ ਜੀ ਸ਼ਾਈਨੀ ਸ਼ਾਈਨੀ।
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਆਓ, ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਰਿਕਰੂਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ। ਕੋਈ ਬੰਦਾ ਕਿਉਂ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਰਿਕਰੂਟ ਕਿਉਂ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਇੰਸ਼ੋਰੈਂਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉਹਦੀ ਤਨਖਾਹ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੈ, ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, 8 ਘੰਟੇ ਜਾਂ 12 ਘੰਟੇ ਸ਼ਿਫਟ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉਹ ਵਿਚਾਰਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਜੁਆਇਨ ਕਰੂਗਾ ਇੱਕ ਨਵੀਂ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਟੈਸਟ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਪਾਸ ਕਰੂਗਾ, ਫਿਰ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਰੂਗਾ, ਇਹ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਹੈ ਜੀ।
ਜੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਫੋਰਗੇਟ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਗੈਟਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਰਿਕਰੂਟਮੈਂਟ ਡਨ, ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਆ every individual should study about life insurance license, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ LLQP ਦਾ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਲਾਈਫ ਇੰਸ਼ੋਰੈਂਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਲਾਈਫ ਇੰਸ਼ੋਰੈਂਸ ਕੁਆਲੀਫਿਕੇਸ਼ਨ, ਲਾਈਫ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਕੁਆਲੀਫਿਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਹੈ, ਬਟ ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਨਾਟ ਓਨਲੀ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਲਾਈਫ ਇੰਸ਼ੋਰੈਂਸ. They teach you about registered savings plan. They teach you about education savings plan. They teach you about TFSAs. They teach you about non-registered saving plans. They teach you about all the kinds of insurances that are out there, whether it is the permanent, whole life, universal life, term insurance, whether it is a decreasing term, whether it is an increasing term. So whatever it is, they are teaching you about all the financial aspects of your life, how you can plan your financial better in an educated way. So first, I highly recommend, not advise, I highly recommend that every individual should at least take that program, that course.
Yeah.
Whether they want to sell and be into the sales for, that is a second step. First step is to learn for themselves.
All right.
They need to study this so that they can take care of their own finances better. They can have a better understanding of their own finances. And it's not a very big course. It's a small course. You can do it at your own pace. The course is open for 1 year and you can do it on your own pace.
Okay.
So
but
if you think
what
that
is in it for them? Isn't it too much learning? LLQB book, I remember it used to be this thick, right? About, I would say, 5 inches thick book.
Now it is 4 books of about 1 inch. So that's what I'm saying. Like, they don't have to learn about how to sell.
ਮਨ ਮਨ ਦੀਆਂ 5 ਬਣਾਵਾਂ, 5 ਮਨ ਦੀ ਇੱਕੋ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮਾਨਾ, ਉਹ ਜ਼ਮੀਨਾਂ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਖਾ ਗਿਆ, ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਨੀ ਇੱਕੋ।
ਹਾਂ, ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਨੀ ਇੱਕੋ। ਸੋ ਉਹ ਆ ਕਿ it's not ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ you have to be into the sales force. That is your decision entirely once you are licensed. And that is again what we were talking about. It's a human basic nature of a human being कि मैं अपना घर बनाना है, मैं अपनी knowledge share करनी, right? So once you have that knowledge, what harm will it do to share that knowledge with your loved ones? And if by sharing you can bring home some money and you are going to give them good advice, why not?
Absolutely.
According to one of the
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਕਰੀ ਚਲੋ, ਮੈਂ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਗੱਲ।
According to one of the researches done, can you believe it? Only 30% of Canadians have insurances, like fully covered insurances.
Only 30%. Well,
Only
people are
30%.
underinsured, as I spoke with someone many months back,
Yeah.
before I even met you. So they told me that people are extremely underinsured. They do not understand the purpose of insurance. They were given an insurance for $100,000 at
Yes.
towards their like when they turn 100 years old, and they keep
Yes.
saying the premium stays the same, but 100 years later, the $100,000 maybe buy 10 pounds of apples.
Paulji, that is absolutely correct when you put it like that. But I'm saying when it's not the insurance advisor's mistake all the time.
Yeah.
It is people who want, oh, we want permanent policy, we want a cashback plan, we want this. As I always say, please, you do not go to a cardiac specialist and tell him, okay, I had a heart pain, I had a pain here, so can you do my stunt surgery? No. Maybe it is just like gas or acidity.
Yeah.
So when you go to a mortgage guy or when you go to a realtor, you don't tell him, okay, I want this house. No, you talk to the agent. Okay, my need is I need a 3-bedroom house because of this. I need a 2-bedroom basement with separate entrance because
Yeah.
of whatever reason. I want in this area. My family is working here, and this is my budget, and this is a down payment I have.
Mm-hmm.
So now the realtor will show you 100 houses that, okay, these are the houses that fit your criteria. So similarly, when you go to insurance broker, insurance agent, all you have to bring to the table is, hey, these are my mortgages and liabilities. This is what I want to save as emergency fund. This is what
Yeah.
I want to save as my critical illness. And this is what I want to have in case I pass away too early. Right?
That's right.
So, and this is what I want to save as funds for my child's education or their marriage or whatever. So that's what you bring. And then let your insurance advisor tell you, hey, that's amazing. You know what? You have only 7 years of your mortgage outstanding.
Mm-hmm.
So let's give you a term 10. Right?
Cool. Yeah.
Your children are only 3 years old. Let's get your term
need
20 for
insurance
whatever
as
you're
long
thinking.
as you have heavy liabilities,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Once the
And
liabilities are over, you really don't need insurance at all.
That's what I'm saying. So you need a life insurance. You need to first analyze, why do I need life insurance?
Yeah.
So the life insurance, practically you need for 2 reasons. What if I die too soon, or what if I live too long?
Yeah. We
You know
have
what
to
the funny thing is, Paulji? Just before we wind up today, I was using that
only
what is called
40 seconds.
artificial intelligence, chat GPT, something, whatever it is called,
Mm-hmm.
to help me write an article on why do I not need life insurance.
Okay.
You know what reply I got?
Mm-hmm.
Life insurance is an important part of your financial planning. I cannot advise you to not to have life insurance.
Wow. Bingo. Fabulous. That's amazing. So you must be elated. Oh my God, she is talking the same language as I am. Anyways.
No, because I do tell people sometimes that you do not need life insurance, right? At this point or this certain, and I was like, oh my God, Sarab, even the artificial intelligence is telling you that forget about the real human
The
intelligence.
world is
artificial
talking to you in a
intelligence.
different tone, but okay.
It's
This is the time we have to say goodbye to our viewers at this point. But before we leave this broadcast, I would like to express my deepest condolences, and so would Sarabjit, to those families who have lost their beloved one today. May God grant peace to the departed soul, and shower you with enough courage so you can get over this loss. We have to keep walking, keep moving on. It's a one-way traffic. We can't have loops or U-turns. Sometimes some people get lucky. They make a little U-turn, but again, the U-turn goes back again. It's U-turn versus U-turn. So wish you all good luck. Happy Friday to you all. Weekend is coming. We will be live tomorrow, 6:30 p.m. Sunday we would be off. So it's a day when I have to mop the floors of my house. So no broadcast that day. We'll take your leave at this point. Thank you very much for watching this video for whatever duration you were here. God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sarabjit.
Thank you.
Welcome to today's episode of PC24 RETV. I hope that you are having a great day today. But before I start the program, I would like to congratulate each and every one of you if you are celebrating your birthday, your anniversary, birth of newborn in your family, closing of your property, and if you have secured an insurance on your income, protected it for your beloved ones for many years to come, then yeah, you all deserve great congratulations. So I am very happy that you are taking proactive actions to protect yourself and your family. So the day has been going on smooth. I feel it's slightly a bit warmer. I don't know why, if it's only with me or all of you are feeling the same way. Please feel free to interact with us using any of the social media. We are currently broadcasting on Facebook. So there are two channels. One is my personal line, one is my group, PC24 RETV on social media. And then it is live on YouTube. Again, two channels, my personal and PC24 RETV channel. You can always find this if you put at sign of, some say it at the rate of, some just use ampersand, the at sign, PC24 RETV. You would be able to find me there. It's also being broadcast live on Twitter and LinkedIn and also TikTok. So I see Remy joined a while ago, but then she quickly left. This broadcast is not for everyone. We only talk information related to the real estate and mortgage industry. Sometimes some guests who come on this platform, such as insurance brokers, paralegals, immigration consultants, some professional from far off places like BC or Saskatoon. So sometimes those people do come over there and they talk about their own product, which I'm very happy to host for them. So we spoke a bit about some statistics yesterday where I mentioned that half of Canadians they have lost hope to buy their house. This is what I understand. The reason being recession. The rates of these various mortgage products have really gone very high, and there's no. It's not a joke when we say that the stress test, not test, stress test is way too high. So any rate that you get, add 2% on top of it to qualify for your mortgage. That is a big pain in the. You understand what I wanted to say? Those things will still stay with us, and unfortunately, There is nothing we can do to control that. This is how things are at this point. So we will live with it for a while, and hopefully somewhere around 2025, or if it is early, then towards end of 2024, we may see policy rates dropping down by 1.5% to 1.75%, or 100 basis point to, let's say, 175 basis points. Many financial institutions, they they predicted that end of 2024 we would see policy rate at 3.50. So that means it would be a drop of 1.5 from where we stand now. But on the other hand, the inflation has gone up. With inflation going up, there are some kind of waves in the industry that Bank of Canada may not increase interest rate by 25 basis point, the minimum jump it usually takes. But if you believe the statement of Deputy Governor of Bank of Canada, I forgot her name, but she said these kind of things are not uncommon in economy, so or with inflation. Sometimes it goes down, sometimes it goes up, but the rates that were increased in the past are having the desired effect. The desired effect is people are unable to buy their food. People are unable to shop toys for their kids now. People are reeling under so much pressure that it is hard to fathom sitting in those air conditioned rooms and taking millions in salaries. Those are the ground facts from ground zero. When you talk to people and you see how they are conserving every penny these days, it has become a really tough game to survive. We talk about crime all the time. Well, crime is natural to grow when people are struggling to get some money for their livelihood. These things go hand in hand. One thing goes down, the other thing picks up. So this is how things are. I do not understand why the government or Bank of Canada could not increase the rates by 25 basis points at a stretch. What was the need of increasing the rates by 100 basis point, 175 basis point, 150 basis point? Why was that hurry? Now, it is a political atmosphere at this time. Elections are nearing us. So, someone told me that this time, regardless of whatever happens, Bank of Canada will not increase the interest rate. Well, I said, wow. If after all those efforts, they could only drop 4.1%, would they not take it an easy path? They let the inflation go up first in the first place, and now they were in a rush to bring it down. On the other hand, after this announcement of inflation, and we noticed there was a jump in the yield of the 5-year government bond, Government of Canada bond. That means that drives fixed rates up. Those dynamics keep changing, and there are many mortgages that are going to be renewed very soon. Within 6 months to 12 months, there will be many mortgages renewing, and that would be very dangerous situation for those people who will suddenly find themselves in a position where they won't be able to afford the payment. So if I could find those numbers again, so the mortgage renewals, so 65% of mortgages are due to renew within the next 3 years. From these, 9% expect to renew within the next 6 months, and 10% expect to renew their mortgages within the next 6 to 12 months. So basically, 20% of mortgages among 65%. This is from 65%. So 20% of these mortgages are going to be renewed between 6 to 12 months, and when the rates would still be very high. That means high rates. Are we going to see lots of scenarios where people are forced to sell their homes, where the mortgage owed is more than the value of property? I also hear that very soon the property values may drop further down 10%, and I don't know from which point, from today's point or from some other point in the timeline. Which point they are taking, we'll see if we could find out. But this is what is going on at this moment. Things are getting pretty nasty for many hardworking families of Ontario and elsewhere. But at the same time, we do not do anything with that. This is a tragedy of life. What do you think about it? What are your thoughts about this? You think if you were the governor of Bank of Canada, you would have done something differently? What would be your take on this? How would you handle the situation? This always, boggles my mind. How can you do things in a better way? Everybody has some better, options, because there are cases when economy went down, but someone came up and then straightened the economy in the very same circumstances. Do you think governor is incompetent to fix this situation? Should there be a better governor? Should there be less political interference? Is this all driven to benefit a few people? Because some people take recession as transfer of wealth from poorer to richer. Is that what we are looking at? Every couple of years this thing happens. Why can't they keep it steady? Well, I'm just talking as a layman. I'm no expert on economic affairs and how to handle the money. All I know is that people lose money every second of the day. If it is in bank, it loses the value. If it is spent, it loses value. You earn $500, you pay income tax on that. It leaves with you with around $350, for example. Then you buy something with that money, you pay HST on top. So you lose another value. 350 maybe becomes 300. And the vendor who gets your money pays income tax. Maybe he pays a slightly lesser slab than we pay because it's on corporate. Let's say he pays $50 tax. Just a random figure. Now the money's worth is $250. Now that vendor buys from another vendor, his suppliers, and so on. At the end, that $500 just becomes zero. This is so strange how this whole whirlpool of money has been created, where people do not retain any money at all. And the value of money keeps dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping. So what do you think should have been done to fix this situation in this circumstance? Would there be a better alternative where they could say, oh, you know what? If had the Bank of Canada followed this strategy, things could have been better. Was their decision to implement high rates, like 2, 3, 4 jumps in one announcement, was it justified? What do you think? What do you have to say about that? I am really eager to hear your point of view. What did you say about that? We talk so much on TikTok and we watch those funny videos. Yeah, so coming back to, I'm slightly deviating, but recently there have been instances where some very intimate moments of people have been shared online, accidentally or intentionally. but then we all start judging them. We all start making memes on them. And is that right? Is that not considered online bullying? I would really request each and every one of you, if you are watching this on TikTok, to stop harassing people, to let them live their own life. Once you said something, just walk away. There's no need to share it, make it a viral video. You probably do not understand how it affects the mindset of the person who just became a victim of bullying. People take drastic action. Drastic actions may be ending their lives too. So please, 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 do not be a reason of someone's death. So please let them live. Forgive them for what they have sinned in your sense, in your thought process. So this is what I really want to touch base upon. A very simple advice. Please leave people where they are. If you do not give leverage to those videos, they will never go viral. Was that video intentional or a mischief by someone? Was the data stolen? Everybody has become an expert online. I just want to say, please be not the cause of someone's, harassment. Take it easy, relax. Let them live their life the way they want to live. So the speculation here is, it's speculation. Do not think that this is really going to happen. It's just an information. It may prove wrong later on. But there is an institution called Oxford Economics. Oxford Economics predicted that recession expected to drive home prices down another 10%. So in its economic and housing outlook release that was released, I guess, yesterday, Oxford Economics is forecasting a mild recession by the end of this year. That this will lead to an additional 10% decline in average home prices by early next year. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh, I would want to wait. Wait, but at the same time, do not forget that the regulator of the banking industry, called OSFI, Office of Superintendent of Financial Institution, is monitoring the capped variable rate mortgages. These are those mortgages where payment doesn't change regardless of interest rate. It's a contract. You contracted with the bank that regardless of whatever happens, my payment will be X dollars. Even though your interest payment plus principal component may be Y, where Y is bigger than X, but you are getting into negative amortization, where the negative portion keeps adding to your principal component. Now you're paying interest over interest, plus your principal does not change. It stays where it is. So you end up paying way more interest. Some people have resorted to at least cover the interest component if they cannot cover the principal component, so that they are not paying double interest, interest over interest over interest. So this is where people are struggling right now. So OSFI is keeping an eye on those variable mortgages with a fixed payment setup. So probably they may stop that thing. There are a few banks that do not do them already. I do not remember their names off my mind, but there are, I guess, 2 or 3 banks who just do adjustable rate variable mortgages. So if you are in that mortgage, you have to be cautious. At the time of renewal, things may change. So the rates today, if I may share my rate screen with you, the rates today are looking at something like this. I hope you can see this screen. This is an app called Mopolo. So it's Mortgage Alliance app. You can always download it, and there is a section where you have to select a broker. You can put any broker that you like in Mortgage Alliance, or if not, then you can put my name, Paul Chima, and then I will show up and we will be connected. So you can talk to me, you can ask me, you can do so many things with this amazing app. And this is a very fast loading app. These are the rates, and if I'm looking at rates here on my screen here, so the rate for 1 year is 6.44. This is a conventional fixed rate mortgage. All these rates that you're looking at, they are conventional rates. That means it is 20% equity yours and 80% from the financial institution. It is 80-20 mortgage, which is conventional, and you will see the rates are 7.70 for 1 year open, but 1 year closed is 6.44%. So this is a kind of increase of 1.26%, right? Or 0.26%, 1.26% higher. So for 2 years, you see the rates are 6.14%. 3 years, 5.99. As the term increases, the rates are coming down. 4 year, 5.79, but 5 year, it went to 6.09. And if you ask me the logic for this, I don't have any. I don't know why the rates are 6.09 for 5-year term. So is this because the banks want you to go on 4-year terms? I don't know that. But 5-year high ratio mortgages are those mortgages where you pay less than 20% down payment. These are insured mortgages, and an insurer kicks in, such as CMSC, Genworth, Canada Guarantee. So I have not seen anyone taking 7, 10, 5-year, 7, 10-year mortgages, but I have seen people mostly go 5-year term, mostly. But this time, around the last 1 or 2 years, ever since the rates started going up, people started choosing lower terms, 2-year term, 3-year term, assuming that the rates will go down and they will not have to pay prepayment penalty, which was smart thinking. So 5-year variable rate is at 6.25%, and the prime rate is 7.20. The last line that you are seeing is qualifying rate. I don't know why this is the only one in French. Everything else is in English language. So it's taux de qualification 5.25%. This is not true. It is 5.25% if your interest rate is below that. But if the interest rate given to you goes beyond this, then you add 2% on top. That is 200 basis points on top of whatever rate the bank gives you. Let's say the bank gives you a 5-year rate for 609, then your qualifying rate would be 809. What happens when your rate goes to 8.09? Would you be able to sustain the mortgage? That's the whole purpose of the stress test. So I will do a quick calculation for you very soon and tell you how the rate components affect your qualification and what happens when the rate changes. So this stress test, and I do not see any leniency on the part of OSFI that they will drop it. It still stays where it is. Are we expecting higher rates? Are the lenders thinking, oh, well, the rates may go well up to 8%? I do not think so, but I cannot say that with certainty. Things are totally different, right? Things are very weird out there. And like I hear all the time that due to elections coming closer, the Bank of Canada may just disregard this rate hike. But let's see how much integrity and professionalism Bank of Canada shows this time. What are the logics they are putting forward? Inflation went 4% from last year. In July, it was 3.3%. The core inflation is 3.9%, and the median is, I think, close to or above 4%. So these numbers are not happy numbers with Bank of Canada, and that certainly is not. On the other side, we are seeing that as the living cost has gone up, employees are asking their employers to increase their wages. Pressure is building up. Unfillable work days are also increasing. It was 160,000 days last year. They are saying it was 49% higher than the last 10 years leading up to the pandemic. That is from 2010 to 2019, and then after 2019, this unfillable hour, this is hour that was lost due to various reasons such as strikes or COVID or whatever, 160,000, which is a 49% jump over the previous decades unfillable work hours. So those situations are kind of very confusing. If you have never heard of this, same was with me. I have to struggle and understand this terminology, but now I came up with this and it makes all the sense. They also look at the loss to the corporate and the economy when people do not work, when they were expected to work. So these things are very enlightening anyways. Now, I told you that I will be talking, I will show you the difference in calculations. We will pick up a mortgage and we're going to use our calculator here. So let's see what we can get. If you are, I guess I should be able to do something right here. Affordability calculator. So let's say your monthly household income, two people, are like $10,000, right? And property taxes are, let's say, $4,500. It's monthly. Let me put down that as $370. Just a fancy number. Now, if you are paying other loans, let's say you are paying car loan and credit cards, your payments are about $550, more or less. These are monthly payments, and the rate that you're going to get is 6.09, right? And amortization is 25 years. We are talking about high ratio mortgage right now, right? 25-year amortization, you can only borrow a maximum of $419,000 in change, 420 if we round it down, or 419. It could be anywhere in between 419 and 420. So now that's all you can get. But tell me, what kind of house can you purchase with this price? You will add your down payment on top. If you are putting down, let's say 20%, or if you're putting down 20%, then amortization will go to 30 years. But if you're putting down 5%, then there will be other implications such as TMSC, mortgage default insurance. The rate can go up to 4.1% of your loan amount, which gets added, but you do not pay any interest on that money. So 419,000 plus your down payment 50,000, your purchase price comes down to 450, 470, $500,000. We have nothing in that price range, at least in the greater Toronto area, or even up to Hamilton. What are you going to buy? So this is a income of $120,000. Previously, we could get a mortgage of around $650,000 with the same income. So I have not touched the qualifying criteria yet. Your monthly payments with 6.09% rate of interest comes down to $2,705 just for 419,000 and some change. But now, because you are being qualified at 2% on top, your interest rate goes 8.09%, and look at your mortgage range. You can borrow a maximum of $350,000 $52,000 more or less. Will that get you a house somewhere? That is where the problem comes in. People do not have 20%. Most of the people, even those repeat buyers who already had a house, they want to refinance because of drainage of equity due to inflation and high rates. They don't have 20% equity in the houses anymore. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? This is what happens when the qualifying criteria kicks in. You can still get more. Let's say your income is 15,000 every month and it's a steady income. At the qualifying rate, which is 8.09%, you can only borrow $560,000. It doesn't cover. Maybe you can find a house between $620,000 to $670,000, and then there are closing costs on top. Closing costs, you have to be careful about the land transfer tax, because I see people get confused when it comes to pay the closing cost. They think the closing cost will be taken care of by itself. It doesn't. People usually forget that component, but banks look at it. So as a ballpark number, consider 1.5% as the closing cost, more or less. It may be less, it may be more. If you are a first-time home buyer, then you will get a break of $4,000 on your land transfer. I hope that helps. We'll come back after a quick break. We'll talk more about reverse mortgage and some other aspect of mortgage industry, plus real estate numbers from other jurisdictions. Stay with me. Thank you. Are you thinking of selling your home? You are covered. From my experience of 14 plus years in the real estate industry, this is what I have come to know. There are three major concerns that any home seller would want their realtor to answer. Number one, how much is their home worth? Number two, how long will it take to sell their house? And number three, what will the agent do to make it sell? I have answers to all these questions. To schedule your one-on-one appointment, call me at 647-424-0358. Once again, Paul Chima, broker with Remax Prime Properties. My phone number to call is 647-424-0358. Call me now and get moving.
From a vast experience in immigration industry, this is what I've figured out. Clients want to know if their application is submitted in a timely fashion, what a representative can do to serve best interest of their client. Clients are informed on a regular basis about the progress of their application. We deliver what we promise. My phone number is 647-465-8894 or reach me out at 639-998-1992.
Are you thinking of a career change or adding another one to your portfolio? Well, you are thinking right. Call Sarabjit Luddar at 416-879-3039 from Beyond Care Insurance Solutions. She also deals in life, long-term, travel, critical illness, disability insurance. Give her a call today at 416-879-3039. This is what we can tell you. She will always give you the right advice and help you find out if being an insurance advisor is your piece of cake.
Are you looking for a reliable legal office that can handle your closing in the most effective manner? If yes, please get in touch with Rakesh Joshi at 416-213-8600. Joshi Law Office provides all the legal advices about real estate law, business law, immigration laws, notarization and affidavits, wills and trust. Give them a call today, 416-213-8600. ਅਵੰਤਿਆ ਬੜਾ ਖੁਸ਼ ਤੁਰਿਆ ਹੋਣਾ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਲੂਟਰੀ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਤੇਰੀ ਕਾਸ਼ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਵੈਸੇ ਗੱਲ ਤੇ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਵਰਗੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਦਾ ਬੀਮਾ ਕਰਵਾ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਤੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਗਰੋਂ ਕੋਈ $1 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਊਗਾ ਉਹ ਅੱਛਾ ਇਹ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਉਹ ਜੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕਮਲਜੀਤ ਬੋਲਾ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਪਰਕ ਕਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਫੋਨ ਨੰਬਰ 647 772 1481 ਹੁਣੇ ਹੀ ਕਰ ਲੈ ਫੋਨ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਛੱਡ ਦੇਂ ਉਹ ਬੱਲੇ ਤੇਰੇ PC24 ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ 5 ਚੈਨਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਬੜੇ ਸ਼ੌਕ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ 647 333 2273 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰੋ ਕੁਝ ਸਮੇਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇਹ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਮੁਫਤ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ 6473332273 Welcome back to PC24's remaining segment. So, as promised, I'm going to give you a bit insight into what a reverse mortgage is. Very few people are aware of reverse mortgage. I guess yesterday I gave the number as 6%. Many people don't even know what this means. Reverse mortgage is a product that is opposite of mortgage. That's why it's the reverse. So what is actual mortgage? An actual mortgage is where you take a loan from the bank and then you pay monthly payment. This is the conventional way of lending. But there is another option available where people do not pay any monthly payments, but they still get the money. So the options are you can get the money in a one lump sum. If you are buying a house, if you are buying an investment property, or if you have to fund your grandchildren or children's education, you can take the money. Or if you just want to go out to vacation, or if you have some critical illness where you have no other source of income but you need money to survive, right? So you need that. And there are cases when people, they just want to age in place. And living in old age homes can be pretty expensive. Correct me if I'm wrong. I do not have done any research on that. But I have heard from many people that it is pretty expensive. And then there are long waiting lines. Sometimes people have to wait a couple of years before they get admitted into those old age homes. So, well, I guess that is true. What I want to drive the point here is when you are in those circumstances, what are your options? Are you going to go this route where you file an application for some old age home or you move away and all those things? Some people are very much connected to their neighborhood and they like the openness of their semis, detached, big houses, and nobody's there. They're empty nester. Nobody lives there. And unfortunately, when families can barely support themselves, it becomes hard for them to support their elders too. This is not right, but this is a bitter fact of life as well. The result is parents feel neglected. They have no other source of income. And the old age pension and the retirement funds, they are not enough to survive. So for those people, reverse mortgage comes as a boon. It's a blessing in disguise. Because when you take a reverse mortgage, as I told you earlier, there are options. You can take money in one lump sum. Or you can tell the financing institution that, okay, you know what? I want this much money, but pay me $2,000 every month. And this is how I would just add supplement to my pension. And so you can live handsomely. You can hire a cleaner, you can get someone to do landscaping, you can do hell lot of activity with the money because your other expenses are literally negligible. Like you are not commuting anymore, you are not driving anywhere, you do not need tons of groceries, you do not have so many visitors coming to your house that expenses will be much. Those things do affect your overall expenses, and I believe they get reduced. The rest is up to you how you want to handle your expenses. So now, reverse mortgage enables you to live and age in your place. How cool is that? You live in your house, you enjoy the luxury, you enjoy your neighborhood that you have loved for so long, and you do not have to be in a pitiable situation. And there are, I guess, nurses that come to your house to take care of you. So are you saying, Paul, that there are no interest payments there? There are. There is interest component, there is principal component because you took a loan. A loan has to be repaid, like everything. There's nothing that you don't have to pay in Canada or maybe elsewhere in this world. You have to pay. That means getting hotter, so I'm just turning on the AC here. I don't know why it's so hot. So now the interest accrues. The interest accrues on the loan, right? But at any time, this interest is this overall amount that you have to pay does not exceed the property's market value. You still leave the property with some equity in your hand, but it has given you money. They are not collecting anything from you in the beginning, right? You have the option. You may pay interest payment if you want, or you may not pay interest payment that you want. That's your option. But your monthly payments can be zero. So there are different ways they calculate how they will give you the mortgage, the reverse mortgage. There are two institutions that give you the mortgage. I'm going to talk with you about a new institution that gives you reverse mortgage for a 5-year term. It is subject to renewal, but they have some ifs and buts. But because absolutely your property value should support the loan. So they will give you up to 40% of your equity. If your property value is $1 million, you can take $400,000 out of it. No monthly payment. If you are reeling under stress and you need cash, this could be the best option for you. Take the money and then you are not paying anything. But it doesn't mean that when you pay that amount, your payment, your overall payable will be, let's say, $1.6 million, while the house value is still $1.2 million. That is not going to happen. It will always be below your maximum house value. This is their promise. And it is not that you came to me and I gave you the product. You will be run through your lawyer. You can have an independent legal representation or independent legal advice, and the lawyer is going to explain you everything related to the product and how you are going to pay and how much will be payable, the formulas, the calculation, everything will be told to you by your lawyer. And then if you like the idea, then you will come back to me and say, Paul, I want this reverse mortgage. Okay? When you come back and with ILR or ILA in your hand, we will be happy to, fund the deal for you. So this product is for 5 years. If you have done bankruptcy In the past, we need it to be 7 years old bankruptcy, 7 year pass. You can go for this product, 7 year pass. There should not be any loan on the property. If there are any loans, you will pay that with this 40% maximum loan to your value that the lender will give you. Your credit minimum should be 640. 640 credit. If there is a bankruptcy in the family, or the applicant has done bankruptcy, it has to be 7 year older bankruptcy. Income is confirmed, but it is not confirmed to pay mortgage. It is confirmed to make sure you can service your other debts and property tax. If you want to pay that money from the property taxes from this income, maybe you can include that. It has to be put through to the financial institution, and they will give final okay to that. So it cannot be registered in a corporation or a company name. This loan will be registered against your personal name. Make sure the property is in your name, and there is a lender fee, and we will talk about that when the time comes. So maximum amount that you can borrow is $1.5 million. So 40% of whatever you have. So that takes us to, I guess, value of your property to be more than $6 million, I guess. Right? Oh no, $1.5 million. If we double that, that will become 80%, 3 million, maybe under $4 million. So 40% of that amount will be $1.5 million. So, and the thing is, if you want to pay this product off anytime, there are no penalties. Just pay that off. So, and it's not that you pay, let's say you took $400,000 like we started in the beginning, and then you tell me, I want to pay $200,000. No, that's not going to happen. You will have to pay the entire amount in one sum, right? That is prepayment, 100% prepayment. And this will be a first position mortgage. That means there will be no other lender. If you want a second lender, well, you can go somewhere else to have more money or more loan. That may be possible, but there are some lenders that may support, but it has to be run through the lender if they allow you to go there. The property should be occupied by the owner. No rentals are included. Freehold, residential, no condominiums. Freehold residential, no condominiums. That's what you are be eligible for. And if there are land, I think it will be maximum 10 acres around that. You will be required to get an appraisal done on the property if it is over $1 million. And we have some definite set of inspectors that will go and check your value. This is easy and easy game. Fantastic product. 40% given right off, and you will seek independent legal advice or representation for everything before you say, yes, I want this loan, I want this reverse product. So term length is 5 years, but after 5 years, if everything is okay, the property can still support, your income can still support the debt and property taxes, well, they will give you, they will renew the term at that time. So this is one aspect of it. But there is another product which is called chip mortgage or reverse mortgage. So in this scenario that I discussed, there is no age limit. Even if you are 25-year-old, that's fine. The property in your name, they will do the chip reverse mortgage. But if you go to the regular product, which is the reverse mortgage, which is called chip mortgages, CHIP mortgages, then you must be 55 years old. This is the important thing. For chip mortgages, you should be 5 years, 55 years old. If you are below that age, you do not qualify under regular chip mortgage. So chip reverse mortgage is available only and only if you are 55 years of age, and you can access up to 55% of the equity. 55% loan to value you can get. So reverse mortgage or chip mortgage, you must be 55 years or older. If it is in two names, both person have to be above 55, right? So primary residence must remain in the home. Same for the product that I just told you, 40% versus 55%. So no income, no credit score are required with the regular reverse mortgage. But a fair credit score is required, 640, in the product that I just told you. So you must prove in the regular insurance, in the regular reverse mortgage, that you can cover property taxes, insurance, and other ownership expenses. This is the same for both these products. Chip mortgage versus the mortgage, reverse mortgage I just mentioned. So you can receive funds anyway in monthly payments or as a lump sum. But in case of the product I told you, 40%, you can only get the product in one lump sum. You can deposit it in some bank or some product where you can get monthly payments, but they will give you money as one sum. So the interest rate for reverse mortgage through chip mortgages is fixed or variable, but with this product, it is only 5-year open fixed rate, pay anytime. So variable rate mortgages are tied on to the prime rates. That means if variable rate changes with regular reverse mortgage, your payment may be different. In case of reverse mortgages, no monthly payment. If you leave your home for more than 6 months, even for medical reasons, fail to pay property taxes or insurance, or your home is not maintained correctly, your loan becomes payable right away. That is something you must understand, right? So this is critical. If you are away from home for any reason and are unable to pay insurance, taxes, or you don't maintain property, you have to pay the entire loan right away. But in the other product, the alternative product, there are no monthly payments. The loan is due at the end of 5 years with the opportunity to refinance or renew whatever it is. The loan becomes due if you fail to pay property taxes or insurance, and the refinancing may be subject to a new appraisal and a refinancing fee. But the beauty is you get money much easier than with the reverse mortgage. So 6 months, if you don't pay reverse mortgage in 6 months with the regular product, then you are going to pay off the entire amount, becomes due. You cannot leave, but nothing is said in the product that I told you that you have to be in the property. But yes, you can rent it for sure. So in risk protection, what is the risk protection? Risk protection under the unconventional reverse mortgage that I told you is this. Amount owed will never be more than what your home is worth, even if the balance exceeds the home value. They will always come down to the home's worth. They will never exceed the home worth. Same is the case with the regular chip mortgage or reverse mortgage. There are no penalties if you want to pay the alternative reverse mortgage. It is fully open. But if you want to pay, you have to pay in full. There are no partial repayments. Early repayment incurs a penalty under regular chip mortgages. That's where the problem is. So the chip mortgages are administered by home equity bank. Okay? This mortgage that I'm just telling you is with a different and independent lender, much easier, much better, and quicker. If you are in need of reverse mortgage, or if you need some money, your house is worth $1 million, you may get 40% of that as a reverse mortgage. I'm going to repeat the whole criteria again. With the product that we have, you will pay lender fee, broker fee. We'll tell you when the time comes, but you can access 40% equity of your property, right? There is no age limit. You may be 20 years old, you may be 60-year-old, you may be 80 years old. You will get 40%. You will have to prove that you can still manage your property taxes and other related debts on the property or your personal life. That's what you have to prove. And there are no penalties if you want to pay the loan anytime within this 5-year term, but whenever you have to pay, you have to pay in full. No partial payments are accepted, right? So in the regular chip mortgage from the home equity bank, you will pay the entire monies back if you leave the house for more than 6 months or 6 months. That means it may be due to medical reason, you may be hospitalized, but reverse mortgage becomes due for full payment in 6 months. This data sheet is as I have see that, but I do not warrant or represent that this is 100% accurate. So when we give the product at that time, whatever the situation prevails, we will bring it forward to you, and you will go to your lawyer and get it verified at that time. Everything will be on your contract. On the documentation the lender gives you to get independent legal advice, we will not fund the deal if you do not give us the independent legal advice documentation. This is very firm. So the amount that you owe on the reverse mortgage will never exceed the home's worth, even if the balance is much higher. Your property value is 1.2, but the accrued interest and all those things are way higher, then you are still not paying that. You are paying whatever your property is worth. But I'm not scaring you. This doesn't seem like it will ever go higher because it's just 40% equity, 5-year term. It should be easy. Subject to refinance at some cost when the time comes, but it all depends on the new appraisal and your ability to keep paying your regular debts and the property taxes. If you stop paying property taxes in both these cases, right, the entire amount becomes due at that. I hope this information is useful to you. If you need some more information on that, feel free to give me a call. My numbers are on the screen, 647-424-0358. And I really hope that this was a great information for you, because I don't think with so less people knowing this product, that it is not fully utilized product. So this is something you may think of utilizing. If your elders have a house which is paid up and you need money today, you may not even have to sell the house, right? If you are paying too much payment and your mortgage is just below 40%, well, this product will support you. Though you are not paying anything, your cash flow increases. So I think I will have to stop at this point. It is 7:28 or 29 p.m. on my clock. So I have to take your leave now. But before I leave, I must request you to call me if there is any, if you need any information about any of the product I just spoke about. I'm open to take questions from you. And if you really want it, just call me 647-424-0358, 647-333-2273. We are looking for some houses to list in the Fletcher's Meadow area and Northwest Brampton. There are people who want to buy houses there. If you have a house in Fletcher's Meadow and Northwest Brampton, you can call me. And what I want to say on top, if you are a resident of Fletcher's Meadow and Northwest Brampton, then I have some free deal for you. Get your roofs inspected for any damage to them before the winter arrives. It is completely free. We will not charge any single cent. To submit your request for free roof shingle inspection, please go to my website www.gtaforsalehomes.com, find the link and then hit that. If I could show you quickly, gtaforsalehomes.com, and you just have to find this link and it says free offer, I guess. If I'm pretty confident that I made it active, but let me see if my guys has put it up there. If not, it will be there very soon. Yeah, it doesn't. It is a hidden page, but it is there. I will send the link or QR in my broadcast for tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. We'll have immigration advisor telling us about new changes, and as we are all aware that India and Canada has some, kind of dispute of principles and values. Visas application have been stopped. Who can travel? Who cannot travel? I will try to ask this question from our immigration consultant, and I hope to get the right answers for you. So, before I say goodbye, I would like to send my heartfelt condolences to the families of those people who have lost a beloved one on this day. May God Almighty grant peace to the departed soul and their rest in peace. And at the same time, may God give you courage and strength to get over this harshest time of your life. God bless you all. Thank you very much for staying with me, being here for a second or 2 seconds, whatever the duration you are here. I appreciate that. If there are ever questions, this video is up on the internet. Feel free to call me. We are live on PC24RETV. This is a YouTube channel and a Facebook group. Thank you very much, guys. God bless you all. Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's episode of PC24 RETV. Today we will be talking further on inflation, some insurance talk with our guest Sarabul Ludar, and we'll also see where the industry is heading down to. And plus, if you are interacting with us, then we will probably take some questions from you. I must tell you that this program is being broadcast live on TikTok, LinkedIn, Twitter, and Facebook. So you can comment anywhere you are looking at this video, even on YouTube. I forgot to mention. You can mention any comment anywhere and we will see that and respond to your questions. At this time, we cannot entertain more guests in this broadcast, being a fixed format. So if you join us on TikTok, and please make sure to not send us any joining request. We will not be able to take you into the broadcast. But if you want to come in at a later date, well, let me know. I will always send you the link to join. The way our guests join, you will join the exact same way. So we spoke about economy, and one of our visitor, Mr. Phil, interacted with us about this inflation thing, and he also gave his input, for which we are extremely thankful to them. I totally forgot to turn my broadcast on other networks, but now it is live on all the networks. Before we begin the show, I would like to congratulate each and every one of my viewers who are celebrating their birthdays, who are celebrating their anniversaries. Also, there are celebrations going on due to birth of a new baby in their home, and also the closing of their property. Plus, if they have purchased a life insurance policy and protected their income for the coming many years, well, congratulations to you all. So we will continue with inflation. We actually told you yesterday that inflation has gone up. It is 4% now. It rose from 3.3% for the month of July. There are a couple other variables that are going on with it, which is CPI trim, CPI core, CPI median. Everything has gone up. But there was a statement from Deputy Governor of Bank of Canada stating that these things are normal. So does that mean they are not going to increase the interest rates in coming October? Well, if that's the case, well, great. But as far as there is some smoke which indicates that the Bank of Canada may increase rate in October by 25 basis points, taking the policy rate to 5.25%. That is yet to be seen. Economists are kind of, they have a consensus about this, a kind of. Some say they may not increase it, but some say they will increase it. It is kind of 50% chance. So we'll talk about that during the broadcast. And it's time for me to invite our guest, Ms. Ludher, on our platform. Ms. Ludher, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Balji, for inviting me once again on this show. It's always a pleasure to be here. And yes, we were talking and discussing about inflation and insurance and all the stuff. Yeah, you're very right. So I take that these statements are very diplomatic. They can be turned any which way that they want to.
Yeah, so diplomatic is the right word. Even Phil agreed to that last night, saying yes, it is very diplomatic. And there is another diplomatic statement that is doing rounds by our Prime Minister, Mr. Trudeau, that has strained the relations between two countries. And let's see where we end up.
When I see those statements,
but there are many more idiots like me around.
Paulji, we I understand we do not discuss politics on this platform.
We can just slightly touch it, spice it a bit.
Yeah, this situation is like pretty comic, right?
Yeah, it has
on
become
one
a
hand,
situation right out of a comic movie.
Yeah, it's very comic. It's like Tom and Jerry teasing each other kind of thing, right? So,
Tom and Jerry, and who is Tom and who is Jerry is yet to be decided.
They're just vice versa. So it's just like sometimes Tom wins and other times Jerry. So
yes.
Yeah, so it's just like a Tom and Jerry situation right now.
That's exactly how
both
it is
the leaders both the leaders of such two powerful countries, powerful leaders, and what they are doing is like, when kids are in kindergarten or that, and then they say, oh, he stole my pencil. So that's what they are doing. So, oh no, he looked at my pencil. Why did he look at my eraser?
Looks like Trudeau got upset that when his plane wasn't doing was under maintenance, our Prime Minister of India did not invite him to his home. Maybe he's upset with that.
I don't think that's there. Like, even Trudeau's last visit was not such welcomed by Indian Prime Minister. We saw that, and even this, and then on top of it, sorry to say, media is like, they are not doing journalism. They are putting coal to the fire.
Yeah, but the thing is,
adding fuel to the fire. It's just like, you can calm things down. It's
these
not
are
that big of a deal.
Very significant positions, and you cannot.
You cannot be egoistic about that.
Just by your temperament.
You cannot be egoistic about that.
You need to be very, very calm, composed before you utter a word. Now there is kind of a battle going on, not only between two countries, but between people in this country too.
Yeah, but that is what you and I see. We are like nowhere in political standing.
Yeah,
but we do not know what happened, what was reported, what was the intelligence report, because to make such a statement, and that to taking in confidence the opposition party's leaders, speaks volumes. He just cannot make a statement like that on a whim. His statement must have been backed by some fundamental proof of some solid
okay, but why not
like findings?
Why not then just present those proofs to the world? That's it. Anyways, let's get back to our topic.
Anyways, that's that's their
let him do whatever he wants to do. He's a good. Let him do. He's a great guy.
That's what I was doing. That's they would know if they want to bake it or they want to burn it. So that's so
high inflation is driving people crazy. Workers are asking for wage raises because the living cost has gone through the roof, and this is not wrong either, right? Because now they need more money to buy groceries. They are still high, even though groceries, their growth rate came down from last month, but still they are pretty expensive, and not every store has actually lowered the prices. Some are there to take advantage of the situation, and this is where things are. And I will give you one number, then I will come back to you, Sarah. Unfilled work days due to labor stoppages, they are up by 49% last year compared to the 10-year leading up to the pandemic, that is 2010 to 2019. So now last year, the unfilled work days, they rose 49%. So these are those days which were lost due to strikes, due to workers not reporting for job, and there were 160,000 work days unfilled last year.
So I was looking at this small video where Prime Minister Justin Trudeau was requesting the super grocery stores, like those big giants, to look at their prices and bring it, cut their profits by a margin that it becomes a little feasible for common man to fill his refrigerator. So so it's just like on one hand he shows such compassion by refugees and everything, and on the other hand, so let's reel back to our inflation. So inflation, I know, it's just that word itself is like I have when it comes up, when inflation hits and the prices go up, I have never seen prices going down after that. Even if
It
if
never
they
comes
control
down.
the inflation, it won't come down.
Yep.
So the prices are not going to come down. The rice bag, which was available for 8.99 or even 9.99, was now available for 19.99.
Yeah.
So it's a
That's where
common
things
thing.
are right now.
Yeah, so it's like the things of daily use, daily consumption that are becoming expensive.
Yeah, and I do not see a break from that. People keep paying more and more and more and more. I really don't know where the price growth is softening. To me, it seems like everything is going up. Everything that you can think of.
E- Every like fast consuming goods like FCG, they are going up so high and rapidly going high, and they are not coming down. I have no idea like how a person like you and me, we are going to survive this. So the bread which was available for 2.99 or 2.49 sometimes, now it is like $5 damn.
Yeah,
And in a household of four people, one bread is gone like in one meal.
that's right. That's right.
So that means if
It
a
is very
family
hard
is,
timing for all of us, and we hopefully will live through this situation. But what is there. But anyways, and now the pressure is on the employees, and employees are unable to fulfill the laborers' demands to increase their wages. So I don't know where this thing will go down to, because of this, as the economy weakens, employers will be less able to meet outsized wage requests or demands. Taming inflation will be key to restoring peace in Canadian labor market and relationships. This is the biggest thing here. Those things cannot be controlled. It is difficult, right? It's very,
it
very
is.
difficult.
Paulji, same thing. An employer, even if a small factory owner, let's say he has 100 employees, that's it. And even if the wage increase is just by $1, so that is for him $100 per hour, right? So
Yeah.
even if his factory is doing two shifts and that is like 16 hours, so that is $1,600 per hour. Right, sorry, that is like 100 and 100, yeah, $1,600 a day. So in
I'm not
30
doing
it's
math.
like
Yeah, I believe you are
so
doing
I'm
it
doing the
correct.
math, right? So
Yeah.
16, yeah, it's like $8,000 a week, and that's like in 4 weeks, that's 32,000 damn dollars.
Mm-hmm.
And then forget about this. If he is increasing $1, then his contribution to CPP and EI is also increasing.
That's true.
So it's just like everything is increasing for him. It's not $1. Employee would think, oh, can't he just raise $1 for me? It's not only about raising $1 for you.
You
And
see
this is the
from both
small we are
angles.
talking.
Both angles are totally different, Sarab. And I get
Yeah.
it. But at the same time, where do the laborers go? The workforce has to eat, and they only have as many hours. Like some are doing 12-hour shifts, some are doing even more than
Yeah.
one job just to try to make their ends meet. It's difficult. We have to
I was
acknowledge
driving.
that.
I was driving through Malton and I saw this big truck handing out food bags. Like people were just there and they were doing it for free. But who was doing it? It was some Sikh community member, and he was giving free food.
Yeah. Well, that's
So
cool.
and not like one meal or something. Bags
Yeah.
of flour or rice or bags of onions, breads, eggs, milk. They were just
We
that
have
was
to
full
acknowledge one
rationing
thing,
happening
that
there.
it is becoming very, very expensive to live in today's days. It is so simple, and math is very simple. A family of four is having hard time living through their day-to-day routine. It's very difficult. We like
And
it or we
imagine
dislike it. This is the reality.
we cannot run from that. And imagine the plight of people who close their houses in 2020 or 2021,
Yeah.
and the mortgage is up so much. And unfortunately, if there was one person only bringing was earning the bread,
Yeah.
what's happening there? So
Well,
all these things, that's why when we talk about as insurance advisor or as financial advisor, that's why we always recommend people to have up to 6 months of your expenses. 6 months
coming
of
back
expenses,
to your topic of
right?
insurance, so
Yeah.
people are encouraged to take some kind of insurance on their credit cards. I think it is minimum payment kind of insurance, payment protector insurance
No,
on your credit cards, right? It
that
depends on
yeah,
how
that
much the premium depends on the balance, how much balance you have, and how much they
yes,
they
that
have to pay. Do you advise for or against
no.
that?
I want to advise that because that is again protecting the minimum balance in case of total disability.
Mm-hmm.
So that means if you have a $6,000 outstanding on a credit card and your minimum balance, minimum requirement, minimum payment is $100,
Mm-hmm.
and to claim those $100, you will have to be totally disabled. Totally disabled means that you cannot perform any compensatory job, like any
Okay.
job that can give you any monetary compensation.
Okay.
So, and definition of totally disabled is very strict. It's like
Mm-hmm.
really strict. And then instead of paying money on that, we have loan protection, and
Okay.
that too is not in situation where it is total disability, but
Mm-hmm.
it is in terms of injury or
Okay.
illness. So let's say you got some injury and you cannot go to work for 4 months. So
Mm-hmm.
the company will give you your whatever you bought. Let's say you bought $1,000 a month. So
Mm-hmm.
company will give you $1,000 a month for those 4 months,
Okay. So
and you
there
are
is some
back to
policy like
work.
that that can handle the situation in a totally different fashion rather than
Oh yeah,
giving money
yeah.
to them, so you can handle it in different situation,
We
right?
can.
And will
We
that
have some policy.
reduce some premium payment for these people? Like the insurance that banks give is very expensive.
Very expensive.
It is based
So
off
I
your minimum balance, max whatever balance on the credit card is. If you keep
on a credit
accumulating
card.
your balance, it keeps growing.
Yes. So what's happening is, let's say you have a 6,000 outstanding and your minimum payment is $110.
Mm-hmm.
Now next month your balance has increased because you did not pay the whole card, and
Yeah.
now you have an interest to pay on top of it. So now next month your account balance is 6,000 and let's say $300, and
Okay.
your minimum payment is 100. Instead of 120, it is 122. So if you have
Mm-hmm.
that credit card and you are on total disability,
Mm-hmm.
that they will pay off that 122. There are really have to read those small terms and conditions before you sign that credit card protection,
You must be
right?
aware
And
of
in
everything
similarly,
before you actually sign on anything. It's not just
yes,
saying, "Oh, okay, I'm great. I have done my job." Doesn't work like
yeah.
that.
No, it
So,
doesn't work like that. And even when you are when you're getting mortgage from your any lending institute, whether it is your bank or
mm-hmm.
any other lending institute, you're using A bank or B bank,
Okay.
do not buy their mortgage protection. Pick up the phone, call an advisor. If you don't have your own advisor, talk to us. We will give you great comparisons. And the best part when you are buying a mortgage insurance from us, I'm not talking about home insurance. Many people confuse mortgage insurance with home insurance. Home
Yes,
insurance
it is
is
very
totally
normal.
that. Yeah, that home insurance is the insurance of the property. Mortgage insurance is the insurance of your outstanding mortgage at that time, at the time of the purchase. So if you have $1 million of mortgage and you come to us and say, hey, Sarab, I want $1 million of 20 years of mortgage insurance. So your mortgage insurance, once we set up that, hi, Mr. Singh, or hello, homeowner, your mortgage for the coming 20 years will be $1 million of insurance, and your premium will be $110 per month, whatever, right? So we
Yeah.
will tell you up front. So let's say after 19 years, Mr. Homeowner passes away
Yeah.
and his outstanding mortgage is only $50,000.
Mm-hmm.
So the bank, if he has the same thing from bank will come and pay only 50,000. Whereas we will come and pay the $1 million check to his family.
Yes, that's true.
So his
That's I think
family
most of
can,
people know that.
no,
But they
they
end
don't
up
know that.
buying lenders insurance because A, it benefits lender, and B, lenders are more lenient in giving their products. It's kind of,
Because they don't, they
bribery.
just like just four, if there are 4 questions and you do yes no and you're done. Underwriting is not happening at that time.
That's
Nobody
right.
is asking you deep questions. Nobody is going and contacting your doctor. So when we go, we put in application, our companies, insurance companies, they will demand from the doctor's attending physician statement that this, we need to verify if everything is correct, right?
That's right.
And they verify, so they will come, they can come back, hey, Mr. Chima, you know what, we found everything is accurate, but your biological age is 60, but when we did see your doctor, your medical age is 54, so we will
Yeah.
give you premium based on 54. And they can also come back to you and say, hey, your biological age is 60, but when
Yeah.
we consulted your doctor, your medical age is 70. So our premium will be based on age 70. So they will come and tell you up front,
Mm-hmm.
not at the time of the claim. So that at that point they will not come and tell you, hey, sorry, the survival of the homeowner, like spouse, that oh, the homeowner had this issue, and sorry, we cannot pay you.
Yeah, so there will not be any hanky-panky stuff. It will be crystal clear and fully
It will be. It
understandable
will be.
stuff.
So I don't know if I should take pride in that or not, but I have successfully paid many a death claims, many a travel insurance claims, many a medical claims, and there have been claims that have been declined of my clients because the client lied to me. So I do not have any lie detector test that I can do and see if the client is lying or not. So if the client is lying and then they don't get paid, there's nothing that you and I or the even the
Yeah, you
insurance
can
company
do as much, right? You cannot do more than that.
Yeah. So that's when we talk about insurance, we always say be truthful, be honest. If you're ready to pay $100 or $20 or $140, you can also pay an increased premium, because the target is not to get the premium set. The target is to have that insurance in place, that protection in place, because we are covering a God forbid situation. We are covering if the inevitable, death is inevitable, but we
Yes.
are just covering if the inevitable happens before our anticipated time.
Yeah.
So I am anticipating I'm gonna live like 40 more years, and I have all the financial plans taken care. Okay, if I live 40 years, I will be able to do this, do that. I will be able to take care of my mortgages. I will be able
Yeah.
to. My kids will be done schooling. Their marriage would be done. So that is my anticipation.
Yeah.
But why do I want insurance? I want insurance. What if my anticipation goes wrong and I die after 25 years?
Yeah.
So where is my plan for those 15 years that I have for my children, my family, my mortgage, my spouse, my belief, my charitable organization that I want to, what's going to happen to that in terms
Yeah.
of finance?
And that's understandable.
That-
That's understandable. And look how beautiful Toronto looks at this time.
Toronto is always beautiful,
Yeah,
right?
I'm showing you CN Tower right there in the corner. So, coming back to our report that says half of non-homeowners in Canada, they are losing hope of buying property. How unfortunate that is. It's nearly half, and that is a higher number than the previous survey that was done about 6 months ago. It went up by 15%. So that means it was 35% non-homeowners who said that they can't buy home, but now it is 50% non-homeowners who are saying they cannot buy a house. They totally lost the hope. And I think I never looked at statistics in the past. This is only since last 2 years that I started studying these numbers. Prior to that, I never bothered about these numbers. But this seems to be like a trend. So probably when we were in the similar circumstances in 2008, then I think it was 10, something like that. There were 2-3 recessions came in. The last one was somewhere in 2019, I guess, for a shorter duration.
18.
18. So people, were they feeling the same way? Have you ever
No. Yes,
like,
Paul ji.
had any memories of that?
Yeah. Yes. I have like since I'm like 17, 18 years into this country, this is the first time where youth is feeling that there is no hope for them to buy a house when they are established in 10 years.
Mhm.
You just imagine a 18, 19, 20 years old who is looking and working and want to achieve something before they take this burden of buying a house. They say like,
Yeah.
if this is the house today, in 10 years, I will not be able to afford this house.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not about the mortgage payments that they might be able to do, but the down payment, Paulji,
Yeah.
right? And we have seen the era where only one member would work and remaining 4, 5, 6 members of the family would survive on that one income. That one income was enough to take care of mortgage, car insurance, car loans, and everything, and still have a great lifestyle. So then we merged into an era where two incomes are uh, actually, like you can say, kind of mandatory to have a good life for an average Canadian. And now we are entering an era where it is becoming, even with the two incomes, it is becoming difficult to run a household.
Wow.
So I have no idea where the people have become more materialistic and they are more into show off or something, or whether this is like that. Now we can say this is inflation.
Are we maybe
Right.
buying things unnecessarily, things we don't even need, things we are buying just to show off to our neighbors and just to present a lifestyle that we cannot just afford? As far as I know, mortgage payments are very high these days. It's through the nose. Like for a $600,000 mortgage, your interest payments are close to $3,700 at today's prices. Right? That is one thing. So that means an average family earns this much a month, I guess.
Average
What
family
it is
making
about
60,000,
4,500. 60,000 or 50 to 60,000 average salary for average Canadian.
Yes.
That means if it is 60,000, 5,000 every month, then there are expenses related to your job like travel, gas, whatever it is. There are expenses and on food. So you probably are just left with enough cash to pay mortgage on one salary. So two salaries just become the normal routine. Now
They
we need
become
more
the
than
normal
two.
routine. Yes, that's what I was coming to. Now, even two salaries are not sufficient because of the mortgage gone so high, the groceries have gone so high. Like the other day, I went to do grocery shopping, and usually my average weekly is about 180 to 250, depending upon what I'm buying. And couple of weeks, it's been crossing 400, 450, and it's nothing that I am buying out of ordinary.
That sucks so
So
bad.
it is bad, and
Yeah.
the problem is that we were talking. What is this leading to? This is leading to more mental health complications, more depressions, more possible suicides, and isolation and anxiety. Those things. It is leading to those more separations.
Yeah, absolutely right.
So
So
yeah,
Mortgage
that
Professionals
is.
Canada, the CEO, President and CEO, when Lauren Van Den Berg,
Yeah.
he said, to quote him, Canadians are facing a housing affordability crisis with little sign of easing in sight. Right? And we hear this every day from our members right across the country, and that's why we continue to advocate for policies that break down the barriers to home ownership. And the biggest barrier these days, you know what it is?
Mhm.
STRESS test. So we'll come back with after a quick break. We'll talk more about this report in a few seconds. Stay with us. Are you thinking of selling your home? You are covered. From my experience of 14 plus years in the real estate industry, this is what I have come to know. There are three major concerns that any home seller would want their realtor to answer. Number one, how much is their home worth? Number two, how long will it take to sell their house? And number three, what will the agent do to make it sell? I have answers to all these questions. To schedule your one-on-one appointment, call me at 647-424-0358. Once again, Paul Chima, broker with Remax Prime Properties. My phone number to call is 647-424-0358. Call me now and get moving.
From a vast experience in immigration industry, this is what I've figured out. Clients want to know if their application is submitted in a timely fashion, what a representative can do to serve best interest of their client. Clients are informed on a regular basis about the progress of their application. We deliver what we promise. My phone number is 647-465-8894 or reach me out at 639-998-1992.
Are you thinking of a career change or adding another one to your portfolio? Well, you are thinking right. Call Sarabjit Luddar at 416-879-3039 from Beyond Care Insurance Solutions. She also deals in life, long-term, travel, critical illness, disability insurance. Give her a call today at 416-879-3039. This is what we can tell you. She will always give you the right advice and help you find out if being an insurance advisor is your piece of cake.
Are you looking for a reliable legal office that can handle your closing in the most effective manner? If yes, please get in touch with Rakesh Joshi at 416-213 8600. Joshi Law Office provides all the legal advices about real estate law, business law, immigration laws, notarization and affidavits, wills and trust. Give them a call today, 416-213-8600. ਅਵੰਤਿਆ ਬੜਾ ਖੁਸ਼ ਤੁਰਿਆ ਹੋਣਾ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਲੂਟਰੀ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਤੇਰੀ ਕਾਸ਼ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਵੈਸੇ ਗੱਲ ਤੇ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਵਰਗੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਦਾ ਬੀਮਾ ਕਰਵਾ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਤੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਗਰੋਂ ਕੋਈ $1 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਊਗਾ ਉਹ ਅੱਛਾ ਇਹ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਉਹ ਜੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕਮਲਜੀਤ ਬੋਲਾ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਪਰਕ ਕਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਫੋਨ ਨੰਬਰ 647 772 1481 ਹੁਣੇ ਹੀ ਕਰ ਲੈ ਫੋਨ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਛੱਡ ਦੇਂ ਉਹ ਬੱਲੇ ਉਹ ਤੇਰੇ PC24 ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ 5 ਚੈਨਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਬੜੇ ਸ਼ੌਕ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ 647 333 2273 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰੋ ਕੁਝ ਸਮੇਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇਹ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਮੁਫਤ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ 6473332273 Welcome back to PC24 RATV's episode. We are discussing economy with Sarab Rudar. She is an insurance broker and she is also owner of Beyond Care Insurance Solution. She does lots of high net worth clients. So if you are someone who has 10, 15, 20, $50 million, well, and give her a call. She probably will have some great policy for you in mind. So anyway, so let's welcome our guest back into our broadcast. Welcome back, Sarab. Thank you very much for waiting. So yes,
Thank you.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All righty. So this was a survey that said that 50%, it's a big number, 50% Canadians are not able to buy houses. They are so upset. And but out of them, some 17% still think that they will buy within the next 24 months. God be with them, I must say that. Overall, the whatever they are, 64% of homeowners say rising rates are having a material impact on their financial situation, with nearly a third saying they are worried about missing a payment. I'm one of them too. Needing to sell or
That's
having
the
to
biggest.
make a significant life change to stay in their home. Are you talking to someone?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Just listening very carefully to trying to grasp that.
Or it's too much information. And renewals are another stress point for people now. Renewals. Anyone renewing their mortgage
Yeah.
this time of the year is very much
God be with them.
upset, very, very, very concerned, especially since 65% expect to renew their mortgage over the next 3 years. I guess 3 years should still be okay. We are expecting a mortgage, the policy rate to go down by 1 to 1.75% by end of 2024. More than 2/3, that is 70% more or less, they are anxious about their renewal, an increase from 63% 6 months ago. So this is the whole scenario. This is very important. You must pay attention to it. So mortgage types: fixed mortgage, variable mortgage, right? 72% of mortgage holders had a fixed rate mortgage as of mid 2023, and this is a
That's
higher
what
number. Yeah.
that is precisely what the target was, right? When we were discussing about this, I said like they are actually pushing people to get a fixed rate mortgage because people are right now scared.
People
that
were
what if goes
automatically
up, what if
going
goes up?
for that kind of mortgage. So this is up
Yes.
from 2021. So in 2021 it was 66%, but now they added 6% more to that. So if you look at otherwise, it's not a big change from 21 to 23. It's just 7%. 7%? No, yeah, 6%. It was 66% very fixed mortgage versus variable. But now they are 72%. And 23% mortgages, they have a variable rate, just like me. Variable rate. I thought I was a smart ass, but I'm not. I want variable mortgage. Come on. So for new mortgage
We are in the same
originations,
boat, Paulji.
जी,
We are in the same boat.
the same boat. Okay,
Yeah.
at least we have a boat. For
Yes.
new
we do.
mortgages as of May, 7.4% took a variable rate, just 7.4%. And this is down from 57% in January 2022. And 3% of a borrower, they have a hybrid mortgage, half fixed, half variable. They wanted to taste both the words. So they said, okay, I want this together. They got the
Let's have a buffet.
they got the hybrid mortgage, but this came down from 4% in 2021. This is where we are. These are the mortgage types. So 72% fixed, 23% variable, 3% खिचड़ी. ठीक है जी, दोनों स्वाद ले रहे हैं. कभी स्प्लिट से चुंडी मार देगा, कभी स्प्लिट से चुंडी मार देगा. ते ਜਿਹੜੀ variable rate mortgage ਹੈਗੀ ਆ, 60% variable rate mortgage holders report having an adjustable rate mortgage. This is a killer mortgage. Adjustable. As the prime changes, your payments change. You will wake up, look into your bank account, and it will say, no, we deducted $1,000 more from your bank. Because they are variable. Adjustable variable. AVRM. The other 40%
One of my
are
properties
fixed
have that.
payment. You are in 40%?
One of my properties is that adjustable one. Others are fixed ones. So it's only one that is killing me.
Okay.
Others are
If you
good.
want to list your property, Paul Chima is available. Take benefit
Amazing.
of my 18-point listing plan of action today. So another 29% say they are considering switching to fixed rate mortgage. I'm sorry, I'm not ridiculing them. I'm not making fun of them. I am also one of them, actually. So I'm laughing at myself at the same time. And
Yes.
27% are thinking they won't consider switching. They think things are going to be better. And I will tell you one thing, Sarabji, over the entire amortization period, variable rate always outsmart the fixed rates.
Yes.
Always.
You're very right, Paulji.
Yeah.
But whereas fixed rate gives a peace of mind to people, people like to have fixed expenses.
Yeah.
They don't want those variations, right? I'm not talking about people who are self-employed or
Yeah.
a businessman, right? It doesn't matter. It's just like for them, they know, okay, if they're self-employed, okay, I need to work hard. But most of the population is on fixed income. So if you are on fixed income, you do not want surprises. If you are on fixed income, you want fixed expenses.
Well, these days
So
even
it's
fixed are changing as well, because as you see with the Bank of Canada announcement and inflation announcement, there was a surge in the 5-year Bank of Canada bonds. They went up. So now about 19% mortgages are about to be renewed between 6 to 12 months.
Yeah.
And that's a big number, right? A huge number.
That is the number, and maybe that is the reason that they are still holding on to they are not increasing the interest rates. So
Yeah,
that could be potentially one of the reasons that they might not increase the rate in October.
yeah.
So because people are bending towards a fixed rate because they are very unsure when Bank of Canada is gonna increase the rates again. So
I
maybe they
know
are
I've been
looking for
talking
more
to
people.
many people of lately, and everyone is really upset the way things are moving. Someone bought a house 2 years back, and he said, "I just got lucky." I say, "Yeah, you did because you bought, and even though you paid high price for this property, but you could still qualify for the mortgage. Now,
Yeah,
even if you pay less money, you still cannot qualify for the mortgage. That's the problem
qualification
that we
has
are
gone
seeing
up the
right now.
constraint.
So this
So
is
that is one of
unfortunately
the
true.
things.
Yeah,
I'm going to ask you one thing because I'm not very certain about it. What is a bank's standard amortization period? 20 or 25?
it is 25 for if you are first time buyer, and
And what about
it
if she
is
is
30
not a
years
first
if
time buyer?
you are second time buyer with 20%. Like if you are a conventional mortgage borrower, but just recently bank has given extended amortization to many first time home buyers. This was in a report I read a few days back, because most of the mortgages were from the new buyers, the first time buyers, and the bank has given them some leniency. That was in the report there, more than 30 years. I don't know how they did it, but officially, federally, it's only 25 years if you are buying in an unconventional fashion, like that is a 10%, sorry, below 20% down payment. Even if it is 19 by 9%, you pay. You can only be amortized up to 25 years. But I don't know. They can take risk. And 11% of mortgage borrowers paid a penalty to break their mortgage, so they could, shift to a different story, or maybe they have to sell the house. They have to break the mortgage. There was no other option because people are actually breaking mortgages. 80% they said they did not pay a penalty, and 9% they didn't know about it. They don't even know if they paid penalty or not. How cool is that? Simple.
Innocent, simple people. That's what, like Paulji, that's where our roles as realtors or mortgage brokers or insurance brokers, that's why our role is very important, to give full disclosure, to educate them. So now, just today only, someone called me and he was like, Sarab, I was working with this realtor. You do not know me. Your number was given by a friend. I was like, okay. So they said, my friend bought a house in Windsor when her PR was not here. She was in the process of getting PR, right? And she bought it through you, but she did not have to pay 15% extra tax as a non resident. And I bought a house in Brampton. I had to pay 15% extra, and my realtor did not tell me.
That's true.
So I have complained to Rico or wherever they wanted to complain. So what can I do? I was like, I cannot advise you what to do. You talk to that realtor, or you talk to that realtor's broker of record, or you
Yeah.
talk to your lawyer. I am not the one to
Or
advise,
you
but
call
I can.
Rico.
Uh, yeah, that's what I said. Or you call Rico. I said, but
Yeah.
I can definitely tell you that why my client in Windsor did not pay, because Windsor was exempt.
Okay.
So that's why my client did not pay.
All
Windsor
right.
was exempt from this non-resident, but you are in Brampton. Brampton is not exempt.
Yeah, that's true.
So
So,
you need
well,
to have full
31%
knowledge,
of
right?
mortgage borrowers, they use the service of people like me, the mortgage broker, and this has increased actually. This is increasing. 42% are most likely to use the services of a mortgage broker because they know nothing about the terminology. And few people probably know that when you call a bank, inquire about a mortgage, they can open your file right over the phone and run your credit too, if they want.
Yes.
This is to my best understanding. And then people say, oh, I didn't give them permission. They don't need permission. They can just do it. They are big guys, right? With a
And on
battery
top
of
of it, you're
top-notch
calling.
lawyers, you can never fight with them.
On top of it, you're calling, and whom would you call? If you bank with RBC, you are not going to pick up the phone and call CIBC.
And
You will call
sometimes
RBC.
we work through business development managers. Brokers have dedicated people in the mortgage industry, like for every bank, and they understand how this works. And sometimes we are given some rates which they never advertise.
Yeah.
They don't tell anyone. For anyone, I just want to tell there is something called reverse mortgage, chip mortgages too. So these are available,
Yes.
but very few people have a knowledge about what reverse mortgages are. Just about 6%
So why don't
of
we
Canadians.
discuss that tomorrow?
Yeah, probably. Only 6%
Or
Canadians
let's
say they are very familiar with the reverse mortgages. 34% have never heard about this reverse insurance. And 38% said they wouldn't consider a reverse mortgage, while another 33% they aren't likely to consider one. The biggest reason respondents said they would consider a reverse mortgage is unexpected expenses to allow them to stay in their home, 24%. To supplement retirement income, 22%. For investment purposes, 21%. These are the reasons people go for reverse mortgages. So we have a product which is available. Term is 5-year, rate is 8.49%. There are lender and broker fee on top of that. And it is only available up to 40% of your equity. If you have equity, you can only borrow 40%. There is not much paperwork and there is no prepayment penalty. You can take that money, do whatever you want to do, and return it if you want. You can use that money to pay down payment on any investment property or booking a new one. And there is no penalty if you come back tomorrow and say, hey, take this money and I'm done with it. We have that option. It's similar to reverse mortgage. There are no monthly mortgage payments. And the interest accrues, but the overall payable does never exceed the property value at a particular time and point in time. If property decreases, they will have to make adjustment. So your overall debt does not increase beyond the appraised value of the property. This is what I wanted to say. There are more details to it. You can always call me at 647-424-0358. I always keep forgetting my own numbers. 647-424-0358, 647-333-2273, 647-424-0358, ਤੇ ਇਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਲੈ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਪਰ ਇਹ ਰਿਵਰਸ ਮੌਰਗੇਜ ਬੜੇ ਕੰਮ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਸਰਬਜੀਤ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ, that's very true. So let's have one session either tomorrow or Friday. So I would say Friday. Tomorrow I'm not available, and we can.
ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਡਿਨਰ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਟਰੂਡੋ ਨਾਲ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇਨਵਾਈਟ ਕੀਤਾ।
Yeah, I will have to
ਡਿਸਕਸ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ।
yeah, in regards to India.
ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਦਿਓ ਕਿ ਬੰਦੇ ਦਾ ਪੁੱਤ ਬਣ ਜਾ, ਮੋਦੀ ਜੀ ਨਾਲ ਫਾਲਤੂ ਪੰਗਾ ਨਾ ਲੈ, ਉਹ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਚੱਕੀ ਵੱਢ ਲਈ, ਸਾਹਮਣਾ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲ ਹੋ ਜਾਣਾ।
ਇਹ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵਕਤ ਹੀ ਦੱਸੇਗਾ ਕਿ ਬੰਦੇ ਦਾ ਪੁੱਤ ਕਿਹਨੂੰ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ। See what a diplomatic statement I gave.
ਬਚਪਨ ਚ ਮੇਰਾ ਇੱਕ ਗਾਣਾ ਬੜਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਗਾਇਆ ਕਰਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਲੋਕੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਤੋਂ ਡਰ ਜਾਇਆ ਕਰਨ, ਹੈ ਨਾ। ਉਹ ਸੀਗਾ, सांप से बढ़कर मेरा जहर है, मैं हूं गजब का जहरीला इंसान, उसका जहर तो दुनिया उतारे, मेरे जहर से बचाए भगवान। मैं सोचदा शायद लोग इधर डर डर जान, मैं डंडे वर्गे तो होंदे पतला आनी वर्गा, तो फिर गाना गा के कहना मैं अपनी टोर जी मारा करना। ਉਹਨੇ
ਫਿਰ
ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ
ਮਿਸਿਸ
ਪਤਾ
ਨੇ
ਕਿ
ਕਦੇ
ਇਹਨਾਂ
ਨਹੀਂ
ਦੋਨਾਂ
ਕਿਹਾ,
ਚੋਂ ਕਿਹਦਾ ਜ਼ਹਿਰ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਵਧੀਆ ਤਿੱਖਾ।
ਫਿਰ ਮਿਸਿਸ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਸੱਪ ਜ਼ਹਿਰ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਰਹਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦਾ?
ਕੱਢਤਾ ਜੀ ਜ਼ਹਿਰ ਸਾਰਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ, ਪਹਿਲੇ ਦਿਨ ਹੀ ਚੱਕਦਾ ਫੱਟਾ ਦਾ।
So yeah, this is today it was quite a serious topic we discussed. So before we say bye bye, I would like everybody who is ever listening to our program, whether live or will listen to it non-live, please talk to your insurance advisors, talk to your insurance guy, look into your insurance policies. If you haven't have a look into your insurance policy for more than 24 months, give us a call. We can assess your insurance application and let you know insurance policy and let you know what you have in force and what is happening. So we will share some incidents with you or some experiences with you later on, possibly on Friday. So till then, if you need any insurance advice, whether it is for travel insurance, super visa insurance, critical illness or money back, or even buy-sell agreement funding insurance, call us 416-879-3039. Once
ਮੈਂ
again,
ਤਾਂ ਕਹੂੰਗਾ ਜੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਾਲ ਹੀ ਕਰ ਲੈਣ, ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਾਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਨਾ ਜੋ ਨੌਲੇਜ ਮਿਲਣੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਉਹ ਮਤਲਬ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਸਲੈਸ ਹੋਣੀ ਆ। ਭਾਵੇਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੰਸਲਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੋਵੇ, ਭਾਵੇਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਐਜ਼ ਟੀਮ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੋਏ ਜਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਾਈਂਡ 'ਚ ਕੁਛ ਹੋਰ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਹੋਏ, ਜੀ ਹਾਂ ਜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੰਸ਼ੋਰੈਂਸ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ? ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਕਰਾਂਗੀ, ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਸਟੇ ਵਿਦ ਦੈਮ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਿਰਦਰਦੀ ਲੈਣ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਗੀ, ਯੂ ਵਿਲ ਹੈਂਡਲ ਮੋਸਟ ਆਫ ਦਾ ਸਟਫ ਵਿਚ ਇਜ਼ ਕੂਲ, ਰਾਈਟ? ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਜੇ ਸਟਾਰਟਅਪ ਮਿਲ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਨਾ ਜੀ।
Paulji, whether somebody wants to become a doctor or lawyer in their later life, but as they're stepping out, grade 12 ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, 12ਵੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, I would advise everybody at least to take life insurance license, not to sell, not to do anything, but at least learn about life insurance, learn about how to manage your own finances, how you can take an educated decision in your later life because you will have knowledge about insurance.
That is so
even if you don't want to be an insurance advisor, just study, take the course for your better understanding and your better decisions in regards to your finances.
I am all in for that. Knowledge is always priceless ji. You should never hesitate to acquire knowledge. ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਹੈ ਝੜਪ ਕਰ ਲੈਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਆ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਵੰਡ ਰਹੇ, ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਲੰਗਰ ਲਾਇਆ ਨੌਲੇਜ ਦਾ। ਜਿਹਨੇ ਲੈਣੀ ਲੈ ਲਓ, ਜਿਹਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈਣੀ ਨਾ ਲਓ, ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਣਾ। ਪੜਦਾ ਇਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਾਬੇ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਡਿਊਟੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਉਮੀਦ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਬੜੀ ਚੰਗੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਪਰ ਜੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਈ there are some chances of improvement, well we are open to that discussion. You can always get hold of us 647-424-0358, 647-333-2273 to understand what mortgage is and how reverse mortgages function. We have the know-how and we can tell you exactly what it means, what it entails, what are the risk factors involved, what you should be aware of, and then you will be prompted to seek independent legal representation. You go to your lawyer, show him the paperwork, and then come back to us saying, hey, I am okay to go reverse mortgage. Only then we'll start working with you. Otherwise, we will not be working with you. So make sure, we make sure that you get as much knowledge, as much caution as you possibly can. Tomorrow, you cannot blame yourself or us for any decision that you take. Thank you very much. And before we depart, we would like to offer our sincere condolences to the families of those that have lost a family member today. May God give peace to the departed soul and give you enough strength to get over this huge shock in your life. Thank you very much for tuning into our program whenever you tune into it. So these programs are always relevant, and I would request you to like our YouTube channel PC24RETV. I somehow closed the prompt that I used to have somewhere on my screen, but PC24RETV is simple to remember, and we will see you there. Thank you and bye bye.
or 10%
right.
of the actual premium. So how we can do that? And please talk to me. But the only qualification for this tax write-off premium is for the clients whose net worth is 7 million or plus,
Okay.
and they are looking to pass on their estate to the next generation, or they are in the process of building an estate. So they have a 7 million net worth, and they know by the time they are planning to retire, their net worth will be about 40 million or 50 million or 20, or whatever. So only for those who are very serious, who want to make insurance as an important chapter in
Their
their
lives.
financial planning of their lives. So those
Yeah.
who are very serious, and those who are closing the mortgages, please, I understand you're buying a mortgage insurance from the bank.
Yeah.
Take a minute or two out, write to us asking for the comparison before you sign those documents. That comparison is available to anybody who wants, without any cost or obligation.
That's
Just
right.
make an educated decision. That's what my job is. Like, I started my career as a teacher, as an educator, and I lived into that career for almost 14 15 years, and I really want to educate you about insurance. So please,
Well, that's so nice of
if you
you,
have
because
any
you always
questions.
talk a very valid point, and I must say that we are the one who miss out on these important information, and this should be very well known fact by now that all these problems, they don't call you, hey, I'm coming, are you ready for me? They just
Oh
come.
no, trust me. They come unannounced as the most
Yeah.
inappropriate time.
And when you are already hit, then we
Yes.
basically say ਕਿ ਯਾਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਨਾ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਪਤਾ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ ਚਾਰ ਵਿਪਤਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਹੋਰ ਪੈ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਵਿਪਤਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਅਸੀਂ ਖਤਮ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਜੀ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ। ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ
ਬੜੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ ਲਿੱਤੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ, ਹੁਣ ਉਹ ਕਮਲੇ ਤੇ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ ਲਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ। They basically
I was
see
just
some benefit.
counting. I was just counting because I was writing a letter for reference. We have served, since this super visa was introduced in 2019, in these short 4.5 5 years, we have served more than 3,000 clients.
Yeah.
That many clients in only my brokerage. I'm not talking about my MGA. I'm not talking about other brokerages. Only my brokerage, Beyond Care Insurance, we have served more than 3,000 clients in last 5 years.
Wow.
So that is
3,000,
approximately 600 clients
600
a
every
year.
And
Yeah, that is
50 per
on an
month.
average about, on an average 50 clients per month.
So give me 1 second, let me call CRA. Hey CRA, 416-879-3039. Please check the tax return.
Yeah, they have checked it and they have given me a huge bill. So that's awesome. But that's what I'm talking about, Paul G. When we talk about this, like, when the unfortunate happens,
Yeah.
right? I don't call unfortunate. I say, always say, life happens, right?
Yeah.
So when the life happens, the invoice for your mortgage will not stop. The invoice for your auto insurance will not stop. Your home insurance will not stop. Your other expenses will not stop.
Yeah.
We, the insurance company, the insurance agents, we are the only one who bring you a check.
Yeah, that's true.
Everybody else is bringing you an invoice and they don't stop bringing you the invoice. So we are your real friends. We are your friends in need. They always say, friend in need is a friend indeed. So we
Yeah.
are your friends in need. When you need the money most, we
You are
come in
there.
with a check.
Fabulous.
We bring you the
This
check.
is very nice. This is a very great statement. And don't
So
forget,
we
realtors
are
are
your
also good
friends.
friends in need.
Oh, trust me.
मैं
If you are
क्या
blessed
किधरे
with a
मेरा
good
पत्ता ना
realtor,
साफ कर दे, मैं अपनी गल कर लूं.
no. So no. It's in today's day and this day, like in this day and age, if you are blessed with a good accountant, a good realtor, a good insurance broker, a good mortgage advisor, a great banker, you are amazing. You are blessed,
Yeah.
right?
Well, thank you very much
So
for saying that. This means a lot. What else you want to share with our people about insurance? This
that's like
story was
the
great.
pretty
Like,
much I
I'm
have.
really impressed with the story that you helped someone uh,
This
like
was,
who didn't have to pay anything to be
yeah,
admitted
they
to the
were like,
hospital.
sir,
That is
they were
really
so
fantastic
thankful.
story.
They were so thankful. Now Uncle Ji, like the who went through all this, he was like, beta, my son and my daughter-in-law are coming in January, so as soon as before they come, you have to do their insurance, like uh, we have to work so hard to let our elders understand the importance of insurance,
So this
right?
family
And even
had a cardiac condition insurance.
No. This family had a visitor insurance. This uncle ji was visiting on super
Oh,
visa.
he was visiting. Okay.
Yes. And
Was it super visa or what? Just a visitor
it
visa?
was a super visa insurance. So,
Super visa
and it was
insurance.
like, yes. So he was just visiting for, he was blessed with a granddaughter. And first Auntie ji came, she went back, and then he was like, I'm going to stay, I'm healthy. And I can run more, so I can work around, take care of the kids, and give
Yeah,
some,
of course.
helping
Yeah.
hand to my daughter. And that's like everything came to a halt when this happened.
It does.
And
It
they
is
were
what
like,
happens.
yeah. And he was a bit worried, like what's gonna happen. And the son-in-law was like, "Don't worry, Daddy ji, we have insurance because you came on super visa, and we cannot have you here without insurance."
Nobody should
So he
come to
was so
Canada
relaxed.
without a valid insurance. And Sarvjit can do your insurance sitting here. So
Yes, we can be doing.
you basically help the family, which is 3 hours behind our time.
Yes. And it's not like I basically helped the family. The family took the help when it was needed, when it was given to them before it was needed. So, insurance, the problem here, people want it when they need it.
Yes.
The thing with the insurance is you get it when you don't need it.
Yeah.
You are healthy, you are 20 years old, get insurance today.
That's very kind of philosophical to me.
Yeah, it's get insurance today. Once you're healthy, like I also receive calls, Sarab, oh, I met with a small accident and I have fractured my ankle, and the doctor said I will not be able to go to work for 6 months. Can you do my disability?
Okay.
I was like, and when did you meet with the accident? Last week I had to go to the hospital, and this I said, that's amazing. If you had made this call 10 days ago and you broke your ankle 6 days ago, then I have 4 days to cover you.
Yeah.
So don't call me or any of your insurance agents, or if they are your friends and family, asking them to do something for you which they will not be able to do.
Absolutely. Well, good thing. Though the
So
family
call
was just
them,
lucky that they
call
got
them.
you. Well, fantastic. Good job.
Family,
Good job, Saurabh. I'm so
so
proud of you. What else
thank
do
you,
you want to
Pawanji.
share with our viewers?
Just that please pick up the phone, call your insurance advisor. If you don't have one, then talk to me. Pick up the phone. My number is 416-879-3039. You don't have to start with the $2,000 premium. You can start with as low as $25 a month premium.
That's right.
Something is better than nothing. Like as we say, as a realtor, if you want to buy a house and you don't have 200,000 or 300,000 for down payment,
Yeah.
then do you have like $2,000 to rent a house? So then please go rent a house. Don't stay on the road. That's what I will tell you as an insurance broker. If you do not have
Yeah.
$1,000 to put into insurance, do you have $100? Do you have $30? So start with $30.
Whatever you
Something
can
with,
cover your income for, whatever, maybe 50,000
yes,
coverage,
whatever,
$25,000 coverage, any coverage that
whatever.
could be a big respite to people, right?
Yes, anything, anything. So
Yeah.
if you have $30 and you say, Sarab, I have only $30 to spare, what can you do for me? I
That's
will
right.
show you what we can do in terms of insurance, and then we go from there. Next year, you have another $30. Now your budget is 60.
Yeah.
Now we up the game. So in 4 years, maybe your budget is $300, and now we are playing the game. But unless and until you don't wait, I will get insurance when I have $500 to spare. No. Don't try to be expert to enter the game.
Yeah.
Just
Last time
enter the
when like we
field.
have to cancel the broadcast, you had tons of material to share. I remember you shared those notes with me that you want to talk about that. Do you remember any of that, or you just forgot?
No, I remember that we were talking about the separate concept of insurance that is being introduced. Like if anybody is suffering from cancer, how we can give them cardiac care, and like 1 in 12 Canadians, 1 in 12 Canadians will be diagnosed with a heart condition.
Wow.
1 in 8, 4 in 10 will be diagnosed with cancer
That is
in
40%.
their lifetime. That's 40%. That's scary. That's damn scary.
I guess I am the fifth one, so I'm okay.
No, don't think that. I wish you that. Right? We all pray that I am the fifth one, right? That I am the one who's not. But that's amazing. So what will happen if you are not the one? You never got diagnosed with any critical illness,
Yeah.
but you have been paying into your critical illness for 20 years.
Hmm.
So we do give critical illness with money back. So if you are never diagnosed with any critical illness, at end of the term, you get all your money back. How beautiful is that?
Yeah, well, that's
So
great.
it's a
You had
win-win
some.
game,
I agree. Yep.
right? It's a win-win game. Like if God forbid, if you are the unfortunate one, then you get the claim benefit. And by God's grace, if you are the fortunate one and never has any critical illness, you get your funds back.
Yeah.
Who,
So let
who
me
gives
ask you
you
this
this
thing.
deal?
When people come to you for insurance advice, what is the major concern or question they usually have? What are they looking at? First thing.
Budget and money back.
Budget. So money back I understand budget. So money back is a priority for them.
They want money back. And I tell them, okay, your budget is $100. You are 40 years old, perfectly healthy and everything, and you want money back plan. Okay, I will give you money back life insurance. You are looking at only about 80,000 of coverage. God forbid something happened to you last week and you were not there today.
Yeah,
What will $80,000 bring to your family?
that's right.
By God's grace, you are sitting here healthy and hearty with your family. But what if that was not the case?
Yes. Well, this
Then
is if
I will tell you
when
this
it happens,
$100.
what next? If when it happens, what next? And at that point, if people haven't taken a decision before, then it is too late for them. Like this family had issues despite having a super visa insurance. Guess what? If you didn't have any, and if you didn't have $80,000 to pay to the hospital, that means no treatment.
No, even if they would treat, then they will send an invoice, and that invoice, when a person comes in on super visa, so they get an authorization signed from the person or on a visitor visa that if the insurance doesn't pay, then I will pay. So the
A
person who is
guarantor.
inviting them, right? Guarantor.
Yeah.
So the guarantor, let's say guarantor has a house, then on whose house that is going to stand against?
Oh, wow.
Whose credit that is going to stand against?
Awesome. That's something I never heard of actually. This is crazy.
There's a guarantor that they get this signed. So when the guarantor is signing that I will pay the expense of this 80,000, whatever comes,
Yeah.
then you are putting everything at stake because you did not put $2,000 out and take the insurance.
Wow. No
So it's
words
very
for this,
scary,
and
Paul ji. It's
I really
very
hope
scary.
that everyone is protected well. They
Yes.
stay healthy, they stay happy, they enjoy festivities with their friends and families, and nothing of this sort ever happens to you. But what if it does?
What if? What
That's a
if?
big
So
question.
everything that's a huge question, Paul ji. The worst thing is like we all know our dates of death, or dates of
Yeah.
birth. We
This
all
is
know
the
our dates of birth,
$1 million question.
right? Yeah, it is. But we do not
Yeah.
know the date of our injury or illness or death. Those
Yeah.
dates are so unknown and so uncertain. And as we were talking, they will come when you are least prepared for it.
Yeah,
Like I know
this is
personally,
how God times everything, right? He says,
I
okay, he
know
has one trouble,
personally,
let's give him second one so he can handle both together.
yeah,
ਫਿਰ
both.
ਅਸੀਂ
He
ਕਹਿੰਦੇ
will
ਆ ਕਿ
juggle.
ਰੱਬ ਤਕਲੀਫ ਵੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ
Like
ਦਿੰਦਾ ਜੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਯਕੀਨ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਸੰਭਾਲ ਲੇਗਾ
that,
ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਨੂੰ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਸਮਝਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਉਸ ਮੌਕੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆ ਕੇ
that's a very good concept to go with, ਹੈ ਨਾ? ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਬੜੇ ਅੱਛੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਡੀਲ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਹਿਊਮਨ ਮਾਈਂਡ ਦੀ ਇੰਨੀ ਪਾਵਰ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਉਹਨੇ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਡੀਲ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ। ਬਟ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਦੇਖੋ, ਆਈ ਨੋ ਦਿਸ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਵੈਰੀ ਵੈਲ ਪਲੈਨਡ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਦੋਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੋ, ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਇੰਸ਼ੋਰੈਂਸਸ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ, ਆਪਣੇ 6 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਦੇ ਐਕਸਪੈਂਸ ਰੱਖੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ, ਬਹੁਤ ਅੱਛੇ ਪਲੈਨਡ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ
ਜੀ।
ਸੋ they they had this adopted person and then ਉਹਦਾ ਵਿਆਹ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਵੀ ਸੇਵਿੰਗਸ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਸੀਆਂ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਖਰਚ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਫਿਰ ਕਮਾ ਲਾਂਗੇ 6 ਮਹੀਨਿਆਂ ਚ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗਾ। ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਇਧਰੋਂ ਵਿਆਹ ਦਾ ਖਰਚਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਆਊਟ ਆਫ ਬਜਟ ਜ਼ਬਰਦਸਤੀ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਜ਼ੋਰ ਪਾਇਆ, ਹੈ ਨਾ। ਵਿਆਹ ਦਾ ਖਰਚਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਉਧਰੋਂ ਹਲੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਵਿਆਹ ਕਰਕੇ 15-20 ਦਿਨ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਏ, ਹਸਬੈਂਡ ਦਾ ਮੇਜਰ ਐਕਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ। ਉਧਰੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੇਵਿੰਗਸ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਗਈਆਂ
ਜੀ।
ਹਸਬੈਂਡ ਦਾ ਮੇਜਰ ਐਕਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਹਸਬੈਂਡ ਇਜ਼ ਇਨ ਆਈਸੀਯੂ ਇਨ ਹਸਪੀਟਲ, ਵਾਈਫ ਹੁਣ ਕੰਮ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੀ, ਬੱਚੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਆ।
ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਜੋ ਆਪ ਲੰਘੇ ਹੋ, and
So
if you didn't have those protections and then you know where would you be?
ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਬੱਚੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਆ, ਤੁਸੀਂ
ਪ੍ਰੀਚ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਕਟਿਸ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਜੀ।
So it's very important, very
important that you believe in the product. So we are going to take a quick break here right now, and we want to come back with some information on inflation, Sarabjit ji. Would you like to
बिल्कुल
add
जी।
anything before we leave for the break?
Once again, I request everyone, please pick up the phone, talk to your insurance advisor. If you don't have any, talk to us. We are licensed in Ontario and in BC. Somehow in Saskatchewan, our license is on hold. Something is happening there. We don't know what. So we are in the process of getting our license in Alberta as well.
Wow,
But
awesome.
for the time being, we are hiring. We are looking for people, fresh blood who want to come. We are looking for high net worth or the clients who are making good money and they want to fund their buy sell agreement. So we would be working with your accountant and with your lawyer to give you an insurance that will need to be funded, that needs, so that your buy sell agreement can be funded. Buy sell agreements have to be funded and we are providing that funding right now
ਰੁਕ ਜਾਓ
through
ਜਰਾ, ਤੁਸੀਂ
insurance.
ਜਾਓ ਨਾ ਕਿਧਰੇ, ਇੱਕ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਆਨੇ ਆ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਐਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਦੇਖਣੇ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ। We'll back in a few seconds. Are you thinking of selling your home? You are covered. From my experience of 14 plus years in the real estate industry, this is what I have come to know. There are three major concerns that any home seller would want their realtor to answer. Number one, how much is their home worth? Number two, how long will it take to sell their house? And number three, what will the agent do to make it sell? I have answers to all these questions. To schedule your one-on-one appointment, call me at 647-424-0358. Once again, Paul Chima, broker with Remax Prime Properties. My phone number to call is 647-424-0358. Call me now and get moving.
From a vast experience in immigration industry, this is what I've figured out. Clients want to know if their application is submitted in a timely fashion, what a representative can do to serve best interest of their client. Clients are informed on a regular basis about the progress of their application. We deliver what we promise. My phone number is 647-465-8894 or reach me out at 639-998-1992.
Are you thinking of a career change or adding another one to your portfolio? Well, you are thinking right. Call Sarabjit Luddar at 416-879-3039 from Beyond Care Insurance Solutions. She also deals in life, long-term, travel, critical illness, disability insurance. Give her a call today at 416-879-3039. This is what we can tell you. She will always give you the right advice and help you find out if being an insurance advisor is your piece of cake.
Are you looking for a reliable legal office that can handle your closing in the most effective manner? If yes, please get in touch with Rakesh Joshi at 416-213-8600. Joshi Law Office provides all the legal advices about real estate law, business law, immigration laws, notarization and affidavits, wills and trust. Give them a call today, 416-213-8600. ਅਵੰਤਿਆ ਬੜਾ ਖੁਸ਼ ਤੁਰਿਆ ਹੋਣਾ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਲੂਟਰੀ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਤੇਰੀ। ਕਾਸ਼ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਲਾਟਰੀ ਲੱਗਦੀ। ਵੈਸੇ ਗੱਲ ਤੇ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਵਰਗੀ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਦਾ ਬੀਮਾ ਕਰਵਾ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਤੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਗਰੋਂ ਕੋਈ $1 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਊਗਾ। ਉਹ ਅੱਛਾ, ਇਹ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ? ਉਹ ਜੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕਮਲਜੀਤ ਬੋਲਾ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਪਰਕ ਕਰ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਫੋਨ ਨੰਬਰ 647 772 1481 ਹੁਣੇ ਹੀ ਕਰ ਲੈ ਫੋਨ, ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ, ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਛੱਡ ਦੇਈਂ। ਉਹ ਬੱਲੇ ਓ ਤੇਰੇ। PC24 ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ 5 ਚੈਨਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਬੜੇ ਸ਼ੌਕ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ। ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ 647 333 2273 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰੋ। ਕੁਝ ਸਮੇਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇਹ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਮੁਫਤ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ। 647 333 2273। Welcome back to the next segment of PC24 RETV. You just heard some very important topic from Sarabjit Ludhar about insurance and how she helped a family all the way in BC. She insisted on getting, her treated without paying any advance money because they had supervision insurance, and Mr. Deepak Anand also helped in the whole process. Well, congratulations to these two amazing people that I know. I'm proud of them. So inflation has gone up by a few percent, I think 0.7% from July. July was 3.3, now it is 4.0% growth from the last year. What next? Is Bank of Canada going to increase the mortgage policy rate? What do you think? What will happen? Well, your views are invited. So let me know what do you think Bank of Canada is going to do. You can send us a message on TikTok. You can send us a message through any platform on where you are watching this program. LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook groups, Facebook timeline, and TikTok. Any comment anywhere, you're more than welcome to interact. And I will bring Sarabjit back because I won't let her go that easily. She can't leave unless Paul Chima wishes so. So, did she just leave? Come on.
I just went.
You just left my broadcast? No, you are still here.
Disappeared.
What happened? Where did you suddenly vanish from my screen?
I just made myself. I did some magic, witchcraft magic, and I just disappeared.
Witchcraft magic. Oh wow! But your witchcraft magic threw me off.
Yeah,
I'm
we
trying to
like.
get you back, and I cannot get you on my hi-fi screen anymore. You are lost.
I am on screen. That's okay. I'm on the screen. I can see
You're on
myself.
screen. Alrighty. So, Bank of Canada. What do you think, Sarab? Is Bank of Canada going to increase the rates again, considering that mortgage interest rate? Oh, sorry, the inflation has gone up, from 3.3% to 4%.
4%. Paul G, irrespective where the inflation would have gone, whatever I think I was studying according to my whatever cent worth knowledge I have in regards to these matters is like I'm pretty sure that Bank of Canada will increase the interest rates in October. So this September the hold was maybe just to see where the market goes. Maybe it was
Probably.
another because many a closings do happen in the month of September because of the children's school and everything moving back and forth. And many people might be in the process of refinancing their mortgages.
Yeah.
So maybe that was one reason that we don't know. This is just like ਅਸੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਆਸ ਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ. These are all the guesses, right?
These are all the guesses.
That we these are all the, I would say, educated or informed guesses that we are making here, assumptions that we are making that maybe it was because of that reason that they have not did the interest rate hike. But in October, nothing is stopping them.
Yeah.
Nothing is stopping them in October. And why we see the inflation was went up by 0.7%. Because let's see what happened in August and this 10 days of September. Back to school shopping happened.
Yeah.
So back to school shopping, and that
Sorry, Sarah.
no, I love that logo of yours when the fire comes and everything.
That
It's
was
like
just
class.
kind of auto programming that kicked
It
in.
reminds me of a movie. I don't know if you have watched Big Six.
Oh,
So
I
it
don't
goes
know
like
about
that.
that.
So that's like I do that with my son all the time.
Okay.
So, so that's what, like, back to school happened, back to school
Mhm.
shopping, back to school expenses, and these are the unnecessary expenses that I'm not here condemning any parents or anybody,
Yeah.
but that's my very my personal opinion, right? Unnecessary expenses happen, like buying a new school bag or a new lunch bag. I understand your child is growing, so you need to buy new clothes or
We're
shoes
talking
or
two things. We're talking consumer spending habits right now.
yes,
So
yeah. So
what actually drove the inflation, Sarabjit, was
is
the gasoline prices. This is
yeah, I was going to
always
come to
a
that.
commodity that
Yes,
is uncontrollable. You can't
gas.
believe
That's
how
I was
much money
coming.
I paid for gas. I think 163 was there too.
I
163,
paid
we keep getting
184
gas
other day.
because we can write it off. But consider
Yeah,
the employees who do not have the luxury of writing them off,
I understand that. So
right?
when people are spending money on these things, we do not think of inflation, right?
Nobody thinks
Uh,
of inflation at that time. People pay through
I
their
was
nose because kids need a bag, they have to go out and they will have to pay whatever inflated price is there. And the people
just
wanted to
me.
go out for vacation, they're back.
It
But the
was
gasoline is
annoying.
still being consumed, and gasoline is the major culprit other
It
than the
is,
mortgage rates that are adding to the inflation. The mortgage rates are
and that's
equally, culprit in increasing
responsible.
इन्फ्लेशन
Yeah,
कहते
they
हैं
are.
जी कत्ल करते हैं हाथ में तलवार भी नहीं पता नहीं ਇੱਥੇ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਮੇਰਾ ਇਹ ਤੁੱਕਾ ਤੁੱਕਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲਾਇਆ ਮੈਂ ਹੁਣ ਮੁੱਦਾ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਬੈਂਕ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਇਨਕਰੀਜ਼ ਕਰਦਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਇੰਟਰਸਟ ਰੇਟ ਦੈਟ ਐਡਸ ਔਨ ਟੂ ਦਾ ਇਨਫਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੈਸੋਲੀਨ ਨੂੰ ਕੱਢ ਵੀ ਦਈਏ ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਥੋੜੇ ਹਾਈ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ ਐਜ਼ ਇਨ ਟੁਡੇ. But most of the acceleration in the year-over-year price growth came from rising energy cost. Gasoline prices edged above last year levels for the first time. I don't know, I read this line every time, every statement as
ਤੁਸੀਂ
the same
ਗੈਸੋਲੀਨ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ,
language.
ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੈਸੋਲੀਨ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਪੌਲ ਜੀ. What about the electric cars that are on the market right now? Electricity नहीं हाई जा रही.
तो जाएगी हले नहीं जाएगी but that will go high. But electric cars are increasing the battery anxiety of people. That is increasing battery anxiety, and people thought charging would be free, but when they are at the gas station waiting for their turn for an hour, 2 hour, because the car in front still needs charging, and this drives them nuts, right? It is not that easy that you just drive to gas station A, just plug in, take a coffee, take a snack break, and then your car is ready to say, hey, come on guys, I'm okay, and up and running again. It doesn't work like that. The car needs a lot of time to charge itself, but then there are
Yes.
only how many, 3 or 4 terminals I have seen so far on gas stations.
Yeah, 4
Not many
terminals.
though, but maybe in the future we will see 50, 60,
More
80, but
terminals.
where will they park those cars? Or then maybe we
I
will start
understand.
seeing gas station on 5-acre land just like truck stops, and rows of those charging docks where people are charging. I was in Las Vegas, and they had the charging docks opposite to each other, just like parking spots. I
Yep.
guess at a time 12 or 16 cars could charge.
Wow. Look
Yeah,
at
they had a
the
big
load,
lot of
electricity load that.
land, and they had terminals on both the sides. I think 8 or 6 on each side, and they would charge. So I got
this
an input from someone, Town Scare
Mhm.
Homes. Thank you very much for your input, sir. It says interest rates will stay down until after an election, allowing Trudeau to have a platform point. Well, that could work. But I was just wondering, the exact same thing was told to me by someone in an area in Brampton. I was walking around, and the guy said the same thing. He said it's political. I do not understand. If it is political, why don't they just stop it for some time, let people take a break, and then they can slowly increase it? They increase like crazy, like they're butchering people. This doesn't make any sense. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your
Paul
input.
G,
Really appreciate that.
Paul G, people, like everybody, every human has that impulse of to be
No, but
godified.
listen, service. I don't know if this position of a governor, is it a political position, or it is based on some kind of merit?
No, it's a political position, governors, but that's what I was bringing when the whosoever commented that this is a political
It's
reason
someone by the
is
name
that
of
people
Townscare
have.
Homes, and I would love to know your name, sir, so I can basically, instead of
Thank you.
talking to you as Townscare Homes, that looks kind of odd to me. I can address you by
It's
your
just like
name. Thank you. Yeah,
people have that impulse to
it's
godify
Mr. Phil.
themselves. They
He's on the
want
line with
that
us
that
on
they
TikTok.
yeah. So
Thank you,
they
Phil.
have that impulse.
Yep.
They have that impulse that we should be godified, we should be glorified, people should worship us, right?
Yep.
And especially people who are in no offense to everybody, but people who are in political careers.
Yeah. So
That's what they are looking at. So this is an act of like, oh, this was so high, and look, when we came in, could be possibly this could be the motive, that when we came in and look how we are bringing the inflation down, how we are bringing the interest rates down.
in line with what Phil just said on my broadcast here, I think he is very much right. This is what the Deputy Governor of Bank of Canada, her name is Sharon Koziski. I am sorry if I mispronounced it. They said, oh, ups and downs in inflations are not unusual. So that basically sets the tone that this is what
They might
is going
not.
to happen. They will not touch the policy rate this time, and it seems
But
pretty
Paul G,
straight. And she said it's
yeah,
okay.
Mhm.
And she
Yeah.
says
So I
ups and downs
also
of
read
this
that
size we have seen in the past couple of months are not that unusual, and are one reason why we look at measures of core inflation. So they're deflecting the core, which excludes components with more volatile price movements, to get a sense of what underlying inflation is. Basically, they can pick up any data that can sync with their statements, or it's in line with their statement.
So, Paul G, let's say right now they are talking about gasoline, that this rate of 0.7 doesn't affect our decision on rising or not rising, or hiking or not hiking the interest rates, right? So, what was affecting inflation back when they were hiking the interest rates? So this is what I was saying, like these not political, I would say these statements are very diplomatic. So they
Diplomatic,
do not
and
give
maybe
an
they have political tint to them as well. I would actually agree with Phil's thought process.
so,
Look at what she
yes, of
says.
course.
She says the bank's latest rate hold in September. Bank is encouraged by recent data pointing to a slowdown in demand, and I do not see slowdown anywhere. You go to restaurant, it is packed to capacity. You go to malls, it is packed to capacity. You just walk down to any big mall, like outlet malls or Trinity Commons, or you go to Shoppers World, or you go to Square One, they're all flooded
You
with people. Where is the demand?
you go to
So they
premium
can say anything.
outlet and you will get 2 hours of wait line. And forget
Yes.
about premium outlets. There is a restaurant here open in Brampton or Mississauga or some Mississauga, I think, with the name of Maharaja Bhog.
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe it's a lineup for maybe 2 hours of wait.
Uh-huh.
So that's
That's
what
true.
I'm saying. Mr. Phil is very true that this could be, because these statements are very diplomatic. They can be taken they can go right, or they can
Yeah.
just turn around and take a U-turn.
There's an Indian restaurant in Trinity Commons. Long lines of people waiting to get in. And I was there because we went down there to treat some friend, and it was very tied up, very busy. We had to wait for 25 minutes before we could go in.
Wow.
And that's how it is. And
you go to Costco, there is like a 20 people in each line, all 12 lines are open.
yeah,
And you go to gas station, you are not the first car, you are always the fourth or fifth car. Or
people
if
kind of have
somebody goes,
desensitized themselves with the price increase now, right? They're trying, because you need gas, you need to eat. What else are you going to do? But maybe we are missing on those tragedies where people are forced to go outside. When I walk around Malton, I see more and more like growing number of homeless people sitting by some fences and this and that. And I one day passed by, and one of them, or maybe two of them, were dead drunk. I could smell the alcohol from a far distance. I'm not judging them. Maybe those guys are under too much stress. We're lucky to be still in our homes and having ability to afford what we are affording. But not everyone is that lucky.
People have committed suicide. Like
that it has affected mental health of people, right?
Yes,
and this is what she says. She pointed to the deputy governor pointed to a sharp slowdown in economic growth as the result of a slowdown in consumer spending, household credit growth, and a decline in housing activity. And they still keep saying people have saved a lot of money. I don't know where they get the data from. But if people don't go to the office, because office they are not returning to in-person work now. Most of people are working from home. They are working way more than they should be working. An average person works maybe more than 10 hours at home because there's no limit these days, and employers keep asking for more and more favor. All it needs is send an email, and then people think, okay, let me respond to it. Nobody says no to it. Otherwise, it was go to office, come back, and that was easy. Like then office stuff is out of your mind, and now you are here. I totally agree because
maybe they are referring to savings in terms of like I had 4 offices, right?
It is perceived saving, Sarabji, that you are not driving,
pre-COVID,
you are not using gas, this and that, all that BS. But it's just like when you buy a house, you save equity, but it's in the house. When you take that out, you're paying interest on top of that.
Pre-COVID, I had 4 offices, 3 my insurance offices that I was paying rent for, and 4th my real estate office, right? So
but I will tell you this: I have only 3 minutes left to wrap up this program, and I'm getting into my Toastmaster meeting. I'm presenting a speech I haven't practiced yet.
That's okay. Take me on.
I invite you to be part of it.
Send me the link.
And thank you very much, Phil, for interacting with us. I really appreciate. That's what this is the kind of involvement I've been looking for my broadcast, and I'm very grateful that you came in. He gives you 1000% correctness score, Sarabjit, for saying that the statements are diplomatic. You got more score than me, actually. Great.
Thank you, Phil. I appreciate that. And just like we were talking about this savings that they are talking about. So yes, they might think I'm not paying $2,000 in rent and hence I'm saving. I'm not driving
Yeah.
to my offices and hence I'm saving. But that has also reduced productivity,
It has.
and not only personal productivity, because I would just get up my briefcase and get ready, hit office by 9:30, and I will be getting out of office by 3:30. So I am there from 9:30 to 3:30. All those hours were dedicated
Yeah.
to
So
work. Those hours are
we
not
need to
dedicated
continue
because
this
now I'm,
chat tomorrow. Come
yeah.
back tomorrow, Sarab. Come back tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow I'll be
Yeah,
there.
let's continue this chat. And once again, I'm grateful to Phil for interacting with us, giving us an opportunity to delve more on this topic. So I'm going to say bye to everyone now. And at the same time, before I leave, like my every broadcast, our deepest condolences to the families of those who lost a loved one today. We shall pray to God Almighty for peace to the departed soul, and also we shall pray that God grants you enough courage to get over this biggest vacuum in your life. So you go back to your journey. This is all that we have to do. We do not have an option when He calls. We just have to say we have to go. There's no break, and anyone can leave at any time. This is how we are. This is how the cycle of life is set up. Thank you very much, Phil. Thank you very much, Sarab. And I will see you
Thank
tomorrow
you,
at the same
Paulji.
time, 6:30 p.m. God bless you
Sure.
all. Welcome to PC24 RETV's episode for the 18th September, Monday. Monday, we usually bring our coveted guest, Mr. Akbar Waris from Canadian safety trainer. So if you look at the banner behind me, this is for him. So safety first. He always talks about safety first. There were a couple of incidences that provoked this particular segment today, and this is what we probably will be talking about with Mr. Akbar Waris. So stay tuned with us as we speak more about what it basically means, what safety precautions we can take, because safety first should be paramount on the mind of each and every one of us. Before I bring Mr. Waris on stage, I would have a couple of things to talk with you, and one of the major thing that we brought in today for you are some public advisories by Real Estate Council of Ontario. There is a public advisory against one brokerage in Mississauga who were embezzling funds, or they could not justify the banks in the account. The amount of monies in the bank were lesser than they were supposed to be. So when RICO conducted an audit, they found irregularities, and the company owners could not come up with enough cash to cover the deficit, which has to be done ASAP. At the same time, it is very lucrative to take a real estate license. But Humber College recently resigned the credentials of a few learners who were found apparently cheating. This is not 100% verified news that they were cheating, but the hint given was points towards the cheating. We'll talk about that. What RICO did to those students is really, a very strong message to hear. Then we'll talk about how people are buying houses these days, considering the highest cost of mortgages. At the same time, most mortgage originations, they are from the first time home buyers. So we'll talk all this in the second segment after the break at 7 o'clock. But before that, I would like to introduce you to our honored guest, Mr. Akbar Waris. Mr. Waris, welcome to the show, sir. It's been a long time.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everybody. Vilkuji, it's been a long time, no doubt about it. You were on a vacation and you take a lot of vacations. You went to India this year, you went to France this year, and you take a lot of vacations. So somebody,
Yeah, no, I'm dried out of my cash.
yeah. No, vacations are vacations. Even if you are dried out on your cash, but if you enjoy it, that's the bottom line because we all need to
Yes,
relax.
that's what you said, very right, and I appreciate you saying that. It is very important that we take a break, because break gives you more positivity and energy to do better. Yep.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We all need a break.
Yes. Break from all this craziness of the world around us. So, Wari Saab, we just had some very sad news, two sad news actually, that three people have died in Thunderbay. So you probably, because you follow all these news, so you would be better able to talk on them. And at the same time, what could have been changed to avoid these incidences at that time and in the future?
First of all, accident, any sort of accident is a very unfortunate thing. ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਤਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਦੋ ਰਾਏ ਹੈ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ. But having said that, they do happen. Unfortunately, they do happen. ਉਹ ਗਲਤੀ ਜਿਹਦੀ ਵੀ ਹੋਵੇ, ਆਪਣੀ ਹੋਵੇ, ਦੂਜੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੀ ਹੋਵੇ, accident is never a good thing for either party. ਔਰ ਐਕਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਰੀ ਪਾਰਟੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ. ਹਰ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਇਨਵੋਲਵ ਦਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੁੰਦਾ. ਬਟ ਅਨਫੋਰਚੂਨੇਟਲੀ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਫਟੈਲਿਟੀਜ਼ ਹੋਣ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕੋਈ ਮਰ ਗਿਆ ਹੋਵੇ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕੋਈ ਲਾਈਫ ਚਲੀ ਗਈ ਹੋਵੇ, ਉਹਦਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਤੇ ਇਰਰਿਪੇਅਰੇਬਲ ਲਾਸ ਤੇ ਹੈ ਹੀ ਹੈ. ਟਰੱਕ ਦਾ ਹੋਏਗਾ, ਕਾਰ ਦਾ ਹੋਏਗਾ, ਕਿਸੇ ਦਾ ਹੋਏਗਾ, ਜਾਨਦਾਰ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਰਿਪਲੇਸੇਬਲ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ. ਲੇਕਿਨ ਅਗਰ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਨ ਚਲੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਅਨਫੋਰਚੂਨੇਟਲੀ ਉਹ ਰਿਪਲੇਸੇਬਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ. ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਗੁਜ਼ਰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਵਿਚਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਕਿਆਮਤ ਟੁੱਟ ਪੈਂਦੀ. I don't know how.
That's the most tragic thing, actually. Very tragic.
Oh, very. ਇਹ ਐਕਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਮੈਂ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਵੀ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਹੋਣ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਤੇ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ. ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ, ਮੈਂ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਹਾਈਵੇਜ਼ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਇਨਲੈਂਡ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਹਾਈਵੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੇਨ ਹਾਈਵੇ ਉਹ ਟਰਾਂਸ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਸਫ਼ਰ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਫ਼ਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਇਫ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਨਾਟ ਮਿਸਟੇਕਨ 2023 ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਸਫ਼ਰ ਕੀਤਾ, ਤੇ that was 19 I believe 1998 ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਸਫ਼ਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ.
ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ.
ਫੋਰਚੂਨੇਟਲੀ ਜਾਂ ਅਨਫੋਰਚੂਨੇਟਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਗੱਲ ਕਿ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੀ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ, ਔਰ ਅਗਰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਮੋਡੀਫਾਈ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਕਰ ਦਈਏ ਤੇ ਟਰੱਕਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਮੱਦੇਨਜ਼ਰ ਰੱਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਉਹਦੇ ਸੰਬੰਧ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਲੰਬੀਆਂ ਚੌੜੀਆਂ ਇੰਪਰੂਵਮੈਂਟਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ. ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਇਨਲੈਂਡ ਜਾਣ ਦਾ ਇਤਫਾਕ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੁਣੇ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ 4-5 ਹਫ਼ਤੇ ਪਹਿਲੇ. ਪਰ 800 ਕਿਲੋਮੀਟਰ ਤੱਕ ਸਿੰਗਲ ਲੇਨ, ਕੋਈ ਰਿਲੀਫ ਸਟਾਪ ਨਹੀਂ, ਕੋਈ ਗੈਸ ਸਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ, ਕੋਈ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਤੇ ਪੁੱਲ ਓਵਰ ਹੀ ਕਰ ਸਕੋ ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਐਮਰਜੈਂਸੀ ਹੋਵੇ. ਇਹ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ
ਵਾਰਿਸ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਫੇਰ ਦੱਸੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਗਏ ਸੀਗੇ?
ਸਰ ਟਰਾਂਸ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਮੇਨ ਹਾਈਵੇ ਟਰੈਵਲਸ ਥਰੂ ਆਊਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ. but I went to Saskatchewan, I went to Manitoba, I went
Mhm.
obviously passed through Ontario, ਔਰ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਹੀ ਲੰਘੇ ਆ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਘਟਨਾ ਘਟੀ ਹੈ ਥੰਡਰਵੇ।
ਅੱਛਾ
ਥੰਡਰਵੇ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਡਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਆ ontario ਦਾ, ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ
ਜੀ
ਬਹੁਤ ਦੇਰ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਮੇਰੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਈਜ਼ੀਲੀ ਉਹ 300 ਤੋਂ 400 ਕਿਲੋਮੀਟਰ ਤੇ ਮਿਨੀਮਮ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਹੀ ਚੱਲਦਾ। ਅੱਛਾ,
300
ਸਿੰਗਲ
400
ਹਾਈਵੇ ਵਿੱਚ
किलोमीटर सिंगल लेन,
ਹਾਂਜੀ
नो
ਸਿੰਗਲ
गैस
ਲੇਨ
स्टेशन,
ਟੋਟਲ
नो रेस्ट स्टॉप।
रेस्ट एरिया। मैं 800 900 मीटर देख के सफर किया है, और कोई ऐसी ऐसी जगह भी नहीं विच मेजोरिटी ऑफ द टाइम कि तुसी कोई शोल्डर भी नहीं कि जिथे पुल ओवर कर सको। ठीक
वाह
है, रेस्ट एरिया, गैस स्टेशन या रिलीफ स्टॉप तो बड़ी दूर की गल है। कोई हैपन हो जाए तो तुसी किते सेफली पुल ओवर करके अपनी व्हीकल का इंस्पैक्शन कर सको, देख सको कि की प्रॉब्लम है। ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਹੁਣ ਅਸੀਂ
वेरी
ਇੱਕ
ट्रेजिक।
ਟਰਕਿੰਗ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਆ। ਸਾਡਾ ਮੇਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਪਾਰਟਨਰ ਹੈ that is obviously United States, and because of United States some stuff comes from Mexico as well.
हम्म।
So ਅਸੀਂ NAFTA ਵੀ ਸਾਈਨ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ CPAT ਵੀ ਸਾਈਨ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ, ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਟਰਕਿੰਗ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ, ਵੈਦਰ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਵਿੰਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਹੋਵੇ,
जी
ਵੈਦਰ ਉਹ ਫੈਡਰਲ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਹੋਵੇ, ਵੈਦਰ ਉਹ ਮਿਊਨਿਸਪੈਲਿਟੀ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਹੋਵੇ, ਆਪਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਟਰਕਿੰਗ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਸਹੂਲਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੁਹੱਈਆ ਕਰ ਸਕੇ ਟਰਕਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਖੇਤਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਵਿਚ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਅਨਫੋਰਚੂਨੇਟ, ਐਂਡ ਇਟਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਟੂ get into that conversation। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਅੰਦਾਜ਼ਾ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ
ਜੀ।
ਕਰੈਕਟ ਕਰਿਓ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਜਿਹੜਾ
ਜੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਅੰਦਾਜ਼ਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਨਾ ਟਰਕਿੰਗ ਕੰਪਨੀਆਂ, ਨਾ ਸਰਕਾਰ, ਨਾ ਹੋਰ ਰੈਗੂਲੇਟਰੀ ਬਾਡੀਜ਼ ਕੋਈ ਇਹਦੀ ਇੰਪਰੂਵਮੈਂਟ 'ਚ ਇੰਟਰਸਟਿਡ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਗਏ ਹੋ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਵੀ ਟਰਕਿੰਗ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਆਫਕੋਰਸ
ਜੀ।
ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਗਏ ਹੋ। ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਹਾਲਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਥਾਂ ਥਾਂ ਤੇ ਹਰ, ਮੈਂ ਅਗਰ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਨਾ ਕਵਾਂ ਤੇ ਹਰ 50 ਕਿਲੋਮੀਟਰ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਏਗੀ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੁੱਲ ਓਵਰ ਕਰ ਸਕੋ, ਸਟਾਪ ਕਰ ਸਕੋ, ਰਿਫਰੈਸ਼ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਕਰ ਸਕੋ, ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਘਟਦੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਲੈ ਸਕੋ, ਔਰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੋਂ ਪਿੱਛੋਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਹੀਕਲ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਸਕੋ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਚੀਜ਼ ਕਿਤੇ ਡਿਸਆਰਡਰਲੀ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ, ਔਰ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਅਟੈਂਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਸਕਦਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਅਨਫੋਰਚੂਨੇਟਲੀ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਇਨਫਰਾਸਟ੍ਰਕਚਰ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਤੇ ਕਦੀ ਸੋਚਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ, ਨਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਪਹੁੰਚਦੇ ਨੇ। ਕੋਈ ਟਰਾਂਸਪੋਰਟ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆਪਣਾ ਬਣਦਾ ਹੈ, ਕੋਈ ਅੱਗੇ ਆਫਿਸਰ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੀ।
ਆਪਣੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਤੋਂ ਮੇਰਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਹੈ ਇਮੀਗ੍ਰੈਂਟ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦਾ। ਮੇਰਾ ਕੋਈ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮਤਲਬ ਕੋਈ ਸਿਰਫ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਜਾਂ ਦੇਸੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਨਹੀਂ। ਇਮੀਗ੍ਰੈਂਟ ਅਗਰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਅੱਗੇ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਭੈਣ ਭਰਾਵਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਲਾਤ ਨੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਹਾਈਲਾਈਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ, ਨਾ ਕਿ
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਠੀਕ
ਕਹਿਣਾ
ਗੱਲ।
ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਨਾ ਕਿ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਗੋਰੇ ਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਸਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਟਾਈ ਬੜੀ ਵਧੀਆ।
हाँ
ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੜੀ ਵਧੀਆ ਟਾਈ ਬੰਨੀ, ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸੂਟ ਬਹੁਤ ਅਤੇ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਅੱਗੇ ਨਿਕਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਐਂਡ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੁਡ ਐਡਰੈਸ ਦ ਰੀਅਲ ਇਸ਼ੂਜ਼। ਜਦੋਂ ਸਿੰਗਲ ਲੇਨ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਡਰਾਈਵਰ ਨੂੰ ਰੈਸਟ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲੇਗਾ। ਲੈਟਸ ਸੇ
जी
ਪਹਿਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਤੇ ਅੱਜ ELD ਦਾ ਦੌਰ ਹੈ, ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰੋਨਿਕ ਲੌਕ ਡਿਵਾਈਸਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਦੌਰ ਹੈ।
जी
ਪਹਿਲੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਪੇਪਰ ਲੌਕਾਂ ਤੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਸੀ ਉਦੋਂ ਚਲੋ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਮਾਰਦੇ ਸੀ, ਸਾਰੇ ਦਾ ਮਾਰਦੇ ਸੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਅੱਜ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਚਲਾਓ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ਿਫਟ ਹੈ ਐਜ਼ ਅ ਟਰੱਕਰ 11 ਘੰਟੇ ਦੀ,
जी
ਔਰ 11 ਘੰਟੇ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਿਫਟ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਚੋਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲੇ 8 ਘੰਟੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅੱਧੇ ਘੰਟੇ ਦੀ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਲੈਣੀ।
जी
ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਲੈਣੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਔਨ ਡਿਊਟੀ ਰਹੋ ਜਾਂ ਆਫ ਡਿਊਟੀ ਰਹੋ, ਐਂਡ ਆਫ ਦ ਡੇ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਲੈਣੀ ਹੈ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਲੈਣੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਬਾਕੀ ਆਵਰ ਮਿਲਣਗੇ। ਪਹਿਲੀ ਗੱਲ, ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ। 13 ਘੰਟੇ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਿਫਟ ਹੈ, ਉੱਥੇ 11 ਘੰਟੇ ਦੀ ਹੈ, ਇੱਥੇ 13
ਜੀ।
ਘੰਟੇ ਦੀ। ਔਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਲੈ ਬਿਨਾ 11 ਘੰਟੇ ਕੰਟੀਨਿਊਸ ਲੌਗ ਬੁੱਕ ਦੇ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਕਦੇ ਜੇ ਯੂ ਡੋਨਟ ਨੀਡ ਟੂ ਟੇਕ ਅ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ। ਸੈਕੰਡਲੀ, ਸਲੀਪਰ ਬਰਥ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ USA ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਿਫਟ ਵੀ
ਜੀ।
ਘੱਟ ਆ, 11 ਘੰਟੇ ਦੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਲੀਪਰ ਬਰਥ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਐਲੋਕੇਟਡ ਟਾਈਮ USA ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ 10 ਘੰਟੇ।
Oh, I
You have
see.
to complete 10 hours of sleep to get your full hours back। ठीक है, और
10 घंटे स्लीप
कनाडा
रखनी पैनी।
हाँ जी, ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਵੀ 8 ਘੰਟੇ ਵੇ, ਸ਼ਿਫਟ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਵੇ 13 ਘੰਟੇ,
ਜੀ
ਉੱਥੇ 11 ਘੰਟੇ ਵੇ, ਉੱਥੇ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਵੀ ਵੇ, ਇੱਥੇ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ, ਸ਼ਿਫਟ
ਜੀ।
ਵੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਸਲੀਪ ਵੀ ਘੱਟ ਹੈ। ਇੱਥੇ 8 ਘੰਟੇ ਦੀ ਸਲੀਪ ਰੱਖਣੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਚ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪੂਰੇ ਆਵਰ ਅਵੇਲੇਬਲ 13 ਘੰਟੇ ਫਿਰ ਅਵੇਲੇਬਲ ਹੋ ਜਾਣ। ਸੋ these sort of things, this fatigue, ਸਹੂਲਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ, ਸਿੰਗਲ ਲੇਨ 'ਚ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੋ, ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਐਡ ਅਪ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਡਰਾਈਵਰ ਫਟੀਕ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਔਰ ਉਹ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਕੰਟਰੀਬਿਊਟ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਐਕਸੀਡੈਂਟਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਅੱਜ
ਜੀ।
ਦੀ ਡੇਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਣਿਆ,
ਜੀ
ਜਦੋਂ ਸਨੋਫਾਲ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਸਨੋ ਸਟ੍ਰੋਮਸ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ,
That's
ਉਦੋਂ
right.
4-4 ਦਿਨ 8-8 ਦਿਨ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦਾ ਹਾਈਵੇ ਬੰਦ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ,
ਜੀ
ਬੰਦ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਉੱਥੇ ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕ ਸਟੈਂਡ ਸਟਿਲ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ 에ਅਰ ਤੋਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਸੁੱਟਾਈਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕੰਬਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਕੋਈ ਫੂਡ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਕੋਈ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਬਿਕਾਜ਼
ਹਾਂਜੀ।
देयर इज नो अदर वे आउट, दे आर स्टक फॉर डेज। ਪਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਲਟੇ ਦਾ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਤੇ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਯੂ ਹੈਵ ਪਲੈਂਟੀ ਆਫ ਚੋਇਸਿਸ, ਪਲੈਂਟੀ ਆਫ ਪਲੇਸਿਸ ਵੇਅਰ ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਪੁੱਲ ਓਵਰ, ਯੂ ਕੈਨ relieve yourself, you can find some escape। ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਨੂੰ ਸੋਚਣੀਆਂ ਚਾਹੀਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਸਾਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਟਰੱਕਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਖੇਤਰ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਨੂੰ ਝੰਜੋੜ ਕੇ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਾਉਣੀਆਂ ਚਾਹੀਦੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਬਈ
ਪਰ
ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ
ਵਾਰਿਸ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਇੰਨਾ ਪੈਸਾ ਇਕੱਠਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਟੈਕਸ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆ, ਇਹ ਦੂਜੇ ਦੇਸ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਖਰਚ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਜਾ ਜਾ ਕੇ, $1 ਟ੍ਰਿਲੀਅਨ ਦੀ ਏਡ ਦੇਤੀ, ਫਲਾਣੇ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਭੇਜਦੇ, ਟੈਂਕਰ ਭੇਜਦੇ, ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਸਹੂਲਤਾਂ ਦੇਣੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਦੀਆਂ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਗੀਆਂ ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ।
ਸਰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਆਈ ਮੀਨ ਆਲ ਪਾਰਟੀਜ਼ ਆਰ ਇਨਵੋਲਵਡ। ਮੈਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਨੂੰ ਬਲੇਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ, ਆਫ ਕੋਰਸ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਮੇਨ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਰਿਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਨੇ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲੋਕ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਇਸ਼ੂਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਠਾਣਾ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਸਰ ਦੂਜੇ ਨੂੰ ਝੰਜੋੜ ਕੇ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਕਿ ਯਾਰ ਅਕਲ ਕਰ, ਇਹ ਕੰਮ ਹੋਣਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਸੈਕਟਰ ਵੀ ਤਾਂ ਧਿਆਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ ਸਰ, ਆਪਣਾ ਸੈਕਟਰ ਵੀ ਧਿਆਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਇਟਸ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਐਜ਼ ਯੂਜੂਅਲ। ਹਰ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਫਿਟ ਦੀ ਪਈ ਹੈ, ਡਰਾਈਵਰ ਫਟੀਕ ਦੀ, ਡਰਾਈਵਰ ਰੈਸਟ ਦੀ। ਡਰਾਈਵਰ ਇਜ਼ okay, let's put it that way, the way I say it, you may or may not agree with it, a truck driver in today's day and age is a modern day slave. At least that's the way I look at it. He or she is considered a modern day slave ਕਿ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਹੀ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ, ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਰੋਬੋਟ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੇ ਬਸ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਐਜ਼ ਅ ਰੋਬੋਟ ਹੀ ਟ੍ਰੀਟ ਕਰੋ, ਉਹ ਤੇ ਸਲੇਵ ਆ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਹਾਂਗੇ ਕਰੇਗਾ। ਫਿਰ ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ, ਦੂਜੇ ਸੈਕਟਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ। ਇੱਕ ਬੱਚਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਆਉਂਦਾ
ਜੀ,
ਉਹ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਐਂਡ ਆਫ ਦ ਡੇ ਉਹਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਟੇਟਸ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਵਿਜ਼ਿਟਰ ਦਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦਾ ਪਰਮਨੈਂਟ ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਟੈਂਪਰੇਰੀ ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਦਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਸਟੇਟਸ ਹੈ। ਟੈਂਪਰੇਰੀ ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਇਜ਼ ਸੌਰਟ ਆਫ ਅ ਵਿਜ਼ਿਟਰ। ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਟਰੱਕ ਦਾ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਇਜਾਜ਼ਤ ਕਿਉਂ ਹੈ?
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਸਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ,
ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਸਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ। ਪਰ ਵਰਕ ਪਰਮਿਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ, ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ, ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ।
ਨਹੀਂ ਸਰ, ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਪ੍ਰੋਵੀਜ਼ਨ ਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ 20 ਆਵਰ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ।
ਹੁਣ ਚੇਂਜ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਸਰ,
ਚੇਂਜ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਫੇਰ ਵੀ ਟਰੱਕਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਟਰੱਕਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਲੈ ਰਿਹਾ, ਟਰੱਕ ਦਾ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਉਹ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਲੈ ਰਿਹਾ
ਜੀ,
ਉਹਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਟੈਬ ਕੌਣ ਲਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਆਵਰ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ, ਇਹ 70 ਘੰਟੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਇਹ 7 ਦਿਨ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਜਾਂ 5 ਦਿਨ। which authority is regularizing that or regulating that or keeping a watch on that? You tell me that.
ਹਾਂ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਸਹੀ ਹੈ।
ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਰੈਗੂਲੇਟਰੀ ਬਾਡੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਆਰਕੈਸਟ੍ਰੇਟ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮੋਨੀਟਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਤੇ ਇਹਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਹਰ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਛੁੱਟਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੁੱਤੇ ਪਏ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਦਾ ਮੂੰਹ ਜੁੰਮਿਆ, ਨਾ ਬੇਬੇ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਨਾ ਬੱਚੇ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ, ਉਹਲਾ ਹਿਸਾਬ।
ਪਰ ਜੇ 40 ਘੰਟੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਟਰੱਕ ਦੇ ਸ਼ਿਫਟ ਤੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹੋ ਵਾਰਿਸ ਸਾਹਿਬ, ਮੋਸਟਲੀ ਸ਼ਿਫਟਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜੇ ਹੁਣ US ਚਲੇ ਗਏ ਤੇ ਕਲਾਸ ਕਦੋਂ ਅਟੈਂਡ ਕਰਨੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆ ਗਏ?
US ਦਾ ਤੇ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਘੱਟ ਹੈ ਮਾਮਲਾ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟਸ ਦਾ ਅਕਸਰ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ US ਦਾ ਵੀਜ਼ਾ ਅਕਸਰ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਹੈਵਿੰਗ ਸੈਡ ਦੈਟ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਕੋਲੂ ਦੇ ਬੈਲ ਦੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਵਾਈ ਜਾਓ, ਵਾਈ ਜਾਓ, ਵਾਈ ਜਾਓ, ਔਰ ਕਹੋ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਪੁੱਛਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਹੈ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਕੋਈ ਰੈਗੂਲੇਟਰੀ ਬੋਡੀ ਹੈ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹੋ ਜੀ ਡਰਾਈਵਰ ਫਟੀਕ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਐਕਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਦਿਸ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਦੈਟ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਉਹਦੀ ਰੂਟ ਕਾਜ਼ ਵੀ ਤਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਸਟੱਡੀ ਕਰੂਗਾ ਔਰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਐਡਰੈਸ ਕਰੂਗਾ, ਡਿਸਕਸ ਕਰੂਗਾ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰੂਗਾ।
ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਵੇਂ ਡਰਾਈਵਰ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਨਾ ਜੀ, ਭਾਵੇਂ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਹੋਣ ਜਾਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਹੋਣ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਕਿ ਨਵੇਂ ਡਰਾਈਵਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਰੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਰਗੜਾ ਬੜਾ ਲਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ।
ਐਬਸੋਲੂਟਲੀ, ਨਾਓ ਯੂ ਆਰ
ਠੀਕ ਹੈ
ਕਮਿੰਗ
ਜੀ।
ਟੂ ਮਾਈ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ।
ਰਾਤ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਿਫਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪੱਲੇ ਪੈਣੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਚਲਾਉਣਾ ਆਏ ਨਾ ਚਲਾਉਣਾ ਆਏ, ਜਦੋਂ ਲਾਈਟ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਬਲਾਈਂਡ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸਿੰਗਲ ਲੇਨ 'ਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕੋਈ ਡਿਵਾਈਡਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ, ਲਾਈਨ ਹੀ ਵੱਜੀ ਇੱਕ ਚਿੱਟੀ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ, ਉੱਥੇ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਡੇਂਜਰਸ ਹੈ ਹਿੱਲ ਏਰੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੱਡੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਣਾ।
ਐਬਸੋਲੂਟਲੀ ਸਰ, ਬਹੁਤ ਸਟੀਪ ਹਿਲਸ ਨੇ, ਸਟੀਪ ਡਾਊਨ ਹਿਲਸ ਨੇ, ਸਟੀਪ ਅਪ ਹਿਲਸ ਨੇ,
ਹਾਂ
ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਕਾਰ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਚਲਾਉਣ ਦਾ। ਜਦੋਂ ਅਗੇਨ ਕਮਿੰਗ ਬੈਕ ਟੂ ਦਾ ਸਬਜੈਕਟ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਕਮਜ਼ੋਰ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਹੈ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਹੀ ਬਲੇਮ ਕਰ ਦਈਏ। ਰੈਗੂਲੇਟਰੀ ਬਾਡੀ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੇਖਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ
ਓਵਰਸਾਈਟ ਦੀ ਕਮੀ ਹੈ ਬੇਸਿਕਲੀ
ਸਰ। ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਦੀ ਔਰ ਇੰਤਜ਼ਾਮੀਆ ਦੀ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਬਹੁਤਾ ਕਸੂਰ ਮੰਨਦਾ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਮੀ ਆ। ਕਿ ਅਗਰ ਉਹ ਕਹਿਣ ਕਿ ਬਈ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਟਰੱਕਿੰਗ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿਣ ਕਿ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੰਮ, ਚਲੋ ਉਹਨੇ ਟਰੱਕ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਵੀ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ, ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਤੇ ਟਰੱਕਿੰਗ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਨੂੰ ਦਾ ਐਸ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਡੇਲੀ ਲੌਗਸ ਜਾਂ ਵੀਕਲੀ ਲੌਗਸ ਉਸ ਅਥਾਰਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਈਮੇਲ ਕਰੋ ਕਿ ਬਈ ਇਹਨੇ ਇਸ ਵੀਕ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਚਲਾਇਆ, ਅਗਲੇ ਵੀਕ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਚਲਾਇਆ, ਵੈਦਰ ਹੀ ਇਜ਼ ਫੋਲੋਇੰਗ ਦ ਗਾਈਡਲਾਈਨਸ set by the regulatory board or it's just jungle ka law. It's jungle ka law.
ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਡਿਜੀਟਲ ਲੌਗ ਬੁੱਕ ਕਰਕੇ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਟੈਂਪਰਿੰਗ ਨਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੋਏ, ਪਰ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਟਰੱਕ ਚਲਾਇਆ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਲੂਜ਼ ਸ਼ੀਟਸ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਸੀ ਲੌਗ ਬੁੱਕਸ ਦੀਆਂ, ਉਹ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਚੇਂਜ ਕਰਦੇ।
ਹਾਂ ਸਰ, ਉਹ ਗੱਲ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਹੈ। ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਲੌਗ ਬੁੱਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ, ਮਤਲਬ ਬੇਸਿਕਲੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਯੂਐਸਏ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹੋ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ 70 ਘੰਟੇ ਦੀ ਸਾਈਕਲ ਤੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ। ਅਗਰ ਵੀਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ 70 ਘੰਟੇ ਇੱਕ ਡਰਾਈਵਰ ਰੈਗੂਲਰ ਟਰੱਕ ਚਲਾਏਗਾ, ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਜੀ ਉਹ ਲੀਗਲੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, 13 ਘੰਟੇ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਿਫਟ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, 70 ਘੰਟੇ ਦਾ ਵੀਕ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਤੇ ਉਹ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਕਿਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਸਕੂਲ ਕਿਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਬੇਸਿਕਲੀ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਵੀਜ਼ੇ ਤੇ ਨੇ। ਤੇ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਕੌਣ ਰੈਗੂਲੇਟ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਕੌਣ ਮੋਨੀਟਰ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ 'ਚ ਪੁੱਛਗਿੱਛ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੀ ਅਥਾਰਟੀ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ? ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ, ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਦਿਓ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੇਰੀ
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਸਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤੇ ਆਪ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਅਥਾਰਟੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ, ਪਰ ਇਹ ਸਿਰਫ ਡਾਲਰ ਕਮਾਉਣ ਤੇ ਲੱਗੀ ਆ ਸਾਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ। ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਨੂੰ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਈਜ਼ੀ ਹੈ ਐਕਸਪਲੋਇਟ ਕਰਨਾ, ਆਪਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਹੀ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ।
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਜੀ,
ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੰਮ ਮਿਲ ਜੇ, ਟਰੱਕ ਤੇ ਚੜ੍ਹ ਗਏ, ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ। ਪਿੱਛੇ ਜੇ ਥੋੜੇ ਦਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਗੱਲ ਵੀ ਸੁਣੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਨੂੰ ਟਰੱਕਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਦੇਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਧਰੇ ਕੁਝ ਖਬਰ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਆ, ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਹੈ।
ਮੈਂ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਇੱਕ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਨਵੇਂ ਟਰਾਂਸਪੋਰਟ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਦਾ ਮੰਤਰਾਲੇ ਮਿਲਿਆ, ਆਪਣੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਸੀ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਰੇਡੀਓ ਤੇ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਜੀ, ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਮੁੱਦਾ ਚੁੱਕਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ। ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਦੇਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, ਬਿਕਾਜ਼ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਇਜ਼ ਅ ਇਕੁਅਲ ਓਪਰਚੁਨਿਟੀ ਇੰਪਲੋਇਰ। ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਵੇ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਰੈਗੂਲੇਟਰੀ ਬਾਡੀ ਬਣਨੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੰਨੇ ਘੰਟੇ ਚਲਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਇਜਾਜ਼ਤ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਘੰਟੇ ਤੋਂ ਇੰਨੇ ਘੰਟੇ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਉਹ ਨਾ ਚਲਾ ਸਕਣ। ਇਹ ਰੈਗੂਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਲਿਆਉਣ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਹੈ, ਨਾ ਕਿ ਬਈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਮੈਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੀ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਹਾਂ, ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ? ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲੈਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਕ੍ਰੈਡੈਂਸ਼ੀਅਲਸ ਪੂਰੇ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਉਹ ਟੈਸਟ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਰੈਗੂਲਰ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਚੋਂ ਗੁਜ਼ਰਦਾ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਮਿਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਅੱਗੋਂ ਆਇਆ ਵੇ ਕਿ ਵੀ ਕਾਕਾ ਜਾਂ ਕਾਕੀ ਤੂੰ ਸਿਰਫ 30 ਘੰਟੇ ਚਲਾ ਸਕਣਾ, ਤੂੰ 70 ਘੰਟੇ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਿਫਟ ਲਾਏਗਾ ਪੂਰੇ ਵੀਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਤਾਂ ਤੂੰ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਕਾਲਜ ਜਾਏਗਾ, ਕਿਹੜੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਸਕੂਲ ਜਾਏਗਾ? ਔਰ ਸਕੂਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਸਿਰਫ ਸਕੇਪਗੋਟ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਸਾਡਾ ਵੀਜ਼ਾ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਹੈ, ਉੱਥੇ ਲੀਮਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਭਰਤੀ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਉਸ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਕੇਪ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਲੀਗਲ ਹੋ ਗਏ। So everybody is trying to milk the system, exploit the system and misuse the system. That's where I'm trying to come at. I'm not against
ਜੇਕਰ
anybody
ਤਿੰਨ
getting a
ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀਆਂ ਚਲੇ ਗਈਆਂ ਬਸ ਸੌਰੀ ਵਾਰਿਸ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਇਹਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਵਜ੍ਹਾ ਕੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਕਸੀਡੈਂਟ 'ਚ ਤਿੰਨ ਜਾਨਾਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ 10:30 ਤੇ ਐਕਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ
ਹਾਂਜੀ।
ਟਿਕਟੌਕ ਤੇ ਪੋਸਟ ਹੈ ਜਿੱਥੇ 2 ਬੰਦੇ ਮਰੇ ਦੱਸੇ ਆ ਤੇ 2 ਬੰਦੇ ਜ਼ਖਮੀ ਦੱਸੇ ਆ ਇਹ ਫਿਰ ਦੋਨੇ ਅੱਡੋ ਅੱਡ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਸਿਸ ਨੇ ਜੀ
ਨਹੀਂ ਸਰ ਬੇਸਿਕਲੀ ਇੱਕ ਨੇ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਮਿਸ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਟਰੈਵਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਹੁਣ ਐਸੇ ਐਕਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਕੈਜੁਅਲਟੀ ਹੋਵੇ ਫਰਟੀਲਿਟੀ ਹੋਵੇ ਆਫ ਕੋਰਸ ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਨਥਿੰਗ ਟੂ ਬੀ ਹੈਪੀ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਇਟਸ ਵੈਰੀ ਸੈਡ
ਨਹੀਂ ਇਟਸ ਰੀਅਲੀ
ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਤੇ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਰ ਹੁਣ ਇਹਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਕੌਣ ਕਰੇਗਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਐਕਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਹੋਇਆ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਕੈਜੁਅਲਟੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਿਸੀਜ਼ਡ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਸਨ ਜਾਂ ਉਹ ਰੈਗੂਲਰ ਟਰੱਕ ਡਰਾਈਵਰ ਸਨ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਰ ਕੋਈ ਬੋਡੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਰੈਗੂਲੇਟ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੀ ਮੈਂ ਉਸੇ ਸਬਜੈਕਟ ਤੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਕੋਈ ਬੋਡੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਰੈਗੂਲੇਟ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੀ ਕਿ ਭਈ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਪਤਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਸਨ ਅਗਰ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਸਨ ਤੇ ਇੰਨੇ ਆਵਰ ਚਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਸਨ ਕਿਉਂ ਚਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਸਨ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਸਰ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਕੋਈ ਬੋਡੀ ਨੋਮੀਨੇਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰੇਗੀ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਾਏਗੀ ਇਹ ਜੰਗਲ ਦਾ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਟਰੱਕਿੰਗ 'ਚ ਬਣਿਆ ਰਹੂਗਾ ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲੀ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਔਰ ਲੋਕੀ ਐਕਸਪਲੋਇਟ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਰਹਿਣਗੇ ਔਰ ਸੜਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਖਤਰਾ ਵੱਧਦਾ ਰਹੂ ਇਹਦਾ ਕੋਈ
ਇਹ ਦੇਖੋ ਨਾ ਗੁਰਪਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਜਿਹਦੀ ਟਿਕਟੌਕ ਦੇ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਲੱਗੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਹੀ ਆ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹੇ ਦਾ ਪਟਿਆਲੇ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹੇ ਦਾ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਪੇਰੈਂਟਸ ਤੇ ਦੇਖੋ ਕੀ ਗੁਜ਼ਰੀ ਹੈ
ਉਹ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹੇ ਦਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਜਾਂ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹੇ ਦੈਟਸ ਨਾਟ ਦ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ
ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਠੀਕ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਉਹ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡ ਕਰਦਾ ਪਰ ਮੈਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਨਾ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਉਹ ਥੋੜੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਿੰਚ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਇਹ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੁੱਛੋ ਹੀ ਨਾ
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਸੋ ਸਰ ਇਹ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਆਈ ਮੀਨ ਇਟਸ ਹਾਈ ਟਾਈਮ ਮੈਂ ਅਰਜ਼ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਬਾਈ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਅਗੇਨ ਇਮੀਗ੍ਰੈਂਟ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫਰਸਟ ਜਨਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨਸ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਟਰੱਕਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਖੇਤਰ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਪਟੀਸ਼ਨ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਣਾਉਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਉਹ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਇਹ ਸਮਝਣ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਹਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਗਲਤ ਮੈਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨਲ ਸੈਟਅਪ ਦੇ ਤਹਿਤ ਚਲਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਬਾਡੀ ਵਾਚ ਕਰੇ ਔਰ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਾਚ ਡੌਗ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਬੈਨੀਫਿਟ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਫੈਸਲੇ ਕਰੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਾ ਟਰੱਕ ਚਲਾਏ ਕੁਆਲੀਫਾਈ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਾ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਲਵੇ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਆਵਰ ਚਲਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਵਰ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਟੱਡੀ ਨੂੰ ਡਿਵੋਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਰੈਸਟ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਇਹ ਰੈਗੂਲੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਬਣਨੀਆਂ ਚਾਹੀਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਤੇ ਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟਲੀ ਅਮਲ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਨਾ ਕਿ ਸਿਰਫ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਹੋਣੀਆਂ ਚਾਹੀਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਮਾਈ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਆਮ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੋ ਤਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਬੋਲ ਰਹੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਨੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਬੋਲ ਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਜਾਣਾ ਉਹ ਨਵਾਂ ਪਿੰਡ ਵਸਾ ਲੈਣਾ
ਪਰ ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਨਾ ਜੀ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਇੱਕ ਨਾ ਉਮਰ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਰਿਸਕ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਲੈ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹੋ ਜਿਉਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸ਼ਨ ਮੈਚਿਓਰ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਰਿਸਕ ਘੱਟ ਲੈਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਜੀ ਤਾਂ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਬੜੀ ਚੰਗੀ ਟ੍ਰੇਨਿੰਗ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਏ ਐਕਸਟੈਂਸਿਵ ਟ੍ਰੇਨਿੰਗ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਏ 15-20 ਲੈਸਨ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਲੈ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹੋ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਰੋਡ ਤੇ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹੋ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਉੱਧਰ ਨੂੰ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀਏ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਇਹੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਇਹੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਇਹੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਬੰਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਵਿਚਾਰਾ ਸੇਫ ਰਹੇ ਸਿੰਪਲ ਜੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਸੇਫਟੀ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ
ਜੀ ਨੈਕਸਟ ਵੀਕ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਡਿਸਕਸ਼ਨ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਇੱਕ ਬੰਦਾ ਡਰਾਈਵ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਉਹ ਦੂਜਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਸਾਥੀ ਅੰਦਰ ਸਲੀਪਰ ਬਰਥ ਤੇ ਸੁੱਤਾ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਆਫ ਕੋਰਸ ਆਪਣੀ ਸ਼ਿਫਟ ਪੂਰੀ ਕਰ ਉਹ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਚਲਦੇ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋਗੇ ਕਿ ਨੀਂਦ ਆ ਗਈ ਔਰ ਨੀਂਦ ਆ ਕੇ ਟਰੱਕ ਉਹਦੇ ਆਊਟ ਆਫ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਹੋਇਆ USA ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਘਟੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਚਲੋ ਕੋਈ ਕੈਜੁਅਲਟੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਈ ਕੋਈ ਸੀਰੀਅਸ ਇੰਜਰੀਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰ ਟੈਸਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਚਲਦੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਝੌਂਕਾ ਆ ਗਿਆ ਨੀਂਦ ਦਾ ਔਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮਾੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਅੱਖ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਸੂਈ ਦੀ ਕੰਦੂਈ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਕਿਤੇ ਦੀ ਕਿਤੇ ਗੱਲ ਚਲੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ so these things have to be this is not a 4-door car even a 4-door car gets into an accident that is equally bad but having said that this is a tractor an 18-wheeler with a trailer with a merchandise which belongs to somebody else so you are playing with fire and endangering your life as well as life and property of others and this is totally uncalled for ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕਈ
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਸਹੀ ਗੱਲ।
ਫੈਕਟਰਸ ਨੇ। ਆਪਾਂ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਉਹ 'ਚ ਸਹੂਲਤਾਂ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਨੇ ਟਰਾਂਸ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਉਹਦੇ
ਜੀ
ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰ ਸਟਾਪ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਨੇ, ਬ੍ਰੇਕਸ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ, ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਐਡਰੈਸ ਹੋਣ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ, ਨਾ
ਹਾਂ
ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਐਜ਼ ਯੂਜੂਅਲ ਕਿ ਚੱਲ ਯਾਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤੇ 18 ਸੈਂਟ ਤੇ ਡਰਾਈਵਰ ਮਿਲਿਆ, ਬਾਕੀ ਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਤੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਸਾਰੀਏ, ਬਾਕੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਆ ਆਪਣੇ ਨੂੰ। ਨੋ ਦਿਸ ਡਸਨਟ ਵਰਕ ਲਾਈਕ ਦਿਸ।
अपना काम चलता भाड़ में जाए जनता है जी।
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ। ਤੇ ਇਹ ਗੱਲਾਂ
बिल्कुल
ਨੇ
सही
ਸਰ,
गल।
ਆਪਾਂ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਹੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇਣ ਦੀ ਔਰ ਟਿਪਸ ਦੇਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨੇ ਆ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ, ਅਸੀਂ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਕਰਨੇ ਆ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਰ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਖੇਤਰ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਕਹਾਂਗਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਟਰੱਕਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਫਰੈਂਡਸ ਨੇ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਸੁਣਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੇ, ਤੇ ਇਸ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਪਟੀਸ਼ਨ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਲਿਆਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਚਲਾਉਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ, ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਸਿਗਨੇਚਰ ਲੈਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਨੇ, ਔਰ ਅਥਾਰਟੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਝੰਜੋੜ ਕੇ ਜਗਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਔਰ ਜਾਗੋ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੁੱਤੇ ਹੋਏ ਹੋ, ਔਰ ਸੁੱਤੇ ਹੋ ਸੌਣ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਕਈਆਂ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਦਾ ਬੇੜਾ ਗਰਕ ਕਰੀ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਬਣੇ
बिल्कुल
ਨੇ ਸਰ,
सही गल है जी,
ਉਹਨਾਂ
दैट्स
ਪਹਿਲਾਂ
वेरी
ਤਾਂ
राइट जी।
ਕਰਕੇ ਆਉਣਾ।
ਬਹੁਤ
ਠੀਕ ਹੈ
ਚੰਗੀ
ਸਰ,
ਜੀ, ਬੜਾ
ਦਿਸ ਵਾਸ
ਚੰਗੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਲੱਗਦੀਆਂ, ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਕੰਸਰਨ ਬੜਾ ਜਾਇਜ਼ ਆ, ਅੱਛੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ। ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸ ਦੇਣਾ ਚਾਹੂੰਗਾ ਕਿ ਵਾਰਿਸ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਸੇਫਟੀ ਟ੍ਰੇਨਰਸ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਦੇ ਕਰਤਾ ਧਰਤਾ ਨੇ। ਇਹ ਇੰਡੀਵਿਜੂਅਲ ਡਰਾਈਵਰਸ ਨੂੰ, ਫਲੀਟ ਓਨਰਸ ਨੂੰ, ਵੱਡੀਆਂ ਟਰੱਕਿੰਗ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਨੂੰ ਕੰਸਲਟ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ। ਔਨ ਸੇਫਟੀ ਐਂਡ ਰਿਕਰੂਟਮੈਂਟ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਮਦਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ। ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਦੇ ਸਕੇਲ 'ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਲ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਤੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਬਚਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਰੈਕਡ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਇਹ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਬੜੀ ਮਦਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਾਲ ਕਰੋ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਹੋ ਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਫਸ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਬਚਾਓ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਸਾਡੀ ਸਕਰੀਨ 'ਤੇ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਇਹ ਇੰਨੀ ਕੋਈ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਵਾਰਿਸ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ, ਆਪ ਵੀ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ। ਸੋ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ info@canadiansafetytrainers.ca ਤੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੋ। 416 371 9849 ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਾਲ ਕਰ ਲੈਣਾ। 100% ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਬੈਨੀਫਿਟ ਹੋਏਗਾ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਏਗਾ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੈਸੇ ਵੀ ਬੜੇ ਬਚਾਓਗੇ।
ਇਹ ਈਵਨ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਲੈਣੀ ਹੋਵੇ, ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਹੋਵੇ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ, ਆਈ ਲਵ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਨੌਲੇਜ, ਆਈ ਲਵ ਟੂ ਟ੍ਰੇਨ ਪੀਪਲ। ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਲੈਣੀ ਹੋਵੇ, ਫੀਲ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਟੂ ਕਾਲ ਮੀ ਐਟ ਦ ਨੰਬਰ ਔਨ ਦ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਵਿਚ ਇਜ਼ 4163719849। ਨਹੀਂ ਤੇ ਚੀਮਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੂੰ ਫੋਨ ਕਰ ਲਓ, ਮੇਰਾ ਨੰਬਰ ਤੁਰੰਤ ਦੇ ਦੇਣਗੇ। ਆਈ ਐਮ ਪੋਜ਼ਿਟਿਵ ਅਬਾਊਟ।
ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਾਫੀ ਪਿਲਾਣਗੇ ਚੰਗੀ, ਕੋਈ ਟਿਮ ਹੋਟਨ ਦੀ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਹਲਕੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਾਉਣਗੇ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਤਕੜੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਗਾੜੀ ਕਾਫੀ ਪਿਲਾਈ ਜਾਵੇ, ਦੁੱਧ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਚੀਨੀ ਦੱਬ ਕੇ ਠੋਕ ਕੇ।
ਕਾਫੀ ਵੀ ਪਿਆਵਾਂਗੇ ਤੇ ਡੋਨਟ ਆਪਣੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ।
ਸਰ ਜੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀਆ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਛੋਟੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਲਵਾਂਗੇ, ਫਿਰ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਆਵਾਂਗੇ। ਵਾਰਿਸ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਸੁਣੀਆਂ। ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਵਧੀਆ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਨੇ, ਇੱਕੋ ਸੋਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਾਈਂਡ 'ਚ ਰਹਿੰਦੀ ਆ ਕਿ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਸੇਫਟੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਵੇ। ਇਹ ਖੁਦ ਇਸੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ 'ਚ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ। ਇਹ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਗਏ ਕਿ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੁਰਸੀਆਂ 'ਤੇ ਬਹਿ ਕੇ ਕੋਰਸ ਕੀਤੇ ਆ ਪਰ ਆਪ ਕਦੇ ਟਰੱਕ ਦੇ ਵੀਲ ਨੂੰ ਹੱਥ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਾਇਆ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੀਚ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਇਹ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਕਰ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਆ, ਚੰਗੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਗਰਾਊਂਡ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਤੋਂ ਪਤਾ।
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਜੀ, ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸਰ, ਗॉड ਬlesਸ ਯੂ।
ਜੀ ਜੀ, ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀਆ ਵਾਰਿਸ ਸਾਹਿਬ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਗਲੇ ਸੋਮਵਾਰ ਫੇਰ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਮੈਂ ਮੁਕਾਲਾਤ ਕਹਿਣ ਲੱਗਾ ਸੀ, ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ। Are you thinking of selling your home? You are covered. From my experience of 14 plus years in the real estate industry, this is what I have come to know. There are three major concerns that any home seller would want their realtor to answer. Number one, how much is their home worth? Number two, how long will it take to sell their house? And number three, what will the agent do to make it sell? I have answers to all these questions. To schedule your one-on-one appointment, call me at 647-424-0358. Once again, Paul Chima, broker with Remax Prime Properties. My phone number to call is 647-424-0358. Call me now and get moving.
From a vast experience in immigration industry, this is what I've figured out. Clients want to know if their application is submitted in a timely fashion, what a representative can do to serve best interest of their client. Clients are informed on a regular basis about the progress of their application. We deliver what we promise. My phone number is 647-465-8894 or reach me out at 639-998-1992.
Are you thinking of a career change or adding another one to your portfolio? Well, you are thinking right. Call Sarabjit Luddar at 416-879-3039 from Beyond Care Insurance Solutions. She also deals in life, long-term, travel, critical illness, disability insurance. Give her a call today at 416-879-3039. This is what we can tell you. She will always give you the right advice and help you find out if being an insurance advisor is your piece of cake.
Are you looking for a reliable legal office that can handle your closing in the most effective manner? If yes, please get in touch with Rakesh Joshi at 416-213-8600. Joshi Law Office provides all the legal advices about real estate law, business law, immigration laws, notarization and affidavits, wills and trust. Give them a call today, 416-213-8600. ਅਵੰਚਿਆ ਬੜਾ ਖੁਸ਼ ਤੁਰਿਆ ਹੋਣਾ ਕੋਈ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਲੂਟਰੀ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਤੇਰੀ ਕਾਸ਼ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਵੈਸੇ ਗੱਲ ਤੇ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਵਰਗੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਦਾ ਬੀਮਾ ਕਰਵਾ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਤੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਗਰੋਂ ਕੋਈ $1 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਊਗਾ ਉਹ ਅੱਛਾ ਇਹ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਉਹ ਜੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕਮਲਜੀਤ ਬੋਲਾ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਪਰਕ ਕਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਫੋਨ ਨੰਬਰ 647 772 1481 ਹੁਣੇ ਹੀ ਕਰ ਲੈ ਫੋਨ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਛੱਡ ਦੇਈਂ ਉਹ ਬੱਲੇ ਉਹ ਤੇਰੇ PC24 ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ 5 ਚੈਨਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਬੜੇ ਸ਼ੌਕ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ 647 333 2273 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰੋ ਕੁਝ ਸਮੇਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇਹ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਮੁਫਤ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ 6473332273. Welcome back to PC24 IPTV's remaining segment. So all those people that we promote on our platform, they are very good people. So you should give them some business whenever you can. And if you have any, lack of service quality, you can call me anytime. So मैं कुछ मैसेज पढ़ रहा इस वक्त ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਇੱਕ ਬੜੇ ਅਜ਼ੀਜ਼ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਨੇ ਜੀ ਸੁਖ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਜੀ ਭਾਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਗਰੀਬ ਜਿਹਾ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਇਸ ਲਾਈਫ ਤੇ ਆ ਸਕਦਾ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਲੈ ਤੇ 2 ਜਾਣੇ ਸਨ ਸੁਖ ਭਾਜੀ ਇਹ ਨਾ ਪ੍ਰੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮਡ ਬ੍ਰੌਡਕਾਸਟ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੇ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਲਿੰਕਸ ਇਹਦੀ ਸੈਟਅਪ ਕਰਨੀ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਆ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੱਲ ਆਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੋ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਦਿਓ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਲਿੰਕ ਕ੍ਰੀਏਟ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ 100% ਭੇਜ ਦਾਂਗਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਸ਼ੋ ਮੋਸਟਲੀ ਰੀਅਲ ਸਟੇਟ ਤੇ ਮੌਰਗੇਜ ਤੇ ਫੋਕਸਡ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਤੇ ਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹਾਂਗੇ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇਨਪੁਟ ਦੇਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੀ ਸਦਕੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਆਓ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਕੀ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਜੀ ਕਮਲਜੀਤ ਪੋਲਾ ਠੱਗ ਬੰਦਾ ਐਵੇਂ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਬੋਲੇਗਾ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਿਆਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਭਾਜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅਜ਼ੀਜ਼ ਹੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਬੜੇ ਅਜ਼ੀਜ਼ ਹੋ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀਆ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਾਡੀ ਬ੍ਰੌਡਕਾਸਟ 'ਤੇ ਆਉਣ ਦਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ ਆਪਣੀ ਈਮੇਲ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਵੇਟਲੀ ਟੈਕਸਟ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ ਅਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਡਿਊਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਦਿਓ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ 'ਚ 100% ਸ਼ਾਮਿਲ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ, ਪਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਰਿਲੇਟਡ ਗੱਲ ਹੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕਰਨੇ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕਰਿਓ। ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਵੈਸੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਟਾਪਿਕ 'ਤੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਅਤੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਕੈਨ ਟਾਕ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਐਨੀਥਿੰਗ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਹੰਸ ਭਾਜੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਦੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਅਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇੰਸਪੀਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਸਾਨੂੰ, ਵੀ ਡੂ ਇਟ। ਸੋ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ 'ਤੇ ਵੀ ਡੂ ਨਾਟ ਡੀਫੇਮ ਐਨੀਵਨ, ਇਸ ਕੇਸ ਦਾ ਬੁਰਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ, ਉਹਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਬੁਰਾਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਆਪਣੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਤਾਲੁਕ ਰੱਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਅਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੀ ਸਦਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਆਪਣਾ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਵੇਟ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ ਅਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਦਿਓ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਸ ਮੁੱਦੇ 'ਤੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੋਗੇ। ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਬੀ ਹੈਪੀ ਟੂ ਟੇਕ ਯੂ ਇਨ ਮਾਈ ਬ੍ਰੋਡਕਾਸਟ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੀ ਸਦਕੇ ਆਓ, ਇਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਪੈਸੀਫਿਕ ਲਿੰਕਸ ਬਣਾਉਣੇ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਪਰਸਨ ਟੂ ਪਰਸਨ। So anyways ji, so we wanted to talk a bit about industry. So ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਜੇ ਕੁਝ ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ਰੀਜ਼ ਆਈਆਂ ਨੇ, ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਯੂ ਮਸਟ ਬੀ ਅਵੇਅਰ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਰੀਅਲ ਸਟੇਟ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਪਰਟੀਕੂਲਰ ਲੈਵਲ ਦਾ ਬੈਂਚਮਾਰਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਰੱਖਦੇ, ਆਪਣਾ ਕੰਮ ਇੱਕ ਮੁਸਤੈਦੀ ਨਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ, ਭਾਵੇਂ ਉਹ ਇੰਡੀਵਿਜੂਅਲ ਬ੍ਰੋਕਰਸ ਹੋਣ ਜਾਂ ਸੇਲਸ ਪਰਸਨ ਹੋਣ ਜਾਂ ਬ੍ਰੋਕਰੇਜ ਹੋਣ, ਰੀਕੋ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਐਕਸ਼ਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਇਨੀਸ਼ੀਏਟ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੁਣ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਜੇ ਕੁਝ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਆਈਆਂ ਨੇ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ ਚਾਹਾਂਗੇ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉਹ ਕੀ ਚੇਂਜਿਸ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਕੀ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈਆਂ ਨੇ। ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਬ੍ਰੋਕਰੇਜ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਮਿਸੀਸਾਗਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੋਕਿਆ ਜੀ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ਰੀ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ 'ਤੇ, ਅਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਸ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਬਾਰੇ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੋਈ ਡਿਪੋਜ਼ਿਟ ਸੀਗੇ, ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਇੱਕ ਟਰਸਟ ਅਕਾਊਂਟ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਟਰਸਟ ਅਕਾਊਂਟ ਦਾ ਫੰਡਾ ਇਹ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਡਿਪੋਜ਼ਿਟਸ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮਕਾਨ ਖਰੀਦਿਆ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਡਿਪੋਜ਼ਿਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਦਿੱਤਾ, ਉਹ ਡਿਪੋਜ਼ਿਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਬ੍ਰੋਕਰਸ ਦੇ ਟਰਸਟ ਅਕਾਊਂਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਮ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰਾਇਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਬ੍ਰੋਕਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਖਰਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦੇ। ਪਰ ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਬ੍ਰੋਕਰ ਆਪ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਵਿਡਰਾ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਣ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕੌਣ ਰੋਕ ਸਕਦਾ? ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਰੀਕੋ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਕਦੇ ਨਾ ਕਦੇ ਇੰਸਪੈਕਸ਼ਨਸ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਸਡਨ ਇੰਸਪੈਕਸ਼ਨਸ। ਜੇ ਉਹ ਰੈਕੋਰਡ ਮੈਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਣੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਇੱਕ ਅਨਾਊਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਡਿਸੀਜ਼ਨ ਲੈਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਇਟਸ ਅ ਲੈਂਥੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੈਸ। ਔਰ ਡਿਸੀਜ਼ਨ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਨੂੰ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਣਦੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ। ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀਆ ਸੁਖਪਾ ਜੀ। ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ। ਸੋਰੀ, ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਦੁਖੀ ਹਾਂ ਲਵ, ਅਗਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ, ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ੀ ਲਿਖਣੀ ਸਮਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ, ਮਾਫ ਕਰ ਦੇਣਾ। ਅਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਸਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕਰਿਓ ਆਪਣੀ ਈਮੇਲ, ਐਂਡ ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਟੇਕ ਯੂ ਆਨਲਾਈਨ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਮਿਸੀਸਾਗਾ ਬੇਸ ਸੀਗੀ ਜੀ। ਸੋ ਰੀਕੋ ਇਸ਼ੂਜ਼ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ਰੀ ਰਿਗਾਰਡਿੰਗ ਹਸਨੈਨ ਟੀਮ PRE ਕਾਰਪੋਰੇਸ਼ਨ, personal real estate corporation operating as HH Homes Realty Brokerage, and Mr. Hussain Hamid. ਇਹਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ shortfall was discovered in the real estate trust account following an inspection of HH Homes books and records. ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰੀਕੋ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਇਹ ਬੜਾ ਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟਲੀ ਮੋਨੀਟਰ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਦੇ ਰਾਈਟਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਟੈਕਟ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਬਣਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੇ ਆਰ ਵੈਰੀ ਪਰਟੀਕੂਲਰ ਕਿ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਦਾ ਪੈਸਾ ਮਿਸਯੂਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਉਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਚੱਕਰ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਦੇ ਟੇਕ ਗੁੱਡ ਕੇਅਰ ਆਫ ਦੋਜ਼ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਡਿਸਪਾਈਟ ਦ ਰਿਕੁਆਇਰਮੈਂਟਸ ਅੰਡਰ ਦੀ ਲਾਅ ਟੂ ਰਿਪਲੇਸ ਦ ਸ਼ਾਰਟਫਾਲ immediately at the time of publication of this advisory, the monies had not been replaced. ਇਹ ਕੋਈ ਜੁਲਾਈ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਜਜਮੈਂਟ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਅਤੇ ਜੁਲਾਈ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਇਹਦਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੁਛ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹਦੀ ਅਪਡੇਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੈਗੀ। ਪਰ ਇਹ ਜੁਲਾਈ 19 ਦੀ ਮਤਲਬ 2 ਕੁ ਮਹੀਨੇ ਪੁਰਾਣੀ ਇਹ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ। ਅਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਫਰੀਜ਼ ਆਰਡਰਸ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਆ। ਫਰੀਜ਼ ਆਰਡਰ ਇਸ ਲਈ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਮਨੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਏਜੰਟਸ ਦੀ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਜਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਡਿਪੋਜ਼ਿਟ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ, ਡਿਪੋਜ਼ਿਟ ਦੂਜੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਪੇ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ ਆਏ ਆ, ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਸਯੂਜ਼ ਨਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏ। ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹ ਫਰੀਜ਼ ਆਰਡਰ ਦੇ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ, ਬੈਂਕ ਅਕਾਊਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਫਰੀਜ਼ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ। ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀਆ ਸੁਖਪਾ ਜੀ, ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀਆ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ। ਬਹੁਤ ਚੰਗੇ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਹੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਰ ਜੀ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹਾਂਗੇ। ਤੋ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਹੋਮ ਬਾਇਰ ਐਂਡ ਸੈਲਰਸ ਦੇ ਜਿਹਦਾ ਇਸ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਈ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਹੈ, ਵੈਸੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗ ਹੀ ਗਿਆ ਹੋਣਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਾ, ਪਰ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹਾਲੇ ਤੱਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਇਸ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ 'ਚ ਹੈਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੀਪਕ ਪਰਮਾਰ ਨੇ ਜੀ ਰੀਕੋ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ deepak@rico.on.ca ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਫ਼ੋਨ ਨੰਬਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਐਕਸਟੈਂਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਾਲ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ। ਪਬਲਿਕ ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ਰੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ, ਆਈ ਐਮ ਨੋਟ ਡੂਇੰਗ ਇਟ ਟੂ ਡੀਫੇਮ ਐਨੀ ਕੰਪਨੀ, ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਪਬਲਿਕਲੀ ਅਵੇਲੇਬਲ। ਤੁਸੀਂ rico.on.ca ਤੇ ਜਾਓਗੇ, ਯੂ ਵੁੱਡ ਬੀ ਏਬਲ ਟੂ ਸੀ ਦੈਟ। ਡਿਪੋਜ਼ਿਟ ਕਲੇਮਸ ਜਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਇੰਸ਼ੋਰੈਂਸ ਰਿਲੇਟਿਡ ਇਨਕੁਆਇਰੀਜ਼ ਲਈ ਜੈਰਮੀ ਮੇਅਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਅਵੇਲੇਬਲ ਆ। ਸੋ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਬੜੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਮਿਸਕੰਡਕਟ ਹੋਇਆ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਕਿ ਰੀਅਲ ਸਟੇਟ ਦਾ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਲੈਣ ਲਈ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਰਸਿਸ ਕਰਨੇ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਆ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹ ਕੋਰਸਿਸ ਓਨਟਾਰੀਓ ਰੀਅਲ ਐਸਟੇਟ ਐਸੋਸੀਏਸ਼ਨ ਕਰਵਾਉਂਦੀ ਸੀਗੀ, ਬਟ ਲੇਟਲੀ ਇਹ ਸ਼ਿਫਟ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਹੰਬਰ ਕਾਲਜ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਕੁਝ ਸਾਲਾਂ ਤੋਂ। ਐਗਜ਼ੈਕਟ ਸਾਲ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਨਹੀਂਗਾ, ਪਰ ਇਹ ਉੱਥੇ ਸ਼ਿਫਟ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਸੀਗੇ। ਇਹ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਬੈਚ ਆ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਵੀ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮ 'ਚ ਕੋਈ ਇਰੈਗੂਲਰਿਟੀਜ਼ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਕੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟਸ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣਾ ਕੀ ਕੀਤਾ, ਕੋਰਸਿਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਕੱਢ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਬੰਦੇ ਠੀਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਗੇ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੋਰਸ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਰੱਦ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਜੋ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਟੈਸਟ ਵੈਸ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਉਡਾ ਕੇ ਪਰਾਂ ਮਾਰੇ ਜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ। ਅਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਰੀਕੋ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਫਿਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮ ਕਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਰੀਅਲ ਸਟੇਟ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਤੋ ਇਹ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਰੀਕੋ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤਾ, ਰੀਕੋ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਸੀਗੇ, ਜੋ ਵੀ ਰਜਿਸਟ੍ਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਸੀਗੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ, ਉਹ ਵਾਇਡ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ। ਵਾਇਡ ਮੀਨਸ ਖਤਮ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ। ਰੀਕੋ ਵਾਇਡਡ ਦ ਰਜਿਸਟ੍ਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਫ ਦ ਲਰਨਰਸ whose program completion status was resigned by ਹੰਬਰ। ਕੋਈ ਹੰਬਰ ਨੇ ਕੈਂਸਲ ਕਰਤਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਨਹੀਂਗਾ। ਪਰ ਇਹ ਮਤਲਬ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ 100% ਕਨਫਰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਇੰਡੀਕੇਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਿ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਕੀ ਸੀਗੀ। ਪਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਇਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਮੈਂਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਿ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਚੀਟਿੰਗ ਟੋਲਰੇਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏਗੀ। ਸੋ ਆਈ ਅਜ਼ੂਮ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਚੀਟਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਸਾਰਾ ਮਸਲਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਚੀਟਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ। ਸੁਖਪਾ ਜੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀਆ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ, ਰੱਬ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਤੰਦਰੁਸਤੀ ਬਖਸ਼ੇ। ਅਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਇੰਤਜ਼ਾਰ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ ਟੈਕਸਟ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਦਾ। ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਡੂ ਸੈਂਡ ਮੀ ਯੂਰ ਈਮੇਲ ਐਡਰੈਸ। ਸੋ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ। ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਹੈਗਾ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਐਥਨੀਸਿਟੀ ਮੈਂਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ। ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹੂੰਗਾ ਕਿ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ, ਇਹ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਇੱਕ ਚੀਟਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਬੜਾ ਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਡਿਸਿਪਲਿਨ ਆ। ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਔਨਲਾਈਨ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ। ਔਨਲਾਈਨ ਬੰਦੇ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਯਾਰ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਣਾ, ਪਿੱਛੇ ਸੀਟਾਂ ਰੱਖ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹ ਦੇਖ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਕਰੀਏ। ਪਰਚੀਆਂ ਇੱਕ ਬੜਾ ਨੋਰਮਲ ਜਿਹਾ ਕੰਮ ਆ, ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਰ ਲਾਂਗੇ ਜੀ, ਅਸੀਂ ਪਰਚੀਆਂ ਰੱਖ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਬੰਦਾ ਰੀਅਲ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੋਨੀਟਰ ਕਰਦਾ। ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਬਾਰੇ ਪਤਾ ਹੀ ਹੋਣਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਹਾਈਡ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ। ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਆਖਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੋਰਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਯੂ ਸ਼ੁੱਡ ਕਲੋਜ਼ ਐਵਰੀ ਅਦਰ ਵਿੰਡੋ ਔਨ ਦਾ ਕੰਪਿਊਟਰ। ਜੋ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਓਪਨ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਐਪਲੀਕੇਸ਼ਨ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਲੋਜ਼ ਕਰਨਾ ਪੈਣਾ ਹੈ। ਐਂਡ ਦੈਨ ਦੇ ਆਸਕ ਯੂ ਟੂ ਰੋਟੇਟ ਦਾ ਕੈਮਰਾ ਅਰਾਊਂਡ, ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਦੇਖ ਲੈਣ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਕੰਧਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੋਈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਬੰਦਾ ਕਾਪੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ। ਟੇਬਲ ਦੇ ਥੱਲੇ ਵੀ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਆ, ਇਹਦੇ ਥੱਲੇ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਚੀਜ਼। ਸੋ ਦੇ ਡੂ ਆਲ ਪ੍ਰੀਕਾਸ਼ਨਸ। ਪਰ ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਦੇਖੋ ਜੀ, ਜਿਹਨੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੀ ਕਰਨਾ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਕਰੇ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਸੋ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਮੇ ਬੀ ਚੀਟਿੰਗ ਕੇਸਿਸ, ਬਟ ਆਈ ਡੂ ਨਾਟ ਵਾਂਟ ਟੂ ਬੀ ਕੋਟਡ ਐਜ਼ ਸੱਚ, ਇਟ ਕੁਡ ਬੀ ਐਨੀਥਿੰਗ, but there was one line saying no cheating behavior will be tolerated, so I'm pretty confident that that was a cheating instance. So ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਰੀਕੋ ਜਦੋਂ ਹੰਬਰ ਕਾਲਜ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਓਬਜ਼ਰਵ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਗਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਰਾਈਟ ਵੇ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ, ਦੇਰ ਵਾਜ਼ ਏ ਲੌਂਗ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੈਸ ਟੂ ਫੋਲੋ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਫੋਲੋ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਬਈ ਇਹ ਗਲਤ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਡਿਸਓਨੈਸਟੀ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਪਲੇਜਰਿਜ਼ਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਪੇਪਰ ਲਿਖਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੀ ਰੱਟਾ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇ ਕੰਟੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਜਾਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਕਾਪੀ ਪੇਸਟ ਕੀਤਾ। ਵੈਸੇ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦੇ, ਇਟ ਡਜ਼ਨਟ ਅਲਾਉ ਯੂ, ਬਟ ਹੂ ਨੋਜ਼ ਹਾਊ ਪੀਪਲ ਕੈਨ be one step ahead of the authorities. So welcome Avtar Paji, welcome Manoj ji, spiritual seeker, so nice of you to be here. So copying ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ another person ਦਾ ਡੇਟਾ ਜਾਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਉਹਦੀ ਫਾਈਂਡਿੰਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੰਮ ਗੱਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਮਿਸਕੰਡਕਟ ਦੀ ਸੈਂਕਸ਼ਨ ਦੀ, ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਤੇ ਕਈ ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ 'ਤੇ ਰਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਸ਼ਨਸ ਲਗਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰਾ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਰਾਈਟ ਕਰੋਗੇ, ਪਾਰਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਔਰ ਟੋਟਲ ਲਾਸ ਆਫ ਮਾਰਕਸ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ, ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ ਅਸੈਸਮੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫਰਕ ਪੈ ਸਕਦਾ, ਪਾਰਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਔਰ ਟੋਟਲ ਲਾਸ ਫੋਰ ਦਾ ਕੋਰਸ ਉਹ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਰੈਕਡ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਨੈਗੇਟਿਵ ਕਮੈਂਟਸ ਚੜ੍ਹ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ, ਰੀਅਲ ਸਟੇਟ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ 'ਚੋਂ ਸਸਪੈਂਸ਼ਨ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੋਈ ਆ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਪਰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਲੰਬਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੈਸ ਹੈ, ਅਪੀਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਅਪੀਲ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੈਸ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ। ਤੇ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹ ਬੜੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਓਨੈਸਟੀ ਨਾਲ, ਇੰਟੈਗ੍ਰਿਟੀ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਣਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰੋ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਆਪਣੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਐਂਡ ਸੈਂਕਸ਼ਨਿੰਗ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੈਸ ਆ, ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਲੰਬਾ ਚੌੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੈਸ ਆ। ਜਦੋਂ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟ ਕਰਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਰੱਖ ਸਕਦੇ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੋਈ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮ ਦੇਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਓਨੈਸਟੀ ਬਰਕਰਾਰ ਰੱਖਿਓ। ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਮਕਾਨ ਖਰੀਦਣਾ ਬੜਾ ਔਖਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਹੁਣ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਲੋਕੀ ਕਰਨ ਤਾਂ ਕੀ ਕਰਨ, ਹੈ ਨਾ। ਸੋ ਮਕਾਨ ਖਰੀਦਣ ਲਈ ਦੇਰ ਆਰ ਸੋ ਮੈਨੀ ਥਿੰਗਸ। ਸੁਖਪਾਲ ਜੀ ਇਮੋਸ਼ਨਲ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ, ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਕਰਿਓ, ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਟੇਕ ਯੂ ਔਨ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਲਾਈਵ ਬ੍ਰੌਡਕਾਸਟ 'ਤੇ ਲਵਾਂਗਾ। ਆਪਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ 'ਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੰਫਰਟੇਬਲ ਹੈਗੇ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਪਰ ਸਾਡਾ ਬ੍ਰੌਡਕਾਸਟ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਪਾਰਟਨਰਸ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਬੇਸਡ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾਤਰ। ਕਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਲਾਈਵ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਸੱਦਾ ਭੇਜਾਂਗੇ। ਪਰ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਨਾ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਫਿਰ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੀ ਈਮੇਲ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਭੇਜ ਦਿਓ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਖਬਰ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਿ ਮਕਾਨ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਲੋਕੀ ਲੈ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਤੇ ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਕੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੋ ਓਨਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਬੜੀ ਗਰਮਜੋਸ਼ੀ 'ਤੇ ਹੋਈ ਆ। ਕੋ ਓਨਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਉਹ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਦੋਂ ਲੋਕੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਦੇ ਜੀ ਹੋਣ ਜਾਂ ਬਾਹਰਲੇ ਜੀ ਹੋਣ, ਇਮੀਡੀਏਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਮੀਡੀਏਟ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ, ਪਰ ਇਹ ਕੋ ਓਨਰਸ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਮਕਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਮੀਨਸ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮਲਕੀਤੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਮਕਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਹੁਣ ਮਕਾਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਕੋਈ ਲਾਈਨ ਖਿੱਚ ਕੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਵੱਢ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਆਹ ਅੱਧਾ ਆਹ ਤੇਰਾ, ਜਾਂ ਆਹ ਚੌਥਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਮੇਰਾ, ਆਹ ਚੌਥਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਤੇਰਾ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਜਾਂ ਆਹ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਪਾਰਟਨਰਸ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ। ਸੋ ਕੋ ਓਨਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਈ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਰੱਖਣੀਆਂ ਪੈਂਦੀਆਂ, ਅਤੇ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਰੱਖ ਕੇ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਫਿਊਚਰ 'ਚ ਦਿੱਕਤ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ। ਪਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੋ ਓਨਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ, 2 ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਰਲ ਕੇ ਮਕਾਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਖਰੀਦ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੱਧ ਗਏ ਆ। 2023 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 6% ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਨੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਮਕਾਨ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਬੰਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਲ ਕੇ ਖਰੀਦੇ। ਨਾ ਤੇ ਉਹਦਾ ਸਪਾਊਸ ਸੀਗਾ, ਨਾ ਹੀ ਕੋਈ ਉਹਦਾ ਪਾਰਟਨਰ ਸੀਗਾ, ਸਿਰਫ ਹੋਰਾਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਰਲ ਕੇ ਖਰੀਦੇ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਸੁਖ ਭਾਜੀ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਰਲ ਕੇ ਮਕਾਨ ਖਰੀਦ ਲਿਆ, ਜਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਲੱਗੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਥੁੜਦੇ ਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰਾਜਹੰਸ ਭਾਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਡੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ। ਇੱਦਾਂ ਰਲ ਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਕਾਨ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ। ਹੁਣ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਮਕਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 1/3 1/3 1/3 ਹਿੱਸਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਉਹਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋ ਓਨਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਕਹਿ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ 78% ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਕੋ ਓਨਰ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਕੋ ਓਨ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਇੱਕੋ ਬੇਸਿਸ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਅਫੋਰਡੇਬਿਲਟੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਦੀ, ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਫੰਡ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਕਾਨ ਇਕੱਲੇ ਖਰੀਦ ਸਕੀਏ, ਇਸ ਲਈ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੋ ਬੰਦੇ, ਦੋ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਬੰਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜ ਕੇ ਮਕਾਨ ਖਰੀਦਣਾ ਪੈ ਰਿਹਾ। ਇਹ ਰਾਇਲ ਲੀਪੇਜ ਦਾ ਸਰਵੇ ਆ, ਸਰਵੇ ਬੜੇ ਸੋਹਣੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ। ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ 25 ਤੋਂ 34 ਸਾਲ ਦੀ ਉਮਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੀ 83% ਸੈਡ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਡਿਸੀਜਨ ਸਿਰਫ ਮਕਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਅਫੋਰਡ ਨਾ ਕਰਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਹੀ ਹੋਇਆ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਰੰਟਲੀ ਕੌਣ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ 89% ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਰਲ ਕੇ, ਮਾਮੇ ਦੇ ਪੁੱਤਰਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਂ ਮਾਮੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਨਾਲ ਰਲ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮਕਾਨ ਖਰੀਦਿਆ। 7% ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਦੋਸਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਖਰੀਦਿਆ। 8% ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਖਰੀਦਿਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਾ ਤੇ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਆ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਹੀ ਦੂਰੋਂ ਨੇੜਿਓਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਰਿਸ਼ਤੇਦਾਰ ਆ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਉਹਨੇ ਖਰੀਦਿਆ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ ਅੱਧੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊ ਕੀਤਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜੀ ਉਹ ਜਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਰਲ ਕੇ ਮਕਾਨ ਲਿਆ, ਉਹ ਮਕਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ। 28% ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਆ, 50% ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸੇ ਨਿਕਲ ਗਿਆ ਨਾ ਜੀ। 28% ਬੰਦੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ। 6% ਬੰਦੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਰਟੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਪ੍ਰਾਇਮਰੀ ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਸ ਹੈ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਿਰਫ ਇਸ ਲਈ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹਦੀ ਕੀਮਤ ਵਧੂਗੀ ਮਕਾਨ ਦੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਜੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਮਿਲੂਗਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਫਿਟ ਦਾ, ਉਹ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਨਿਕਲ ਜਾਣਗੇ। ਇਹ ਸਾਡੀ ਲੇਟੈਸਟ ਫਾਈਂਡਿੰਗਸ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਇਹ ਫਾਈਂਡਿੰਗ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਮੁਹੱਈਆ ਕਰਾਈਆਂ ਜੀ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਮੌਰਗੇਜ ਟ੍ਰੈਂਡਸ 'ਤੇ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੈਬਸਾਈਟ 'ਤੇ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੋ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। 7:28 ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਜੀ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ ਮੇਰੇ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਹੁਕਮ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੰਦਾ ਬਣ ਕੇ 7:30 ਵਜੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਵਾਕਾ ਆ ਜਿਓ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਰੋਟੀ ਖਾਧੀ ਜਾ ਸਕੇ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਨਾ ਪੈਣਾ। ਤੇ ਸੁਖ ਭਾਜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲੇਟ ਬਹੁਤ ਹਨ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੁੱਦਿਆਂ 'ਤੇ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ ਫੋਰ ਮੇਰੀ ਸਪੀਚ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਰਾਹਿਆ, ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀਆ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਸਿੱਖਦੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵਰਗੇ ਸੱਜਣਾ ਤੋਂ, ਕੁਛ ਨਾ ਕੁਛ ਚੰਗੇ ਮਾੜੇ ਕਮੈਂਟ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਆ ਅਤੇ ਕੁਛ ਨਾ ਕੁਛ ਗੱਲ ਸਿੱਖਣ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਹੈ। ਤੋ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੁਣ ਸਾਡਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗੇ ਹਾਂ। ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ 'ਚ ਸ਼ਿਰਕਤ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ 1 ਜਾਂ 2 ਦਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਦਿਓ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਦੀ ਸੈਟਅਪ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ 'ਤੇ ਲੈ ਸਕੀਏ। ਸਾਡੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜੀ ਸਦਕੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੋ, ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੋ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ। ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਈਮੇਲ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਜਾਂ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਦਿਓ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸੁਨੇਹਾ ਦੇਣ ਲਈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੰਬਰ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਨੰਬਰ ਮੈਂ ਲਿਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਹੈ 647 333 2273 ਅਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਵੱਡਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦਾ 647 424 0358। ਇਹਨਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਅਤੇ ਜਾਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਰੀਕ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੂੰਗਾ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਅੱਜ ਦੇ ਦਿਨ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਸੱਜਣ ਉਸ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਗਵਾ ਲਿਆ। ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਖੈਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਗਵਾ ਲਿਆ, ਸਾਡਾ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਦਾ ਜੀ ਚਲਾ ਗਿਆ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਨਾ ਭਾਵਨਾਵਾਂ ਜੁੜੀਆਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਦੇ ਹਰ ਨਿੱਕੇ ਮੋਟੇ ਕੰਮ 'ਚੋਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਬੰਦਾ ਅਚਾਨਕ ਚਲਾ ਜਾਏ ਅਤੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਭੁੱਲਣਾ ਸੌਖਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਇੱਕ ਬੜਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਸਦਮਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਜੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਜੀਅ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਚੱਲ ਜਾਏ। ਅਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਉਸ ਦੁੱਖ ਨੂੰ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੀ ਗਵਾਏ ਆ ਅਤੇ ਉਹ ਪਤਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਤਕਲੀਫ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਤੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮਤਲਬ ਦਿਲੀ ਕੰਡੋਲੈਂਸਿਸ ਭੇਜਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਅਤੇ ਉਸ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਅੱਗੇ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਰੂਹ ਵਿਚਲੀ ਹੈ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਜੀਅ ਦੀ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਆਪਣੇ ਚਰਨੀ ਨਿਵਾਸ ਬਖਸ਼ਣ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇੰਨਾ ਕੁ ਉਦਮ ਦੇ ਦੇਣ, ਇੰਨੀ ਕੁ ਤਾਕਤ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ 'ਚ ਭਰ ਦੇਣ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਸਦਮੇ ਤੋਂ ਉੱਭਰ ਸਕੋ ਤੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧਾ ਸਕੋ। ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਤੁਰਦੇ 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 ਰਹਿਣਾ, ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਡਿੱਗਣਾ, ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਡਿੱਗਣਾ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਹੀ। ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਹੀ ਪੰਜ ਤੱਤਾਂ 'ਚ ਫੇਰ ਲੀਨ ਹੋ ਜਾਣਾ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਤਪਤੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਧੀ ਦਾ ਵਿਧਾਨ ਆ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਹੱਸ ਕੇ ਰੋ ਕੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਮੰਨਣਾ ਹੀ ਪੈਣਾ। ਆਗਿਆ ਲੈਣੀ ਚਾਹਾਂਗੇ ਜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ। ਅਸੀਂ ਕੱਲ ਜੁੜਾਂਗੇ 6:30 ਤੋਂ 7:30। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਉਮੀਦ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਕੱਲ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਨਗੇ ਸਰਬਜੀਤ ਲੁੱਦੜ ਜੀ। ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਇੰਸ਼ੋਰੈਂਸ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਦੇ ਮਾਲਕ ਨੇ ਜੀ, ਬਿਯੋਂਡ ਕੇਅਰ ਇੰਸ਼ੋਰੈਂਸ ਸੋਲਿਊਸ਼ਨ। ਉਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ 6:30 ਤੋਂ 7 ਵਜੇ ਜੁੜਨਗੇ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਰੀਅਲ estate ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਪਿਛਲੇ ਕੁਝ ਦਿਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਵਿਚਾਰੇ ਬੜੇ ਢਿੱਲੇ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਚਲੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ। ਕੱਲ ਉਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਜੁੜਨਗੇ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਆਗਿਆ ਲੈਣੀ ਚਾਹਾਂਗੇ। ਕੋਈ ਗਲਤੀ ਕੋਈ ਬੋਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਹੋਏ ਮਾਫੀ ਮੰਗਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹੋ, ਸਾਡੀ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਿਵਾ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ 'ਚ ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੰਦੇ। ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਜੀ। ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਫੇਰ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ 6:30 ਵਜੇ। ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ। Welcome to the episode of PC24. Today is 16th September. We are just few days from October when we will be expecting another rate in announcement from the Bank of Canada. So many people think it's not going to change, but Bank of Canada has a hawkish approach so far. It was clearly indicated by the governor of the Bank of Canada that should the situation allow, they will not hesitate to increase the rate. CIBC has predicted that by the end of this year, the policy rate, which stands at 5% today, will go to 5.25%. We'll keep chatting a number of things about that. We are very sorry for this delay. We got a technical glitch. Cameras were not being detected by our software, and we have to make some quick alternative arrangement. I have with me Gurleen Ojala from Four-Way Immigrations, and she does an amazing job educating each and every one of those who are actually interested in bringing their family members over here, or need spousal visa, or need to keep up with the latest information. Because if an advisor is not updated with what's going on in their industry, guess what? They are not the right fit for you. So you need someone who is updated. And as far as I have noticed, once Gurleen has given a statement, then I see tons of videos 2 days later. So people are always a bit late from Gurleen. So Gurleen, we take so much pride in being the first broadcaster of having Gurleen on our platform, and we won't let her go away. So welcome, Gurleen. How are you today?
I'm doing very well, Mr. Paul Chimaji. How are you?
Life is good. Just came running and right at the broadcast. Very eager to hear some amazing news from you. So people are waiting.
Well, thank you so much for your kind words. And I was listening about the code that you have mentioned, that we're the first ones that deliver the updates in the market. It is so true. Apparently, a few of my friends reach out to me, not even reach out directly, but they were actually mentioning about it, where I see them doing all the podcast, or maybe they're on the social platforms and definitely giving out good info. And sometimes I always kind of joke around saying, hey, listen, I know you're a copycat. Well, no offense. It's a great way of giving out the authentic knowledge to your audience, to your viewers, and maybe someone could be benefited from your expertise.
Yeah. So we are trendsetters.
We are indeed.
Fantastic. So I'm so happy that we could actually be the first to start a program that only delves on the legit information for the people. And anyone is more than welcome to reach out to us, send a comment or two, and talk about their issues. We will try to resolve them. If they pertain to immigration, then Gurleen is here. Her phone is on the screen. I think it is, I cannot read it, but Gurleen, can you repeat your phone number for me, please?
Sure, it's just to mention, so the one that's popping up on the screen is the personal one, 639-998-1992, but the business phone number is 647-465-8894. Please feel free to reach out at any of the phone numbers. I'm just one call away.
That is so nice of you to be here on a Saturday evening. I know you have so many things to handle, but thank you very much for being here with us. So what's going on in the immigration system? Last time you spoke about grandparents' visa, right? Some allocation from 2020 that is being released this time.
That's right. So yeah, I mean, we can just kind of because it's still new in the market, and maybe there is some misinformation where I see videos circulating and stating, okay, you know what, parents and grandparents sponsorship has reopened. Well, technically, it's not reopened for the year of 2022 and 2023. It's just for the year of 2020 that the total of 15,000 ITAs has been sent to the ones that are already in the pool. So meaning, it's not like anybody else can sponsor their parents in 2022 or 2023. Mm-hmm. It's just the invitations to apply, or we would say the interest, the auto interest that's generated by the system is being so basically what it means is this is auto generated by the system, and there are 15,000 invitations being sent out to the original sponsors.
Yeah. So it's not to be mistaken with that these are the recent year allocations. They are not.
That's right. It's just the allocations from the previous year, and it's just the invitations being sent at this moment because of the backlog. They were not apparently able to send it in the past.
Oh, I see. So this is where what I mean when I say that you should always reach out to Gurleen, because she has the latest and the right information. People start throwing stuff online without realizing what they're saying and what implications they are getting into themselves, and they're putting other people into risk zone as well. So making false commitment, this is so bad ethically and professionally. So it should be understood that these allocations are not for 2022, 2023. They are the backlog, if I may say it correctly.
That's right. So just to put it in simple words, IRCC will not be opening a new interest to a sponsor form. So it is just between October 10 and 2023 sponsorship submitted in interest to sponsor in 2020. And so what I meant is like 24,200 invitations will be sent and 15,000 has already been sent. So if in case, keep an sponsor form in 2020.
Cool. So what other thing we have from for the immigration side, like people who are interested to come to Canada or families who have to come here for
I have a very interesting. I have a very interesting news to share. That's in regards to student direct stream. Indian applicants, they do fall under student direct stream
student
for
direct
study permit
scheme?
stream, SDS category for
SDS.
study visas.
Okay.
So there are two categories. One is SDS, the other one is non-SDS. So SDS, if I have to give the, basically in SDS, the requirements are usually that there has to be 10 grants in GIC. Applicant has to pay 2 years, not 2 years, but I would say usually because applicants would like to stick to anything closer to 2 years in terms of their education. So they have to pay 1 year of full fees. So these are the key points for SDS, and Indian applicants, they fall under student direct stream. Now they have recently amended the language score. They have actually added more options for the language score. So, so as of now, if I read it as per IRCC will be accepting the following language test scores under SDS stream as of August 10, 2023. So they're accepting Kale with a minimum score of 60. CELPIP General, they're accepting a score that is equivalent to CLB score, at least 7 for each ability. IELTS Academic, a minimum overall score of at least 6. IELTS General, a score that is equivalent to a CLB score of at least 7 for each ability. PCF Canada, a score that is equivalent to a CLB score of at least 7 for each ability. So IRCC was only accepting valid IELTS or TEF language test results before August 10, 2023. So they definitely have added so many options. Kale was never a part of the language test in the past, nor was CELPIP General, and even IELTS General, they have recently added it. So anybody who is in a pool where they are not able to score well for IELTS Academic, they can always try for IELTS General, they can try for CELPIP, or they can always try for TCF as well.
Wow, that's too much information for me to grasp and even ask you a question about that. So much data you share in just a few seconds. I guess people who are into this, they do understand what you just told them, right? So
I usually share posts.
Lowered, right? Some scores have been lowered. That's what I understood.
That's right. It's definitely a part of the game plan.
It's more now for those people. More people qualify. I only understood one thing, that is Indian students, like भारत के जो विद्यार्थी हैं, भारत हो गया ना जी, इंडिया कहते हले होया नहीं ऑफिशियली, पर हो जाएगा कहते बड़ी जल्दी. भारत के विद्यार्थियों, आप इसमें क्वालिफाई कर सकते हैं, कुछ इदां दी स्टेटमेंट होगी।
जी डेफिनेटली। सो SDS स्ट्रीम ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਫੀ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਬ੍ਰਾਜ਼ੀਲ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਚਾਈਨਾ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਕੋਸਟਾ ਰਿਕਾ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਮੋਰੋਕੋ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਪੀਰੋ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਫਿਲੀਪੀਨਸ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਵਿਅਤਨਾਮ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ। So there are so many countries that actually fall under SDS. So basically, passport holders of these countries, they are eligible under SDS category. The good part is कि SDS ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ SDS category ਚ apply ਕਰਨ ਦਾ benefit ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਇਹੀ benefit ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ study visa ਲੱਗਣ ਦੇ chances ਥੋੜੇ high ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ as compared to non-SDS stream.
So
So
they have to
ਦੂਸਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਹੈਗੀ
pay
ਹੈ,
1 year. Sorry, yeah, I'm just stopping. So they have to pay 1 year's fee for their courses. That's it.
नहीं जी नहीं, what I meant is usually what happens is like normally they on SDS just one semester of the tuition fee that is required, but if you're applying under non SDS stream, then it has to be a tuition fee of 1 year complete that has to be paid upfront,
Okay.
and then there has to be $10,000 in your GIC account as well. So those are the two main requirements of the SDS stream.
Oh, I see.
And you need a valid offer letter from DLI, from one of the valid DLI institution.
Perfect. Now I kind of understood some of it. So basically, it's a beneficial information, and I actually encourage people to get a hold of you. For me, that is the easy part. Get a hold of Gurleen, and then I am out of it. So
this was never, apparently I looked into the updates and this was something that I felt like sharing, reason being because usually India ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ emphasize the IELTS ਨੂੰ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ they are asking to you can always stick to PTE, but PTE again you would have to apply for non-SDS stream until and unless it is the part of the IRCC update where they will officially start accepting PTE for your study visas as well. As of now, there is no update in the market. So anybody who is getting glued, because few of my clients, they called me up and they were asking about is PTE getting accepted as well, and asi PTE kar lene hai. Yes, there is an announcement where apparently IRCC will start accepting. But कोई timeline या proper उन्होंने कोई specifically कोई date नहीं mention की थी भी इस date तो बाद वाली applications लिए PTE accept हो जाएगी, which maybe they will drag it to the next year. Nobody can predict about that part because that is the internal news, right? But the good part is कि anybody who cannot perform well in IELTS academic can always go for IELTS general. Even it's said in it's a general statement where they say IELTS general is, in terms of format, is usually easier than IELTS academic.
yeah,
So
PD is kind of big.
there are different options. Earlier they never had many options except for going for IELTS as a language test exam, but now since they have different options, I would definitely ask audience to opt for an option where you think you can perform better.
So I have one person, his name is Alex, and I think he mentioned to something that you said. He said, do not renew it. I do not understand how it applies to your statements that you just made.
Do not renew it?
Yeah, we didn't say anything
Renew.
like that.
Do not renew, you mean the test, language test result?
Something, I don't know what it means, but Alex, can you be a bit clearer about that? Because I kind of do not understand. So Gurleen is very eager to answer your concern.
Oh, somebody is messaging you, I guess, right? So
Somebody
from the audience, we're getting, okay.
Yeah, it's from TikTok. Someone just sent a response.
Okay.
They just mentioned something, and I do not understand what it pertains.
So yeah, in terms of renewing, so that pretty much means like, if you see, it depends on your comfort zone. If you're if you're comfortable with the same language test format, then you should not even bother going for another language test exam, and that to a different format, or that to a different exam, because you already have that comfort zone and you have already spent your time and energy and money in terms of learning the format and following the pattern. But if you find it extremely hard to understand the format and perform well, then obviously now you have different options. Could be ALS General, could be CELPIP. Even with the CELPIP, if you are able to get the Canadian language benchmark of with the ability of 7, like Canadian language benchmark of 7, then you're eligible under STS3.
Okay. Well, maybe he meant something on a similar pattern. But anyways, if he comes back, we will have better clarification. So these days, frauds are also on the rise. People want to come to Canada by hook or by crook. So what I would like you to tell those people, what they should be watching, like what trigger or what red flags they should be watching for when they are in an interaction with so-called immigration consultants on like who are not qualified, or we used to refer to them as ghost consultants. So what could be the red flags, how they should proceed, what kind of information should they disclose to such people or not disclose to such people, what they should do if they have been scammed? Do you have any tips for those people?
Well, Mr. Paljima, so my recommendation is usually that you should look into documents provided by them. So for instance, if somebody is promising you an offer letter from a college, it always varies from an application to application as well. I would like to quote an example just for a study visa as of now. Mm-hmm. So once you have the offer letter handy, right? So the offer letter can be edited, and this is what has been happening in the past with most of the international students, where they get Section 44 summaries after a while. And this was like one of the reasons that, the offer letters were edited, and students are being a victim of a fraud. So what I normally suggest is, like, since there would be Canadian phone numbers provided for the institution as well, so call them directly just to double check if you are with the institution, or maybe the agent is trying to lure you about it. And in general, even with the PR processing, even with the other applications as well, such as like recently I have recently been in touch with one of the agent back home, and we were sort of discussing about it as well. So in India, in general, they look for a license number as well. So they have recently, like the bureaucrats, they have recently started raiding the ghost consultants in terms of like the ones that are non-licensed. So in India, they do need a license from the state for the practice. So they're definitely getting strict with so many complaints being filed and so much being happened. So this can be one of the criteria where you can ask your agent, okay, are you being licensed, or are you working as a tie-up with one of the practicing RCAC members?
Should always be there. Are you licensed? Important.
Yeah, they can. They're not practicing RCICs for sure, but they can always be. They will be. So agent, basically, if I talk about the term in terms of like the ICC's regulation, it clearly mentions anybody who is. So agents are being designated by the practicing RCICs. So I can set up agent agreements with multiple entities in India, provided that both parties, it is as per the mutual consent between both parties. So what I'm trying to explain is like, if the entity is not fraudulent, they will provide you the info about either or, and it's your right to ask those questions, because being shy does not help.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're a victim of fraud when you're being shy, or you're not being when you can't pose those questions to them, you ultimately become a victim of the fraud as well.
Absolutely. You're kind of encouraging those things, and sometimes people get scared to ask questions. Should I ask this question? Will he feel offended? Should I say that? Or he because sometimes people give so many examples of many other agents they have supported, and people think, oh my God, this person seems to be a great person, so I shouldn't mess around with him. Maybe they will screw up my file or something like that. So the bottom line is, do not hesitate to give those people a call and verify credentials. And I would actually ask him, can you give me a reference to who you served in the past? There's no harm in getting a phone number. I would do that if I'm like triggered that this person is not the legit member. And more or less, I guess the knowledge itself will show up if the person is legit or not.
Well, definitely, it's usually the experience that definitely matters as well. So, in most of the matters, what happens is like, because when you're dealing with a client who is merely 19 years old, like if I talk about any study visa applicant, he or she would not be aware of their rights, especially parents being desperate. They just want to send their kids right away to the to other nations. But this is something that we should bring in practice cumulatively. So being a professional, this is my advice. Even with the other applications, there is a way to do due diligence, and I would definitely recommend, like, gone are the days when we used to say, okay, somebody back home cannot get in touch with the professional who is based in Canada. That is again a straightforward lie.
Yeah.
If TikTok can spread that much knowledge, why not calling some professional and asking them about the genuine advice?
You're right.
Being a professional, I would definitely like to mention that I always get calls from back home where it was pretty recent, where I think this client got hold of me, or maybe they got my contact details from one of the media channel where I usually go for broadcasts. So I would not say that was a direct fraud, but he was a part of the fraud. He was being lured into a situation which was basically not even something where you say, okay, you know what, I can get it done for you, and it's something that you promise above and beyond. So I think this he initially went to New Zealand for his further studies, and for some reason, because he met an accident, and he filed a humanitarian and compassionate ground application with New Zealand, and then I think he not to be honest, I just have a glimpse of the matter, because it's been a while. It's been like 10 months, and he was being back and forth. I'm just giving a glimpse of the whole matter.
Yeah.
So because agency didn't go through, and he had to return to India, and now for somebody to adapt to the home country is a bit of task as well, because when you have lived in a foreign country for so and so years, it's hard to adapt back home as well. So he was desperately looking for a way out to it. So I think one of the agent just kind of this is all fake and false promises, where you say, okay, I have a connection in IRCC and I can get you a visitor visa done. So something like this happened, and he apparently got his So he so agent actually collected his passport, like applicant's passport, and now he's clueless what exactly has happened. Has he actually applied for a visitor visa? And he does not even have the application number. He does not even know if the agent has actually filed it, or maybe it was just a talk in the air. So now he kept asking me, ma'am, is there a way you can just go back and look into it? I said, like, first of all, I can bet you on that he never applied for it. But
Yes.
honestly, if he has applied for it, there is no way I can look into. I can, there is a way to request the copy of the application if you have a refusal letter, because the refusal letter, the generic one, would have the application number, the UCI number, and the date of the decision. But since
That's right.
these details are missing, so there is no way I can go back and file an ATIP with IRCC. Now, because, when you're in such a situation, you are actually seeking a help, and that too desperately. So he started
Yeah.
looking for so he started, searching different names and whatnot. So he said, like, he got in touch with the forum in Montreal, which I don't know has grounds, and he kept calling me and saying, hey, I was able to get hold of like one of the IRCC's representative, and I'm like, good for
Okay.
you. And then he sent a number,
Yeah.
and then I just realized, okay, it's a local phone number, it's not even IRCC's phone number, because the that is a generic phone number. It's 1-888-242-2100, right? Now, I said, like, maybe, what, somebody is trying to misguide you again, where, this is something I do not want to deal with. And
Yeah.
this is because apparently, if we do not have details for the previous application, he will be served with like 5 years of misrepresentation, and putting somebody in such a situation, that's not what a professional would do. So this is my recommendation: do not fall for like lucrative promises, or do not even think that, okay, you know what, there is a way out to do things without following IRCC's proper guidelines.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. And I appreciate you for your knowledge that you share with each and every one of us. I keep staring at my two different cameras, and I think when you see me, you must be looking that I'm looking to the roof. But I always keep forgetting that my backup camera today is on the lower angle. So then I remember that I look into that. So I'm connecting with people eye to eye. I keep looking like that, like I'm drunk or I'm high.
That's okay, Mr. Paljima. It happens, and trust me, you're doing a great job.
Yeah, you keep saying that, and that keeps driving me to keep doing the stuff. Thank you very much, Gurleen. Would you like to say anything else, or you will come back next Friday then?
I will definitely be here. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Paljima, for giving us an amazing opportunity. Honestly, every professional is able to share their experience, and it's all thanks to you. Viewers, I'm just one call away. You can always reach out to me at 647-465-8894, or please do call me at 639-998-1992. You can always email your inquiry to info@fourwayimmigration.com. Thank you so much, Mr. Paljima.
Thank you very
I will
much.
see you next
We'll
Friday.
come back after a quick
Thank
break.
you.
Thank you very much. Are you thinking of selling your home? You are covered. From my experience of 14 plus years in the real estate industry, this is what I have come to know. There are three major concerns that any home seller would want their realtor to answer. Number one, how much is their home worth? Number two, how long will it take to sell their house? And number three, what will the agent do to make it sell? I have answers to all these questions. To schedule your one-on-one appointment, call me at 647-424-0358. Once again, Paul Chima, broker with Remax Prime Properties. My phone number to call is 647-424-0358. Call me now and get moving.
From a vast experience in immigration industry, this is what I've figured out. Clients want to know if their application is submitted in a timely fashion, what a representative can do to serve best interest of their client. Clients are informed on a regular basis about the progress of their application. We deliver what we promise. My phone number is 647-465-8894 or reach me out at 639-998-1992.
Are you thinking of a career change or adding another one to your portfolio? Well, you are thinking right. Call Sarabjit Luddar at 416-879-3039 from Beyond Care Insurance Solutions. She also deals in life, long-term, travel, critical illness, disability insurance. Give her a call today at 416-879-3039. This is what we can tell you. She will always give you the right advice and help you find out if being an insurance advisor is your piece of cake.
Are you looking for a reliable legal office that can handle your closing in the most effective manner? If yes, please get in touch with Rakesh Joshi at 416-213-8600. Joshi Law Office provides all the legal advices about real estate law, business law, immigration laws, notarization and affidavits, wills and trust. Give them a call today, 416-213-8600. ਅਵੰਤਿਆ ਬੜਾ ਖੁਸ਼ ਤੁਰਿਆ ਹੋਣਾ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਲੂਟਰੀ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਤੇਰੀ ਕਾਸ਼ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਵੈਸੇ ਗੱਲ ਤੇ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਵਰਗੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਦਾ ਬੀਮਾ ਕਰਵਾ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਤੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਗਰੋਂ ਕੋਈ $1 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਊਗਾ ਉਹ ਅੱਛਾ ਇਹ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਉਹ ਜੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕਮਲਜੀਤ ਬੋਲਾ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਪਰਕ ਕਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਫੋਨ ਨੰਬਰ 647 772 1481 ਹੁਣੇ ਹੀ ਕਰ ਲੈ ਫੋਨ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਛੱਡ ਦੇਂ ਉਹ ਬੱਲੇ ਉਹ ਤੇਰੇ PC24 ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ 5 ਚੈਨਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਬੜੇ ਸ਼ੌਕ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ 647 333 2273 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰੋ ਕੁਝ ਸਮੇਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇਹ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਮੁਫਤ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ 6473332273. Welcome to PC24, RTV's remaining segment of today. This is 16 September 2023. So, ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਥੋੜੀ ਬਹੁਤੀ mortgage ਦੀ and we'll talk about how the things are going on. But before we go there, mortgage news from Canadian mortgage trends, I would like to share my 2 cents about this incidents that happened between landlords and tenants where neither party was right in my best opinion. So well, you may have different perspective, but that's okay because diversity of thought is what makes us grow and be better. So you might have seen this property which is now publicly defamed on Google Maps. So basically what people are doing, they have looked up the address and they are asking their friends to give negative reviews on the house. So if you look up at this property address, which is 28 Ridgemore in Brampton, people have given such a negative comments, and that makes it really dangerous situation, not only for the homeowners but also for those who are commenting. This could be a very serious case of bullying, harassment, public harassment, and maybe battery, because somewhere someone also said that you should physically harm the lady. This is not right. This is not right. Both the parties, like even the landlords, were not right in their they should have conducted them better in front of the children, but at the same time the students should have conducted them in a better way. But at the same time, all other people who are commenting should make appropriate cognizance of the situation, that it is not right to publicly threat, and that too online. Cases can be initiated, and this can jeopardize your dream when you came to Canada. So please, please, please hold on to your silly thoughts and be better. So there's it's done deal. I don't know if those guys moved out or they are still there or what's going on. But you shouldn't do that. And now we are blaming that they were charging 3,500 rent, but at the same time, why accept that kind of rent? 7 people in 1-bedroom basement apartment simply doesn't make sense. So my request to all the students is, your parents sent you here for some better reasons. So I know in student life you do not care, but in Canada this is different. Once there is a legal suit, it's going to be very troublesome for you forever. So please, please, please stay away from this. There you will find all kind of people around, but the common sense is to conduct yourself in a way better way. So what I was going to show you were the reviews, and some of the reviews, and I would give an alert. Some of the reviews that I noticed are really very bad. So bad that they have tons of profanity in them. That's what I was looking for. There's a profanity in the tone, and this is not right. So if you look at this review here, so there is a review page that I'm showing you right here, and that's what is doing the rounds of social media. And please, I would suggest, do not do that. Giving wrong titles to the family, this opens up you to a very dangerous situation, and that's okay. You are not even there, so without knowing the two sides of the story, you should not do that. You should not do anything. And there are tons of many comments on TikTok where people are saying many baseless things. I do not recommend you do that. Okay? So if you can conduct in a better way and leave it, people who are wrong will eventually, get karma, do the justice to them. So anyways, so there are so many bad things happening. That's what is scaring the tenants and the landlord. Both parties are equally scared. But if we keep doing that kind of stuff, I will tell you one thing for sure. More and more households will stop renting to students, because it's not about money, it's about peace of mind as well. So if they don't get that, guess what? You are in a bad shape. So mortgage interest costs are 80% since the start of Bank of Canada's first rate hike. We talked about that, and now what's happening? There are early stage delinquencies for all credit products that are increasing. This is a report from Equifax, and Equifax report from Canadian mortgage trend says the 30 plus day delinquency rate on non-mortgage debt was up by 26.3% now. It's a huge jump compared to last 12 months. People who are defaulting on non-mortgage related credit debts, your credit card purchase, your grocery purchase on card. So there are 30 plus days delinquency. So delinquency when your payment is in default for more than 3 months is what happens then. So this is data from Equifax. The number of consumers that are starting to miss at least one payment grew last quarter and is continuing to grow. This is from the Vice President of the Advanced Analyticals section at Equifax Canada, and there are pretty large jumps in the number of missed payments when compared to last year. It is 26.3% and growing. We are seeing that movement across all products. The good news is that for some of those products, such as mortgages, those levels are still firmly below where we were pre-pandemic. So mortgage is holding good so far, but non-mortgage debt is not being paid on time. So the data shows the delinquency rate for auto loans and personal and home equity lines of credit are now at or near pre-pandemic levels. Missed payments on HELOC. HELOCs, the rates are going to be, the percentage you can take for HELOC is being clipped down as we speak to 65%. Currently, it stands at 80%. So missed payments on HELOC are 71% compared to the second quarter of 2022 and are just 12.8% below 2019 levels. So there are also reports that HELOC holders have seen their payments rise by over $200 a month. It's a lot of money, and your income has not increased as much. So this is dangerous situation, and we all understand it's not easy fix right now as economy takes a dive, and it is projected that we will be in a recession very soon, and it will last for at least the middle of 2024. So mortgage delinquencies are now 32.6% above a year ago levels, but remain 36% lower than the pre-pandemic levels in 2019. So 2019 mortgage delinquencies are increasing to 32.6% from the last year, but they are still 36% lower than the pre-pandemic levels of 2019. Regionally, interest rates are having the biggest impact on mortgage holders in Ontario and British Columbia, where delinquencies have spiked 86.9% and 33.9% in BC. Factors such as substantial house price increases, larger loan amounts, a higher proportion of variable rate mortgages, and the elevated cost of living have contributed to the delinquency rise. Additionally, payment shocks for newly renewed mortgages and upcoming renewals are poised to impact consumer finances, particularly for those facing mortgage terms that extend beyond their expected retirement age. This is serious. This is really getting serious, leaving them with limited options for reducing monthly payment costs. So mortgage growth being driven by the first-time home buyers. So this is also reported by Equifax. The new mortgage originations are mostly for the first-time home buyers, which are protected by insurers, mortgage insurers for default mortgage insurance. The initial rate hike in 2022 made many first-time home buyers delay their purchases, but there are increases now in the first-time home buyers from first quarter of 2023, despite higher interest rates. So at the same time, while overall originations were up 40% compared to the first quarter, driven in part by the Bank of Canada rate pause, and they still remain well below levels seen in 2020 and 2021. The average loan amount for the first-time home buyers in the second quarter of 2023 was $408,000. So this is up from $406,000 in the first quarter, a little increase of maybe couple $1,000, right? And change. More than a third, 35% mortgages have an amortization of more than 25 years, according to Equifax. So that means first-time home buyers are just getting longer amortizations. Wow, that is something very interesting. And consumer proposals are increasing. So this is another report from Canadian Mortgage Trends, citing Equifax as their source. The largest consumer proposal increase has been seen among those with a mortgage, which are up 42% from the last year, while there's been a 25% increase among consumers without a mortgage. 42% people who owe a mortgage are running to file proposals, while for those non-mortgage credit holders, it is about 25%. So proposals are there as a tool to help them manage financial stress if you have assets. So perhaps we actually would see a little bit more coming through for that mortgage group. This is from the analytics section of Equifax. The credit demand is boosted by the newcomers. So despite a slowdown in the mortgage loan growth, which was up just 1% in the quarter, total consumer debt in Canada rose 1.9% to $2.4 trillion, driven largely by growth in credit card balances. So this is where newcomers are coming in. 1 in 7 applicants was from a new to credit client. So 1 in 7. The number of credit active consumer with less than 24 months of credit activity was up 37.1%, while the average non-mortgage debt went down by 10.2% when compared to second quarter of 2022. This increase was masked by the influx of new credit users in Canada who have much lower debt levels when they first become credit active. By contrast, consumers with a credit history of 2 years or more have had an average non-mortgage debt of $22,710, up 1.9% from the last year. So this tells me things are going to go a bit nasty very soon, and we have to live through these circumstances. So there's nothing we can do about it except manage non-essential expenses and keeping a positive mindset. This is the time when people need mental support for their mental health. I guess this is really, really very important. Mental health should be at the forefront of everything. So we are at 5% policy rate now, but CIBC projects it to be 5.25% by end of 2023, and that it is expected that these policy rates will come down to 3.5% by next year, which is cool, which is great, a good news. But 1 year is too far, right? So 2024 is too far. So let's live through 2023. I wish everyone peace, and may God support you, whatever you're doing, and enrich you with mental peace and safety of thought. Keep positive mindset. That's all I need. We are all in this together. Nobody is separate except those multi-millionaire who decided to go on those silly trips up into the sky and down into the bottom where Titanic sank. Though those people can afford it, but to achieve that level is really very hard. I don't know how people go there. But thank you very much for being with us for whatever time you were here. So I wish you success in whatever you're doing. But before I leave, I would offer my sincere condolences if you have lost a family member today. May God grant peace to the departed soul and give you a strong mindset to get over this big vacuum in your life. Thank you very much, and I will see you on Monday at 6:30 p.m. God bless you. Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's episode of PC24 RATV. Today we'd like to talk again about residential tenancies and problems. But before we go there, I would like you to watch this video that is doing tons of rounds these days. Here is it.
मेरे बंदो बोलो
ਕੋਈ ਨਾ
ਨਹੀਂ ਇਹ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਚਿਕਨ ਆ ਦੇਖੋ ਜੀ
4 ਵਜੇ
ਵੱਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਖਲਾਰਾ ਪਾਇਆ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਘਰ 'ਚ ਬਾਥਰੂਮ ਦਾ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਹਾਲ ਵੇਖੋ
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਪਾਇਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ 7-8 ਜਾਣੇ ਰੱਖੇ ਸੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ $3500 ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਲਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਦੋ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ 1 ਤਰੀਕ ਨੂੰ ਵੜਦੇ ਸਰ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਜਰੂਰ ਪੁੱਛਿਓ 3500 ਦਾ ਰਿਕਾਰਡ ਵੀਰੇ ਜਰੂਰ ਪੁੱਛਿਓ ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਰਹਿੰਦੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਉਹ ਬ੍ਰਦਰ ਹੀ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਬਾਹਰ ਸੌਂਦੇ ਸੀ, ਅਸੀਂ 5
वक्त अभी आपका है।
ਰਿਚਮੰਡ 20
ਕਿਹੜੇ ਤੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਹਮਦਰਦੀ ਲੈਣ ਲਈ। ਪਤਾ ਕੀ
So, as you can see, there have been multiple incidences where the tenants are fighting with the landlords and the landlords are fighting with the tenants. And I see that and it's very amusing. Are we taking law in our hands? Because I see people uttering threats. Landlords uttering threats to tenants, tenants uttering threats to landlords. They are recording each other and then sharing all that thing on social media. A few days back, there was an incident where it was alleged that a group of people, along with police, evicted many unlawful occupants from a property in Brampton. It was also mentioned that a girl that was totally nude and didn't have anything to cover her body was also recovered. So those things were, publicly shared, defaming, degracing people, which was not right. After all, these are people who have paid rent, or if they have not paid rent, then there are legal recourses, not the forceful eviction. And now someone might say, Paul, you have not seen the plight of landlords, and I totally agree that landlords these days are reeling under a lots and lots of pressure due to a very high monthly mortgage payments. I do not deny that. But despite that, you cannot, be doing anything out of law. You have to confine your action with the prevalent law. If everyone starts doing those things, guess what's going to happen? We will have a very chaotic society. This is very, very unfortunate. And I have always advised home buyers to stay away from going very high on purchase price unless they can afford it with their own monthly payment capacity. When people look for a house that has a basement apartment that they can rent out, they have their eyes set on the rent that will decrease their monthly mortgage payments. So people think, okay, I'm paying $6,000 in monthly mortgage payments and I will make $2,000 from the basement. That will be $4,000 my share. I have always advised against this kind of approach. If you do not have money to support the house, you should buy a house of a lower value. What makes you go to house purchases which are beyond your reach? And I know there are many professionals who will glaringly mention in the listing on the system saying rental apartment income of 2,000, 3,000. But what is the guarantee of that rental income coming non-stop? There are circumstances where the tenant may be disabled to earn, may have an accident, may not be working, may be jobless. And what is going to happen then? And you are barely surviving with your own income. But now you purchased a home and the mortgage is totally unaffordable because now the tenant has stopped paying you rent. And this results in this kind of arrogance, this kind of, a verbal abuse with each other. And this is not right, at least not in Canada. So this lady, I don't know where the house is, but she was threatening those guys and even her husband, threatening those students that They will file a complaint that they were threatening their children, and they were very confident the police will take action and spoil their career. Is this where we have come down to? $3,500 rent just for a one-bedroom basement apartment and 7 people living there. 7. Can you imagine? The basement may be about, let's say, 700, 800 square feet, one bedroom, open concept. And this is so ridiculous. When you charge extraordinarily high rent, the students are definitely going to bring their friends to share the cost with them. But is your home approved for that kind of occupancy? Every municipality has occupancy standards, and you cannot violate that. But the problem is in the compliance of the law. When city officials visit the property, if there is any complaint about many people living in the house, then city gives a notice, and when the inspector comes, either there are lesser people or they just tell that they are our friends. So I had a phone call with one of my friends. His name is Mr. Rajiv Verma, who is a mortgage broker. A very good guy. If you need business to do, please give me a call, Rajiv Verma. So he mentioned that this is what is happening, and about the incidents in the Brampton where they publicly defamed one girl that she was found nude. Actually, there was no such case. There was no nude girl. This is all unofficial. I have not witnessed any of this. But there are laws in place that must be followed. For common elements, rooming, the laws may be different. So if you are thinking of renting to a bunch of students with you, living with them, using the same kitchen and bathroom, that is shared common elements, then there are exemptions from LTB, I guess. But again, do speak with your paralegals or any lawyer and get real and accurate and updated information from them. It is very critical that you are aware of the legalities, and you cannot just be physical with anyone in Canada, be it tenant or be it anyone, unless you intend to spoil your own career and be a criminal. This is ridiculous. So there are so many detailed information about who is landlord, who is tenant, who is occupant, and all those things need to be understood. I wanted to bring a paralegal on this broadcast today, but unfortunately, the paralegal was busy. If you are a paralegal and would like to participate, just write your comment and I will let you into the broadcast and share your mindset with us. Like I said, I am not a paralegal. All my opinions are totally based on my personal experience or whatever I have researched from the system. So this is where we are. So legalities about Landlord and Tenant Act are very, very important to know. So people, when they become greedy, and greediness is a curse that has been said since ages. It's not something that I am saying today. People have said that again and again. Thank you very much, Matt, for joining. So the problem is the greed of making more money. Why? Because the landlords are paying more money to hold the house. I know that. Recently, one of my clients, actually my close friend these days, they have been renting for a long time, 9 years now. After they sold their house, they could never afford to buy a second house. So their landlord suddenly wanted to increase the rent by $1,000. But then he came down to an increase of $600. And this guy, a very simple, down-to-earth, totally lack of internet knowledge and online knowledge, very simple family. They were scared like anything. So he called me and I told him, A, nobody can increase your rent by that much amount. It has to be 2.5%. That's it. But not every property is exempt from increasing the rent the way they want. There are properties that were built after November 15, 2018 that do not fall under rent control guidelines. Recently, we saw an example where sisters complained that their landlord increased the payment, the rental amount, by $7,000. So from $2,500, the new rent that was demanded was $9,500. And they knew little about this building, that this was built after November 15, 2018. Those buildings are not covered under LTB or the rent control guidelines. They can charge whatever they want. So you need to be very aware of where you are heading to. This is when you need to hire a professional who can help you secure a rental property with the right clauses in it. So now, coming back to the definition of what a landlord is, and I was looking up online, and the definition was very extensive. For them, the landlord meant anyone who is in control of leasing out the property, setting the guidelines and expectations, and collecting rent. It does not have to be the person on the title. How cool is that? It could be a corporation. You know, when these days many condo builders are saying guaranteed rent for so many years, they have a company that takes the task of renting out your units and just giving you the money after deducting their cost. So now they become technically the landlord. I will read out this definition of landlord from the Tribunals Ontario Landlord and Tenant Board publication, and the title is Landlords, Tenants, Occupants and Residential Tenancies, who they are, interpretation guideline number 21. So subsection 2 para 1 of the RTA Residential Tenancy Act contains the following definition of the landlord, and this is what it is. A landlord is the owner of a rental unit or any other person who permits occupancy of a rental unit, other than a tenant who occupies a rental unit in a residential complex and who permits another person to also occupy the unit or any part of the unit. So it is not that person, it is the person who is the owner or any other person who permits the occupancy of a rental unit, other than a tenant who occupies a rental unit in a residential complex and who permits another person to also occupy the unit or any part of the unit. The heirs, the assigns, personal representatives, and successors in title of a person referred to in clause A and C. A person other than a tenant occupying a rental unit in a residential complex who is entitled to possession of the residential complex and who attempts to enforce any of the rights of a landlord under a tenancy agreement or this act, including the right to collect rent, where the RTA states that the landlord includes certain persons, indicates that the definition in the RTA is not intended to be exhaustive. That means there can be more explanation of the word landlord. So it is pretty long definition. So depending upon the specific facts, the registered owner of a residential complex and the property manager with the authority to rent units and responsibility for the day-to-day operations may be both the landlords as defined by RTA. Any person or corporation meeting the definition of landlord is entitled to exercise the rights given to landlords under RTA, including the right to give a tenant a notice of termination and file an application with the landlord and tenant board. An application filed with LTB can name one or all of the landlords of the rental unit. So this is a detailed definition of the landlord. Then there are tenants. Who are the tenants? Tenants include a person who pays rent in return for the right to occupy a rental unit, and includes the tenant's heirs, assigns, and personal representatives. But tenant does not include a person who has the right to occupy a rental unit by virtue of being a co-owner of the residential complex in which the residential unit is located, or a shareholder of a corporation that owns the residential complex. So they are not the tenant. So this is too large a definition. And then the spouse. Spouse can just be an occupant, not a tenant. Let's say one of the spouse is not on the lease and that spouse is just an occupant. If the main or the principal tenant dies, the spouse can be termed as a tenant later on. And then there are occupants and roommates, occupants who occupy the property. And this is a roommate is like a person who, like an occupant, shares a room. So there is no definition of roommate in the Residential Tenancy Act. So anyone can live with the tenant. This is so bizarre. So I would suggest you go through this definition. This is pretty exhaustive and a long list. The problem is the landlord and tenant board cannot address, even the municipalities cannot address the unauthorized occupants issue with the properties, where landlords are suffering too much with non-payment of rent in arrears, and they are waiting and waiting, but the tenants keep denying payment, and you can file your complaint with LTB, but there are no recourses. When there is judgment in any, let's say, circumstance, someone can always challenge that in a superior court, and then, you know what, the guy stays for free for a long time. So this is how things are governed. But RTA, Residential Tenancy Act, is a very detailed act, and I literally suggest if you are renting your property, you should go through the act and be aware of the human rights obligations, because you have to treat everyone with honesty and fairly, regardless of color, creed, ethnicity, sexual orientation, age, whatever. So if you are a landlord, you do not want to get triggered into any of these human rights violations, which takes precedence over any other right. Be very careful about that. So there are different rules for rooming houses where there are common elements that people are cooking, and some portion of the property is occupied by the landlord, or is under different ownership, and those people can come and go anytime, but then there is shared. So there are still eviction rules that apply. There is no force needed to evict people. I intend to bring some paralegal on this platform to talk more in detail about how all these cases should be handled, and you be a better landlord or a better tenant. As a tenant, whether you are a student, whether you are a family, you do not have a right to damage the property. Damaging the property can cause immediate eviction. And so you cannot even furnish wrong information. If you are employed, you have to give your detailed information and your credential. And at the same time, the landlord should not lease out unless they are completely satisfied with the paying ability of their tenant. Just a few days back, I know someone denied renting to someone based off their credit report and lack of funds in their bank account. The explanation was pretty simple. The landlord was not convinced that the person would be able to keep paying monthly rent of $4,000 despite promises by the potential tenant that they can do so. And because the guy was very diligent, so he didn't want to take a risk. This is respectful. Financial worthiness is something you can think about. Credit worthiness, the responsibility toward paying monthly rental payment is a very critical component. But when people rent to multiple persons or students, then they are exposing themselves to greater risk than they have imagined. Just thinking that they are newbies, they know nothing about Canadian rules and regulation, does not mean that you start mistreating them. What kind of image are you giving those people? What kind of citizens are you raising by doing such act? It's really important that you treat people with respect, even if they are newcomers or they know nothing about law. It is your responsibility to make sure they understand it. Have you guys signed up a lease? If you have, you know it is mandatory for you to have Ontario standard lease signed. And if a copy of signed lease is not given to the tenant within 21 days, the tenants can withhold 1 month's rent and will not pay you unless you have given them a copy of the signed lease agreement. Your information to connect with you, to call you, to get in touch with you, to serve you notices should be provided on this form. It is important, very important. Do not think you can lease and you can do whatever you want to do. You cannot kick people out of their home regardless they are paying rent or not. There is a law to be followed. You have to observe law. So speak to a lawyer or a paralegal and get help. Right? This is important. So that's all I wanted to say. And the Residential Tenancy Act, basically the Ontario Standard Lease, is a document that has been designed by the government of Ontario, and it details every possible scenario when can you be evicted. So I was reading some comments. Of course, when there is a video about a tenant and a landlord dispute, people that are commenting, they include students as well. And I heard them saying, oh, you should give at least 90 days notice or 2 months notice, or you don't have to give any notice at all. Those misleading statements, like I don't know where they heard that. But there are fixed term tenancies or monthly tenancies as well. So fixed term tenancies could be any term, monthly, 1 year, 2 year, 5 year, or they could be weekly or daily tenancies as well. So if you are in a daily or weekly tenancy where you pay your rent every week, then you have to give a notice of 28 days. And your notice, the first day of notice begins when you collect that month's rent. If rent is paid on 1st of every month, your let's say on Sunday, then your day starts with Sunday. If you give notice on Tuesday, that would be applicable from the next Sunday. And similarly, for monthly payment mode, if someone is paying you rent from 15th to 15th, then the term of the notice will begin from 15th. If the rent is being paid on 1st of the month, then the 60 days period notice will begin on 1st of the month. This is really critical. So just counting that you have given 60 days notice is not enough. So it could be the notice period is at least 60 days for monthly or fixed term tenancy, and it is 28 days for daily or weekly or bi-weekly tenancy. It could be you could give a notice 70 days, but your 60 days will be from the day the rent is collected, right? So even though rent is delayed, doesn't make any difference. The contractual date is 1st or 15th or whatever date you selected on your agreement. Rajpaji, welcome to the broadcaster. Nice seeing you here. So the other day when I ran that live video, oh my God, what a chaos it was. And I'm glad that I stopped doing it. So now you must understand that when the term expires, right, you do not have to sign any paper if the lease is being renewed. Lease automatically moves to month tenancy. You don't have to sign any paper. You don't have to make a new lease agreement. Right? We'll continue this discussion after a little break. Stay with us, please. Are you thinking of selling your home? You are covered. From my experience of 14 plus years in the real estate industry, this is what I have come to know. There are three major concerns that any home seller would want their realtor to answer. Number one, how much is their home worth? Number two, how long will it take to sell their house? And number three, what will the agent do to make it sell? I have answers to all these questions. To schedule your one-on-one appointment, call me at 647-424-0358. Once again, Paul Chima, broker with Remax Prime Properties. My phone number to call is 647-424-0358. Call me now and get moving.
From a vast experience in immigration industry, this is what I've figured out. Clients want to know if their application is submitted in a timely fashion, what a representative can do to serve best interest of their client. Clients are informed on a regular basis about the progress of their application. We deliver what we promise. My phone number is 647-465-8894 or reach me out at 639-998-1992.
Are you thinking of a career change or adding another one to your portfolio? Well, you are thinking right. Call Sarabjit Luddar at 416-879-3039 from Beyond Care Insurance Solutions. She also deals in life, long-term, travel, critical illness, disability insurance. Give her a call today at 416-879-3039. This is what we can tell you. She will always give you the right advice and help you find out if being an insurance advisor is your piece of cake. Are you looking for a reliable legal office that can handle your closing in the most effective manner? If yes, please get in touch with Rakesh Joshi at 416-213-8600. Joshi Law Office provides all the legal advices about real estate law, business law, immigration laws, notarization and affidavits, wills and trust. Give them a call today, 416-213-8600. ਅਵੰਤਿਆ ਬੜਾ ਖੁਸ਼ ਤੁਰਿਆ ਹੋਣਾ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਲੂਟਰੀ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਤੇਰੀ ਕਾਸ਼ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਵੈਸੇ ਗੱਲ ਤੇ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਵਰਗੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਦਾ ਬੀਮਾ ਕਰਵਾ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਤੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਗਰੋਂ ਕੋਈ $1 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਊਗਾ
ਉਹ ਅੱਛਾ, ਇਹ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ? ਉਹ ਜੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕਮਲਜੀਤ ਬੋਲਾ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਪਰਕ ਕਰ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਫੋਨ ਨੰਬਰ 647 772 1481। ਹੁਣੇ ਹੀ ਕਰ ਲੈ ਫੋਨ, ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ, ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਛੱਡ ਦੇਂ। ਉਹ ਬੱਲੇ ਉਹ ਤੇਰੇ। PC24 ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ 5 ਚੈਨਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਬੜੇ ਸ਼ੌਕ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ। ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ 647 333 2273 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰੋ। ਕੁਝ ਸਮੇਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇਹ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਮੁਫਤ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ। 647 333 2273। Welcome to the remaining broadcast of PC24 RETV. So we were talking about the Residential Tenancy Act. So it is not right for a landlord if they do not maintain the property. Technically, a landlord is responsible for providing and maintaining a residential complex, including rental unit in it, in a good state of repair, fit for habitation, and for complying with health and safety, housing and maintenance standard. This is simple thing. Some people think if they have transferred utilities in the name of the tenants, they are free from further responsibilities. I do not think so. Basically, you are the one responsible for making sure your house is updated and maintained. You can build the tenant later on, but it is your house, your responsibility to keep. Let's say the tenant loses a job and then he stops paying the utility bill. They were in his name or their name, and now the companies, the utility providers, they disconnect. They won't disconnect just the basement or let's say the whole house is rented. They will disconnect. Then who is responsible? As a landlord, it is your responsibility to make sure the temperature is maintained as per Ontario guideline, which is I guess 20 degrees or 25 degrees. You have to keep that and make sure the house is in good shape. If there is extensive damage because of willful or intentional negligence of tenant, then well, you can serve them an eviction notice, but cannot keep someone without the basic amenities that are your responsibilities. This is very critical that you understand, and you cannot increase rent of your whims and fancies. That, oh, okay, this time my monthly mortgage payment has gone up by $500, so what I will do, I will increase the rent by $500. Well, you invested in a property, and then every investment is subject to losses. So, well, this is the time to have losses. If you are that much worried, why don't you just sell the property and wash your hands off? That may be a pretty easy job to do, but don't think you can disconnect the power lines or water lines to your tenants. You have to keep them regardless you get paid or not. This is unfortunately true, but this is because the Tenancy Act is very much sided with the tenants. Those are the people that have the risk of becoming homeless while you are still enjoying your home. So I guess that makes all the sense. So there are so many things that can be talked in this broadcast, but I will just hold it here and I will try to bring paralegal. Then we are going to discuss the burning issues that we are seeing in Brampton and other Peel region municipalities. Not even here, it's everywhere. I am seeing that everywhere happening, even in Surrey or in Alberta. Well, this is what it is. People are losing jobs. How can they pay? Students are having hard time between studies, work, and their personal life. It is killing. Just imagine yourself alone. Be a bit empathetic. Why do you rent to 10 people? Why don't you just say not more than these people? If you have done Ontario standard lease, add a schedule to it, writing down the names and gathering the IDs of each and every one of them who lives in the property. You can set up cameras to record if persons are living there for an extended length of time and then face them, serve them a notice. No one other than those mentioned in the schedule should be on the lease, should be in the house. So it is really important that you keep updating. And I see some homeowners just give right to one person to keep renting, and they say, okay, my lease would be with you. I don't care how many people you bring in, but they should conform to the occupancy standards of this municipality. And if I try to see occupancy standards, Mississauga, for example, and this is what I see. So the question asked is how many people can live in a two-bedroom house in Ontario, and basically a maximum two persons per bedroom can occupy a room. Household members of any age living as a part of a married or a common law couple share a bedroom with their spouse or common law partner. This is national occupancy standards. There may be all those things, but then city may have their own standards. So if you look at the Peel region occupancy standards, you will know everything that is there. So basically, I'm scrolling down as I try to look at this. If the household includes two people who are spouses, one bedroom. Two people who are not spouses of one another, parent and child, brother and sister, two bedroom. Two people who are not spouses of one another, such as parent and child, brother and sister, two separate bedrooms. Four people that make up two separate spousal relationship, two bedrooms. Two people who are spouses of each other, and one dependent child, two bedroom. One for the child, one for them. Any of the above scenarios plus one or more additional household members, the number of bedrooms as per above plus one bedroom for each additional member. If you are 5 people, you need to have 4 rooms, 3 plus 1 for 2, husband and wife. So there are occupancy standard for smallest units too. 2 people who are spouses of one another, a bachelor unit, they can live there. So refusal of a bachelor unit by 2-person household, where the 2 people are spouses, is not counted as refused under the refusal of offers policy. 2 members, 1 bedroom. So you need to understand that there are rules and regulation. You cannot bring multiple people in one bedroom. It is not allowed. Not only this, there are square footage or per square meter allowances too. How many people can live in one particular square footage? So I probably will share that with you some other time. But I will leave this discussion right here, and we will touch base with it. Later with some qualified paralegal who can give us some more information. So here is what I have to talk about the mortgage. So mortgage interest cost now up over 80% since the start of Bank of Canada's rate hike. Guys, this is what the news is. So this is the rates climbed way over. The mortgage interest cost climbed in the second quarter, and they are over 80% from Bank of Canada's first hike. Mortgage news. On a quarterly basis, the interest payments went up by 5%, and this 5% translates to $92 billion in the second quarter. Statistics Canada reported on Wednesday, StatCan noted the pace of growth has slowed from the double-digit pace seen during the 4 preceding quarters. So it is just 5%. It could have been double digits, but it's not. That's slowing down of the economy. This data was released as part of the agency's Q2 national balance sheet and financial flow accounts. These figures represent the increase in interest cost in dollar terms, which is different from Stat Canada's per capita measure included in the monthly inflation data, which is up 30% year over year. Mortgage borrowing falls to 18-year low. Well, yes. Basically, it says overall the household borrowing cost fell to its lowest level since 2020 and the second lowest level since 2003. Households borrowed $17.1 billion in funds in second quarter, extending the trend of slower borrowing demand seen over the past 3 quarters. The slowdown was driven by a marked slowdown in demand for mortgage loans, which fell to its lowest point since 2005, as per Statistics Canada. Demand for mortgage fell amid banks' 2 rate hikes in June and July. Those were the major trigger points which slowed down the mortgage borrowing. So it fell to 18 years low, lowest level since 2020 and second lowest level since 2003. So people had income gains and that kind of offset some of the debt service costs, but I still see people reeling under stress at being unable to make their payments or going for private funding, paying extra interest, and even defaulting on their home insurances. So I see more hardship coming people's way. Well, this is what I keep seeing from ground reality. People are afraid to move, but at the same time, many regions are selling pretty nice. Fletcher's Meadow is one such region in Brampton. If you are thinking of selling your home in Fletcher's Meadow, well, feel free to reach out to me and I will tell you how to price your property and the time frame to sell the property. So there are a few highlights for mortgage and the real estate. Number one is the household's net worth grew by $256.4 billion. This is up from the first quarter by 1.6%. And I don't know where these numbers come in picture, but this is what it is. So I didn't make them up, but this is where the numbers are right now. So now if I put it up, this is what the number is. So household worth grew by $256.4 billion, up by 1.6% from the first quarter. How is it possible? Probably the house values gained somewhat. That's what I will assume. So, and the second important highlight is the household savings rate grew 7.7%. The household saving rate grew 0.7% in the quarter, its slowest pace since first quarter of 2021. Mortgage debt service ratios, interest only, rose to 5.29% from 5.18%. This is strange, right? This is too much. And we have to take that with a bit of salt. So mortgage debt service ratio, I will change it to DSR so I can complete the whole word here. Rose to 5.18%. That's what it is. and debt payments went up 2% quarter over quarter, or 16% from the last year. Value of household residential real estate rose 2%, $159 billion due to a rise in the real estate prices during the traditionally stronger spring home buying season. So, how are we doing later is to be seen very soon. So, what do you think is going to happen in the near future? Because what I noticed that the people are, in my best knowledge, sulking, complaining, and those things are kind of holding them down from taking any tangible action. So, what do you think is going to happen? Do you think people will stop buying, or they will keep buying? Because for some people, house buying is still a very significant decision, life changing decision. And if I tell you that over the last 2 days, there were 5 houses that sold like this, and new listings came up in Fletcher's Meadow area. How would you like it? Just one day. And I have not opened my MLS system yet, but if I open next time, you will be amazed to see how the things go about these housing statistics. They are pretty interesting and worth noticing. The houses are selling. Regardless of where the inflation is, someone always sees more value in buying their roof than all this negativity around them. They just don't focus on what's going on in the market. All they see is, well, this is good. I got a house. Many people have purchased their houses in the recent month, right? So you have to be careful about the negative news. Negative news means just negative news, and it's not going to help you gain anything at all. You need to be very strongly inclined. So we have Jasleen Paralegal Services, who works in Brampton, and she is a notary public and commissioner of oaths and affidavits. If you need any help, you can always give her a call, and her phone number, I'm going to share it with you here. So you can always give her a call at this number. Let me see if this number broadcasts over my channel. I hope it does. Yes, it does, but it is kind of very shaky just because the way I'm holding my phone. Let me see if I can showcase it. So if you need any help with the paralegal thing, you can give her a call. This is her number. You can read it. It is 647-622-3236. Jasleen Paralegal Services. So feel free to give her a call and get the best possible deal for yourself and save yourself from any kind of harassment or whatever legal issue you are plagued with. So just try to do that in a better way. That's what I would suggest. So it's time for us to say goodbye to you. But before that, I would like to offer my sincerest condolences to those families who have lost a beloved one on this day. May God give peace to the departed soul and also gives you strength to overcome this shock. This is so unfortunate when people leave us, but the thing is, no one is permanent on this planet. At some point in time, everyone has to pop out. This is the harsh reality of life. And can we change it? Kings, queens, mightiest people on this planet could not change it. Those who could cure, who could bring the dead alive, even they didn't stay in this world forever, right? the mightiest of mightiest, they just left this world. This is the tradition, and we have to accept God's way of maintaining this planet. Older is always replaced with newer ones. We feel more pain when younger ones leave this world at an early age, very early age. That is very dangerous, that is frustrating and heartbreaking. I wish no young child ever passes away. So older people like me, you never know when we will just say bye, or may not even get a chance to say bye to this beautiful world out there. If you have anyone who is thinking of selling their home, I would appreciate a phone call from you. My phone number to call is 647-424-0358. You can also give me a shout at 647-333-2273, and I would love to help to my best abilities. And we offer guaranteed sale. If you are stuck in a situation where you need to buy next home, but you are worried if your house will sell or not, then we can offer you an easy solution. We can buy your house for cash and help you make your next jump. So feel free to give us a call, 647-333-2273, 647-424-0358. I look forward to speaking with you very soon. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow at 6:30 or 7:30 p.m. So enjoy your beautiful Wednesday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's episode of PC24 IPTV. Today we are going to talk about residential tenancies. And residential tenancies, as I see, are kind of giving a lot of trouble these days. So we are going to talk a bit about residential tenancies. So residential tenancies are a big bone of contention these days. I noticed some students being kicked out of the basement by the landlords, which appears to be an illegal act of evicting someone from the basement. And they are clearly admitting that they will re-rent the basement, they will return their rent 2 to 4 days after they receive from the next tenant. This behavior is unacceptable. But why is this happening in the first place? That is something that we must understand. So residential tenancies are governed strictly by an act called Residential Tenancies Act. And this is really critical that you understand how the law works. Most of the international students do not understand that. So I'm going to write something here. So international students must understand how and what of Residential Tenancy Act in order to weed out the unlawful treatment of their peaceful enjoyment. So today I will be brief about that. So if you go to ontario.ca website, I'm going to share that information with you right here. So it is very critical that you go to Residential Tenancies Act And you can also send me a message about that, and I would be happy to furnish as much detail as I can your way. So feel free to let me know what you really want. So the Residential Tenancy Act, oops, all you need to do is Google search with Ontario Act. That way it will be very easy for you to find out what I intend to tell you. So it is all available and you should know about that. So today we will talk a bit about what this Tenancies Act actually means. There are rules governing how much rent can be increased. So every Ontario lease should have Ontario Standard lease sign up. If you do not have the Ontario lease sign up, and if you signed it but have not received a copy, then you can actually stop paying the rent until and unless the landlord has given you the copy of this agreement. So I guess there is a number of days when it has to be done. And if you look at the lease agreement, the standard lease agreement, it clearly tells you when it has to be given to you. So Ontario Standard Lease is the only document that you should basically look for, Ontario Standard Lease. And this will exactly tell you that if the landlord does not give you the signed lease agreement within X number of days, the tenant can legally hold the rent. Sorry, I have a little thing going on here. So basically, the Ontario Standard Lease is a very exhaustive document that was created just to facilitate the people who are willing to rent and who are willing to rent out. Those two things different. So Ontario Standard Lease is available right on the website. You can just go to the Ontario Standard Lease and look at that. So what does this entail? So there is a guide to residential leases and how it operates. Every standard lease agreement has couple options and segments to that. The first most segment is there are 3 sections to it. Section of the standard lease are parties to the agreement. Who is the landlord? Who is the tenant? And then information about the rental unit. That is the second thing. And the third is contact information. And then it comes down to term of tenancy agreement. And finally, not finally, then the rent and services and utilities, rent discounts, rent deposits, key deposits, smoking, tenant insurance, changes to the unit, maintenance and repairs. So all those things are covered under this Ontario Standard Lease Agreement. The first and foremost, you should understand your obligations. So I would suggest you can download the standard link lease by visiting the website of ontario.ca or Ministry of Municipal Ministry of Municipal Affairs. You can just visit there. So the standard lease agreement, and I'm going to just download this document and share the information with you. So it basically identifies, this was actually any lease agreement that was entered on or after March 1, 2021 has to have this lease agreement signed. But it does not apply to care homes, sites in mobile homes, and land lease communities. Most social housing doesn't apply there. Certain other special tenancies or cooperative housing, it does not apply. So the information is provided in the part A on the document itself. This document is a very long document and you must get all of it. There are 14 pages, and of these 14 pages, the first 7 are the forms and all others are appendix, that is general information to this. So as per part A of where it is applicable or not, so this form cannot be used for care homes, sites in mobile home parks or land lease communities, social and supportive housing that is exempt from rent increase guidelines, members unit in cooperative housing, and any other accommodation that is exempt from the act. This is where it does not apply, right? So this is mentioned in the appendix. So please, if you are renting a basement or a room or whatever, make sure you have this. If you are a group of people and only one of you is responsible for collecting rent from each and everyone, make sure your names are available in the lease on an additional document, which you can say annexure to the lease. If that changes quite often, make sure you keep changing that often. Sometimes landlord may say, okay, Mr. X will be in charge. Mr. X has to pay us $3,000 a month and he can lease to maximum of 5 people because there are occupancy laws in Canada. So occupancy laws dictate how many people can live in a particular square footage of the house. So you have to be very careful. Nobody can lease to more people than legally permitted. If there is a small house, 700 square feet, you cannot house 15 people in there. It may have restrictions. So go to every municipality's website and just find out occupancy standards in Mississauga, in Kitchener, in Brampton, in this and that, and everything. So under the Ontario Human Rights Code, everyone has the right to equal treatment in housing without any discrimination or harassment. So this lease has to be signed by every person which is a party to it. And the lease has to be given to the parties. Every party should have it. I'm sorry, I'm slightly doing 2 things at a time. Kind of forgive me if you see me distracted because I have some important meeting and I'm just silently joining that. Let me do this thing. Let me just quickly run my ads and change the volume of that particular thing that is going on there. So give me a second so I can join with you. It's unfortunate that there is overlap today. Are you thinking of selling your home? You are covered. From my experience of 14 plus years in the real estate industry, this is what I have come to know. There are three major concerns that any home seller would want their realtor to answer. Number one, how much is their home worth? Number two, how long will it take to sell their house? And number three, what will the agent do to make it sell? I have answers to all these questions. To schedule your one-on-one appointment, call me at 647-424-0358. Once again, Paul Chima, broker with Remax Prime Properties. My phone number to call is 647-424-0358. Call me now and get moving.
From a vast experience in immigration industry, this is what I've figured out. Clients want to know if their application is submitted in a timely fashion, what a representative can do to serve best interest of their client. Clients are informed on a regular basis about the progress of their application. We deliver what we promise. My phone number is 647-465-8894 or reach me out at 639-998-1992.
Are you thinking of a career change or adding another one to your portfolio? Well, you are thinking right. Call Sarabjit Luddar at 416-879-3039 from Beyond Care Insurance Solutions. She also deals in life, long-term, travel, critical illness, disability insurance. Give her a call today at 416-879-3039. This is what we can tell you. She will always give you the right advice and help you find out if being an insurance advisor is your piece of cake.
Are you looking for a reliable legal office that can handle your closing in the most effective manner? If yes, please get in touch with Rakesh Joshi at 416-213-8600. Joshi Law Office provides all the legal advices about real estate law, business law, immigration laws, notarization and affidavits, wills and trust. Give them a call today, 416-213-8600. ਅਵੰਚਿਆ ਬੜਾ ਖੁਸ਼ ਤੁਰਿਆ ਹੋਣਾ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਲੂਟਰੀ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਤੇਰੀ ਕਾਸ਼ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਵੈਸੇ ਗੱਲ ਤੇ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਵਰਗੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਦਾ ਬੀਮਾ ਕਰਵਾ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਤੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਗਰੋਂ ਕੋਈ $1 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਊਗਾ ਉਹ ਅੱਛਾ ਇਹ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਉਹ ਜੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕਮਲਜੀਤ ਬੋਲਾ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਪਰਕ ਕਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਫੋਨ ਨੰਬਰ 647 772 1481 ਹੁਣੇ ਹੀ ਕਰ ਲੈ ਫੋਨ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਛੱਡ ਦੇਂ ਉਹ ਬੱਲੇ ਤੇਰੇ PC24 ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ 5 ਚੈਨਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਬੜੇ ਸ਼ੌਕ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ 647 333 2273 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰੋ ਕੁਝ ਸਮੇਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇਹ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਮੁਫਤ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ 647-333-227. Well, thank you very much for waiting and I came back. There are some little glitches on my site. I do not know why it is. Something is not properly running, but here is the thing. Because this is what happens when you try to multitask. So what I was talking about in the residential tenancy lease that we're discussing, so let me tell you what it basically entails. So technically, there is a lease agreement. If you are a bunch of people living together, remember, you have to follow the occupancy standard. Landlord cannot lease the property to more than what is allowed under the laws of a particular municipality. If they do, then that means something is dangerously overlooked and can cause fire hazard. So there are risks associated with more people than permitted. So there are laws, guys, and you must respect those laws. So there is a form, and I would like to probably ask you to go on residential tenancy agreement or type in standard form of lease, and you will see what I want to tell you, because that document is very, very critical for your knowledge and for the sake of this discussion. So now you have to fill that in. If you do not sign that in and you do not get a copy, you can legally hold the rent, and it will tell you that you do not have to pay rent more than 1 month, which is more than one last month of rent. If someone asks you to pay more rent than you should, you can always file a complaint against the person or entity, whatever it is, and get this fixed. But there is an exception to the rent control guidelines. We'll come down to that when times comes. So right now, the term of tenancy is clearly mentioned, and nobody can break that tenancy. So tenancy, the tenant cannot be made to pay rent by the post-dated checks. Yes, post-dated checks are not permitted any time, but tenant can choose to pay. There's no harm doing that. Tenant can choose to pay, but landlord cannot accept it. The tenant, basically, if you're getting into a partial rent, everything should be documented, each and everything. Then there is a portion on the lease agreement where it clearly mentions standards, services, and utilities. Who pays what? Get that documented, so that unfortunate situation where this landlady is threatening some students of uttering threats to her children and then trying to call police on them. This is a dangerous situation to be in. So do not pay rent by cash. Never and never pay rent by cash, because if you do so, this is going to be very troublesome. So if there are discounts, if you get a discount, make sure it is mentioned. And the key deposit is only and only for the condominiums where the management charges a fee if you lose a fob, if you lose a key, then because all those are under control of the management. But in freehold homes, you do not have to pay any key deposit, because that is not permitted. But sometimes people still end up paying deposit because of lack of knowledge. So you guys Google up everything from hotel to movie theater. Why not you Google up Ontario Residential Act? It is in Residential Tenancy Act. This is a very, very important. And of course, you cannot have more people than were mentioned on the lease. The lease could have a clause where tenants are required to buy a liability insurance. Why you have to buy liability insurance is something that we'll talk some other time. Right now, we'll just stick to this particular information that we're talking, and I will have a very short session today because I have to leave for some important meeting, and I probably might continue on this some other time in some other broadcast. So you cannot do any changes, you cannot do anything, and then the document has to be given to the tenant 100%, right? So if landlord changes, a new landlord has the same rights and obligations as the previous landlord. A new landlord must follow all the terms of this agreement unless the tenant and the new landlord agree to other terms. So if you have signed a lease with a tenant, with a landlord, and the landlord sells the property, and the new landlord is not moving in, but they just bought it as an investment property, they cannot evict you. If they kick you out saying they need this property for their own use and they move you out, but after you have moved out, they just rent it out. You have 365 days to file a claim in the landlord and tenant board, which is a tribunal that addresses all these things. So tenancy is very seriously taken in Canada. So I know you just came to Canada from your countries and you did not know how it works. You were desperate to find a place and you just moved in. That's okay. So a new landlord, like I said, has to respect the tenancy. So when you live the whole term, there is a clause that permits you to renew your lease. But you may have to give a notice when the notice is given. If your lease expires, what happens? There are a couple of things that you must understand. So if the landlord and tenant agree that the tenancy will last for a specific period of time, this is called fixed term tenancy. Let's say 12 months, 24 months, 36 months, or 6 months, whatever it is. Both the start and ending dates are mentioned on the lease agreement. So the end of an agreement does not mean that you have to move out or sign a renewal or new lease agreement in order to stay. You do not have to sign any new lease after the term is over. You have been living there already, so everything is okay. You just stay there and that's all about it. You do not have to leave or evict. Right? It often happens that some landlords think they are cleverer than everyone else, so they will send you a lease quietly. So you are not a new tenant there. You are already living there, so you stay there for as long as you can want, or as long as the landlord has to lease the property. If the landlord or his family wants to move in, then that doesn't mean anything. Anyone can end the tenancy by giving appropriate notice. And duration of the notice is always available online if you forget it after this broadcast. As a monthly tenant, if the agreement was for a fixed term or a monthly tenancy, that is a monthly tenancy. As a weekly, if you are a weekly tenant, then you pay rent weekly, but your tenancy will be for a weekly tenancy. As a daily tenant, your tenancy will be daily tenant. Like I move in today, that's 1 day of lease. The landlord and tenant can also agree to renew the agreement for another fixed term or enter into a new agreement. In any case, changes to the rent must follow the rules of the Act. So there is a rent control guidelines. If you sign a new lease, you don't have to sign a new lease, by the way, but if you are made to sign, make sure the new rent is in accordance with the rent control guidelines. You do not have to make any changes there. So when you have to end the tenancy, right, you must follow the rules of Act. So how much notice is required? I was looking up on this video where it was being commented that, oh, you need to give 30 days notice, you need to give 60 days notice, you need to give 90 days notice. I saw so much confusion, and that's why I decided to do this broadcast to help you out. So if you are on a monthly or a fixed term tenancy, the notice is given 60 days in advance. And your 60 days do not start the day you give notice. Let us say this thing. your tenancy runs from 15th to 15th every month. So every 15th you pay the rental check or you send money out on that day via online payment or credit card payment, whatever payment it is. And we are talking about only residential leases. So now if you give notice on 1st of that month, your notice has no effect unless 15th of that month. So your 60 days actually begin on 15th of that month. So 15th to 15th to 15th will be 60 days. So this is how days are counted. They are not counted from any day. If your monthly tenancy begins on 1st of every month, that you are asked to pay rent on 1st of every month, then your 60 days will start from 1st of every month. If you pay, if you give notice in the middle, it doesn't have any effect. Basically, you must understand that you may be given notice on, let's say, 3rd of a month, but that notice will be applicable from 1st of the next month because the notice was already delayed by 2 days. So make sure when you receive a notice, you read the dates. That you tell the tenant, landlord, hey, I received it on 3rd and my 60 days begin on, let's say you are in October, September right now, and your tenancy starts on 15th, but landlord gives you notice to you today on 12th. Your actual day will begin on 15th. The first day of your 60 days will be the 15th. And if your tenancy runs from 1st to 1st and you are given notice on 3rd of this month, from 12th of September all the way to 1st of October, these days are not counted as part of your 60 days. It's very critical to understand this particular thing. So when does your 60 days or notice period begins? When you write your check, when the rent is payable, right? So now if you are on a monthly tenancy or a fixed term tenancy, you need to give 60 days notice. And if you are on a weekly or daily tenancy, you need to give at least 28 days notice, at least. So like 60 days notice could be 80 days notice too, because if it was given in a partial month, it doesn't count towards 60 days. So remember this is very, very critical. And 60 days are the norm for fixed term and monthly tenancy. For daily and weekly, it is 28 days notice. So how can a landlord end the tenancy? Same. So if you do not, the notice period is the same, 60 days or 28 days. If you do not pay rent, the landlord can evict you. They can serve you a notice, but if you pay the rent, that notice becomes null and void. And the second thing is when you cause extensive damage to the property, you will get a notice to leave, right? And these notices are pretty effective, pretty faster. If your rent is 15 days past due, you can be served a notice to evict. Tenant substantially interferes with the reasonable enjoyment of other tenants or the landlord. If you are living with other tenants and you cause a nuisance, like you put a loud volume on your TV or your stereo, or you bring friends to party and you're disturbing the peace of your landlord, you are going to be in a big trouble. So make sure you are careful about that. Sometimes the lease will have this kind of term. The landlord may also give you notice to end tenancy in certain situations that are not the tenant's fault. These all things are available on these 14 pages of Ontario Standard Lease Agreement. But you will only leave at the end of the term or the rental period, not before that. In these cases, the landlord must still give proper notice, like 60 days or 28 days, whatever is applicable. And sometime if they evict you before term, the landlords may have to give you some, compensation for that to return to the unit again. For example, landlord and purchaser need the unit for themselves, or an immediate family member or a caregiver need to occupy the unit, then you have to leave that. Or landlord needs to do extensive renovation to the unit that requires you to move out. So if you do not move out, the landlord must apply to the LTB, Landlord and Tenant Board, to evict the tenants. The Landlord and Tenant Board will hold a hearing and decide if the tenancy should end. Both the landlord and tenants can come to the hearing, or they can send their representative if you want. It is an offense for the landlord to evict a tenant without following the process. If convicted, the landlord could face a fine of up to 50,000 if individual, or 250,000 for a corporation, right? So 50,000 to $250,000 for a corporation. I'm really sorry, I have so much conflict going on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take up this topic once again because it is very difficult to handle these two different sides of stream today. I tried. I do not want to miss my broadcast, but at the same time, this is an important meeting. I thought I will be in only listening mode, but they want me to participate in it. So we'll continue this chat tomorrow, and I'm sorry for this abrupt ending. You stay with me, and we'll come back with more information. And trust me, this is a very, very critical information that I'm going to share with you. If you need any more information, you can actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to post the link to this tenancy agreement on the TikTok. So you can always you can always click the link and check out yourself. So the document has been posted in the TikTok. Just follow that and you will see what I mean. We'll come back to it some other time. So forgive me for today, and I will come back again tomorrow or some other time earlier tomorrow. So my apologies. Good luck. Well, this is just a testing recording how things work with the quick replay. So that's what I am trying to see how this works. Basically, I do not see how this shit plays, but what I can say is that something is not doing right, and I don't know how to play that video, and it shows me time replay folder A or B. No idea how this basically works. Let's see, cutting it. I said output 1 or camera 1. Let me do it again. So 22 years is a long time. I remember when this happened. and we were waiting for our immigration to Canada. And it did affect so many things. So many people had to leave USA. I guess H-1B visas were, they started canceling those visas. People were coming back. They are moving to Canada. So many things were happening in the wake of those terror attacks. So our heart goes out to the families who had to tolerate it all. So sad. Such a sad day today. But like I said, hope this never happens again. I would like to offer my greetings to those families or those people who are celebrating their birthday today, their anniversaries, the birth of newborn in their families, and also those who closed their properties and moved into their beloved home. Congratulations to you all. So what's going on with the industry? We are hearing a lot of chatter on TikTok itself. And I remember watching this video where it is alleged that many students who had illegally occupied a house in Brampton were evicted with the help of police and the community. We saw some videos. It also said that a nude girl was also found inside the house and she didn't have any clothes to put on. So I do not know if this is worth believing or it is just another, propaganda, because everything that goes on social media these days, it's really hard to believe. Have you witnessed this particular incident in Brampton? If you have, I would like you to contribute your 2 cents. You can join us and we can send you our link to join the broadcast. We cannot entertain any request to join from TikTok. This is unfortunate, but that only covers one medium, and this broadcast is being broadcast over 4 or 5 social platforms at this point. We are live on Facebook, we are live on a specific group on Facebook as well as on a personal timeline. We are live on LinkedIn, we are live on Twitter, we are live on TikTok. So we are covering a whole plethora of social platforms. So anyways, what I wanted to say is there are so many things happening outside, so I don't even know what to believe, what not to believe any more these days. So if you have been a witness to such a story, then I would like to hear from you. So please let me know if something that you saw is there. So I'm going to, I don't know, I just accidentally clicked on something here which I shouldn't have, and yeah, so I'm just finishing that off. Alrighty, so are there more incidences of this type? Have you seen it yourself? Well, the videos that we see, because everybody is talking about that, saying, oh, this is what has happened, and they just cite the same videos over and over again. If you are looking for a big mansion, I know of a homeowner who is selling it directly, and he has requested us to offer him something if we can bring a buyer on the table. If you are interested to buy a mansion which is 3,000 plus square footage, has 6 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, about 39-40 acres more or less, well, you can call me I can connect you with the seller. So let me know if this is something that will work with you. So we have seen bank pause the rate increase on September 6. October is still a bit far away. So we will have our next announcement very soon, which is coming. It's running faster than we can imagine. So I would like to share some information about the housing market in other areas. I have already discussed Toronto with you a few days back. So if you do not see the live on TikTok, you are more than welcome to like and subscribe to my YouTube channel. And our YouTube channel's name is PC24RETV. If I may share that with you, this is our YouTube channel. So all you have to do is www.youtube.com/at PC24RETV. That's our channel name. So I would love to see you there. If you have anything to contribute, like I said, you are more than welcome to join us. So the housing market that I would like to discuss with you, let us start with Greater Vancouver area. So this is from Ontario Real Estate Association. So in Greater Vancouver area, this is the condition of the market as we speak. So this is sales. The number of transactions have gone up by 21.4%, and now the number of sales that was recorded in August 2023 in Greater Vancouver area has touched 2,296 houses. Benchmark price for all these housing types has gone up by 2.5% to stop at $1,208,400. So it is close to $1.2 million, a bit in change, 10,000, 15,000, and this is for all kinds of housing. So when the data is aggregated, it does not sound very trusted, because it has all kind of houses in condominium, townhomes, details, small details, big details, mansions, luxury details. So if you are looking for a specific kind of housing, do not hesitate to give me a call at my phone number, which is mentioned right in front of your screens. It is 647-424-0358, 647-333-2273, and I would love to answer any question that you may have regarding the housing market in those areas. If I don't know it, I'm going to connect you with a local realtor who is our team member in our referral network. So new listings in Greater Vancouver area, they are 4,649. This is an increase of 17%. So you notice that the house values actually went up by 2.5%. Some house values may have gone higher compared to other house types. Mostly detached housing, it goes higher in percentage increase. There are 10,082 active listings in Greater Vancouver area, and this is actually a drop, very, very negligible drop, but drop is definitely there. It is 0.2% drop. The borrowing costs are a big factor. They are fluctuating, and this is the record time that we are looking at 7.20 as prime rate. Never has happened. They say in the last maybe 20-21 years, it's a lot. I think it was highest around 2001 or 2002. Don't quote me. If you really need right number, I can search that for you from the very trusted sources. So now, as it says, as fall approaches, sales have caught up with the price gains. Both matrices are now slowing down to a pace that is more in line with historical seasonal patterns and with what one might expect, given that borrowing costs are where they are. So this is a statement from Mr. Andrew REBGV, Director of Registered Board of Greater Vancouver, Director of Economics and Data Analytics. So now if I take you a bit further, and then the another census metropolitan area is Montreal. So in Montreal, the number of transactions are now at 2,753. This is a higher number than the last year, which was, if you want a real number, let me pull that out. So it was more, it is at 2,753, the real number, the sales transaction up by 4% from the last year. So in Montreal, there are two different matrices there they track. One is called single family detached houses, and the other one is at the other matrix is the condominium houses. So single family detached houses, their median price, median is where most people buy, is $561,000. This is a more realistic number than the average number. So it is higher by 7%, which is a big number, right? 7% is a big number if you compare it to the last year. On the other side, the condominiums, they recorded a price of $393,000, and the condominium median price went up by 2%. So now we will be moving on to Calgary, but before that, there is a statement from Mr. Charles Brandt, Director of QPAREB's Market Analysis Department, which says August is usually one of the least active months of the year. So there are two factors operating: seasonality, and the second one is interest rates. So both are working toward putting a reverse thrust on the house prices and the number of sales. So this is happening. Maybe the sales could have been much higher had things been different, like in 2020. It is interesting to note that the prices have not only recovered lost ground compared to the same period last year, but are also maintaining levels close to the peak of 2022, that was in February, March last year. In a context where interest rates and prices both remain at high levels, a potential deterioration of the job market in the coming months could make this market stabilization more precarious. This is a statement by Charles Brandt, Director of the local board. Now moving over to another significant municipality, which is very much likable by our own community. This is Calgary. So Calgary has recorded 2,729 sales, and this number is up by a whopping 27.9%, or I can safely say 28%. That's a big number. One more than a quarter. So this is how Calgary is responding. So Calgary's housing market has really shown in this time. The benchmark price of all housing types in Calgary has gone up by 7.9% to land at $570,700. Right? So the new listings in Calgary are 3,131, which is a gain of 15.2%. So more homeowners, they brought their houses for sale in the month of August. Why were they waiting so long? And active listings have declined by 32%. That's a lot. 32% declining in the active listings from the last year is literally a very big drop. So higher lending rates is the same story as everywhere. Higher lending rates have caused many buyers to either hold off on purchase decisions or shift toward more affordable products on the market. It is a statement from the Calgary Real Estate Board Chief Economist Anne Mary Lurie. The challenge has been the availability of supply, like everywhere else, especially in the detached market. Inventory levels hit record lows in August, and while new listings are higher than last year, conditions continue to favor the seller, driving further price gains. Lesser listings, more demand, higher price. Simple equation, right? The more the demand, the more the price. It's in direct correlation with the demand and supply, demand and prices, right? So now coming down to Ottawa, the Ottawa market is also very interesting to note. The number of transactions in Ottawa has gone up to 1,196, and this is 6% more than the last year. Average residential property price in Ottawa has touched $709,739, and again a slight gain by 0.5%. Not much, just 0.5%. And average price of condominium in Ottawa has gone slightly higher. This time it is 1%. So the condominium average price is $425,968, 1% more than the last year. And the new listings have gone up by 7%. We do not have the number for the active listings for the Ottawa. Sales activity was up marginally on a year-to-year basis, which is 6% in August, but remained well below the historical average for this time of the year. It's said by Ottawa Real Estate Board President Ken Decker. There is no shortage of demand given increased immigration and the large Canadian population cohort entering the market. The lack of suitable affordable housing is a hindrance, and this is so true. We are struggling and struggling and struggling with affordable housing. Can you get affordable housing when materials are expensive, land is expensive? That is all resources. That includes your labor, your components, everything that is input into producing something, right? Producing a product that is expensive. Where is affordability? It's very hard unless the wages or salaries go drastically higher. There is a huge disconnect at this time between the salaries and the house prices. Salaries are rising at a snail's pace, whereas the house prices are rising at, I would say, not even rabbit's pace. I could say kangaroo's pace too, because kangaroos takes big leaps, and I'm not sure if kangaroo runs faster than rabbit or not, but I'm just judging by the leap it takes, and I hope it is faster than rabbit. I will try to Google it up some other time. So this is kind of some major markets in Canada that I just discussed with you. If I would, I could just repeat what I said. Greater Vancouver area sales up by 21.4% to land at 2,296, and on the other side the benchmark price in Greater Vancouver area is $1,208,400, which is higher than the last year by 2.5%. In Montreal census metropolitan area, the sales have gone up by 4% to stop at 2,753, just shy of 3,000 number. And then the median single family detached home prices, they have gone up by 7% to land at $561,000. And then there is a condominium segment in Montreal census metropolitan area, which has a median price of $393,000, which is said to be 2% more than the last August. Coming down to Calgary again, sales of 2,729 houses was recorded in Calgary, my apologies, which is up by 27.9%. And then the benchmark price in Calgary was recorded at $570,700, 7.9%. So it is said that because the active listings are increasing in Calgary, so this price actually may start tumbling down. Coming down to Ottawa, there were 1,196 transactions in Ottawa, and this is a gain of 6% over the last year. And average price of residential houses in Ottawa was recorded at $709,739, only half a percentage point increase. And the condominiums, they went up by double the increase of residential market. They landed at $425,968. So this was the market update for all these major market segments in Canada. So how did you like it? If you like it, I would like you to give me a thumbs up or just follow me on TikTok. And if you can, please go to my YouTube channel, which is PC24RATV, and the channel is if you can just type in your address bar of your browser www.youtube.com/@ or some may call it at the rate of, whatever works for you. I usually call it at. So www.youtube.com/@ PC24RETV, pronounced as Paul Chima 24 Real Estate TV. You can just find it. It should be easy, and I would appreciate your participation on the channel. So as far as the housing market in our market is concerned, we know things are going really hard way. There are expectations by some economists that the house prices are going to further tumble down. By how much, it is still to be seen. We will wait for this market and how it performs. But regardless of whatever economists say, every neighborhood, every street is totally different, and sometimes those streets do not sync well with whatever economists say. So put a house in South Etobicoke, it will sell pretty faster. Put a house in Kleinburg, it will sell pretty faster. Or go to Fletcher's Meadow, it will sell pretty faster. There are many neighborhoods where the houses go way faster than you can ever imagine, regardless of all this economic update. So if you are thinking of selling your home, this is the time you pick up your phone and give me a call at 647-333-2273, or you can also call me at 647-424-0358. I'm here to help. If you have any question about real estate, as far as I have noticed and heard people asking me about how they can sell for the best price in this market. Well, there are some tricks up our sleeves that we can deploy to get you the best representation and make sure that you get the highest value than any other house on your market, on your street. So give me a call and let's discuss this thing, how it works. 647-424-0358, and the second number is 647-333-2273. So 2273 is spelled as CARE, C-A-R-E. I hope you enjoyed this little segment of our real estate market in major cities of Canada as well as Greater Toronto area. But I would still love to refresh your mind about what's going on in Toronto. What went actually not going on, what went in Toronto sale wise. There were 5,294 transactions in Toronto. This is a loss of 5.2%. That is, it's dropped by 5.2% from the last year. We had higher sales last year, even though it was in midst of high rates. Benchmark price of all housing type is recorded as 1,082,496,000. It is slightly less than that of Greater Vancouver area, where the average price was $1,208,400. So, but in Toronto, this average price, this benchmark price went up by slight 0.3%. You can just neglect it. It doesn't make any sense. 0.3% is not a big number. There were 12,296 new listings in August. This was a jump of 16.2%, a very high jump. Active listings went up by equal percentage, more or less, 16.5%, 15,496 average, active listings, number of active listings. So the Toronto Board Chief Market Analyst Jason Mercer, to quote him, more balanced market conditions this summer compared to the tighter spring market resulted in selling price hovering at last year's levels. I love this word, hovering, and dipping slightly compared to July. As interest rates continue to increase in May after a pause in winter and early spring, many buyers have had to adjust their offers in order to qualify for higher monthly payment. Not all sellers have chosen to take lower than expected selling price, resulting in fewer sales, more expired listing. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back with our next segment. Stay with us, please. Thank you very much. Are you thinking of selling your home? You are covered. From my experience of 14 plus years in the real estate industry, this is what I have come to know. There are three major concerns that any home seller would want their realtor to answer. Number one, how much is their home worth? Number two, how long will it take to sell their house? And number three, what will the agent do to make it sell? I have answers to all these questions. To schedule your one-on-one appointment, call me at 647-424-0358. Once again, Paul Chima, broker with Remax Prime Properties. My phone number to call is 647-424-0358. Call me now and get moving.
From a vast experience in immigration industry, this is what I've figured out. Clients want to know if their application is submitted in a timely fashion, what a representative can do to serve best interest of their client. Clients are informed on a regular basis about the progress of their application. We deliver what we promise. My phone number is 647-465-8894 or reach me out at 639-998-1992.
Are you thinking of a career change or adding another one to your portfolio? Well, you are thinking right. Call Sarabjit Luddar at 416-879-3039 from Beyond Care Insurance Solutions. She also deals in life, long-term, travel, critical illness, disability insurance. Give her a call today at 416-879-3039. This is what we can tell you. She will always give you the right advice and help you find out if being an insurance advisor is your piece of cake. Are you looking for a reliable legal office that can handle your closing in the most effective manner? If yes, please get in touch with Rakesh Joshi at 416-213-8600. Joshi Law Office provides all the legal advices about real estate law, business law, immigration laws, notarization and affidavits, wills and trust. Give them a call today, 416-213-8600. ਅਵੰਤਿਆ ਬੜਾ ਖੁਸ਼ ਤੁਰਿਆ ਹੋਣਾ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਲੂਟਰੀ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਤੇਰੀ ਕਾਸ਼ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਵੈਸੇ ਗੱਲ ਤੇ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਵਰਗੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਦਾ ਬੀਮਾ ਕਰਵਾ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਤੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਗਰੋਂ ਕੋਈ $1 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਊਗਾ ਉਹ ਅੱਛਾ ਇਹ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਉਹ ਜੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕਮਲਜੀਤ ਬੋਲਾ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਪਰਕ ਕਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਫੋਨ ਨੰਬਰ 647 772 1481 ਹੁਣੇ ਹੀ ਕਰ ਲੈ ਫੋਨ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਛੱਡ ਦੇਈਂ ਉਹ ਬੱਲੇ ਉਹ ਤੇਰੇ PC24 ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ 5 ਚੈਨਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਬੜੇ ਸ਼ੌਕ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ 647 333 2273 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰੋ ਕੁਝ ਸਮੇਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇਹ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਮੁਫਤ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ 6473332273 Welcome back to the second half of PC24 RETV. We would like to take you to the economics section, which is, taken from Royal Bank of Canada's economics section, and they actually created a report which is called the Forward Guidance. So this is an update for a projection for the week of September 11, 2023, that is today to end of this week. So what they tell us is this, that the US inflation is expected to grow higher. This is what the first thing on their report says, that US inflation is expected to trend on the higher side, and this is due to the energy prices and the gasoline prices. So they expect that this increase will be about 3.6%. So they expect the inflation to uptick to 3.6% on annual basis in August, up from 3.2%. So that means their statement on inflation is still awaited. This increase is entirely explained by higher global energy prices. The gasoline prices rose more than 10% on a month-over-month basis. At the same time, the food prices, they have moderated sharply. So they went down, but the gasoline prices, they went up by more than 10% on a month-over-month basis.
And like I said, the food price growth has moderated. So this is aside from energy. US price pressure have eased significantly in recent months. Food price growth has moderated, and it is expected that the core that excludes food and energy, the price growth to slow to 4.3% year over year. So this is what is expected. That will drop the measure further below a 6.6% peak in September last year. So in September last year, the core went up 6.6%. Month over month increase in the Fed's preferred super core measures CPI CPI services excluding rent have been running under 2% annualized rate for the last 4 months. But inflation pressures will not stay that low if surging economic growth data and firm labor markets do not show further signs of softness. If those signs do not show, things will not be working in great favor. So we may see an increase in inflation. This is the forecast by RBC's, which is called forward guidance. So the economic backdrop abroad is slowing. Job openings and quit rates continue to decline, and excess savings that cushion households from blow of higher prices and interest rates are now largely depleted. So we continue to look for, we means RBC continues to look for US economic growth to soften in the coming months, preventing a reacceleration of broader inflation pressures. So according to StatCan's advanced estimate for the July core, wholesale prices rose by 1.4% higher. The wholesale prices rose by 1.4%. This is for Canada, right? This is for Canada. So talking about Canada, this is what it says, that the core inflation wholesale prices rose by 1.4% in Canada, and higher motor vehicle and parts sale, which is close to 5.8%, contributed to this, which is a major contributor to this wholesale sale increase to 1.4%. So this offset lower sales in machinery, equipment and supplies. So machinery, equipment, supplies, they went down in number of sales, but motor vehicle sales, they picked up. And this is about Canada's statistics, Canada's information. So manufacturing sales, they ticked up 0.7% in July. This is manufacturing sale, which is a good sign in Canada. This is a flash estimate, right? This is just a flash estimate, and which says this is how things have gone up. So this is about manufacturing sales, 7.7% increase. This is driven by petroleum and coal product, food and primary metal subsectors. Industrial prices in the manufacturing sector rose more than that. And this is about seasonally adjusted data in July, suggesting that sales declined, excluding price impacts. US retail sales likely remained unchanged in August. So what happened before August? There was just fumbling my thoughts. US retail sales likely remain unchanged in August. So it was 0.7% uptick in the previous month, which is July. This expected slowdown in growth is mainly due to a 4.5% decline in unit auto sales in August. Excluding autos, we expect, that is RBC expects sales edged up by 0.3%, although largely due to a price-related increase in sales at gas stations. This is about US. So RBC expects that US industrial production, it rose by 0.3% up to 0.3% in the month of August, deaccelerating from a 1% increase in July. So industrial production was 1% in July, but now it is up to 0.3%. So it's a kind of deacceleration. Most of this growth was driven by manufacturing sector, where hours worked, they went up. Canadian households' net wealth likely rose in quarter 2 with an increase in house prices. This is BS. This is sheer BS, and I really do not want to talk about it. Where is the money in households? If the house value went up, well, where is that? In the house. You want to take that money out, you have to go through plethora of those problems. You have to qualify, requalify at a higher rate. On the other side, the OSFI, the Office of Superintendent of Financial Institution, is trying to make an announcement somewhere in the coming months on the capped variable rate mortgages. They do not like, and this is a very good problem actually, that has to be handled. The fixed payment variable rate mortgage, where the rate changes, but the payment does not change. It's like you have let's say I have this can, right? So let's say this is your monthly fixed payment from there to here. So this is not going to change. So as interest rises, the cost that goes into interest starts going up, and it puts a pressure on the principal component. So right now, when the rates are lesser, let's say the interest costs are here, and all this is principal. But now, as interest goes up, what happens? Because this has a fixed volume. Now, when it goes up, lesser and less money goes towards your principal recapture. That means your equity will not rise that faster when the rates were lower. So as the rates go up, it puts a pressure on your capital component, and when the whole can is covered only by interest rate, there is no capital. Now you are only paying the interest payment, nothing else. That is the trigger rate. So when it goes higher than that, what happens is now you are in negative equity. How? This is all interest, but now with increased interest, the interest payments have come up here, right? There is no principal component. So the interest is here, but then you are supposed to pay some principal portion as well. So all this gap is added to your mortgage balance. So that means as time goes by, this shortfall keeps adding to your mortgage balance. If you owed bank, let's say $400,000 before the rate increase, and then you're only paying interest component because your mortgage payments are capped, all the additional money will be added on to your $470,000. Not only that, there will be more interest that you end up paying, because now it's interest over interest over interest over interest, and that would end into a higher payout at the end of the term. So OSFI is considering to take some action on this particular, can I say it, anomaly? Let's say it anomaly. everything was great when the rates were low, but now with prime rate touching 7.2% and CIBC still predicts that there may be another 25 basis point increase very soon, when maybe next announcement or the December announcement. So when that happens, the prime rate will go to 7.45, putting more pressure on the already stressed out households. So they are trying to do something, and I don't know what they're going to do. They are looking at some ways and means to make sure people do not get into this situation again. So we will hear something sooner than we can even imagine. So Canadian households net worth, this is where we stop. They say Canadian household net worth increased because of the rise in house prices and a stronger equity markets, pushing asset values up more than debt levels. Well, that's great actually. Asset value should be more than debt level. That may work great for the lenders who may want to sell the properties to recover their cost, their money, if the household defaults on mortgage payment. So a surge in household disposable income in Q2 likely pushed the debt to income ratio lower and left the debt servicing ratios little changed despite further increase in the debt payment. Signs that labor market softened into Q3 mean that positive income boost is unlikely to be repeated in the near term. So Canadian calendar, they say on Wednesday, which is day after tomorrow, national balance sheet accounts will be announced, and the next day, that is Thursday at 8:30, wholesale sales will be announced, and on Friday, the next day, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, manufacturing sales will be announced. On the other side, in the US, Wednesday would be the date when they announce CPI, month over month, year over year percentage for the month of August, and Wednesday, there is the same day, Wednesday, they will also announce core CPI, month over month, year over year. It is coming in 2 days. The next day, that is Thursday, they will announce retail sales. Then they will, on Friday, they will talk about initial jobless claims that will indicate how many people went jobless. And also on Friday, industrial production, and that's all about it. Month over month, they will be announcing. So all these reports are coming to you, and they have a bearing on the overall scenario in Canada as well. US sneezes, we also get affected. This is not that anything that changes in US does not affect us, it does. We deviated last time, a couple months back, when Canada did not increase the rate, but US went ahead with the increase, but that lowered the dollar value as per my best knowledge. So Bank of Canada has right now put a stop on the interest rate, but will it hold its promise? Will it keep it there? What do you think? Will it do that? And many people are like considering that they may increase one more time. So it kept the option open to increase the rate. So they are still monitoring, because from July to August, inflation went up from 2.8 to 3.3 year over year. So they have all the excuses, and also the employment numbers, they went up. That is second point of concern. So how they are going to look at it, the time is going to disclose it. But right now, I pray that this doesn't happen. So it is really important that you stay updated on what's going on around you as far as these finances are concerned. My entire effort is to give you the information as I receive it so that you can stay one step ahead of other people. So I sincerely hope that you like our TikTok videos, follow us on social media, on Facebook and Twitter, and also like our YouTube channel, which is PC24 RETV. This is such a simple name. We figured out that will be less hassle to track and easy to remember. PC24 RETV. It spells as Real Estate TV. So anyways, this is, I really wanted to touch base with you on this. On 16th of this month at 12 p.m., we are running a webinar, and the webinar is about how to be best in job interviews. It is directed towards new Canadians and anyone who gets cold feet or who gets cold sweats when they are sitting across the table from the interviewer. Well, we can help you become better, and all it takes is how to respond. So it has a few components to it. When someone asks you a question which is kind of impromptu question, because interviewers do not give you a list of questions they will ask you. They will simply ask you, let's say the most common question that I have ever heard is this: where do you see yourself in this company in the next 3, 4, 5, 10 years? What would you say to that? That is really important, that you show your enthusiasm, you show your loyalty, you show your future dream to rise and make the company rise with you in this question. When you suddenly start blurting out your answer even before listening to the entire question, things can go haywire. We will suggest you some good things that you can draft your answer in a very effective way and communicate in a way that is easily understood by the interviewer who is watching you. Interviewers usually watch your handshake, your mannerism, how you walk, your gait pattern, if I may say, how you dress up for the interview, and then how you respond. Because interview is not kind of FBI or police interrogation. Interview is always like a conversation between two individuals, each individual trying to understand the other person. So it's not that only interviewer can ask you questions, you can also politely request to ask a question. Politely request. They are in the boat right now. You are sitting outside. You want to get into the boat, but they will let you in only if they think that you are the right fit for this culture or the company's production, its mission and vision statement. It's really, really important how you go about it. So join us. The event is live on Eventbrite. So please go to the Eventbrite and search Malton Community Toastmasters Club. You will find us there, and the event is live there. Tomorrow, I would like to share the link right here so you can join us in the broadcast. It is 1 hour broadcast. It will start 12 o'clock and at 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. and we may have a little Q&A session at the end. So feel free to come in. So now this is not only for those people who are actually going to be in employment. It is also great for those people who are self-employed like me. We are interviewed on a regular basis every day, sometimes twice or thrice a day. How do you respond to a client's interview? So you also will be benefited. So I suggest you come to our broadcast, our webinar. It's a Zoom link. We have limited seating. We cannot let everyone in, but if you send your contact information, we will send you the joining link. So 16th, which is I guess a Saturday. Let me check again. It's a Saturday, 12 to 1 or 1:30 p.m. We'll do it. It's totally free, non-obligatory. You just have to be there and show up and stay through the broadcast. Sometimes great things come towards the end. So don't rush to run. All right. So I hope you enjoyed today's broadcast. If there is anything else that you want me to share, please come forward. Tell us what your questions are. Again, do not forget those who were killed in these bizarre incidents of very violent action against humanity, the 9/11. So we should pray for those souls that whose life was ended short of their full tenure. Well, at the same time, my heart goes out to those families who lost their beloved one this day today. And I shall pray for peace to the departed soul. Please accept our deepest condolences, and may God give you strength and walk you through this hard time. May God hold your hand through this difficult situation. Thank you very much for being with us. We'll see you tomorrow, 6:30 p.m. Thank you very much for joining the broadcast or being here even for a minute. Means a lot to us. Thank you. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's episode of PC24 RETV. I'm joined by our guest, Miss Gurleen Aujla. She's from Four-Way Immigration, so we'd like to have some knowledge about what's going on in the immigration sector. And we will also see what updates we got for the mortgage, for real estate, and all those nitty-gritty things that affect the lifestyle of our people, community, and us all. So August job gains keep Bank of Canada rate hikes in play. So we will talk about the strong employment gains in the month of August that may trigger a rate hike. Well, in the later months. October announcement is just a month away, so hopefully that doesn't happen and unemployment rises. This is a strange thing. People want employment. Bank of Canada doesn't want people to go and work. They want them to stay home and stay unemployed so they can bring the inflation down. Before I bring Gurleen on the stage, I would like to congratulate each and every one of the viewers. If you are celebrating your birthday, your anniversary, the birth of a newborn, or celebrations of closing your home. Awesome. Amazing thing. Stay positive, stay happy, and keep rocking. So here comes our guest of the day, Gurleen Aujla. And Gurleen Aujla will talk about many things that are very important in the industry, and that's what I like most about her. She is very diligent. She is very responsive. You send her a message, you will get a response ASAP. and she will not misguide you. And she is a real person, real immigration consultant. And her goal is to educate you and then fit you in the appropriate program. So let's welcome Gurleen Ajla on our program. Welcome, Gurleen. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well, Mr. Panalchimaji. How are you?
Life is good. I keep experimenting with my TikTok videos. So
All right.
yesterday I put my camera on separate from this entire system. And I also
Okay.
connected that with my broadcast. So I could actually show what's going on my cell phone. And I had a
Right.
terrible experience.
Oh no, that's not good to hear.
I was joined by two people, one young lady, someone from Dubai, and they were whispering, and I couldn't hear them because I had two separate headphones. I was listening to myself, and I was trying to listen to them. And oh my God,
Okay.
what a chaos it was! So today I just dropped that idea. So we are
All
not
right.
doing that.
Okay.
The same broadcast as you see on the screen is what is going on TikTok. I'm not changing anything. That could have been catastrophic. My goodness, what an experience yesterday.
Well, I mean, everybody does learn their lessons one
Absolutely.
way or the other. You learned yours.
You like the challenge, right?
Definitely. That's how it has to be. That's how life has to be.
Yeah. So I saw that there was some kind of update by IRCC couple hours ago. So
That's right. That's right.
all the details about that. So what's this update and who it affects? Is it beneficial or it's counterproductive?
Well, Mr. Paulchima, it's an update about parents and grandparents sponsorship. So in 2020, basically, anybody who has actually applied in the lottery system would be aware of this part, where there was a backlog. So basically, there were 22,500 applications that were waiting for the ITA, invitation to apply. So it's announced recently, just a few hours ago, that approximately, not even approximately, but they have given the actual figure, which says that 15,000 ITAs will be sent to the sponsors, basically. So they said apparently this would be for the year of 2020, but somebody who has waited until 2022 or so on, they will definitely get an email response from IRCC, and that's an ITA, invitation to apply, for parents and grandparents.
Well, seems like this is a good news.
It is a very good news, because I know apparently I have few of my family members, they're in the same boat too. They've been waiting for the ITA for quite some time. It's been 3+ years. So it's definitely a good news for them, for everybody. A friend of mine, if I'm not wrong, she applied for, in the lottery system for parents and grandparents. That was in 2020 as well. So I think once this podcast is over, I'll just give her a call, be like, hey, listen, do keep an open eye for IRCC's email.
Yeah. So their target is still, what was that, 500,000 people?
22,500.
22,500. But overall immigration goal was 500,000.
Half a mil.
Yes.
Half a mil, yes.
Wow.
So if I have to read out the key points from the update, it's clearly mentioned that invitations will be sent by email over the next 2 weeks to randomly selected potential sponsors for the remaining pool of 2020 interest to sponsor forms. If you received an interest to sponsor form in 2020 and did not receive an ITA as part of either the 2020, 2021, or 2022 intake, Keep checking the email address you provided on the form, including your spam and junk mail folders. If you lost your confirmation or no longer have the access to the email address you used to submit your interest to sponsor form, you will be able to retrieve your confirmation number or provide a new email address once all the invitations has been sent. And the last point is, if you receive an ITA, you must submit your PGP application electronically through our PR portal or the representative PR portal by the deadline on your invitation.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, people, it's been too long. Like you said, these applications are from 2020.
That's right. That's right.
Wow. 3 years.
These applications are from 2020, and apparently, sponsors, they have waited for at least 3 years and a half.
Wow. So that was backlog.
That is actually a huge backlog.
Very huge backlog. So when they applied for sponsorship, their financial situation could have been different. But now, many people have a totally different financial situation. So if the bank balance is down, like mine is actually touching zero now, so that means there will be hiccups in inviting people.
Mr. Palchima, that's a lie again.
Nice music. Let it keep ringing.
I'm sorry, I definitely get calls after 6, and usually it's a peak time for everybody to call, but that's okay.
Well, tell them after 5 it's party time. I'm not taking any phone calls.
I wish. One day for sure.
Oh, well, that's good news. And do you have any update about those students' case? TikTok keeps sending out misinformation campaign. They also posted some video showing so many people. I don't know where they were sitting, which airport they were at, but they said 100,000 of people are being sent back from Canada. To me, that looks like a clear lie and fake information. And
well, Mr. Palchima,
Mishra.
Okay. Well, I think it's just actually this Mr. Not even Mr. I don't want to say Mr. to him. So this is the same guy who actually was responsible for forging documents for 700 plus students. I think they're just kind of rotating the same news. It's just the same news. And apparently sometimes, once your TRP for the channel is going down, you need to bring some new stuff. So what you do is you kind of like the way we say it in Hindi, add some mirch masala to the original sabji and try to make it more spicy so that you can serve it better this way at this time. So I believe this is just the old news, not that I am aware of or anybody in my in our lobby is basically has heard about some news or literally any authentic source would have brought it up if that was a scenario where we see another pool of international students being deported. But as of now, nothing in my knowledge. So
nothing in your knowledge. Well, you are very right, because there's a lot of misinformation campaigns being run on social media.
Misleading facts for sure.
One, I actually woke up and I opened TikTok, and then it said Kajol passed away. There was a little clip.
Wow.
Kajol and
hilarious.
Wow. Then I tried to Google up, and she's all hale and healthy. And I don't know what people get by spreading such kind of fake news. Those should be reported and actually banned from the social media. This is so
followers. That's what I believe people get, or maybe some platform. I mean, these days people they're looking forward to get more followers, and they will definitely pass, bring the misleading facts so that it can bring more followers. And usually, rumors, they have more speed. If you talk about rumor, it will spread at twice the speed than genuine news. So that's how it is.
Justifies one thing, that people like silly news more than the real legit news. We should start dancing.
Agreed.
This video, we should be doing dancing, because people like those silly moves, right?
Probably yes. I mean, honestly, I think it's just a social media trend these days. When you bring silly things, they
You get noticed.
at that people get it's easy, or maybe people find it more trustworthy than something coming up from a very authentic source.
Yeah, yeah. So there is one such person, Urfi Javed in India. So doing amazing job promoting herself. I'm kind of
I totally get it.
I'm kind of getting inspired. I'm thinking what kind of dress I should get, so I'm famous too. So what happened to those 700 students? Is there any update? Because the issue kind of died down. Nothing. I didn't hear anything.
Mr. Palchima, as of now, I believe they're just in a transition. Maybe a few of them they might have faced a removal as well. But as of now, to be honest, nothing in news, nothing from anybody in personal contact as well. So I'm hoping everything is okay. But I think just what happened was, like, at that point, that was like a, the way we call it, hot iron kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody was reaching out, everybody was talking about the students, because I think probably that was more a political tantrum as well. But as of now,
Yes.
I have not even heard back from anybody, especially because I went to the strike as well, the one that was near to, I'm not wrong, it's near to Derry Road.
Many people baked their bread on that heat, Gurleen. Many people showed their angel side, and I think they.
Especially, I totally get it where it's coming from, but
Mhm.
I believe you cannot fake it more than once. Like, if in what I maybe, even if it was a fake tantrum, or maybe a way to get the publicity for a few of them, I'll tell you one thing. Deep down, that was even helping those kids as well, because apparently they were getting that coverage that was
Traction,
much needed at that point.
they were noticed, and the people were honking horns at them, acknowledging that they saw them, they heard them. That was a great thing. It brought a lot of conversation in the parliament as well, legislature as well. So, well, that was a good thing, but I never looked up later on about what's going on with those poor students. Are they still here? Are they facing those stressful situation, or things have become much softer for them? So, Gurleen, when someone gives you a call, how does your system works? Like, where do you start from ground zero? Do you qualify people? Do you look at them, or how does it? What is your way of handling, immigration related calls?
See, every time we get a new call, so apparently now I do have staff members, and I do train them about, how would you handle an incoming call. Usually ask them to kind of, like, earlier what I was doing is, like, because I was here all by myself, so I used to kind of take calls in the middle of night too. Now we have a systematic database where every incoming call is, we do get the basic details, and then I try to ask the caller, like, the basic details, their age, their qualification, their IELTS score, and rest of the details, so that I can make sure, like, what exactly, and so that I can guide them about what is their basic score as per the CRS calculator. The reason I'm saying so is because usually when you try to tell anybody, like, if I have to tell my client, okay, listen, this is the right pathway, but this conversation will only take place when I tell them about their exact CRS score. Because if it's too less, then only I would kind of suggest them about the alternative pathway. If it's not even needed, I would just ask them, okay, you know what, maybe gaining another year of experience would help. Your improving your language score will help. Usually I ask my clients that, okay, sometimes what happens is, like, employers, they're way too scared to, help them out with the LMIA parts, usually with the permanent resident visa support. So I ask them to, ask their employers to kind of, like, I mean, I can do a one-on-one consultation where I can guide them about the pros and cons.
Yeah.
So these are like the basic steps where apparently this is like a pre-screening where you, because what I personally feel is like it's easier to tell them, okay, you know what, this is what you should do. This is what you do, what you should do. But
Understood.
this is not how it has to be. This is my, I mean, as per my opinion, because you have to be very calculative. You are dealing with somebody's future. You are actually guiding a human being about their future pathway, which can only be dealt right if the homework is done right. So
Right. Yeah.
apart from it, if it's usually a call for a refugee claim, humanitarian compassionate, or a study permit application. So I kind of analyze client's profile as per the checklist or as per the requirements of that particular program. So this is like the first and the foremost step. Rest
Absolutely.
of it follows later.
And you do not rush people through that. Okay, let's gather money from them and then push them aside and then don't care about them later on or keep them hanging in thin air, right? Because
Yeah, I believe this is not a right strategy because apparently when we kind of tell, okay, for instance, if my intention is just to fetch a money from you, for instance, you'll figure it out in probably in a few minutes. Maybe it's the
very
vibe
soon.
that we get from the other person. So me rushing would not help. It is counterproductive for my business, and I do not kind of involve into that practice because if the intention is genuine, then definitely you would spend time on the profile,
Absolutely.
on applicant's profile. I mean,
That's one reason you are here on our broadcast.
thank you so much, Mr. Paul Chimaji.
Because I don't want to associate myself with those people who do very, behind the scenes
Malpractices.
and kind of overpromise, underdeliver. This happens in every industry, even in my industry. This is a common occurrence. They say tons and tons of things, but never fulfill them, and then they kind of do not even respect the industry they are in, let alone think about other realtors or other professionals in their field. They don't even care. So just like this Mishra, you don't want to call Mr., and I will also drop Mr. in front of his name. But that person, how much distrust that person has created in the mind of people, not for himself, but for everyone doing the same kind of work.
Well, apparently, ghost consultants, they have made our job harder as well because literally clients, they kind of find it harder to trust anybody who is regulated as well. So, I mean, it's good that they're trying, like government is trying they're giving their best efforts to kind of curb such nasty practices and some such malpractitioners. They're trying to get rid of them. But my opinion is that no matter what you do, there would be bad apples in every lobby, and there is a way to deal with it. It's not like like this guy who literally played with like a future of 700 people. I mean, honestly, it's very inhuman to do that. Not just the ethical point of view. Just again, like obviously, if you're on radar with so many agencies, one way or the other, you'll be caught red-handed, and there is no going back. Now, for him, it's the same story. There is no going back to it. Like he has to deal with this.
Yeah, but I think education as agent should be handled with a very stern hand, because people do not differentiate between education agent and immigration consultant. They think they're the kind of same thing, right?
Yeah, agreed. Well, I would like to add another announcement for today's session as well. So there is one French-speaking skilled worker stream that falls under OINP, Ontario Immigration Nominee Program, and the ITA was issued recently. If I'm not wrong, that was issued yesterday, September 7, and that was barely for 308 and 434 points. So I mean, honestly, it could be a golden opportunity for international students who want to live and settle in Ontario only. If you have an alternative, I mean, if you can definitely work on your skills in French, this could be a golden opportunity. And in the past too, if we see the French speaking draws for express entry as well, they're pretty low compared to the all program draw or any other draw. So so it could be this could be used as a golden opportunity for anybody who is
Bilingual.
so basically this was on September 7th. The ONPs, this was the 6th round of invitation in Ontario's express entry French speaking skilled worker stream, and ONP actually issued 300 invitations to francophone candidates. And the notification of interest was issued to the candidates who received, like basically if their points were between 308 and 434, they received an ITA. I mean notification of interest from ON.
There are two good news. One that you shared in the beginning was for parents and grandparents, and second is for those people who can speak French. So do they require fluent French, or it can be working knowledge of French language?
I think intermediate skills work fine. Usually it's not the advanced skills that are required. The thing is, I think the biggest challenge for anybody would be learning a new language. But if a new language can bring can get you out of all the hassle of like moving to another province and spending some time there and losing all of your contacts in your hometown. I mean, apparently this is the best thing that you can do to yourself. I mean, just to work on the French, and that will help you to gain the required points for this particular stream.
I will tell you this: French language is not difficult at all. It's a very simple language.
Mr. Shimaji, how about if we start a new tutorial about French then?
I can't speak that much, but I did 4 levels, and I got a certificate from Ministry of Cultural Affairs from France. I did it in Chandigarh from I think Alliance Corbusier, some kind of institution, and I got a certificate. I do have. I wanted to pursue it, but then just dropped it for no reason because my group were 3 people, close friends, were disintegrated. They had to go to Paris for business, and I felt alone, so I didn't go, which I shouldn't have done. I could have completed the entire French course, but you know what? Dil nahi lagda utte, wo wala kam hoya. So I stopped going, and totally forgot about it. I just know a couple sentences. Sometimes I can read some. When I was in France, I could still make some sense of those French writing, what it says. I could understand that, but not fluently. I can understand what you're saying. So I think many people have learned French language. Our own communities living in France, they learned French without going to schools because they have to speak with people. They pick up 1 word, 2 word, 3 word, and then start scrambling up the sentences, the loose kind, and then over the years they become expert at it.
Yeah, if going an extra mile would help you with your express entry score, or maybe even with the provincial nomination draw as well, I mean, there is no harm in doing it.
Gurleen, is there also some kind of test? Like for English, we have IELTS or PTE, right? Is there anything for like French language that they would like to test them?
Yes. So basically, they do test your abilities via TEF Canada. This is basically a language test for French. So, I mean, if you want, we can definitely, I mean, I can send a link for that in the, I mean, if you would like to bring it up on the, on our screen, Mr. Shima.
Send it down to us, to me, yeah. I'll see if I can broadcast it somehow.
So I already typed it in, not even typed it, copied and pasted the link from the chat. So that's right, TEF, T-E-F.
PEF, P as in Peter.
T as in Tom.
Or TEF. All right. And did you send that via WhatsApp?
We chat in this. I mean, it should be a part of this call.
All right. You're more tech savvy than I am. Let me find that.
Not that I'm aware of.
I see that. Because most of my guests, they do not use this link. They don't even know how to use it, let alone saying where it is. So yeah, so this is oops, missed it. This is what happened. So I hope this could be visible. Is that it?
This is actually visible. Yes.
Okay. So I could bring it up. So I'm multitasking. So
you are indeed. Yes.
Language test for French, TEF. So this is basically fiaf.org/exams/TEF-Canada-number sign and colon, then that silly wavy sign, I don't know what you call it. And then again colon. Oh, actually this broke down the entire link. So this is not the full link. This broke down. It's like continuation. You know, when things are in continuation, this is how they make it.
So basically, it could be TEF and TCF.
Yeah.
So those are the TCF and TEF.
Yeah. Well,
I can. You know what? It's better if I can. I mean, we can just copy and paste the actual content than pasting the link.
Yeah.
Probably this would help better.
But the link is pretty long. So when I shrink it, this is how it looks like. So
yeah, I believe that wouldn't help much, but like
of characters here that we can showcase. But if you're looking at this broadcast on a bigger screen, you can actually see the entire link. It's only challenging to read on computer. So
I've sent it via WhatsApp as well. If you would like to kind of like bring that up, that probably helps.
Yeah, so
TEF and TCF, French test for PR.
Well, yeah, you can just Google up for this thing, and this will definitely show up. And then it's easy. It's easy to find. So yeah, that's a good idea. And here I'm going to put this up. So just Google for this thing. Yeah.
Yes,
that makes,
that's way too bold. So anybody can read it.
Well, very nice. I would like you to leave your information before you leave, or you want to stay with me? I'm going to take a break.
As of now, sorry, I'm so sorry. I would have a meeting and then I would have to join within like next 5 minutes.
Leave your information and that's it.
All right, audience. So I'm just one call away. Four-way immigration services based in Brampton, Ontario. Unit number 488 to County Code Boulevard, Brampton. The best number to reach out would be 647-465-8894, or you can reach me out at 639-998-1992. Thank you so much. Thanks, Mr. Paul Shivani.
Thank you very much, Caroline. We'll see you next Friday. Thank you very much. Take care.
For sure. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Are you thinking of selling your home? You are covered. From my experience of 14 plus years in the real estate industry, this is what I have come to know. There are three major concerns that any home seller would want their realtor to answer. Number one, how much is their home worth? Number two, how long will it take to sell their house? And number three, what will the agent do to make it sell? I have answers to all these questions. To schedule your one-on-one appointment, call me at 647-424-0358. Once again, Paul Chima, broker with Remax Prime Properties. My phone number to call is 647-424-0358. Call me now and get moving.
From a vast experience in immigration industry, this is what I've figured out. Clients want to know if their application is submitted in a timely fashion, what a representative can do to serve best interest of their client. Clients are informed on a regular basis about the progress of their application. We deliver what we promise. My phone number is 647-465-8894 or reach me out at 639-998-1992.
Are you thinking of a career change or adding another one to your portfolio? Well, you are thinking right. Call Sarabjit Luddar at 416-879-3039 from Beyond Care Insurance Solutions. She also deals in life, long-term, travel, critical illness, disability insurance. Give her a call today at 416-879-3039. This is what we can tell you. She will always give you the right advice and help you find out if being an insurance advisor is your piece of cake.
Are you looking for a reliable legal office that can handle your closing in the most effective manner? If yes, please get in touch with Rakesh Joshi at 416-213-8600. Joshi Law Office provides all the legal advices about real estate law, business law, immigration laws, notarization and affidavits, wills and trust. Give them a call today, 416-213-8600. ਅਵੰਚਿਆ ਬੜਾ ਖੁਸ਼ ਤੁਰਿਆ ਹੋਣਾ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਲੂਟਰੀ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਤੇਰੀ ਕਾਸ਼ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਵੈਸੇ ਗੱਲ ਤੇ ਲਾਟਰੀ ਵਰਗੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਦਾ ਬੀਮਾ ਕਰਵਾ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਤੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਗਰੋਂ ਕੋਈ $1 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਊਗਾ ਉਹ ਅੱਛਾ ਇਹ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਉਹ ਜੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕਮਲਜੀਤ ਬੋਲਾ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਪਰਕ ਕਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਫੋਨ ਨੰਬਰ 647 772 1481 ਹੁਣੇ ਹੀ ਕਰ ਲੈ ਫੋਨ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਛੱਡ ਦੇਈਂ ਉਹ ਬੱਲੇ ਉਹ ਤੇਰੇ PC24 ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ 5 ਚੈਨਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਬੜੇ ਸ਼ੌਕ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ 647 333 2273 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰੋ ਕੁਝ ਸਮੇਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇਹ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਮੁਫਤ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ 6473332273 Welcome to the second part of our broadcast. Today we are going to discuss the housing market for Niagara region, Niagara Falls actually. So what I'm looking at, I'm going to share with you, Niagara has couple breakups of the areas and I'm going to share that report with you as we speak and I will see if I can find the screen that I can share the screen with you directly and this will probably help you in a way better manner. So I'm trying to see if there is a way to set that up for you. So stay with me for a second. Now we are facing kind of a little issue here, so I am hoping this will be settled. Yes, if you look at this diagram, this chart I'm going to share with you, you will see there are couple breakdowns of the areas in Niagara Falls, which is Stamford, Chippewa, Westway, Escott, W. Wood, Hospital, Dorchester Gardens, Morrison, and Niagara Falls is right here. So let's go there and look at what Niagara Falls has to offer as the market. So this is the report from ETSO. If you look at this report, you will notice that we are seeing in August 2023, there were 194 listings in 2023. I'm just zooming that up. So 194, then 155 listing last year in the same month. That means new listings are up by 25.2%. So that seems like a good number, right? And then the number of sales have actually gone down slightly, and that is just 60 sales versus 67, but the number looks so scary, 10.4%. And if you look at the days on market, number of days on the market has actually come down in Niagara Falls. That is a cool thing, right? People are selling their homes much faster than before. This is reported by Niagara Falls Association of Realtors. And then median sale price has gone down in August versus last year. So it is $620,000, which is 2.1% below $633,500 in August last year. And average sale price has gone down by 7.9% from August of 2022. Percentage of list price received. So this is a number which home sellers are very happy getting, which means that whatever the house is listed for, they will get a percentage of the price. We used to get over 100% when the market was very hard. If someone listed the house for $100, well, they will get $105, $120. It was how the market was running at that time. But now things are kind of changing. People have some power to negotiate, and that's what shows up. The people are getting 99%, not 100%. And last year it was 96.7, because last year in August the market really tumbled down big way. But slowly people start getting used to the new system, new change, and the number again starts going up. Or we can say that people started pricing their homes more realistically. So to get 99%. So this is 2.4% increase, as you can see on the chart here. So inventory of homes for sale, there are 331 houses available for sale, which equals 5.1 months inventory, which has gone up by 70% from 3 months in 2022. And this matrices are for single family homes. They could be townhomes, detached, they could be like freehold single homes or semi homes. So if you look at year-to-date data, which is right here, where I am highlighting, you will notice that number of listings, new listings has come down for the entire year so far by 3.6%. Number of sales has gone down by 12.2%. This is YTD, year to date, and days on market has actually shot up 82.4. This is average of all these months till August. And after that, if you notice that there is 16.8% drop in the average sale price and 15.1% drop over the entire year so far in 2023. by 15.1 or 15.1%. So the median price throughout this year so far is 653,800 versus $770,000 in 2022. When you look at the condominiums or townhomes, this is what you will find there. New listings have gone up in condominium by 26%. Sales have gone up by 39.1%. Actually, the number just got reversed. This is 23, this is 32. So days on market has gone up significantly. They added 15 more days to sell the property, and median sale price has come down by 3.7%. Average has come down more. Median is the price where more people are inclined to buy. So it is 575,000 this August versus 596,900 in the last year's August. So, and then listing, the percent of list price received has kind of stayed same more or less for condos and townhouses, and there is 6.6 months inventory against 3.7 that used to be in 2022. So this is a significant number there. And for if you look at year to date, the new listing have only risen up by 7.6%. The sales have gone down by 8.3%. The days on market has shot up from 17 to 37, and median sale price is reported 10.5% down from last year. It stopped at $572,500. Average sale price has gone down more or less same, 10.7%, and percentage of list price received is 97.8% versus 104.6% in August last year. So that is YT data year to date. This was for Niagara Falls that I just shared with you. But then there are other areas. I will quickly touch those with you. Going down to Niagara downtown. This is reported by Niagara Association of Realtors. So when you go down to downtown doesn't have much promise here. So if you look at the downtown, you will see there were only 19 new listings and only 5 sales versus 1 in 2022. Not many houses selling. But August of these two consecutive years was significantly lower by 69%. Median sale price has gone up by 26% to end at $460,000. Average sale price has gone up by 28.9% to stop at $470,600. Percent of list price received is 99.8%. Last year it was 93.6%, and there is 6.9 months of inventory available. This was single family. Coming down to townhome and condos, there was no sale last year in August. 0 new listings, 0 sales, but this time there were 3 listings only in downtown Niagara, right? And so far there have been 23 new listings in downtown, so very few listings coming up. What could be the reason for it? It could be that people don't want to leave downtown. So days on market has no data, but for the entire period so far this year, it has gone up by 34.6%. So downtown Niagara is not a promising market for home buyers or home seller, I see. Not everyone is willing to sell. Then comes Morrison. So if you look at Morrison, you will notice that the new listings have gone down by 10%. Sales have gone down by 18.8%. Days on market until sale has come down from 34 to 31. Median sale price has risen 8.7%. Average sale price has only gone up by 1%. Percentage of list price received is 98.4%. Last year it was 96.7%. We have 3.6 months of inventory. And when we talk about townhomes and condos, you will notice that new listings have gone up to 11 from 5. It is more than 100%, 120% change. And sales have gone up by 500%. Looks a bigger number, but there were one sale in 2022. Now we have 6. Days on market until sold is 23. Median sale price has gone up by 6.8%. It is slightly lesser than it was for the single family homes. Average sale price has only risen 1.4% to land at $638,583. And after that, what we see is the percent of list price has gone down to 97.7% from 100% last year. This is the data in the Niagara region that I am bringing up for your knowledge. Then there is another neighborhood called 207 Stamford. In Stamford, the new listings have gone up by 85.7%. Here is the chart for you, and I'm going to zoom this for better reading at your end. So sales have gone down. Only one sale reported in August this year versus 5 last year. Days on market gone down from 45 to 5. Shoot. Median sale price has gone down by 20%. Average sale price has gone down by 6. So by 28.7%. And funny thing, if you look at that, average sale price and the median sale price are both at the same number, 620,000. So people are getting more than they were listed for by 3.5%. There is 7.4 months of inventory of single homes available in neighborhood 207 Stamford. And then we go down there and we see townhouse condominiums. So new listings equal to last year. Sales gone down by 1. Days on market slightly decreased. Median sale price increased significantly by 23.1%. And average sale price has gone up by 19.1%. That is a significant increase. And people are getting 99.2% of their asking price. The inventory is only for 2.8 months. That makes it seller's market. This was Stamford, and we will now go over another area in Niagara Falls that I think I did that already. Chippewa, we have already spoken about that. But there are other little areas like hospital. I will pull up the hospital. In hospital, which is 215 area in Niagara region, what I'm seeing is number of new listings have come down. Sales have gone up by 1 listing only. Days on market has shot up from 16 to 22. Median sale price in hospital neighborhood, which is 215 area, it has gone up by 2.4% only. And average sale price has come down to 524,800. Funny thing, median is higher than average. In our region, it is opposite. It is 96.7% sold price to list price ratio. Inventory of home, we have 4.1 months of inventory available. So there is an extensive data. Not much in condo and townhomes in 215 hospital. It's not much, but then these are smaller areas, smaller jurisdictions. We are only looking at 2 or 3 or 8 listings there, not more than that. The bigger one is Niagara itself. So if you really need some specific area, let me know. I have records from many municipalities, many areas. You can ask me from Sudbury, Manitoulin, Bruce County, Grey County, Huron County, Middlesex County, Perth, Wellington County, Waterloo Region, Oxford, Brant County, Norfolk, Niagara region we just talked about, Halton, Peel County, we have some records, and then Simcoe, Muskoka, Parry Sound, Nipissing. Literally, let me show you the graph that I have at my disposal. So this is what I can provide you. If you are interested, let me know which area you think you are more interested in. I will pull up that area and bring it for you. If you look at this, all this is here. All I need to do is hit something, and let's go Peterborough County. So you see these are neighborhoods there, whichever we pick up will have a report for that. So this is Peterborough County report. Right up there, all data is available. So this is what you can get from me. So when we list your property in these jurisdictions, we have all the relevant facts and data, and we can tell you what's exactly going on in your in your neighborhood, wherever you're living. We can actually tell you, because all we need is data, and that requires a lot of commitment on our end. This is where we are. I hope you like it. The housing supply view is a kind of a different ball game here. If we look at the same um, housing supply over in Niagara region, we have separate reports. So what I will do is, in my next broadcast, I will drill down these reports separately, and then we'll say we'll see where to go from here. We'll talk about different market, different areas by every detail, and to give you kind of some information on what we're looking at. This is what we can share with you, how things are moving, what we are looking at. Everything is available here at our disposal and at your disposal through me. So let me know what information you are interested in, because information is the key. The data is the key. So data is all available, and we pay tons of money to gain that kind of data. So anyways, it's time to end the broadcast, but before I leave, I would like to offer my sincere and heartfelt condolences to those families who lost their beloved one today. May God grant peace to the departed soul and give you courage to jump over this vacuum in your life and continue on your forward journey. Thank you very much for being a part and parcel of this show. I would always wait for your comments, your suggestions, and also your participation in our YouTube channel, which is PC24RETV. If you can spend a few minutes and go to our YouTube channel, that will be a big favor. So our YouTube channel, I am going to bring up on your screen. So if you can please subscribe to it, that will be a very good, kind gesture for us from you. So my YouTube channel is, you can just type in youtube.com/and PC24RETV. So that's our channel, and this is coming up on your screen. So please like, subscribe, share our YouTube channel with your friends and family. Oh, it just got cut off. No problem. We can always fix that. So this is the channel, youtube.com/@ PC24RETV. Thank you very much for your time again. And I will see you tomorrow, Saturday, then on Monday. Ciao.
ਦਾਤਾ ਰੇ ਪ੍ਰਤਪਾਲੈ ਨਿਤ ਸਾਰ ਸਮਾਲੈ ਇਕ ਗੁਣ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੂਰਖ ਜਾਤਾ ਰੇ ਕੋਟ ਬ੍ਰਹਮੰਡ ਕੋ ਠਾਕੁਰ ਸੁਆਮੀ ਸਰਬ ਜੀਆ ਕਾ ਦਾਤਾ ਰੇ ਪ੍ਰਤਪਾਲੈ ਨਿਤ ਸਾਰ ਸਮਾਲੈ ਇਕ ਗੁਣ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੂਰਖ ਜਾਤਾ ਰੇ ਹਰ ਆਰਾਧ ਨਾ ਜਾਨਾ ਰੇ ਹਰ ਹਰ ਗੁਰ ਗੁਰ ਕਰਤਾ ਰੇ ਹਰ ਜੀਉ ਨਾਮ ਪਰਿਉ ਰਾਮਦਾਸ ਰਹਾਉ ਦੀਨ ਦਇਆਲ ਕਿਰਪਾਲ ਸੁਖ ਸਾਗਰ ਸਰਬ ਘਟਾ ਭਰਪੂਰੀ ਰੇ ਪੇਖਤ ਸੁਨਤ ਸਦਾ ਹੈ ਸੰਗੇ ਮੈਂ ਮੂਰਖ ਜਾਣਿਆ ਦੂਰੀ ਰੇ ਹਰ ਬੇਅੰਤ ਹਾਉ ਮਿਤ ਕਰ ਵਰਨਉ ਕਿਆ ਜਾਨਾ ਹੋਏ ਕੈਸੋ ਰੇ ਕਰਉ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਆਪਨੇ ਮੈਂ ਮੂਰਖ ਦੇਹੋ ਉਪਦੇਸੋ ਰੇ ਮੈਂ ਮੂਰਖ ਕੀ ਕੇਤਕ ਬਾਤ ਹੈ ਕੋਟ ਪਰਾਧੀ ਤਰਿਆ ਰੇ ਗੁਰ ਨਾਨਕ ਜਿਨ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਪੇਖਿਆ ਸੇ ਫਿਰ ਗਰਭਾਸ ਨਾ ਪਰਿਆ ਰੇ ਮੈਂ ਮੂਰਖ ਕੀ ਕੇਤਕ ਬਾਤ ਹੈ ਕੋਟ ਪਰਾਧੀ ਤਰਿਆ ਰੇ ਗੁਰ ਨਾਨਕ ਜਿਨ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਪੇਖਿਆ ਸੇ ਫਿਰ ਗਰਭਾਸ ਨਾ ਪਰਿਆ ਰੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
ਤਿੰਨ ਤਨ ਜਣੇ ਦੀ ਮਾਂ ਆਏ ਸਫਲ ਸੇ ਤਿੰਨ ਤਨ ਜਣੇ ਦੀ ਮਾਂ ਆਏ ਸਫਲ ਸੇ ਆਪ ਲੀਏ ਲੜ ਲਾਏ ਆਪ ਲੀਏ ਲੜ ਲਾਏ ਦਰ ਦਰ ਦੇਸ ਸੇ ਦਰ ਦਰ ਦੇਸ ਸੇ ਤਿੰਨ ਤਨ ਜਣੇ ਦੀ ਮਾਂ ਆਏ ਸਫਲ ਸੇ ਤਿੰਨ ਤਨ ਜਣੇ ਦੀ ਮਾਂ ਆਏ ਸਫਲ ਸੇ ਦਿਲੋਂ ਮੁਹੱਬਤ ਜਿਨ ਸੇ ਸੱਚਿਆ ਦਿਲੋਂ ਮੁਹੱਬਤ ਜਿਨ ਸੇ ਸੱਚਿਆ ਜਿਨ ਮਨ ਹੋਰ ਮੁਖ ਹੋਰ ਸੇ ਕਾਂਡੇ ਕੱਚਿਆ ਸੇ ਕਾਂਡੇ ਕੱਚਿਆ ਸੇ ਕਾਂਡੇ ਕੱਚਿਆ ਤਿੰਨ ਤਨ ਜਣੇ ਦੀ ਮਾਂ ਆਏ ਸਫਲ ਸੇ ਤਿੰਨ ਤਨ ਜਣੇ ਦੀ ਮਾਂ ਆਏ ਸਫਲ ਸੇ रत्ते इश्क खुदाए रंग दीदार के बिसरिया जिन नाम ते पोए पार थिए बिसरिया जिन नाम ते पोए पार थिए ते पोए पार थिए ते पोए पार थिए तिन तन जने दी मां आए सफल से तिन तन जने दी मां सफल से परवदगार अपार अगम बेअंत तू जिन्ना पछाता सच तुमा पैर मुँह ਬਖਸ਼ੰਦਗੀ ਸ਼ੇਖ ਫਰੀਦ ਖੈਰ ਦੀਜੈ ਬੰਦਗੀ ਦੀਜੈ ਬੰਦਗੀ ਦੀਜੈ ਬੰਦਗੀ ਤਿਨ ਧਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੀ ਮਾਓ ਆਏ ਸਫਲ ਸੇ ਤਿਨ ਧਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੀ ਮਾਓ ਆਏ ਸਫਲ ਸੇ आप लिए लड़ लाए
आप लिए लड़ लाए
आप लिए लड़ लाए दर दरवेश से दर दरवेश से इन तन जड़े दी सफल से तिन तन जड़े दी माओ आए सफल से आए सफल से आए सफल से हम अवगुण भरे एक गुण नाही अमृत छाड़ बिख बिख खाए माया मोह भरम पै भूले सुत दारा स्यों प्रीत लगाए एक उत्तम पंथ सुनियो गुर संगत ते मिलंत जम त्रास मिटाई एक अरदास पाठ कीरत की गुरु रामदास रखो शरणा एक ओंकार सतगुर प्रसाद आसा महला चौथा छंत घर चौथा धन धन श्री गुरु रामदास साहिब जीओ महाराज हर अमृत पीने लोयना प्रेम रतना राम राजे मन राम कसवटी लाया कंचन सोइना रंग चलुलिया तेरा मन तन बिना जन नानक मुझको खोलिया सब जन्म तन तन्ना जन नानक मुझको खोलिया
एक ओंकार सतनाम करता पुरख निरभाओ निरवैर अकाल मूर्त अजूनी सहभंग गुर प्रसाद आसा महला पहला वार श्लोका नाल श्लोक भी महले पहले के लिखे टुंडे असराजे की धुनी श्लोक महला पहला बलिहारी अपने दिहाड़ी साधवार जिन मानस ते देवते किए करतना लागी वार महला दूजा
जे सौ चंदा उगवह सुर चढ़ हजार एते चानन होंदियां गुरबिन घोर अंधार महला पहला नानक गुरु न चेतनी मन अपने सुचेत छुटै तिल बवाड़ ज्यों सुने अंदर खेत खेतै अंदर छुटिया कौ नानक सो नाह फलिए फुलिए बपड़े पीतन विच सवा पौड़ी अपनी सजियो आपी ने रचियो नाओ दुई गुप साजिए कर आसन डिठो चाओ दद करताब तुस देवे करे प्रसाओ तू जनो सबसे दिल से जिंद कवाओ कर आसन ਜਾਓ ਕਰਿਆ ਸੰਡਿਠੋ ਜਾਓ।
ਪੌੜੀ ਆਪੀ ਨੇ ਆਪ ਸਾਜਿਆ ਆਪੀ ਨੇ ਰਚਨਾਓ ਦੋਈ ਕੁਦਰਤ ਸਾਜੀਐ ਕਾਰਾ ਸੰਡਿਠੋ ਜਾਓ। ਦਾਤਾ ਕਰਤਾ ਆਪ ਤੂੰ ਤੁਸ ਦੇਵੇ करे पसाओ तू जानो सब से दिल से जिद कवाओ कारा संडिठो जाओ कारा संडिठो जाओ।
हर प्रेम बाणी मन मारिया अणिया ले अणिया राम राजे जिस लागी पीर पेरम की सो जाने जरिया जीवन मुक्त सुखी मर जीवे मरिया जन नानक सतगुर मेल हर जग उतर तरिया जन नानक सतगुर मेल हर।
श्लोक महला पहला। सच्चे तेरे खंड सच्चे ब्रह्मांड सच्चे तेरे लो सच्चे आकार सच्चे तेरे करने सर्व विचार सच्चा तेरा अमर सच्चा दीवान सच्चा तेरा हुक्म सच्चा फरमान सच्चा तेरा कर्म सच्चा निशान सच्चे तुझे आखे लाख करोड़ सच्चे सब तान सच्चे सब जोर सच्ची तेरी सिफत सच्ची सलाह सच्ची तेरी कुदरत सच्चे पातशाह नानक सच ध्यान सच जो मर जमै सो कचन कच महला पहला।
ਵੱਡੀ ਵਡਿਆਈ ਜਾਂ ਵੱਡਾ ਨਾਮ ਵੱਡੀ ਵਡਿਆਈ ਜਾਂ ਸੱਚ ਨਿਆਉ ਵੱਡੀ ਵਡਿਆਈ ਜਾਂ ਨਿਹਚਲ ਥਾਂ ਵੱਡੀ ਵਡਿਆਈ ਜਾਣੀ ਅਲਾਉ ਵੱਡੀ ਵਡਿਆਈ ਬੁੱਝੇ ਸਭ ਭਾਉ ਵੱਡੀ ਵਡਿਆਈ ਜਾਂ ਪੁੱਛ ਨਾ ਦਾਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਵਡਿਆਈ ਜਾਂ ਪਿਆ ਨਾਨਕ ਕਾਰਨਾ ਕਥਨੀ ਜਾਏ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਸਰਬ ਰਜਾਏ। ਮਹਲਾ ਦੂਜਾ। ਜੋ ਸੱਚੇ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕੋਟੜੀ ਸੱਚੇ ਕਾ ਵਿਚਵਾਸ ਇਕ ਨਾ ਹੁਕਮ ਸਮਾਏ ਲੈ ਇਕ ਨਾ ਹੁਕਮੇ ਕਰੇ ਵਿਨਾਸ਼ ਇਕ ਨਾ ਭਾਣੇ ਕੱਢ ਲੈ ਇਕ ਨਾ ਮਾਇਆ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਿਵਾਸ। ਇਹ ਪਿਆਖ ਨਾ ਜਾਪੇ ਜੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਆਣੇ ਰਾਸ ਨਾਨਕ ਗੁਣ ਖਜਾਣੀਐ ਜਾ ਕੋ ਆਪ ਕਰੇ ਪਰਗਾਸ। ਪੌੜੀ ਨਾਨਕ ਜੀ ਉਪਾਇ ਕੈ
ਲਿਖਨਾ ਵੇ ਧਰਮ ਬਹਾਲੇ ਉਦਸ ਜਿਸ ਨਿਪੜੈ ਤੁਣ ਵਖ ਕਟੇ ਜੇ ਜਮਾਲਿਆ ਥਾਉ ਨ ਪਨ ਕੁੜਿਆ ਮੋਕਾਲੇ ਜੋ ਜਿਕ ਚੱਲ ਤੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਤਿਸ ਜਣ ਗਏ ਹਾਰ ਗਏ ਸਠਗਣ ਵਾਲਿਆ ਲਿਖਣਾ ਵੇ ਧਰਮ ਬਹਾਲਿਆ ਧਰਮ ਬਹਾਲੇ।
नानक जी उपाय के लिखना मैं धर्म बहलिया उथे सच्चे ही सच निबड़े चुनवाकड़े जजमा लिया हाउ ना पान कुड़ियार मोह काले दूधक चलिया तेरे नाय रत्ते से जिन गए हार गए सी ठगण वालिया लिखना मैं धर्म बहलिया लिखना मैं धर्म बहलिया।
हम मूर्ख मुग्ध शरणागति मिल गोविंद रंगा राम राजे और पूरे हार पाया हार भगत एक मंगा रमन तन सब देगा शिव जप अनंत तरंगा दिल संत जनाहार पाया नानक सत संगा सत संगा।
श्लोक महला पहला। समाध ना समाध वे समाधि समाध भेद समाध रूप समाध रंग समाध नांगे फिरे जंत विसमाद पाउन विसमाद पानी विसमाद अग्नि खेडे वडानी समाद धरती विसमाद खानी विसमाद साध लगे प्राणी ਸਮਾਦ ਸੰਜੋਗ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਵਿਜੋਗ, ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਭੁੱਖ ਸਮਾਦ ਭੋਗ, ਸਮਾਦ ਸਿਵਤ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਸਾਲਾਹ, ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਉਜੜ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਰਾਹ, ਸਮਾਦ ਨੇੜੇ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਦੂਰ, ਸਮਾਦ ਦੇਖੈ ਹਾਜ਼ਰਾ ਹਜੂਰ, ਵੇਖ ਵਡਾਨ ਰਹਿਆ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ, ਨਾਨਕ ਬੁੱਝਣ ਪੂਰੇ ਭਾਗ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ।
ਕੁਦਰਤ ਦਿਸੈ ਕੁਦਰਤ ਸੁਣੀਐ, ਕੁਦਰਤ ਭਉ ਸੁਖਸਾਰ, ਕੁਦਰਤ ਪਾਤਾਲੀ ਆਕਾਸੀ, ਕੁਦਰਤ ਸਰਬੀ ਆਕਾਰ, ਕੁਦਰਤ ਵੇਦ ਪ੍ਰਾਣ ਕਿਤੇਬਾਂ, ਕੁਦਰਤ ਸਰਬ ਵਿਚਾਰ, ਕੁਦਰਤ ਖਾਣਾ ਪੀਣਾ ਪਹਿਨਣ, ਕੁਦਰਤ ਸਰਬ ਪਿਆਰ, ਕੁਦਰਤ ਜਾਤੀ ਜਿਨਸੀ ਰੰਗੀ, ਕੁਦਰਤ ਜੀ ਜਹਾਨ, ਕੁਦਰਤ ਨੇਕੀਆਂ ਕੁਦਰਤ ਬਦੀਆਂ, ਕੁਦਰਤ ਮਾਨ ਅਭਿਮਾਨ, ਕੁਦਰਤ ਧੂੜ ਪਾਣੀ ਬਸੰਤਰ, ਕੁਦਰਤ ਧਰਤੀ ਖਾਕ, ਸਭ ਤੇਰੀ ਕੁਦਰਤ ਨੂੰ ਕਾਦਰ ਕਰਤਾ, ਪਾਕੀ ਨਾਹੀ ਪਾਕ, ਨਾਨਕ ਹੁਕਮੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਵੇਖੈ, ਵਰਤੇ ਤਾਗੋ ਤਾਗ ਪੌੜੀ ਆਪੀਨੇ ਭੋਗ ਕੈ, ਹੋਏ ਪਸਮੜ ਪੌਰ ਸਦਾਇਆ, ਵੱਡਾ ਹੋਆ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਗਲ ਸੰਗਲ ਕੱਤ ਚਲਾਗੀ ਕਰਨ ਕੀ ਦਵਾਜੀ, ਕਹਿ ਲੇਖਾ ਕਰ ਸਮਝਾਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ, ਹੁਣ ਸੁਣੀਏ ਕਿਆ ਰਵਾਇਆ, ਮਨ ਅੰਦਰ ਜਨਮ ਗਵਾਇਆ, ਜਨਮ ਗਵਾਇਆ, ਜਨਮ ਗਵਾਇਆ।
ਪੌੜੀ ਆਪੀ ਨੇ ਭੋਗ ਭੋਗ ਕੇ ਹੋਏ ਪਸਮਣ ਭੌਰ ਸਦਾਇਆ, ਵੱਡਾ ਹੋਆ ਦੁਨੀਦਾਰ ਗਲ ਸੰਗਲ ਕੱਤ ਚਲਾਇਆ, ਅੱਗੇ ਕਰਨੀ ਕੀਰਤ ਬਾਚੀ ਐ, ਪਹਿਲੇ ਖਾ ਕਰ ਸਮਝਾਇਆ, ਹਾਉ ਨਾ ਹੋਏ ਪੌਦੀ ਸੁਣੇ ਕਿਆ ਰਵਾਇਆ, ਮਨ ਅੰਧੇ ਜਨਮ ਗਵਾਇਆ।
ਦੀਨ ਦਇਆਲ ਸੁਣ ਬੇਨਤੀ, ਹਰ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਹਰ ਰਾਇਆ ਰਾਮ ਰਾਜੇ, ਮੰਗੋ ਸ਼ਰਨ ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਕੀ, ਹਰ ਹਰ ਮੁਖ ਪਾਇਆ, ਭਗਤ ਬਚਲੇ ਹਰ ਬਿਰਦ ਹੈ, ਹਰ ਲਾਜ ਰਖਾਇਆ, ਜਨ ਨਾਨਕ ਸ਼ਰਣਾਗਤੀ, ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਤਰਾਇਆ।
ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ। ਭੈ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਉਣ ਮੈਥ ਦਵਾਉ, ਭੈ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੈ ਲੱਖ ਦਰਿਆਉ, ਭੈ ਜਗਨ ਕੱਢੇ ਵੇਗਾਰ, ਭੈ ਵਿੱਚ ਧਰਤੀ ਦੱਬੀ ਭਾਰ, ਭੈ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੰਦ ਫਿਰੇ ਸਿਰ ਭਾਰ, ਭੈ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਾਜਾ ਧਰਮ ਦਵਾਰ, ਭੈ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੂਰਜ ਭੈ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੰਦ, ਕੋ ਕਰੋੜੀ ਚਰਤਨਾ ਅੰਤ, ਭੈ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਿੱਧ ਬੁੱਧ ਸਰਨਾਥ, ਭੈ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਡਾਣੇ ਆਕਾਸ਼, ਭੈ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੋਤ ਮਹਾਬਲ ਸੂਰ, ਭੈ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਵੇ ਜਾਵੇ ਪੂਰ, ਸਗਲਿਆ ਭਉ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਸਿਰਲੇਖ, ਨਾਨਕ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰੰਕਾਰ, ਸਾਚੇ ਏਕ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ।
ਨਾਨਕ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰੰਕਾਰ ਹੁਰ ਕੀਤੇ ਰਾਮ ਰਵਾਲ, ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਕਨ ਕਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੇ ਵੇਦ ਵਿਚਾਰ, ਕੀਤੇ ਨੱਚੇ ਮੰਗਤੇ ਗੜਮਣ ਪੂਰੇ ਤਾਲ, ਬਾਜ਼ਾਰੀ ਬਾਜ਼ਾਰ ਮੈਂ ਆਏ ਕੜੇ ਬਾਜ਼ਾਰ, ਗਾਵੇ ਰਾਜ ਰਾਣੀਆਂ ਬੋਲੇ ਆਲਪ ਤਾਲ, ਲੱਖ ਟੱਕਿਆਂ ਕੇ ਮੁੰਦੜੇ ਲੱਖ ਟੱਕਿਆਂ ਕੇ ਹਾਰ, ਜਿਤ ਤਨ ਪਾਈਏ ਨਾਨਕਾ ਸੇ ਤਨ ਹੋਵੇ ਸ਼ਾਰ, ਗਿਆਨ ਅੰਗਲੀ ਢੂੰਡੀਐ ਕਥਨਾ ਕਰੜਾ ਸਾਰ, ਕਰ ਮਿਲੇ ਤਾਂ ਪਾਈਐ ਘੋਰੇ ਕੰਮਤ ਹੁਕਮ ਖਵਾਰ, ਪੌੜੀ ਨਦਰ ਕਰੇ ਜੀ ਆਪਣੀ, ਤਾਂ ਨਦਰੀ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਪਾਇਆ ਜੀ ਪਦ ਜਨ ਭਰਮਿਆ, ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਸੁਣਾਇਆ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਜੋੜ ਦਾਤਾ ਕੋ ਨਹੀਂ, ਸਭ ਸੁਣਿਓ ਲੋਕ ਸੁਭਾਇਆ, ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਸੱਚ ਪਾਇਆ, ਜਿਨੀ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਆਪ ਗਵਾਇਆ, ਜਿਨ ਸੱਚੋ ਸੱਚ ਬੁਝਾਇਆ, ਸੱਚ ਬੁਝਾਇਆ।
ਪੌੜੀ ਨਦ ਕਹੇ ਜੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਤਨ ਤਰੀ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਪਾਇਆ, ਇਹੋ ਜਿਉ ਬਹੁਤੇ ਜਨ ਪਰਮਿਆ, ਤਾਂ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਸੁਣਾਇਆ, ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਜੇ ਵਰਤਾ ਤਾਂ ਕੋ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਭ ਸੁਣੇ ਲੋਕ ਸਭਾਇਆ, ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਮਿਲੇ ਸੱਚ ਪਾਇਆ ਜਿਨ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਆਪ ਗਵਾਇਆ, ਜਿਨੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਸੱਚ ਬੁਝਾਇਆ, ਜਿਨੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਸੱਚ ਬੁਝਾਇਆ।
ਆਸਾ ਮਹਲਾ ਚੌਥਾ। ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਢੂੰਡ ਢੂੰਡਿਆ ਹਰ ਸੱਜਣ ਲੱਗਾ ਰਾਮ ਰਾਜੇ। ਕੰਚਨ ਕਾਇਆ ਕੋਟ ਗੜ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਰ ਹਰ ਸਿੱਧਾ। ਹਰ ਹਰ ਹੀਰਾ ਰਤਨ ਹੈ ਮੇਰਾ ਮਨ ਤਨ ਵਿਦਾ। ਔਰ ਭਾਗ ਵਡੇ ਹਰ ਪਾਇਆ ਨਾਨਕ ਰਸ ਗੁਦਾ।
ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ। ਘੜੀਆਂ ਸਭੇ ਗੋਪੀਆਂ ਪੈਰ ਕਨਕ ਪਾਲ। ਬਹਿਣੇ ਪੁਣ ਪਾਣੀ ਬੈ ਸੰਤਰ ਚੰਦ ਸੂਰਜ ਅਵਤਾਰ। ਸਗਲੀ ਧਰਤੀ ਮਾਲ ਧਨ ਵਰਤਣ ਸਰਬ ਜੰਜਾਲ। ਨਾਨਕ ਮੁਸੈ ਗਿਆਨ ਵਿਹੂਣੀ ਖਾਏ ਗਿਆ ਜਮਕਾਲ। ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ। ਵਾਇਨ ਚੇਲੇ ਨਚਨ ਗੁਰ ਪੈਰ ਹਿਲਾਇਨ ਫੇਰਨ ਸਿਰ। ਉਡ ਰਾਵਾ ਝਾਟੇ ਪਾਏ ਵੇਖੇ ਲੋਕ ਹੱਸੇ ਕਰ ਜਾਏ। ਰੋਟੀਆਂ ਕਾਰਨ ਪੂਰੇ ਤਾਲ ਆਪ ਛਾੜੇ ਧਰਤੀ ਨਾਲ।
ਗਾਵਨ ਗੋਪੀਆਂ ਗਾਵਨ ਕਾਰਨ ਗਾਵਨ ਸੀਤਾ ਰਾਜੇ ਰਾਮ। ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰੰਕਾਰ ਸਚਨਾਮ ਜਾ ਕਾ ਕੀਆ ਸਗਲ ਜਹਾਨ। ਸੇਵਕ ਸੇਵੈ ਕਰਮ ਚੜਾਓ ਪਿੰਨੀ ਰਹਿਣ ਜਨਾ ਮਨ ਚਾਓ। ਸਿੱਖੀ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਗੁਰ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਨਦਰੀ ਕਰਮ ਲੰਘਾਏ ਪਾਰ। ਕੋਲੂ ਚਰਖਾ ਚੱਕੀ ਚਾਕੂ ਥਲ ਵਰੋਲੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਆਨੰਦ। ਲਾਟੂ ਮਧਾਣੀਆਂ ਗਾ ਪੰਖੀ ਪਾਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਲੈਣ ਨਾ ਸਾ। ਸੂਈ ਚੜ ਭਵਾਈਏ ਜੰਤ ਨਾਨਕ ਪਾਉਂਦਿਆਂ ਗਣਤ ਨ ਅੰਤ। ਬੰਧਨ ਮਨ ਪਵਾਏ ਸੋਏ ਪੈ ਕਿਰਤ ਨਚੇ। ਸਭ ਕੋਈ ਨਚ ਨਚ ਹੱਸੇ ਚੱਲੇ ਸੇ ਰੋਏ। ਉੱਡ ਨ ਜਾਈ ਸਿੱਧ ਨ ਹੋਏ ਨੱਚਣ ਕੁੱਦਣ ਮਨ ਕਾ ਚਾਓ। ਨਾਨਕ ਜਿਨ ਮਨ ਪਾਓ ਤਿਨਾ ਮਨ ਪਾਓ। ਪੌੜੀ ਨਾ ਤੇਰਾ ਨਿਰੰਕਾਰ ਹੈ ਲਈਏ ਨਰਕ ਨਾ ਜਾਈਏ ਜੀਵਨ ਸਦਾ। ਇਹ ਖਾਜੇ ਆਖ ਗਵਾਈਏ ਜੇ ਲੋੜ ਚੰਗਾ ਆਪਣਾ। ਕਰ ਪੁਨ ਹੋ ਨੀਚ ਸਦਾਈਏ ਜਿਜਵਣ ਪਰਾਈ। ਜਰ ਵੇਸ ਕਰੇ ਦੀ ਆਈਏ ਹੋ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਹਰੀਏ ਪਾਈਏ ਹਰੀਏ ਪਾਈਏ।
ਹੋਰੀ ਨਾ ਉਤਰ ਨਿਰੰਕਾਰ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਲਈਏ ਨਰਕ ਨਾ ਜਾਈਏ। ਜਿਉ ਪਿੰਡ ਸਬਤ ਸਦਾ ਦੇਖਾ ਜੇ ਅਗਵਾਈਏ। ਜੇ ਲੋੜੇ ਚੰਗਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਕਰ ਪੁਨ ਹੋ ਨੀ ਸਦਾਈਏ। ਜੇ ਜਰਵਾਣਾ ਪਰ ਹਰੇ ਜਰ ਵੇਸ ਕਰ ਦੇ ਆਈਏ। ਕੋ ਰਹਿ ਨਾ ਭਰੀਏ ਪਾਈਏ ਕੋ ਰਹਿ ਨਾ ਭਰੀਏ ਪਾਈਏ।
ਪੰਥ ਦਸਾਵਾਂ ਨਿਤ ਖੜੀ ਮੁੰਦ ਜੋ ਬਦ ਬਾਲੀ। ਰਾਮ ਰਾਜੇ ਹਰ ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਚਿਤਾਏ। ਗੁਰ ਹਰ ਮਾਰਗ ਚਾਲ। ਤੇਰੇ ਮਨ ਤਨ ਨਾਮੇ ਆਧਾਰ ਹੈ। ਹਮੇ ਦੇਖ ਜਾਲ ਜਨ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਨੀਲ ਹਰ ਹਰ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਬਨਵਾਲੀ ਬਨਵਾਲੀ।
ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ। ਮੁਸਲਮਾਨਾਂ ਸਿਫਤ ਸਰਗਤ ਪੜ ਪੜ ਕਰੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ। ਬੰਦੇ ਸੇ ਜੇ ਪਵੇ ਚ ਬੰਦੀ ਵੇਖਣ ਕੋ ਦੀਦਾਰ। ਹਿੰਦੂ ਸਲਾਹੀ ਸਲਾਹਨ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਰੂਪੇ ਪਾਰ। ਤੀਰਥ ਨਾਵੇ ਅਰਚਾ ਪੂਜਾ ਅਗਰਵਾਸ ਬੇਕਾਰ। ਜੋਗੀ ਸੁਨ ਧਿਆਵਨ ਜੇਤੇ ਅਲਖ ਨਾਮ ਕਰਤਾਰ। ਸੂਖਮ ਮੂਰਤ ਨਾਮ ਨਰੰਜਨ ਕਾਇਆ ਕਾਇਕਾਰ। ਸਤਿਆ ਮਨ ਸੰਤੋਖ ਉਪਜੈ ਦੇਣੇ ਕੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ। ਦੇ ਦੇ ਮੰਗੇ ਸਹਸਾ ਗੁਣਾ ਸੋਭ ਕਰੇ ਸੰਸਾਰ। ਤੋਰਾਂ ਜਾਰਾਂ ਤੇ ਕੂੜਿਆਰਾਂ ਖਾਰਾਬਾਂ ਵਿਕਾਰ। ਇੱਕ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਖਾਏ ਚਲੇ ਥਾਊ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਪਿਕਾਈ ਕਾਰ ਚੱਲ ਥਲ ਦੀਆਂ ਪੁਰੀਆਂ ਲੋਵਾਂ ਆਕਾਰਾਂ ਆਕਾਰ ਹੋ ਜੋ ਆਖੈ ਸੋ ਤੂੰ ਹੈ ਜਾਣੇ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਪੇ ਤੇਰੀ ਸਾਰ ਨਾਨਕ ਭਗਤਾਂ ਭੁਖ ਸੁਲਾਨ ਸਚ ਨਾਮ ਆਧਾਰ ਸਦਾ ਆਨੰਦ ਰਹੇ ਦਿਨ ਰਾਤੀ ਗੁਣਵੰਤੇ ਆ ਪਾਛਾਰ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ।
ਮਿੱਟੀ ਮੁਸਲਮਾਨ ਕੀ ਪੇੜਾ ਪਈ ਕੁਮਿਆਰ ਘੜ ਭਾਂਡੇ ਟਾਂਕੀਆਂ ਜਲਦੀ ਕਰੇ ਪੁਕਾਰ ਜਲ ਜਲ ਰੋਵੈ ਬਪੜੀ ਝਾੜਝੜ ਪਵੇ ਅੰਗਿਆਰ ਨਾਨਕ ਜਿਨ ਕਰਤੇ ਕਾਰਨ ਕੀਆ ਸੋ ਜਾਣੇ ਕਰਤਾਰ ਪੌੜੀ ਬਿਨ ਸਤ ਗੁਰ ਕਿਨੇ ਨ ਪਾਇਓ ਬਿਨ ਸਤ ਗੁਰ ਕਿਨੇ ਨ ਪਾਇਆ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪ ਰਖਿਓ ਹਰ ਪਰ ਗਟਿਆ ਤੇ ਸੁਣਾਇਆ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਮਿਲੇ ਸਦਾ ਮੁਕਤ ਹੈ ਜਿਨੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਮੋਹ ਚੁਕਾਇਆ ਤਨ ਵਿਚਾਰੈ ਜਿਨ ਸੱਚੇ ਸਿਉ ਚਿਤ ਲਾਇਆ ਜਗ ਜੀਵਨ ਦਾਤਾ ਪਾਇਆ ਦਾਤਾ ਪਾਇਆ।
ਪੌੜੀ ਬਿਨ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਕਿਨੇ ਨਾ ਪਾਇਓ ਬਿਨ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਕਿਨੇ ਨਾ ਪਾਇਆ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪ ਰਖਿਓ ਕਰ ਪ੍ਰਗਟਾਕ ਸੁਣਾਇਆ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਮਿਲੇ ਸਦਾ ਮੁਕਤ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਮੋਹ ਚੁਕਾਇਆ ਉਤਮ ਹੀ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਹੈ ਜਿ ਸੱਚੇ ਸੋਚ ਲਾਇਆ ਜਗ ਜੀਵਨ ਦਾਤਾ ਪਾਇਆ ਜਗ ਜੀਵਨ ਦਾਤਾ ਪਾਇਆ।
ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਆਏ ਮਿਲ ਮੈਂ ਚਿਰੀ ਵਿਸ਼ਨੂੰ ਰਾਮ ਰਾਜੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਮਨ ਤਨ ਬਤ ਬੈਰਾਗੇ ਹਰ ਨੈਣ ਰਸ ਤਿੰਨੇ ਮੈਂ ਹਰ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਪਿਆਰਾ ਦਸ ਗੁਰ ਮਿਲ ਹਰ ਮਨ ਮੰਨੇ ਆ ਮੂਰਖ ਕਾਰੇ ਲਈਆ ਨਾਨਕ ਹਰ ਕੰਮੇ।
ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ। ਹਉ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਇਆ ਹਉ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਿਆ ਹਉ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੰਮਿਆ ਹਉ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੋਆ ਹਉ ਵਿੱਚ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹਉ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਿਆ ਹਉ ਵਿੱਚ ਖੱਟਿਆ ਹਉ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਿਆ ਹਉ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਚਿਆਰ ਕੂੜਿਆਰ ਹਉ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਪ ਪੁੰਨ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਹਉ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਰਕ ਸੁਰਗ ਅਵਤਾਰ ਹਉ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਸੇ ਹਉ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੋਵੇ ਹਉ ਵਿੱਚ ਭਰੀਐ ਹਉ ਵਿੱਚ ਧੋਵੇ ਹਉ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਤੀ ਜਿਣਸੀ ਖੋਵੇ ਹਉ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੂਰਖ ਹਉ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਿਆਣਾ ਮੋਖ ਮੁਕਤ ਕੀ ਸਾਰ ਨ ਜਾਣਾ ਹਉ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਾਇਆ ਹਉ ਵਿੱਚ ਛਾਇਆ ਹਉ ਮੈਂ ਕਰ ਕਰ ਜੰਤੇ ਉਪਾਇਆ ਹਉ ਮੈਂ ਬੁੱਝੇ ਤਾਂ ਦਰ ਸੂਝੈ ਗਿਆਨ ਵਿਹੂਣਾ ਕਥ ਕਥ ਲੂਝੈ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੁਕਮੀ ਲਿਖੀਏ ਲੇਖ ਦੇਹਾ ਵੇਖੈ ਇਹਾ ਵੇਖ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਦੂਜਾ।
ਹਉਮੈ ਇਹਾ ਜਾਤ ਹੈ ਹਉਮੈ ਕਰਮ ਕਮਾਏ ਹਉਮੈ ਏਈ ਬੰਦਨਾ ਫਿਰ ਫਿਰ ਜੋਨੀ ਪਾਏ ਹਉਮੈ ਕਿਥੋਂ ਉਪਜੇ ਕਿਤ ਸੰਜਮੇ ਜਾਏ ਹਉਮੈ ਹੁਕਮੈ ਪੈ ਕਿਤ ਫਿਰਾਹੇ ਹਉਮੈ ਦੀਰਘ ਰੋਗ ਹੈ ਦਾਰੂ ਪੀ ਸਮਾਏ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰੇ ਜੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਤਾਂ ਗੁਰ ਕਾ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਕਮਾਏ ਨਾਨਕ ਕਹੇ ਸੁਣੋ ਜਨ ਇਹ ਸੰਜਮ ਦੁਖ ਜਾਏ ਪੌੜੀ ਸੇਵ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੰਤੋਖ ਜਿਨ ਸੱਚੋ ਸੱਚ ਤੇ ਆਇਆ ਉਹਨੇ ਮੰਦੇ ਪੈ ਨ ਰਖੇ ਕਰ ਸੁਕਿਰਤ ਧਰਮ ਕਮਾਇਆ ਉਹਨੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਤੋੜੇ ਬੰਦਨਾ ਅੰਨ ਪਾਣੀ ਥੋੜਾ ਖਾਇਆ ਤੁਮ ਸੀ ਅਗਲਾ ਹਿਤ ਦੇਵੈ ਚੜੇ ਦਵਾਇਆ ਵਡਿਆਈ ਵੱਡਾ ਪਾਇਆ ਵੱਡਾ ਪਾਇਆ ਗੁਰ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਪਿੰਨੀ ਦੇ ਹੋਰੀ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਪੁਰ ਕੇ ਰਾਮ ਰਾਜੇ ਜਿਨ ਗੁਰ ਬਾਣੀ ਮਨ ਭਾਈਆ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਛਕ ਸਕੇ ਗੁਰ ਤੁਠੇ ਹਰ ਪਾਇਆ ਦੁਕੇ ਤੱਕ ਤੱਕੇ ਹਰ ਜਨ ਹਰ ਹਰ ਹੋਇਆ ਨਾਨਕ ਹਰ ਇੱਕੇ।
ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ। ਪੁਰਖਾਂ ਬਿਰਖਾਂ ਤੀਰਥਾਂ ਤਟਾਂ ਵੇਗਾਂ ਖੇਤਾਂ ਦੀਪਾ ਲੋਵਾ ਮੰਡਲਾਂ ਖੰਡਾਂ ਅਮਰ ਭੰਡਾਂ ਅੰਡੇ ਜੰਜੇਰ ਉਤਪਜਾ ਖਾਣੀ ਸੇਤ ਜਾਹਾ ਸੋ ਮਿਤ ਜਾਣੇ ਨਾਨਕਾ ਸਰਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਜੰਤਾ ਨਾਨਕ ਜੰਤਿ ਉਪਾਏ ਕੈ ਸੰਭਾਲੇ ਸਭ ਨਾਮ ਜਿਨ ਕਰਤੇ ਕਰਣਾ ਕੀਆ ਚਿੰਤਾ ਪੇ ਕਰਨੀ ਤਾ ਸੋ ਕਰਤਾ ਚਿੰਤਾ ਕਰੇ ਜਿਨ ਉਪਾਇਆ ਜਗ ਇਸ ਜੋ ਹਾਰੀ ਸੋ ਬਹੁਤ ਤਿਸ ਤਿਸ ਦੀ ਬਾਣਿਆ ਭਗ ਨਾਨਕ ਸੱਚੇ ਨਾਮ ਬਿਨ ਕਿਆ ਟਿਕਾ ਕਿਆ ਤਗ। ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ।
ਲੱਖ ਨੇਕੀਆਂ ਚੰਗਿਆਈਆਂ ਲੱਖ ਪੁੰਨਾ ਪ੍ਰਵਾੜ ਲੱਖ ਤਪ ਉਪਰ ਤੀਰਥਾਂ ਸਹਿਜੋਗ ਬੇਬਾੜ ਲੱਖ ਸੂਰਤਨ ਸੰਗਰਾਮ ਰਣ ਮੈਂ ਛੁੱਟੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਣ ਲੱਖ ਸੁਰਤੀ ਲਗਿਆਨ ਤੇ ਅਨਪੜੀਏ ਪਾੜ ਪੁਰਾਣ ਜਿਨ ਕਰਤੇ ਕਰਣਾ ਕੀਆ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਆਵਣ ਜਾੜ ਨਾਨਕ ਮਤੀ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਕਰਮ ਸੱਚਾ ਨੀਸਾਨ ਪੌੜੀ ਸੱਚਾ ਸਹਿਬ ਏਕ ਤੂੰ ਇਨ ਸੱਚੋ ਸੱਚ ਵਰਤਾਇਆ ਜਿਸ ਤੁਝੇ ਤੁਮਰੇ ਸਤਿਨੀ ਸੱਚ ਕਮਾਇਆ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਿਯ ਸੱਚ ਪਾਇਆ ਇਕ ਹਿਰਦੈ ਸੱਚ ਵਸਾਇਆ ਮੁਰ ਸਤਿ ਜਾਣ ਮਨ ਮੁਖੀ ਜਨਮ ਗਵਾਇਆ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਕਾਹੇ ਆਇਆ ਕਾਹੇ ਆਇਆ।
ਗੌਰੀ ਸੱਚਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਏਕ ਤੂੰ ਸੱਚ ਸੱਚ ਵਰਤਾਇਆ ਜਿਸ ਤੂੰ ਦੇ ਤਿਸ ਮਿਲੇ ਸੱਚ ਤਾਤ ਨੀ ਸੱਚ ਕਮਾਇਆ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਮਿਲੇ ਸੱਚ ਪਾਈ ਕੇ ਹਿਰਦੇ ਸੱਚ ਵਸਾਇਆ ਮੂਰਖ ਸੱਚ ਨਾ ਜਾਣਨੀ ਮਨ ਮੁਖੀ ਜਨਮ ਗਵਾਇਆ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਕਾਹੇ ਆਇਆ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਕਾਹੇ ਆਇਆ।
ਆਸਾ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਚੌਥਾ। ਹਰ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਭਗਤ ਭੰਡਾਰ ਹੈ ਗੁਰ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਪਾਸੇ ਰਾਮ ਰਾਜੇ ਗੁਰ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਸੱਚਾ ਸਾਹੋ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਦੀ ਘਰ ਰਾਸੇ ਧਨ ਧਨ ਵਣਜਾਰਾ ਵਣਜੈ ਗੁਰ ਛਾਉ ਸਬਾਸੇ ਜਨ ਨਾਨਕ ਗੁਰ ਤਿਨੀ ਪਾਇਆ ਜਿਨ ਤੁਰ ਲਿਖਤ ਲੈ ਲਾਟ ਲਿਖਾ।
ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ। ਪੜ ਪੜ ਗੱਡੀ ਲੱਦੀ ਹੈ ਪੜ ਪੜ ਭਰੀਏ ਸਾਥ ਪੜ ਪੜ ਬੇੜੀ ਪਾਈ ਹੈ ਪੜ ਪੜ ਗੱਡੀਏ ਖਾਤ ਪੜੀਏ ਜੇਤੇ ਬਰਸ ਬਰਸ ਪੜੀਏ ਜੇਤੇ ਮਾਸ ਪੜੀਏ ਜੇਤੀ ਆਰਜਾ ਪੜੀਏ ਜੇਤੇ ਸਾਸ ਨਾਨਕ ਲੇਖੈ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਔਰ ਹਉਮੈ ਚਖਣਾ ਝਾਕ। ਮਹਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ।
ਲਿਖ ਲਿਖ ਪੜਿਆ ਤੇ ਤਕੜਿਆ ਬਤੀਰਥ ਪਵਿਆ ਤੇ ਤੁਲਵਿਆ ਬਾ ਭੇਕੀਆ ਦੇ ਦੁਖ ਦੀਆ ਸੋਵੇ ਜੀ ਆਪਣਾ ਕੀਆ ਅੰਨ ਨਾ ਖਾਇਆ ਸਾਧ ਗਵਾਇਆ ਬਹੁ ਦੁਖ ਪਾਇਆ ਦੂਜਾ ਪਾਇਆ ਬਸਤਰ ਨਾ ਪਹਿਰੇ ਅੰਸ ਕਰੇ ਮਨ ਵਿਗੁਤਾ ਕਿਉਂ ਜਾਗੇ ਗੁਰ ਬਿਨ ਸੂਤਾ ਪਗ ਪਿਤਾਣਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਕੀਆ ਕਮਾਣਾ ਅਲਮਲ ਖਾਈ ਸਰਸ਼ਾਈ ਪਾਈ ਮੂਰਖਨ ਦੇ ਪਤ ਗਵਾਈ ਵਿਣ ਨਾਮ ਕਿਛ ਥਾਇ ਨ ਪਾਏ ਰਹੇ ਬਿਬਾਣੀ ਮੜੀ ਮਸਾਣੀ ਅੰਦਰ ਜਾਣੇ ਪ੍ਰਪਜਤਾਣੀ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਭੇਟੇ ਸੋ ਸੁਖ ਪਾਏ ਹਰ ਕਾ ਨਾਮ ਮਨ ਵਸਾਏ ਨਾਨਕ ਨਦਰ ਕਰੇ ਸੋ ਪਾਏ ਆਸਨ ਦੇ ਸਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ ਕੇਵਲ ਹਉਮੈ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਜਲਾਏ ਪੌੜੀ ਪਗ ਤੇਰੇ ਮਨ ਭਾਵਦੇ ਹਰ ਸੋਹਨ ਕੀਰਤ ਗਾਵਦੇ ਨਾਨਕ ਕਰਮ ਬਾਜੇ ਹਰ ਢੋ ਨਾ ਲੈਣੀ ਤਾਮ ਦੇ ਕਮਲ ਬੁਝਰੀ ਆਪਣਾ ਅਣ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਆਪ ਗਣਾਏ ਦੇ ਹੁਣ ਸਾਡੀ ਕਨੀ ਜਾ ਉਤਮ ਜਾਤ ਸਦਾਏ ਦੇ ਤਿਨ ਮੰਗਾ ਤੇ ਤੁਝੇ ਧਿਆਏ ਦੇ ਤੁਝੇ ਧਿਆਏ ਦੇ ਸੱਚ ਚਾਹੋ ਹਮਾਰਾ ਤੂੰ ਧਣੀ ਸਭ ਜਗਤ ਵਣ ਜਾਰਾ ਰਾਮ ਰਾਜੇ ਸਭ ਭਾਂਡੇ ਤੁਝ ਹਿਰਦੈ ਸਾਜਿਆ, ਵਿੱਚ ਵਸਤ ਹਰ ਧਾਰਾ। ਜੋ ਪਾਵੇ ਭਾਂਡੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਸਾ ਨਿਕਲੈ, ਜਾ ਕੋਈ ਕਰੇ ਵਿਚਾਰਾ। ਜਨ ਨਾਨਕ ਕੋ ਹਰ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਆ, ਹਰ ਭਗਤ ਭੰਡਾਰਾ।
ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ। ਕੂੜ ਰਾਜਾ ਕੂੜ ਪਰਜਾ ਕੂੜ ਸਭ ਸੰਸਾਰ, ਕੂੜ ਮੰਡਪ ਕੂੜ ਮਾੜੀ ਕੂੜ ਬੈਸ ਨਿਹਾਰ। ਕੂੜ ਸੋਇਨਾ ਕੂੜ ਰੂਪਾ ਕੂੜ ਪਹਿਨਣ ਹਾਰ। ਕੂੜ ਕਾਇਆ ਕੂੜ ਕਪੜ ਕੂੜ ਰੂਪ ਅਪਾਰ। ਕੂੜ ਮੀਆਂ ਕੂੜ ਬੀਬੀ ਖਪ ਹੋਏ ਖਾਰ। ਕੂੜ ਕੂੜੇ ਨੇ ਹੋ ਲੱਗਾ ਵਿਸਰਿਆ ਕਰਤਾਰ। ਕਿਸ ਨਾਲ ਕੀਚੈ ਦੋਸਤੀ ਸਭ ਜਗ ਚੱਲਣ ਹਾਰ। ਕੂੜ ਮਿੱਠਾ ਕੂੜ ਮਾਖਿਓ ਕੂੜ ਡੋਬੇ ਪੂਰ। ਨਾਨਕ ਵਖਾਣੇ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਤੁਧ ਬਾਜ ਕੂੜੋ ਕੂੜ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ।
ਸਚ ਤਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਜਾਣੀਏ ਜਾ ਹਿਰਦੈ ਸੱਚਾ ਹੋਏ, ਕੂੜ ਕੀ ਮਲ ਉਤਰੈ ਤਨ ਕਰੇ ਅੱਛਾ ਤੋਏ। ਸਚ ਤਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਜਾਣੀਏ ਜਾਂ ਸਚ ਧਰੇ ਪਿਆਰ, ਨਾਉ ਸੁਣ ਮਨ ਰਹਿਸੀਏ ਤਾਂ ਪਾਏ ਮੁਖ ਦੁਆਰ। ਸਚ ਤਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਜਾਣੀਏ ਜਾਂ ਜੁਗਤ ਜਾਣੇ ਜੀਓ, ਧਰਤ ਕਾਇਆ ਸਾਧਕੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੇ ਕਰਤਾ ਬੀਓ। ਸਚ ਤਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਜਾਣੀਏ ਜਾਂ ਸਿੱਖ ਸੱਚੀ ਲੇ, ਦਇਆ ਜਾਣੇ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਕਿਛ ਪੁੰਨ ਦਾਨ ਕਰੇ। ਸਚ ਤਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਜਾਣੀਏ ਜਾਂ ਆਤਮ ਤੀਰਥ ਕਰੇ ਨਿਵਾਸ, ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛ ਕੇ ਬਹਿ ਰਹਿ ਕਰੇ ਨਿਵਾਸ। ਸਭਨਾ ਹੋਏ ਦਾਰੂ ਪਾਪ ਕੱਢੇ ਤੋਏ, ਨਾਨਕ ਵਖਾਣ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਜਿਨ ਸੱਚ ਪੱਲੇ ਹੋਏ। ਪੌੜੀ ਦਾਨ ਮੈਂਡਾ ਤਲੇਖਾ ਮਿਲੇ ਤਾਂ ਮਸਤਕ ਲਾਈਏ। ਕੂੜਾ ਲਾਲ ਛੱਡੇ ਕੋਈ ਇੱਕ ਮਨ ਲੱਖ ਤੇ ਆਈਏ। ਬੰਦੇ ਭਾਈ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਹੀ ਕਾਰ ਕਮਾਈਏ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪੁਰਖ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਥੋੜ ਦਿਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪਾਈਏ। ਮਦ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਵ ਗਵਾਈਏ ਸ਼ਿਵ ਗਵਾਈਏ। ਹਮ ਕਿਆ ਗੁਣ ਤੇਰੇ ਮਿੱਤਰ ਸੁਆਮੀ, ਤੂੰ ਅਪਰੇ ਅਪਾਰੋ ਰਾਮ ਰਾਜੇ। ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਸਲਾਹੇ ਦਿਨ ਰਾਤ, ਇਹਾ ਸੇ ਅਧਾਰੋ। ਹਮ ਮੂਰਖ ਕਿਛੁ ਨਾ ਜਾਣ, ਕੇਵ ਪਾਵੇ ਪਾਰੋ। ਨਾਨਕ ਹਰ ਕਾ ਦਾਸ ਹੈ, ਹਰ ਦਾਸ ਪਨਹਾਰੋ।
ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ। ਸਚ ਕਾਲ ਕੂੜ ਵਰਤਿਆ ਕਲ ਕਾਲ ਖੱਬੇ ਤਾਲ। ਬੀਓ ਬੀਜ ਪਤ ਲੈ ਗਏ ਅਬ ਕਿਉਂ ਗਵੇ ਦਾਲ। ਦੇਖ ਹੋਏ ਤਾਂ ਉਗਵੇ ਰੁੱਤੀ ਹੂੰ ਰੁੱਤ ਹੋਏ। ਨਾਨਕ ਪਾਹੇ ਬਾਹਰਾ ਕੋਰੇ ਰੰਗ ਨਾ ਸੋਏ। ਤੈ ਵਿੱਚ ਖੁੰਬ ਚੜਾਈ ਐ ਸਰਮ ਪਾਹੋ ਤਨ ਹੋਏ। ਨਾਨਕ ਭਗਤੀ ਜੇ ਰਪੈ ਕੂੜੇ ਸੋਏ ਨਾ ਕੋਏ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ।
ਲਬ ਪਾਪ ਦੁਰਾਜਾ ਮਹਿਤਾ ਕੂੜ ਹੁਆ ਸਿਕਦਾਰ। ਕਾਮ ਨੇਮ ਸਤ ਪੁੱਛੀਏ ਬਹਿ ਬਹਿ ਕਰੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ। ਅੰਧੀ ਰਹਿਤ ਗਿਆਨ ਵਿਹੂਣੀ ਭਾਏ ਪਰੇ ਮੁਰਦਾਰ। ਗਿਆਨੀ ਨਚੇ ਵਾਜੇ ਵਾਵੇ ਰੂਪ ਕਰੇ ਸ਼ਿੰਗਾਰ। ਉੱਚੇ ਕੂਕੇ ਵਾਦਾ ਗਾਵੇ ਜੋਧਾ ਕਾ ਵਿਚਾਰ। ਮੂਰਖ ਪੰਡਤ ਇਕ ਸਿੰਜੇ ਕਰ ਪਿਆਰ। ਧਰਮੀ ਧਰਮ ਕਰੇ ਗਵਾਵੇ ਮੰਗੇ ਮੁਖ ਦੁਆਰ। ਜਤੀ ਸਦਾਵੇ ਜੁਗਤ ਨ ਜਾਣੇ ਛੱਡ ਬਹਿ ਘਰ ਬਾਰ। ਸਭ ਕੋ ਪੂਰਾ ਆਪੇ ਹੋਵੇ ਘਟ ਨ ਕੋਈ ਆਖੈ। ਪਤ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਣਾ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਪਾਈਏ ਤਾਂ ਨਾਨਕ ਤੋਲੇ ਆ ਜਾਪੈ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ।
ਮਦੀ ਸੁਵ ਜਗ ਨਾਨਕਾ ਸੱਚਾ ਵੇਖੈ ਸੋਏ। ਸਭ ਨਿਸਾਰਾ ਮਾਰੀਆਂ ਕਰਤਾ ਕਰੇ ਸੋ ਹੋਏ। ਅੱਗੇ ਜਾਤ ਨਾ ਜੋਰ ਹੈ ਅੱਗੇ ਜਿਉ ਨਵੇਂ ਜਿਨ ਕੀ ਲੇਖੇ ਪਤ ਪਵੇ।
ਚੰਗੇ ਸਹੀ ਕੇ ਪੌੜੀ ਤੁਰ ਕਰਮ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਕੋ ਤੁਧ ਪਾਇਆ। ਜਿਨੀ ਖਸਮ ਤੇ ਆਇਆ ਨ ਜੰਦਗੇ ਵਸਕੇ ਵੇਖੀ ਜਗਤੀ ਉਪਾਇਆ। ਇੱਕ ਆਪੋਂ ਤੁਧ ਖਵਾਇਆ ਤੁਧ ਬਦ ਜਾਣਿਆ ਜਿੱਥੈ ਤੁਧ ਆਪ ਬੁਝਾਇਆ ਸਹਿਜੇ ਹੀ ਸੱਚ ਸਮਾਇਆ ਸਚ ਸਮਾਇਆ ਜਿਉ ਪਾਵੇ ਤਿਉ ਰਾਖ ਲੈ ਹਮ ਸ਼ਰਨ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਆਏ ਰਾਮ ਰਾਜੇ हम फूल विगाड़े दिन सरा हर लाज रखाए वर के तू गुर पिता है दे मत समझाए जन नानक दास हर कांडिया हर पैज रखाए।
लोक महला पहला दुख दारू सुख रोग भया जहाँ कामना होई तू करता करना मैं नाही जाऊं करी ना होई बलिहारी कुदरत वसिया तेरा अंत ना जाई लखिया रहाऊ जात में जोत जोत में जाता अकल कला भरपूर रहया तू सच्चा साहिब शिव सवालियो जिन कीती सो पार पया कहो नानक करते किया बातां जो किश करना सो कर रहया। महला दूजा।
जोग शब्दुं ज्ञान शब्दुं वेद शब्दुं ब्राह्मण है खत्री शब्दुं सूर शब्दुं शूद्र शब्दुं प्राकृत है सर्व शब्द शब्दों जे को जाने पियो नानक ताका दास है सोई नंजन देव महला दूजा।
हे कृष्णं सर्व देवा देव देवता आत्मा आत्मा बाद दिवस जे को जाने पियो नानक ताका दास है सोई निरंजन देव महला पहला।
कुंभे बद्दा जल रहे जल बिन कुंभ न होए ज्ञान कबद मन रहे गुर बिन ज्ञान न होए पौड़ी पड़िया होवे गुनहंगा भूमि साध न मारिए जे गल गलना देवी हो ना उपचारिए रसी गला न खेड़िए चित डर गया हारिए बड़े देवमिया विचारे अगे विचारिए मोह चले सो अगे मारिए अगे मारिए अगे मारिए।
पौड़ी पड़िया होवे गुनहगार तो में साध न मारिए जिहा कले कलना ते हो ना उपचारिए ऐसी कला ना खेटिए चित्र के गया हारिए पड़िया ते उमिया विचार के विचारिए माचल सोगे मारिए माचल सोगे मारिए।
आसा महला चौथा जिन मस्तक तुर हार लिखिया तिन सतगुर मिलिया राम राजे अज्ञान अंधेरा कटिया गुर ज्ञान कट बलिया हर लद्दा रतन पदार्थो फिर बाड़ ना चलिया जन नानक नाम आराध्या आराध हर मिलिया हर मिलिया।
श्लोक महला पहला नानक मेर शरीर का एक रथ करतवाओ जुग जुग फेर बटाइए है ज्ञानी बुद्धता है सात जुग रथ संतोख का धर्म गिरथ वाहो तेरे तेरा जते का जोर गिरथ वाहो द्वापर रथ तपे का सत गिरथ वाहो काल जुग रथ अगन का कूड़ गिरथ वाहो। महला पहला।
साम के स्तंभ स्वामी सच में अच्छे साच रहे सब कुछ सच समावे रे कह रहा भरपूर राम नाम देवा मैं सूरा नाइले प्राश्त जाहे नानक तो मुखंतर पाए जुज में जोर छली चंद्रावल कान किस्म जात भया पार जात को पी ले आया बिंद्रहा बन में रंग किया कल में बीत थरमण हुआ नौ खुदाई अल्लाह भया नील बस्त्र लै कपड़े पहरे तुर पठानी अमल किया चारे वेद चार पढ़े गुण दिन चार विचार ਪਾਉ ਭਗਤ ਕਰਨੀ ਸਦਾਏ ਤਉ ਨਾਨਕ ਮੁਖ ਅੰਤਰ ਪਾਏ। ਪੌੜੀ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਵਿਟੋ ਮਾਰਿਆ
ਜਿਤ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਖਸਮ ਸੰਭਾਲੇ ਜਨ ਕਰ ਮਿਲਨ ਜਿਆ। ਇਨੀ ਨੇਤਰੀ ਜਗਤ ਨਿਹਾਲਿਆ ਕਦੋਂ ਤੋਂ ਡੁੱਬੇ ਲਗੇ ਡੁੱਬੇ ਸੇਵਣ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਸਭੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਪਤਾ ਮਿਲੇ। ਕਿਨੇ ਵਿਚਾਰਿਆ ਕਰ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਪਾਰ ਉਤਾਰਿਆ ਹਾਰ ਉਤਾਰਿਆ।
ਪੌੜੀ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਵਿਟੋ ਵਾਰਿਆ ਜਿਤ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਖਸਮ ਸੰਭਾਲਿਆ। ਜਿਨ ਕਰ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਗਿਆਨ ਅੰਜਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਨੇਤਰੀ ਜਗਤ ਨੇ ਹਾਲਿਆ। ਖਸਮ ਛੋੜ ਦੂਜੇ ਲੱਗੇ ਡੁੱਬੇ ਸੇਵਣ ਜਾਰਿਆ। ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਹੈ ਬੋਹਿ ਥਾ ਵਿਰਲੇ ਕਿਨੇ ਵਿਚਾਰਿਆ। ਕਰ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਪਾਰ ਉਤਾਰਿਆ ਕਰ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਪਾਰ ਉਤਾਰਿਆ।
ਜਿਨੀ ਐਸਾ ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਨ ਚਿਤਿਓ ਸੇ ਕਾਹੇ ਜਗ ਆਏ ਰਾਮ ਰਾਜੇ। ਇਹ ਮਾਨਸ ਜਨਮ ਦੁਲੰਭ ਹੈ ਨਾਮ ਬਿਨਾ ਬਿਰਥਾ ਸਭ ਜਾਏ। ਗੁਣਵਤੇ ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਨ ਬੀਜਿਓ ਅੱਗੇ ਭੁੱਖਾ ਕਿਆ ਖਾਏ। ਮਨ ਭੁੱਖਾ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਰਦਨ ਹੈ ਨਾਨਕ ਹਰ ਪਾਏ।
ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਮਹਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ। ਸਿਮਰ ਰੁਕ ਸਰਾਏ ਰਾਤ ਦੀਰਘਤ ਮੁਤ ਹੋ ਜੇ ਆਵੇ ਆਸ ਕਰ ਜਾਹੇ ਨਿਰਾਸੇ ਕਿਤ। ਫਲ ਫਿਕੇ ਫੁੱਲ ਬਕ ਬਕੇ ਕੰਮ ਨ ਆਵੇ ਪਤ। ਮਿਠਤ ਨੀਵੀ ਨਾਨਕਾ ਗੁਣ ਚੰਗਿਆਈਆਂ ਤਤ। ਸਭ ਕੋ ਨਿਵੇ ਆਪ ਕੋ ਪਰ ਕੋ ਨਿਵੇ ਨ ਕੋਏ। ਧਰ ਤਰਾਜੂ ਤੋਲੀ ਐ ਨਿਵੇ ਸੋ ਗੌਰਾ ਹੋਏ। ਅਪਰਾਧੀ ਦੂਣਾ ਨਿਵੇ ਜੁਵੰਤਾ ਮਿਰਗਾਏ। ਸੇ ਸੁਨਵਾਏ ਕਿਆ ਥੀਏ ਨਰ ਦੇਖ ਸੁਦੇ ਜਾਏ। ਮਹਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ।
ਪੜ ਪੁਸਤਕ ਸੰਧਿਆ ਬਾਦਨ ਸਿਲ ਪੂਜ ਸਬਗਲ ਸਮਾਦਨ। ਮੁਖ ਝੂਠਾ ਬੇਭੁਖਣ ਸਾਰਨ ਤ੍ਰੈਪਾਲ ਤਿਆਲ ਵਿਚਾਰ। ਗਲ ਮਾਲਾ ਤਿਲਕਲ ਲਾਟਨ ਦੋ ਧੋਤੀ ਬਸਤਰ ਕਪਾਟਨ। ਜੇ ਜਾਣਸ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਕਰਮ ਸਭ ਫੋਕਟ ਨਿਚੁ ਕਰਮ। ਕਉ ਨਾਨਕ ਨੇਚੋ ਧਿਆਵੈ ਬਿਨ ਸਤ ਗੁਰ ਵਾਟ ਨ ਪਾਵੇ। ਕੌੜ ਕਪੜ ਰੂ ਸੁਹਾਵਣਾ ਛੱਡ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਅੰਦਰ ਜਾਵਣਾ। ਮਦਦ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਆਪੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਪਾਵਣਾ। ਉਨਕੀ ਮਨ ਪਾਵਦੇ ਰਾ ਪੀੜੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਜਾਵਣਾ। ਨੰਦ ਗੁਰ ਚਲਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਦਿਸੈ ਖਰਾ ਡਰਾਵਣਾ। ਕਰ ਔਗਣ ਪਛੋਤਾਵਣਾ ਪਛੋਤਾਵਣਾ।
ਪੌੜੀ ਕਪੜ ਰੂਪ ਸੁਹਾਵਣਾ ਛੜ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦਰ ਜਾਵਣਾ। ਮੰਦਾ ਚੰਗਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਆਪੇ ਹੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਪਾਵਣਾ। ਹੁਕਮ ਕੀਏ ਮਨ ਭਾਵਦੇ ਰਾਹੇ ਪੀੜੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਜਾਵਣਾ। ਨੰਗਾ ਦੋ ਜਗ ਚਾਲਿਆ ਤਦ ਸੇ ਖਰਾ ਡਰਾਵਣਾ। ਕਰੋ ਗਣ ਪਛੋਤਾਵਣਾ ਕਰੋ ਗਣ ਪਛੋਤਾਵਣਾ।
ਤੂੰ ਹਰ ਤੇਰਾ ਸਭ ਕੋ ਸਭ ਤੁਧ ਉਪਾਏ ਰਾਮ ਰਾਜੇ। ਕਿਸ ਹਾਥ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇ ਕਿਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਭ ਚਲੇ ਚਲਾਏ। ਜਿਤੋਂ ਮਿਲੇ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਸੇ ਤੁਧ ਮਿਲੇ ਹਰ ਮਨ ਪਾਏ। ਜਨ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਤ ਗੁਰ ਭੇਟਿਆ ਹਾਰ ਨਾਮ ਤਰਾਏ ਨਾਮ ਤਰਾਏ।
ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਮਹਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ। दैग पास संतोख सूद जत गंढी सत वट। ਇਹੋ ਜਨੇਊ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਹਿਤਾ ਪਾਂਡੇ ਘਤ। ਨਾ ਇਹੋ ਟੁੱਟੈ ਨਾ ਮਲ ਲੱਗੈ ਨਾ ਇਹੋ ਜਲੇ ਨਾ ਜਾਏ। ਧਨ ਸੋ ਮਾਨਸ ਨਾਨਕਾ ਜੋ ਗਲ ਚੱਲੇ ਪਾਏ। ਚੌਕੜ ਮੁੱਲ ਉਨਾਇਆ ਵੇ ਚੌਕੇ ਪਾਇਆ। ਸਿੱਖਾ ਕੰਨ ਚੜਾਈਆ ਗੁਰ ਬ੍ਰਾਹਮਣ ਥਿਆ। ਉਹ ਮੋਆ ਉਹ ਝੜ ਪਿਆ ਵੇ ਤੱਗਾ ਗਿਆ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ।
ਲੱਖ ਚੋਰੀਆਂ ਲੱਖ ਜਾਰੀਆਂ ਲੱਖ ਕੂੜੀਆਂ ਲੱਖ ਗਾਲ ਲੱਖ ਠੱਗੀਆਂ ਪੈਨਾਮੀਆਂ ਰਾਤ ਦਿਨ ਸੱਚੀ ਨਾਲ ਤੱਕ ਪਾਉ ਕਤੀਏ ਬਾਮਣ ਵੱਟੇ ਆਏ ਕੋ ਬਕਰਾ ਰਿਨ ਖਾਇਆ ਸਭ ਕੋ ਆਖੇ ਪਾਏ ਹੋਏ ਪੁਰਾਣਾ ਸੁੱਟੀਐ ਪੀ ਫਿਰ ਪਾਈਏ ਹੋਰ ਨਾਨਕ ਤੱਕ ਨ ਟੁੱਟਈ ਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਹੋਵੇ ਜੋਰ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ।
ਲਾਇ ਮਨੇ ਪਾਤੂ ਬਿਜੈ ਸਾ ਲਾਈ ਸਜ ਸੂਤ ਦਰਗਹ ਅੰਦਰ ਪਾਈਐ ਤਗ ਨਾ ਤੂੜ ਸਪੂਤ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ।
ਤਗਨ ਇੰਦਰੀ ਤਗਨ ਨਾਰੀ ਭਲਕੇ ਥੁਕ ਪਵੇ ਨਿਤ ਦਾੜੀ ਤਗਨ ਪੈਰੀ ਤਗਨ ਹੱਥੀ ਤਗਨ ਜੀਵਾ ਤਗਨ ਅੱਖੀ ਵੇ ਤਗਾਇਆ ਪੇਵਤੈ ਵੜਤਾ ਗੇਵਰਾ ਕੱਤੇ ਲੈ ਪੜ ਕਰੀ ਵੀ ਆਉ ਕੜਕਾ ਗਲ ਦਸੇਰਾ ਸੁਣ ਵੇਖੋ ਲੋਕਾ ਇਹੋ ਵਿਡਾਣ ਮਨ ਦਾ ਨਾ ਉਸ ਜਾਣ ਪੜ ਸਭ ਹੋਏ ਦਿਆਲ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰੇ ਕਸਾਈ ਕਰ ਕਰਾਈ ਸੀ ਸੋ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰੇ ਜਿਸਨੂੰ ਹੁਕਮ ਮਨਾਏ ਸੀ ਹੁਕਮ ਅਕਵਾੜ ਤਾ ਖਸਮੇ ਤਾ ਮਿਲ ਪਾਏ ਸੀ ਕਸਮੇ ਭਾਵ ਜੋ ਕਰੇ ਮਨ ਚਿੰਦਿਆ ਸੋ ਫਲ ਪਾਏ ਸੀ ਅੰਦਰ ਕੇ ਪੈਦਾ ਜਾਏ ਸੀ ਪੈਦਾ ਜਾਏ ਸੀ।
ਪੌੜੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਹੋਏ ਦਿਆਲ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰੇ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਈ ਕਾਰ ਕਰਾਏ ਸੀ ਸੋ ਸੇਵਕ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰੇ ਜਿਸਨੂੰ ਹੁਕਮ ਮਨਾਏ ਸੀ ਹੁਕਮ ਮੰਨੇ ਹੋ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਨ ਤਾਂ ਖਸਮੇ ਕਾ ਮਹਿਲ ਪਾਏ ਸੀ ਖਸਮੇ ਪਾਵੇ ਸੋ ਕਰੇ ਮਨੁ ਚਿੰਦਿਆ ਸੋ ਫਲ ਪਾਏ ਸੀ ਤਾਂ ਦਰਗਹਿ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਜਾਏ ਸੀ ਤਾਂ ਦਰਗਹਿ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਜਾਏ ਸੀ।
ਕੋਈ ਗਾਵੇ ਕੋਈ ਗਾਵੇ ਕੋਈ ਗਾਵੇ ਕੋਈ ਗਾਵੇ ਰਾਗੀ ਨਦੀ ਬੇਦੀ ਬਹੁ ਭਾਂਤ ਕਰ ਰਾਗੀ ਨਦੀ ਬੇਦੀ ਬਹੁ ਭਾਂਤ ਕਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਰ ਹਰ ਤੀਜੇ ਰਾਮ ਰਾਜੇ ਜਿਨ ਅੰਤਰ ਕਪਟ ਵਿਕਾਰ ਹੈ ਜਿਨਾ ਰੋਏ ਕਿਆ ਕੀਜੈ ਹਰ ਕਰਦਾ ਸਭ ਕਿਛ ਜਾਣਦਾ ਸਿਰ ਰੋਗ ਹੱਥ ਦੀਜੈ ਜਿਨ ਨਾਨਕ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਹਿਰਦਾ ਸ਼ੁੱਧ ਹੈ ਹਰ ਭਗਤ ਹਰ ਲੀਜੈ ਕੋਈ ਗਾਵੇ ਕੋਈ ਗਾਵੇ ਕੋਈ ਗਾਵੇ ਕੋਈ ਗਾਵੇ।
ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਗਊ ਬ੍ਰਾਹਮਣ ਕੋ ਕਰ ਲਾਵ ਗੋਬਰ ਤਰ ਨਾ ਜਾਈ ਧੋਤੀ ਟਿਕਾ ਤੇ ਜਪ ਮਾਲੀ ਧਾਨ ਮਲੇਛਾਂ ਖਾਈ ਅੰਤਰ ਪੂਜਾ ਪੜੇ ਕਤੇਬਾ ਸੰਜਮ ਤੁਰਕਾਂ ਭਾਈ ਸੋਡੀ ਲੈ ਪਖੰਡਾ ਨਾਮ ਲੈ ਜਾਏ ਤਰੰਦਾ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ।
ਮਾਨਸ ਖਾਣੀ ਕਰੇ ਨਵਾਜ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਵਗਾਇਨ ਤਿਨਗਲ ਤਾਗ ਤਿਨ ਘਰ ਬ੍ਰਾਹਮਣ ਪੂਰੇ ਨਾਦ ਉਨ ਪਿਆਵੇ ਹੋਈ ਸਾ ਕੂੜੀ ਰਸ ਕੂੜਾ ਵਪਾਰ ਕੂੜ ਬੋਲ ਕਰੇ ਆਹਾਰ ਸ਼ਰਮ ਧਰਮ ਕਾ ਡੇਰਾ ਦੂਰ ਨਾਨਕ ਕੂੜ ਰਿਹਾ ਭਰਪੂਰ ਮੱਥੇ ਟਿੱਕਾ ਤੇੜ ਧੋਤੀ ਕਖਾਈ ਹੱਥ ਸ਼ੁਰੀ ਜਗਤ ਕਸਾਈ ਨੀਲ ਵਸਤਰ ਪੈਰਵੇ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਣ ਮਲੇਸ਼ ਤਾਂ ਲੈ ਪੁੱਜੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਣ ਭਾਕਿਆ ਕਾ ਕੁੱਠਾ ਮੁਕਰਾ ਖਾਣਾ ਚੌਂਕੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਕਿਸੇ ਨਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਦੇਖੇ ਚੌਂਕਾ ਕੱਢੀ ਕਾਰ ਪਰਿਆਏ ਬੈਠੇ ਕੁੜਿਆ ਮਤ ਪਿੱਟੇ ਵੇ ਮਤ ਪਿੱਟੇ ਅਨ ਸਾਡਾ ਪਿੱਟੇ ਤਨ ਪਿੱਟੇ ਬਿੜ ਕਰੇ ਮਨ ਝੂਠੇ ਚੁਲੀ ਪ੍ਰੇਨ ਕਹੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਸੱਚ ਧਿਆਈ ਐ ਸੁਚ ਹੋਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਸੱਚ ਪਾਈ ਪੌੜ ਚਿੱਤੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਸਾਬ ਕੋ ਇੱਕ ਨਦਰੀ ਹੇਠ ਚਲਾਇਂਦਾ ਅਬ ਦਿਵੜਿਆਈਆਂ ਆਪੇ ਹੀ ਕਰਮ ਕਰਾਇਂਦਾ ਰੜੋ ਰੜ ਮੇਦਨੀ ਸਿਰ ਸਿਰ ਤੰਦੇ ਲਾਇਂਦਾ ਨਦਰ ਪਟੀ ਜੇ ਕਰੇ ਸੁਲਤਾਨਾ ਕਾਉ ਕਰਾਇਂਦਾ ਦਰ ਮੰਗਣ ਇੱਕ ਨਾ ਪਾਇਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਨਾ ਪਾਏਦਾ
ਪੌੜੀ ਚਿੱਤੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਸਭ ਕੋ ਵੇਖ ਨਦਰੀ ਹੇਠ ਚਲਾਇਂਦਾ ਆਪੇ ਦੇ ਵਡਿਆਈਆਂ ਆਪੇ ਹੀ ਕਰਮ ਕਰਾਇਂਦਾ ਵਡੋ ਵਡਾ ਵਡ ਮੇਦਨੀ ਸਿਰ ਸਿਰ ਧੰਦੇ ਲਾਇਂਦਾ ਨਦਰ ਪੱਠੀ ਜੇਕਰ ਸੁਲਤਾਨਾ ਕਾਹੂ ਕਰਾਇਂਦਾ ਦਰ ਮੰਗਣ ਭਿਖ ਨਾ ਪਾਇਂਦਾ ਦਰ ਮੰਗਣ ਭਿਖ ਨਾ ਪਾਇਂਦਾ
ਆਸਾ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਚੌਥਾ ਜਿਨ ਅੰਤਰ ਹਰ ਹਰ ਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਜਨ ਸੁਗੜ ਸਿਆਣੇ ਰਾਮ ਰਾਜ ਬਾਹਰੋਂ ਫੁੱਲ ਚੋ ਫੂਲ ਦੇ ਫੀ ਖਰੇ ਹਰ ਪਾਣ ਹਰ ਸੰਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਓ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਰ ਮਾਣ ਨਿਮਾਣ ਧਨ ਨਾਨਕ ਨਾਮ ਦੀਵਾਨ ਹੈ ਹਰ ਤਾਣ ਸਤਾਣੇ
श्लोक महला पहला दे मुहाका घर मोहे घर में पितरी दे अगे वत सियाणी है पितरी चोर करे वड्डी है हाथ दलाल के मुसबी एहो करे नानक अगे सो मिले दे खट्टे काले दे महला पहला
ਜੋ ਜੋਰੂ ਸਿਰਨਾਵਣੀ ਆਵੇ ਵਾਰੋ ਵਾਰ ਝੂਠੇ ਝੂਠਾ ਮੁਖ ਵਸੈ ਨਿਤ੍ਰਿਤ ਹੋਏ ਖੁਆਰ ਸੁਚੇ ਨ ਆਖੀਏ ਬੈਨ ਜੇ ਪਿੰਡਾ ਧੋਏ ਸੁਚੇ ਸੇ ਨਾਨਕਾ ਜਿਨ ਮਨ ਵਸਿਆ ਸੋਏ ਪੌੜੀ ਤੁਰ ਪਲਾਣੀ ਪੌੜਵੇ ਹਰ ਰੰਗੀ ਹਰ ਬਸਵਾਰਿਆ ਕੁਟ ਮੁੰਡ ਮਾਰੀ ਆਏ ਬੈਠੇ ਕਰ ਪਸਾਰਿਆ ਜੀ ਜਮਨ ਪਾਵਦੇ ਹਰ ਬੁਝਣ ਨਾਹੀ ਹਰਿਆ ਕਰ ਮੈਂ ਸਿਖਾਇਆ ਇੱਕ ਮਹਿਲਤ ਮਰਨ ਵਿਸਾਰਿਆ ਘਰ ਆਈ ਜੋ ਬਨ ਹਾਰਿਆ ਜੋ ਬਨ ਹਾਰਿਆ
ਪੌੜੀ ਤੁਰੇ ਪਲਾਣੇ ਪੌਨ ਵੇ ਧਾਰਗੀ ਹਰਮ ਸਵਾਰਿਆ ਕੋਠੇ ਮੰਡਪਾਣੀਆਂ ਲਾਏ ਬੈਠੇ ਕਰ ਪਸਾਰਿਆ ਚੀਜ਼ ਕਰਨ ਮਨ ਭਾਵਦੇ ਹਰ ਗੁਜਰਨਾ ਹੀ ਹਾਰਿਆ ਕਰ ਫਰਮਾਇਸ਼ ਖਾਇਆ ਵੇਖ ਮਹਿਲ ਤੁਮਰਨ ਵਿਸਾਰਿਆ ਜਰੇ ਆਈ ਜੋ ਬਨ ਹਾਰਿਆ ਜਰੇ ਆਈ ਜੋ ਬਨ ਹਾਰਿਆ
ਜਿੱਥੇ ਜਾਏ ਬਹੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸੋ ਥਾਨ ਸੁਹਾਵਾ ਰਾਮ ਰਾਜੇ ਗੁਰ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਸੋ ਥਾਨ ਪਾਲਿਆ ਲੈ ਦੂਰ ਮੁਖ ਲਾਵਾ ਗੁਰ ਸਿੱਖਾ ਕੀ ਕਾਲ ਥਾਏ ਪਈ ਜਿਨ ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਤੇ ਆਵਾ ਜਿਨ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਤ ਗੁਰ ਪੂਜਿਆ ਤਿਨ ਹਰ ਪੂਜ ਕਰਾਵਾ ਪੂਜ ਕਰਾਵਾ
श्लोक महला पहला जेकर सूत क मनी है सबके सूत क होए गोहे अते लकड़ी अंदर कीड़ा होए देते दाने अन के दियां बाज न कोए पहला पानी जियो है चित हरिया सब कोय। सूतक क्यों कर रखी है सूतक पविर सोए। नानक सूत केव न उतरै ज्ञान उतारे तोहे। महला पहला।
मन का सूतक लोभ है जेवा सूतक कूड़। अखी सूतक वेखਣਾ परत्रे पर तन रूप। कन्नी सुध कन पै लायत बारी खाहे। नानक हंसै आदमी बदे जमपुर जाहे। महला पहला।
सबो सूतक भरम है दूजे लगे जाए। जमन मरना हुक्म है भाने आवे जाए। खाना पीना पवित्र है दे तो ना रिजक संभाए।
नानक जिन्नी गुरमुख बूझिया तिना सूतक नाहि पौड़ी। सतगुर वड्डा कर सलाही है जिस विच वड्डियां वड्डियाइयां मिल नगरियां। जस पाना समान वसाइयां करो कमत यादगार। विच मारे कटियां बुरियाइयां सह तुठे नौनित पाइयां नौनित पाइयां।
ਪੌੜੀ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਵੱਡਾ ਕਰ ਸਲਾਹੀਏ ਜਿਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੱਡੀਆਂ ਵਡਿਆਈਆਂ। ਸੈ ਮਿਲਕ ਨਦਰੀਆਈਆਂ ਜਤ ਸੁਭਾਣਾ ਤਾਂ ਮਨ ਵਸਾਈਆਂ। ਕਰ ਹੁਕਮ ਮਸਤ ਖਾਤਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਾਰ ਕਢੀਆਂ ਬੁਰਿਆਈਆਂ। ਸਹਿ ਤੁਠੈ ਨੌ ਨਿਧ ਪਾਈਆਂ ਸਹਿ ਤੁਠੈ ਨੌ ਨਿਧ ਪਾਈਆਂ।
ਗੁਰ ਸਿੱਖਾ ਮਨ ਹਰ ਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਹੈ। ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਹਰ ਤੇਰੀ ਰਾਮ ਰਾਜੇ। ਕਰ ਸੇਵੈ ਪੂਰਾ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ। ਭੁਖ ਜਾਏ ਲੈ ਮੇਰੀ। ਗੁਰ ਸਿੱਖਾ ਕੀ ਭੁਖ ਸਭ ਗਈ। ਤਿਨ ਪਿਛੈ ਹੋਰ ਖਾਏ ਕਣੇਰੀ। ਨਾਨਕ ਹਰ ਪੁਨ ਬੀਜਿਆ ਫਿਰ ਟੋਟ ਨਾ ਆਵੇ ਹਰ ਪੁਨ ਕੇਰੀ। ਹਰ ਪੁਨ ਕੇਰੀ।
श्लोक महला पहला। पहला सुचा आप होए सुचे बैठा आए। सुचे अगे रखे आन कोई ना पिटे हो जाए। सुचा होए के जेविया लगा पढ़न सलोक। कोती जाई सटिया किसे हो लगा दोख। अन्न देवता पानी देवता वैसंतर देवता लूण। पंजवा पाया किरत तां होवा पाक पवित। पापी सो तन गड्ढिया थुकां पईयां तित। जित मुख नाम न उचरै बिन नावे रस खाहे। नानक एवं जानिए तित मुख तुकां पाहे। महला पहला।
ਭੰਡ ਜੰਮੀਏ ਭੰਡ ਨਿੰਮੀਏ ਭੰਡ ਮੰਗਣ ਵੀ ਆਹੋ। ਭੰਡੋ ਹੋਵੇ ਦੋਸਤੀ ਭੰਡੋ ਚੱਲੇ ਰਾਹੋ। ਭੰਡ ਮੂਆ ਭੰਡ ਪਾਲੀਏ ਭੰਡ ਹੋਵੇ ਬੰਦਾ। ਸੋ ਕਿਉ ਬੰਦਾ ਆਖੀਏ ਜਿਤ ਜੰਮੇ ਰਾਜਾ। ਭੰਡੋ ਹੀ ਭੰਡ ਉਪਜੈ ਭੰਡੇ ਬਾਜ ਨਾ ਕੋਏ।
ਨਾਨਕ ਭੰਡੇ ਬਾਹਰਾ ਏਕੋ ਸੱਚਾ ਸੋਏ।
ਇਕ ਮੁਖ ਸਦਾ ਸਲਾਹੀਐ ਭਾਗਾ ਰਤੀ ਚਾਰ।
ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇ ਮੁਖ ਉਜਲੇ ਇਤ ਸੱਚੇ ਦਰਬਾਰ। ਪੌੜੀ।
ਸਭ ਕੋ ਆਖੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਜਿਸ ਨਾਹੀ ਸੋ ਚੁਣ ਕੱਢੀਐ।
ਕੀਤਾ ਆਪੋ ਆਪਣਾ ਆਪੇ ਹੀ ਲੇਖਾ ਸੰਡੀਐ।
ਜਾਰਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਐਤ ਜਗਤਾ ਕਾਇਤ ਗਰਭ ਹੰਡੀਐ।
ਮੰਗਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਨ ਆਖੀਐ ਪੜ ਅਖਰੇ ਹੋ ਬੁੱਝੀਐ।
ਮੂਰਖ ਨਾਲ ਨ ਲੂਜੀਐ ਮੂਰਖ ਨਾਲ ਨਾ ਲੂਜੀਐ।
ਪੌੜੀ ਸਭ ਕੁ ਆਖੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਜਿਸ ਨਾਹੀ ਸੋਚ ਕੱਢੀਐ ਕੀਤਾ ਆਪੋ ਆਪਣਾ ਪੇ ਹੀ ਲੇਖਾ ਸੰਡੀਐ ਜਾਰਣਾ ਨਾਹੀ ਐ ਜਗਤ ਕਾਇਤਗਾਰ ਭੰਡੀਐ ਮੰਦਾ ਕਿਸਨ ਆਖੀਐ ਪੜਖ ਰਿਹੁ ਬਜੀਐ ਮੂਰਖੈ ਨਾਲ ਲਜੀਐ ਮੂਰਖੈ ਨਾਲ ਲਜੀਐ
ਗੁਰ ਸਿੱਖਾ ਮਨ ਵਧਾਈਆਂ ਜਿਨ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਤ ਗੁਰ ਡਿਠਾ ਰਾਮ ਰਾਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਕਰ ਗੱਲ ਸੁਣਾਵੇ ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਕੀ ਤੋ ਲਗੇ ਗੁਰ ਸਿੱਖਾ ਮਨ ਮਿੱਠਾ ਹਰ ਹਰ ਕੈ ਗੁਰ ਸਿੱਖ ਪੈ ਨਾਈ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਤ ਗੁਰ ਟੁੱਟਾ ਨਾਨਕ ਹਰ ਹਰ ਹੋਇਆ ਹਰ ਹਰ ਮਨ ਉੱਠਾ ਮਨ ਉੱਠਾ।
ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਮਹਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ। ਨਾਨਕ ਫਿੱਕਾ ਬੋਲਿਆ ਤਨ ਮਨ ਫਿੱਕਾ ਹੋਏ ਫਿੱਕੋ ਫਿੱਕਾ ਸਦੀਐ ਫਿੱਕੇ ਫਿੱਕੀ ਸੋਏ ਫਿੱਕਾ ਦਰਗਹ ਸਟੀਐ ਮੁਥੁਕਾ ਫਿੱਕੇ ਪਾਏ ਫਿੱਕਾ ਮੂਰਖ ਆਖੀਐ ਪਾਣਾ ਲਹਿ ਸਜਾਏ ਮਹਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ।
ਅੰਦਰੋਂ ਝੂਠੇ ਪੈਜ ਬਾਹਰ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਅੰਦਰ ਫੈਲ 68 ਤੀਰਥ ਜੇ ਨਾਵੇ ਉਤਰੇ ਨਾਹੀ ਮੈਲ ਜਿਨ ਪਟ ਅੰਦਰ ਬਾਹਰ ਗੁਦਰਤੇ ਭਲੇ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਤਿਨੇਹੁ ਲੱਗਾ ਰੱਬ ਸੇਤੀ ਦੇਖਣ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਰੰਗ ਹਸੈ ਰੰਗ ਰੋਵੈ ਚੁੱਪੀ ਕਰ ਜਾਏ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਹ ਨਾਹੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਕੀਰੀ ਬਾਤ ਸੱਚੀ ਨਾ ਦਰਵਾਟ ਉੱਪਰ ਖਰਚ ਮੰਗਾ ਜਬੈ ਦੇਤਾ ਖਾਏ ਦੀਵਾਨ ਏਕੋ ਕਲਮ ਏਕਾ ਹਮਾ ਤੁਮਾ ਮੇਲ ਦਰ ਲੈ ਲੈ ਕਪੀੜ ਛੁਟੈ ਨਾਨਕਾ ਜਿਉ ਤੇਲ ਪੌੜੀ ਆਪੇ ਹੀ ਕਰਨਾ ਕੀਓ ਕਲ ਆਪੇ ਹੀ ਤੇ ਤਾਰੀਏ ਜਿਗ ਜਿਗੈ ਆਪਣਾ ਤਰ ਕੱਚੀ ਪੱਕੀ ਸਾਰੀਏ ਜੋ ਐਸ ਜਲਦੀ ਸਭ ਕੋਈ ਆਈ ਮਾਰੀਏ ਜਿਗ ਜੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਣ ਹੈ ਕਿਉ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਨੋ ਵਿਸਾਰੀਏ ਆਪਣਾ ਜੀ ਆਪਣਾ ਆਪੇ ਹੀ ਕਾਜ ਸਵਾਰੀਏ ਕਾਜ ਸਵਾਰੀਏ
ਪੌੜੀ ਆਪੇ ਹੀ ਕਰਣਾ ਕੀਓ ਕਲ ਆਪੇ ਹੀ ਤੈ ਤਾਰੀਐ ਦੇਖੈ ਕੀਤਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਤਰਕ ਚਿਪਕੀ ਸਾਰੀਐ ਜੋ ਆਇਆ ਸੋ ਚਲ ਸੀ ਸਭ ਕੋਈ ਆਈ ਵਾਰੀਐ ਜਿਸਕੇ ਜੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਣ ਹੈ ਕਿਉ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਨੋ ਵਿਸਾਰੀਐ ਆਪਣ ਕੀ ਆਪਣਾ ਆਪੇ ਹੀ ਕਾਜ ਸਵਾਰੀਐ।
ਆਸਾ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਚੌਥਾ। ਜਿਨ ਭੇਟਿਆ ਮੇਰਾ ਪੂਰਾ ਸਤ ਗੁਰੂ ਤਿਨ ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਦਿਰੜਾਵੇ ਰਾਮ ਤ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਨਾ ਭੁਖ ਸਭ ਉਤਰੈ ਜੋ ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਤੇਰਾ ਜੋ ਹਰ ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਤੇ ਆਏ ਦੇ ਤਿਨ ਜਾਮ ਨੇੜੇ ਨਾ ਆਵੇ ਜਨ ਨਾਨਕ ਕੋ ਹਰ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰ ਨਿਤ ਜਪੈ ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਤਰਾਵੇ ਨਿਤ ਜਪੈ ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਤਰਾਵੇ।
ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਮਹਲਾ ਦੂਜਾ। ਏਕ ਨੇ ਹੀ ਆਸ ਕੀ ਦੂਜੇ ਲੱਗੇ ਜਾਏ ਨਾਨਕ ਆਸਕ ਕਾਂਡੀਐ ਸਦ ਹੀ ਰਹਿ ਸਮਾਏ ਚੰਗੇ ਚੰਗਾ ਕਰ ਮੰਨੈ ਮੰਦੇ ਮੰਦਾ ਹੋਏ ਆਸ ਕੇ ਹੋ ਨਾ ਆਖੀਐ ਜੇ ਲਿਖੈ ਵਰਤੇ ਸੋਏ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਦੂਜਾ।
ਸਲਾਮ ਜਵਾਬ ਦੋਵੇਂ ਕਰੇ ਮੁੰਡ ਕੁੱਥਾ ਜਾਏ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੋਵੇਂ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਥਾਏ ਨਕਾਈ ਪਾਏ ਪੌੜ ਜਿਤ ਸਿਵੇ ਸੁਪਾਈਐ ਤੂੰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸਦਾ ਸੰਭਾਲੀ ਜਿਤ ਕੀ ਤਪਾਈ ਆਪਣਾ ਕਾਲੇ ਬੁਰੀ ਕਿਉ ਕਾਲੇ ਮੰਦਾ ਮੁਲਕੀ ਦੇ ਦਿਲਮੀ ਨਦਰ ਨਿਹਾਲੀਏ ਜੋ ਸਰਦਾਣਾ ਹਾਰੇ ਇਹ ਪਾਸਾ ਢਾਲੀਏ ਕਿਛ ਲਾਹੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਕਾਲੀਏ ਉੱਪਰ ਕਾਲੀਏ
ਪੌੜੀ ਜਿਤ ਸੇਵੇ ਸੁਖ ਪਾਈਐ ਸੋ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸਦਾ ਸੰਭਾਲੀਐ ਜਿਤ ਕੀਤਾ ਪਾਈਏ ਆਪਣਾ ਸਾ ਕਾਲ ਬੁਰੀ ਕਿਉ ਕਾਲੀਐ ਮੰਦਾ ਮੋੜਾ ਕੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਲੰਮੇ ਨਦਰ ਨੇ ਹਾਲੀਐ ਜੋ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨਾਲ ਨਾ ਹਾਰੀਐ ਤੇ ਵੇਹਾ ਪਾਸਾ ਢਾਲੀਐ ਕਿਛਲਾਹੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਕਾਲੀਐ ਕਿਛਲਾਹੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਕਾਲੀਐ
ਜਿਨ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਨਾਮ ਤੇ ਆਇਆ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਫਿਰ ਵਿਗਨ ਨਾ ਹੋਈ ਰਾਮ ਰਾਜੇ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਪੁਰਖ ਮਨਾਇਆ ਤਿਨ ਪੂਜੈ ਸਤ ਕੋਈ ਜਿਨ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਪਿਆਰਾ ਸੇਵਿਆ ਤਿਨਾ ਸੁਖ ਸਤ ਹੋਈ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਭੇਟਿਆ ਤਿਨਾ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਹਰ ਸੋਈ ਹਰ ਸੋਈ।
ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਦੂਜਾ। ਚਾਕਰ ਲਗੇ ਚਾਕਰੀ ਨਾਲੇ ਗਰਭਵਾਦ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰੇ ਕਨੇਰੀਆਂ ਖਸਮ ਨਾ ਪਾਏ ਸਾਧ ਆਪ ਗਵਾਏ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰੇ ਤਾਂ ਕਿਛ ਪਾਏ ਮਾਨ ਨਾਨਕ ਜਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਾ ਤਿਸ ਮਿਲੇ ਲੱਗਾ ਸੋ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਨ। ਮਹੱਲਾ ਦੂਜਾ।
ਜੋ ਜੀ ਹੋਏ ਸੁਗਵੈ ਮੂੰਹ ਕਾ ਕਹਿਆ ਵਾਉ ਬੀਜੈ ਬਿਖ ਮੰਗੇ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਵੇਖੋ ਇਹਨੇ ਆਉ। ਮਹੱਲਾ ਦੂਜਾ। ਨਾਲੇ ਆਣੇ ਦੋਸਤੀ ਕਦੇ ਨਾ ਆਵੇ ਰਾਸ ਜਿਹਾ ਜਾਣੇ ਤੇ ਹੋ ਵਰਤੈ ਵੇਖੋ ਕੋ ਨਿਰਜਾਤ ਵਸਤੂ ਅੰਦਰ ਵਤ ਸਮਾਵੈ ਦੂਜੀ ਹੋਵੇ ਪਾਸ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸਿੱਧੀ ਹੁਕਮ ਨਾ ਚੱਲੈ ਕਈ ਬਣੀ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਕੂੜ ਕਮਾਣੀ ਕੂੜ ਹੋਵੇ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਿਫਤ ਵਿਗਾਸ। ਮਹੱਲਾ ਦੂਜਾ।
ਨਾਲੇ ਆਣੇ ਦੋਸਤੀ ਵਡਾਰੂ ਸਿਓ ਨੇਹੋ ਪਾਣੀ ਅੰਦਰ ਲੀਕ ਜਿਉ ਤਿਸ ਦਾ ਥਾਉ ਨ ਤੇ। ਮਹੱਲਾ ਦੂਜਾ।
ਹੋਈ ਆਣਾ ਕਰੇ ਕੰਮ ਆਣ ਨ ਸਕੇ ਰਾਸ ਜੇ ਇੱਕ ਅੱਧ ਚੰਗੀ ਕਰੇ ਦੂਜੀ ਪੀਵੇ ਰਸ ਪੌੜੀ ਚਾਕਰ ਲੱਗੀ ਚਾਕਰੀ ਚੱਲੇ ਖਸਮੇ ਪਾਏ ਰੁਜਨੀ ਵਜੋ ਪੇ ਦੂਣਾ ਖਾਏ ਕਦੀ ਗਏ ਬਰਾਬਰੀ ਫਿਰ ਗੈਰ ਤੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਪਾਏ ਵਜੋ ਗਵਾਏ ਅਗਲਾ ਕੋਈ ਮੋਹ ਪਾਣਾ ਖਾਏ ਜਿਦਾ ਤਕਾਮਾ ਇਸ ਕਹੀਏ ਸ਼ਾਬਾਦ ਨਾਲ ਚਲੇ ਨਾਲ ਖਸਮ ਚਲੇ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਚਲੇ ਅਰਦਾਸ।
ਪੌੜੀ ਚਾਕਰ ਲਗੇ ਚਾਕਰੀ ਚ ਚੱਲੇ ਖਸਮੇ ਪਾਏ ਹੁਰਮਤ ਸਨੋ ਅਗਲੀ ਅਵਜ ਹੋ ਪੀ ਦੂਣਾ ਖਾਏ ਖਸਮੇ ਕਰੇ ਬਰਾਬਰੀ ਫਿਰ ਗੈਰ ਤੰਦਰ ਪਾਏ ਵਜੋ ਗਵਾਏ ਅਗਲਾ ਮਹਿ ਪਾਣਾ ਖਾਏ ਜਿਸ ਦਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਖਾਵਣ ਤਸਕੀਏ ਸਾਬਾਸ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੁਕਮ ਨਾ ਚੱਲਈ ਨਾਲ ਖਸਮ ਚਲੇ ਅਰਦਾਸ।
ਜਿਨ ਅੰਤਰ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਹੈ ਤੇਰਾ ਰੱਖਣ ਹਾਰਾ ਰਾਮ ਰਾਮ ਤਿਰ ਕੀ ਨਿੰਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਕਿਆ ਕਰੇ ਜਿਨ ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਪਿਆਰਾ ਜਿਨ ਹਰ ਸਿਤੀ ਮਨ ਮਾਨਿਆ ਸਭ ਦੁਸ਼ਟ ਜਗ ਮਾਰਾ ਨਾਨਕ ਨਾਮ ਤੇ ਆਇਆ ਹਰ ਰਖਣ ਹਾਰਾ ਰਖਣ ਹਾਰਾ।
ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਦੂਜਾ। ਏਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਾਤ ਆਪਸ ਤੇ ਜੋ ਪਾਈਐ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਾਕਰ ਮਾਤ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਤੁਠੈ ਜੋ ਮਿਲੇ ਮਹਲਾ ਦੂਜਾ।
ਏਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੱਕਰੀ ਜਿਤ ਭਉ ਖਸਮ ਨ ਜਾਏ, ਨਾਨਕ ਸੇਵਕ ਕਾਂਡੀਐ ਜੇ ਸੇਤੀ ਖਸਮ ਸਮਾਏ। ਪੌੜੀ ਨਾਨਕ ਅੰਤਰ ਜਪਨੀ ਹਰ ਤਾਕੇ ਪਾਰਾਵਾਰ ਆਪ ਜਾਇ ਸਕਦੇ, ਫਿਰ ਆਪ ਰਾਏ ਮਾਰੀ ਦਿਲ ਜੀਰ ਗਿਆ। ਇੱਕ ਤੁਰੀ ਲੜੇ ਬਿਸਿਆਰ ਆਪ ਜਾਇ ਕਰਿਆ, ਆਉ ਕੈਸਿਓ ਕਰੀ ਪੁਕਾਰ ਨਾਨਕ ਜਿਨ ਕੀਆ। ਫਿਰ ਤਿਸਰੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਸਾਰ ਕਰਨੀ ਸਾਰ ਕਰਨੀ ਸਾਰ।
ਪੌੜੀ ਨਾਨਕ ਅੰਤ ਨਾ ਜਾਪਣੀ ਹਰਤਾ ਕੇ ਪਾਰਾਵਾਰ, ਆਪ ਕਰਾਏ ਸਾਖਤੀ ਫਿਰ ਆਪ ਕਰਾਏ ਮਾਰ। ਇੱਕ ਨਾਗਰੀ ਜੰਜੀਰੀਆਂ ਇੱਕ ਤੁੜੀ ਚਲੇ ਬਸਿਆਰ, ਆਪ ਕਰਾਏ ਕਰੇ ਆਪ ਹੋ ਕੈਸੇ ਕਰੀ ਪੁਕਾਰ। ਨਾਨਕ ਕਰਣਾ ਜਨ ਕੀਆ ਫਿਰ ਤਿਸ ਹੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਸਾਰ।
ਸੱਚੀ ਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਹਮ ਤੁਮ ਸੇ ਜੋਰੀ, ਸੱਚੀ ਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਹਮ ਤੁਮ ਸੇ ਜੋਰੀ, ਸੱਚੀ ਪ੍ਰੀਤ हम तुमसे जोरी। तुमसे जोर अवर संग तोरी, तुमसे जोर अवर संग तोरी। सच्ची प्रीत हम तुमसे जोरी, सच्ची प्रीत हम तुमसे जोरी। तुमसे जोर अवर संग तोरी, तुमसे जोर अवर संग तोरी। सच्ची प्रीत हम तुमसे जोरी, सच्ची प्रीत हम तुमसे जोरी। जो तुम गिरवर तो हम मोरा, जो तुम गिरवर तो हम मोरा, जो तुम चंद तो हम है चकोरा। जो तुम चंद तो हम है चकोरा, जो तुम चंद तो हम भय है चकोर। जो तुम चांद तो हम भय है चकोर। साची प्रीत हम तुमसे जोरी। साची प्रीत हम तुमसे जोरी। तुमसे दूर कवन से दूरी। तुमसे दूर अवर संग तोरी। साची प्रीत हम तुमसे जोरी। साची प्रीत हम तुमसे जोरी। बात वे तुम ना तोरो तो हम नहीं तोरे। बात वे तुम ना तोरो तो हम नहीं तोरे। तुमसे तोरे कवन से जोर। तुमसे दूर कवन से जोर। तुमसे जोर कवन से जोर। तुमसे दूर कवन से दूर। साची प्रीत हम तुमसे जोरी। साची प्रीत हम तुमसे जोरी। जो तुम दीवरा तो हम बाती। जो तुम दीवरा तो हम बाती। जो तुम तीरथ तो हम जाती। 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 सच्ची प्रीत हम तुमसे जोरी। सच्ची प्रीत हम तुमसे जोरी। तुमसे जोर अवर संग तोरी। तुमसे जोर अवर संग तोरी। सच्ची प्रीत तुमसे जोरी साची प्रीत हम तुमसे जोरी। जय जय जाओ कहाँ तेरी सेवा, जय जय जाओ कहाँ तेरी सेवा। तुम सौ ठाकुर और ना देवा। तुम सो ठाकुर और न देवा। तुम सो ठाकुर और न देवा। तुम सो ठाकुर और न देवा। सच्ची प्रीत हम तुमसे जोरी सच्ची प्रीत हम तुमसे जोरी। तुमरे भजन कटे जम फासा। तुमरे भजन कटे जम फासा। भगत हेत गावे रविदासा। भगत हेत गावे रविदासा। भगत हेत गावे रविदासा। भगत हेत गावे रविदासा। सच्ची प्रीत हम तुमसे जोरी सच्ची प्रीत हम तुमसे जोरी। तुमसे जोर अवर संग तोरी। तुमसे जोर अवर संग तोरी। सच्ची प्रीत हम तुमसे जोरी सच्ची प्रीत हम तुमसे जोरी। हम तुमसे जोरी हम तुमसे जोरी। वाहे गुरु। हर जुग जुग भगति पाया। भज रखता आया राम राज अरना किस दुष्ट हार मारिया प्रहलाद तेरा अंकारी निंद का पिठ दे नाम दियो मुख लाया जन नानक ऐसा हर सेविया अंत ले जी छुड़ाया नानक ऐसा हर सेविया।
ਲੋਕ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ। ਆਪੇ ਭਾਂਡੇ ਸਾਜਿਆ ਨਾ ਆਪੇ ਪੂਰਨ ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਨੀ ਤੁਧ ਸਮਾਈਐ ਇੱਕ ਤੁਲੇ ਰਹਿਣ ਚੜੇ ਇੱਕ ਨਿਹਾਲੀ ਪੈ ਸਵਣਾ ਇੱਕ ਉਪਰ ਰਹਿਣ ਖੜੇ ਤਿਨਾ ਸਵਾਰੇ ਨਾਨਕਾ ਤਿਨਾ ਸਵਾਰੇ ਨਾਨਕਾ ਦਿਨ ਕੋ ਨਦਰ ਕਰੇ। ਮਹਲਾ ਦੂਜਾ।
ਆਪੇ ਸਾਜੇ ਕਰਿਆ ਜਾਇ ਭਿ ਰਖਿਆ ਤਿਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੰਤ ਉਪਾਏ ਕਹਿ ਦੇਖੈ ਥਾਪ ਉਥਾਪ ਕਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਕਹੀਏ ਨਾਨਕਾ ਸਭ ਕਿਛ ਆਪੇ ਆਪ ਪੌੜੀ ਵੱਡਿਆਂ ਵਡਿਆਈਆਂ ਕਿਛ ਕਹਿਣ ਨਾ ਜਾਏ ਸੋ ਕਰਤਾ ਕਰ ਕਰੀ ਇਹ ਜੀਆਂ ਨਿਜ ਕਸਮਾਏ ਸਾਇ ਕਰ ਮਾਉਣੀ ਤੁਰ ਛੋਟੀ ਤਿਨੇ ਪਾਏ ਨਾਨਕ ਕੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਹੋਰ ਦੂਜੀ ਨਾਈ ਜਾਏ ਸੋ ਕਰੇ ਤਿਸੇ ਰਜਾਏ ਸੋ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
ਪੌੜੀ ਵੱਡੇ ਕੀਆ ਵਡਿਆਈ ਅਕਸ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਕਹਿ ਨ ਜਾਏ ਸੋ ਕਰਤਾ ਕਾਦਰ ਕਰੀ ਦੇ ਜੀ ਅਰਜਕ ਸੰਭਾਏ ਸਾਈ ਕਾਰ ਕਮਾਵਣੀ ਤੁਰ ਛੋੜੀ ਤਿਨੇ ਪਾਏ ਨਾਨਕੇ ਕੀ ਬਾਹਰੀ ਹੋਰ ਦੂਜੀ ਨਾਹੀ ਜਾਏ ਸੋ ਕਰੇ ਜਿਤ ਸਿਰ ਜਾਏ ਸੋ ਕਰੇ ਜਿਤ ਸਿਰ ਜਾਏ ਸੁਧ।
ਸਲੋਕ ਪਵਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਪਾਣੀ ਪਿਤਾ ਮਾਤਾ ਧਰਤ ਮਹਤ ਦਿਵਸ ਰਾਤ ਦੁਇ ਦਾਈ ਦਾਇਆ ਖਿਲੇ ਸਗਲ ਜਗਤ ਚੰਗਿਆਈਆਂ ਬੁਰਿਆਈ ਵਾਚੈ ਧਰਮ ਹਦੂਰ ਕਰਮੀ ਆਪੋ ਆਪਣੀ ਕੀ ਨੇੜੇ ਕੀ ਦੂਰ ਜਿਨੀ ਨਾਮ ਧਿਆਇਆ ਗਏ ਮਸਕਤ ਕਾਲ ਨਾਨਕ ਤੇ ਮੁਖ ਉਜਲੇ ਕੀਤੀ ਛੁੱਟੀ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਨੀ ਨਾਮ ਧਿਆਇਆ ਗਏ ਮਸਕਤ ਕਾਲ ਨਾਨਕ ਤੇ ਮੁਖ ਉਜਲੇ ਕੀਤੀ ਛੁੱਟੀ ਨਾਲ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
ਵੈਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੂਰਤ ਅਜੂਨੀ ਸੈਭੰ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਧੀਰੋਂ ਦੇਖ ਤੁਮਾਰੇ ਰੰਗਾ ਤੁਹੀਂ ਸੁਆਮੀ ਅੰਤਰ ਜਾਮੀ ਤੁਹੀਂ ਬਸੈ ਸਾਧ ਕੈ ਸੰਗਾ ਖਿਨ ਮਹਿ ਥਾਪ ਨਿਵਾਜੇ ਠਾਕੁਰ ਨੀਚ ਕੀਟ ਤੇ ਕਰੈ ਰਾਜੰਗਾ ਕਬਹੂ ਨਾ ਬਿਸਰੈ ਇਹ ਮੋਰੇ ਤੇ ਨਾਨਕ ਦਾਸ ਇਹੀ ਦਾਨ ਮੰਗਾ ਧੰਨ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀਓ शिव की पुरी बसै बुद्ध सार तह तुम मिल कै करो विचार ईत ऊत की सोझी परै कौन कर्म मेरा कर कर मरै निज पद ऊपर लागो ध्यान राजा राम नाम मोरा ब्रह्म ज्ञान रहाओ मूल द्वार बंदिया बंद रव ऊपर गह राखिया चंद पछम दुआरे सूरज तपै मेर डंड सिर ऊपर बसै पश्चिम द्वारे की सिल ओड़ तेह सिल ऊपर खिड़की और खिड़की ऊपर दसवां द्वार कह कबीर ताका अंत ना पार खिड़की ऊपर दसवां द्वार कह कबीर ताका अंत ना पार सब एक बात सब बरकत रोशन चिराग मुर्शद कामल नूरे नज़र बर्द आलम शाह शाह शहनशाह वाली दो जहान सरवरे कायनात मुजस्माए आबे हयात सारी मनुखता दे सांझे रहबर परम सन्मानयोग साहिब सच्चे पातशाह धन 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 श्री गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब महाराज जी दी पावन पवित्र हजूरी दे अंदर सुभाईमान गुरु प्यारे गुरु सवारे सत संगी जनों सतगुरां दी अपार बख्शिश मेरामत होई है और साईं दी नदरे इनायत दे नाल आप सारियां रूहां ਉਦਮ ਪੁਰਸ਼ਾਰਥ ਕਰਦਿਆਂ ਹੋਇਆਂ ਹਿਰਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਗੁਰੂ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਦੀ ਤੜਫ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਾਵਨ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਦਰਬਾਰ ਅੰਦਰ ਜੁੜ ਮਿਲ ਬੈਠ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਵੇਲੇ ਦੇ ਦੀਵਾਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਹਾਜ਼ਰੀਆਂ ਭਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ। ਆਓ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਉਸ ਪਰਵਿਤਗਾਰ ਦੇ ਫਜ਼ਲ ਕਰਮ ਦਾ ਸਦਕਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੁਕੱਦਸ ਗੋਦ ਅੰਦਰ ਮਿਲ ਬੈਠਣ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਸੁਭਾਗ ਸਮਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਮਿਲੇ ਹੋਏ ਵਕਤ ਨੂੰ ਉਸ ਮਾਲਕ ਦੀ ਇਬਾਦਤ ਗੁਰੂ ਕੀ ਬਾਤ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਔਰ ਪਾਕ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੀ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਸਫਲ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਯਤਨ ਕਰੀਏ। ਜੋ ਧੰਨ ਧੰਨ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਪਾਵਨ ਅਸਥਾਨ ਤੇ ਲੜੀਵਾਰ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਕਰੋ ਮਨੋਬਿਰਤੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਕਾਗਰ। ਵਿਚਾਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਰੰਭਤਾ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸਹਿਬੇ ਕਮਾਲ ਕਿਰਪਾਲੂ ਪਿਤਾ ਬਾਦਸ਼ਾਹ ਦਰਵੇਸ਼ ਪੁੱਤਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਦਾਨੀ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਕੇ ਦਾਤੇ ਕਾਦਰੇ ਹਰਕਾਰ ਬੇਕਸਾਰਾਂ ਯਾਰ ਹਕਰਾ ਗੰਜੂਰ ਜੁਮਲਾ ਫੈਜ਼ੇ ਨੂਰ ਬਾਜਾਂ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਧੰਨ ਧੰਨ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਫਤਿਹ। ਧੰਨ ਧੰਨ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਬੜੀ ਸ਼ਰਧਾ ਭਾਵਨਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੋਵੇਂ ਹੱਥ ਜੋੜ ਬਾਅਦਬ ਸੀਸ ਝੁਕਾਉਂਦਿਆਂ ਹੋਇਆਂ ਬੁਲੰਦ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਰੇ ਆਖੋ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਮਹਾਨ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਿਰਪਾਲਤਾ ਦਿਆਲਤਾ ਮਿਹਰਮਤ ਦਾ ਸਦਕਾ ਔਰ ਆਪ ਸੰਗਤ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਅਸੀਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋ ਲੜੀਵਾਰ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਭਗਤ ਕਬੀਰ ਜੀ ਹੁਣਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੁਬਾਰਕ ਰਸਨਾ ਤੋਂ ਭੈਰੋ ਰਾਗ ਅੰਦਰ ਉਚਾਰਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਪਾਵਨ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਜੋ ਧੰਨ ਧੰਨ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪਾਵਨ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਅੰਗ 1159 ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਸੁਭਾਇਮਾਨ ਹੈ। ਭਗਤ ਕਬੀਰ ਜੀ ਅੱਜ ਦੇ ਇਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਬੋਲਾਂ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਮੁਬਾਰਕ ਰਸਨਾ ਤੋਂ ਬਚਨ ਪੈ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਸ਼ਿਵ ਕੀ ਪੁਰੀ ਬਸੈ ਬੁੱਧ ਸਾਰ ਤਹ ਤੁਮ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਕਰੋ ਵਿਚਾਰ। ਅੱਜ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਜੋ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਭਗਤ ਕਬੀਰ ਜੀ ਹੁਣਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਚਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਰਤੇ ਆ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਚੀਜ਼ ਭਾਸਦੀ ਹੈ, ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਭਗਤ ਕਬੀਰ ਜੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਜੋਗੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਦੇ ਮਿਲਾਪ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰਸਤਾ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਜੋਗੀ ਦੇ ਪੁੱਛੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਵਾਲ ਦਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਉੱਤਰ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਧੰਨ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਪਾਵਨ ਬਾਣੀ ਦੀ ਵਿਲੱਖਣਤਾ ਹੈ। ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਦਿਸਿਆ, ਕਿਸਾਨ ਨੇ ਕੋਈ ਖੇਤੀ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਤਾਂ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਸ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਵਾਬ ਆ ਉਹਦੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਦਿੱਤਾ, ਉਹਦੀ ਖੇਤੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਉਦਾਹਰਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਕਿਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ, ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਗੱਲ ਸੌਖੀ ਸਮਝ ਆ ਜਾਏ। क्योंकि कोई भी मनुख जिस फील्ड दे नाल संबंध रखदा है, जिस भी वो खेतर विच काम करदा है, जदों नूं ओहदी किरत दे विचों ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਾਰਜ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਰੋਜ਼ ਉਹਦਾ ਵਾਹ ਪੈਂਦਾ, ਹੁਣ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਦਾ ਵਾਹ ਬੀਜ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਪੈਣਾ, ਖੇਤੀ ਉਹਨੇ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ, ਬੀਜਣਾ, ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਨੂੰ ਵਾਹੁਣਾ, ਸੁਹਾਗਾ ਫੇਰਨਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਪਾਣੀ ਲਾਉਣਾ, ਫਿਰ ਫਸਲ ਤਿਆਰ ਹੋਣੀ, ਫਿਰ ਕੱਟਣੀ, ਇਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ। ਤਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਗੱਲ ਸੌਖੀ ਪਕੜ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ ਸਕਦੀ। ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਦੁਕਾਨਦਾਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲਾ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਤੇ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਦੀ ਦੁਕਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਉਦਾਹਰਨ ਦੇ ਕੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਕਿੱਤੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਉਦਾਹਰਨ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ। ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਅਨੇਕਾਂ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਾਵਨ ਬਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੜਾਂਗੇ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਰੀਰ ਗੁਰੂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਨਮੁਖ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਸੀ, ਤੇ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੋ ਜੀ ਕਿਰਤ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੀ, ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹੋ ਜੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਗੱਲ ਸੌਖੀ ਸਮਝ ਆ ਜਾਏ। ਅੱਜ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਨਮੁਖ ਇਹ ਕਿਸੇ ਜੋਗੀ ਨੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਵਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਭਗਤ ਕਬੀਰ ਜੀ ਹੋਣਾ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਇਸ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਵਿੱਚ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਆਏਗੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜੋਗ ਮਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦਸਮ ਦੁਆਰ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਿੰਗੁਲਾ ਸੁਖਮਣਾ ਦੀ ਬਾਤ ਹੈ, ਤੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵਰਤ ਕੇ ਇਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲ ਸੋਝੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ। ਪਹਿਲਾ ਬਚਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਭਗਤ ਕਬੀਰ ਜੀ ਵਰਤ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸ਼ਿਵ ਕੀ ਪੁਰੀ ਬਸੈ ਬੁੱਧ ਸਾਰ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸ਼ਿਵ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਆ, ਇਹ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਉਸ ਸ਼ਿਵ ਦੇਵਤੇ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੀ ਆਇਆ, ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ, ਇੱਧਰ ਦੇਖਿਓ ਕੋਈ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਆਉਂਦੀ, ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਮਾਰ ਕੇ ਮਾੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਕਹੋ। ਕਿੰਨੀ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਵੇਲੇ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਸਮਾਂ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਹੋ, ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਤੇ ਸਫਲਾ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਯਤਨ ਕਰਿਆ ਕਰੋ। ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਅੰਦਰ ਇਸ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਨੂੰ ਉਸ ਦੇਵਤੇ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਵੀ ਵਰਤਦੇ ਆ। ਜਦੋਂ ਉਸ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਫਿਰ ਸ਼ਿਵ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆ ਉਹ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੀ ਆਇਆ। ਆਪਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਦਸਮ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦੇ ਬਚਨ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹਨ, ਦੇ ਸ਼ਿਵਾ ਬਰ ਮੋਹੇ ਇਹ ਸ਼ੁਭ ਕਰਮਣ ਤੇ ਕਬਹੂ ਨਾ ਟਰੋਂ, ਉੱਥੇ ਉਸ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਦੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਕਿ ਹੇ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਜੀ, ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਜੀ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਤਾਕਤ ਦਿਓ, ਸਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰੋ, ਸਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਮਿਹਰਮਤ ਕਰੋ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਤਾਕਤ ਮਿਲੇ, ਮੈਂ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਚੰਗੇ ਕਰਮ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਨਾ ਹਟਾਂ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅਕਸਰ ਮਨੁੱਖ ਦੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਦੀ ਖੇਡ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਭਲੇ ਕਰਮ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗਿਆਂ ਮਨੁੱਖ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਿਚਕਚਾਹਟ ਕਰਦਾ ਆ, ਸੰਕੋਚ ਕਰਦਾ ਆ, ਝਿਜਕਦਾ ਆ, ਆਨਾਕਾਨੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਆ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਮੰਦ ਕਰਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗਿਆਂ ਨਾ ਤਾਂ ਸੰਗਦਾ ਆ, ਨਾ ਝਿਜਕਦਾ ਆ, ਨਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਰ ਦੀ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਉਸ ਵਕਤ ਕੋਈ ਢਿੱਲ ਮਾਠੀ ਜਾਪਦੀ ਆ। ਤਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਪਾਪ ਕਰਤ ਸੁਖਚਿਓ ਨਹੀਂ। ਇਹ ਬਚਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਤੇਗ ਬਹਾਦਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਆ। ਜਾਨ ਬੂਝ ਕੇ ਬਾਵਰੇ ਤੈ ਕਾਜ ਬਿਗਾਰਿਓ, ਪਾਪ ਕਰਤ ਸੁਖਚਿਓ ਨਹੀਂ, ਨਹਿ ਗਰਭ ਨਿਵਾਰਿਓ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਮਲਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਜਾਣ ਬੁੱਝ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਦਾ ਕਾਰਜ ਵਿਗਾੜਿਆ, ਪਾਪ ਕਰਮ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗਿਆਂ ਤੂੰ ਕਦੇ ਸੰਕੋਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਤੂੰ ਝਿਜਕਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗਿਆਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਦੇ ਸੰਗਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈ, ਜਦ ਕਿ ਕਰਮ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗਿਆਂ ਸੰਗਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਸੀ। ਮਨ ਪਾਪ ਕਰਤ ਤੂੰ ਸਦਾ ਸੰਗ। ਇੱਥੇ ਸੰਗ ਦਾ ਅਰਥ ਹੈ ਸੰਗਣਾ। ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੰਗ ਸ਼ਰਮ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਵੀ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਆਇਆ ਹੈ, ਝਿਜਕਣ ਤੋਂ ਹੈ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਪਾਪ ਕਰਦਿਆਂ ਝਿਜਕਿਆ ਕਰ, ਸੰਗ ਦਾ ਅਰਥ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਪਾਪ ਕਰਮ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗਿਆਂ ਝਿਜਕਿਆ ਕਰ, ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਦਾ ਆਰਾਧਨ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗਿਆਂ ਨਾ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਝਿਜਕਿਆ ਕਰ। ਉਹਦੀ ਇਬਾਦਤ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗਿਆਂ, ਬਾਣੀ ਪੜਨ ਲੱਗਿਆਂ, ਗੁਰੂ ਗੁਰੂ ਜਪਣ ਲੱਗਿਆਂ ਉਦੋਂ ਨਾ ਝਿਜਕਿਆ ਕਰ। ਜੇ ਝਿਜਕਣਾ ਆ, ਸੰਗਣਾ ਆ, ਤਾਂ ਪਾਪ ਕਰਮ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗਿਆਂ ਸੰਕੋਚ ਕਰਿਆ ਕਰ। ਤਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਚਨ ਆਖਿਆ ਦੇ ਸ਼ਿਵਾ ਬਰ ਮੋਹੇ, ਇਹ ਹੈ ਸ਼ੁਭ ਕਰਮਣ ਤੇ ਕਬਹੂ ਨਾ ਟਰੋ। ਇੱਥੇ ਸ਼ਿਵਾ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਲਈ ਹੈ। ਇੱਕ ਬਚਨ ਆਪਾਂ ਚੌਪਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਿੱਤਾ ਪ੍ਰਤੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ, ਉੱਥੇ ਦਸਮ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਬਚਨ ਵਰਤਦੇ ਆ, ਮਹਾਦੇਵ ਕੋ ਕਹਿਤ ਸਦਾ ਸ਼ਿਵ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਭਾਈ ਇੱਕ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਦੀ ਬਣਾਈ ਕਿਰਤ ਮਹਾਦੇਵ ਨੂੰ, ਸ਼ਿਵ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਸ਼ਿਵ ਕਹੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ। ਮਹਾਦੇਵ ਕੋ ਕਹਿਤ ਸਦਾ ਸ਼ਿਵ, ਨਿਰੰਕਾਰ ਕਾ ਚੀਨਤ ਨਹਿ ਪਿਵ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਿਰੰਕਾਰ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦਾ ਭੇਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਿਆ, ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਜੁੜਦਾ। ਤੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਇੱਕ ਅਕਿਰਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਿਵ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ, ਸ਼ਿਵ ਦਾ ਆਖਰੀ ਅਰਥ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਸਰੂਪ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਤੋਂ ਹੈ, ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਤੋਂ। ਤਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਚਨ ਵਰਤਿਆ ਹੈ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸ਼ਿਵ ਕੀ ਪੁਰੀ ਬਸੈ ਬੁੱਧ ਸਾਰ। ਸ੍ਰੇਸ਼ਟ ਬੁੱਧ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਸ ਮਾਲਕ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਹੋਈ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਸ ਕਲਿਆਣ ਸਰੂਪ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸ਼ਿਵ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਲਿਆਣ ਸਰੂਪ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਹੈ, ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਹੈ, ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਉਸ ਮਾਲਕ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਹਿਰਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਮਾਲਕ ਵਸਿਆ, ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਸ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਨੇ। ਤਹਿ ਤੁਮ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਕਰੋ ਵਿਚਾਰ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਿਸ ਅਵਸਥਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਨੇ ਨਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਫਿਰ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਦੇ, ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਦੀ, ਉਸ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਦੇ ਚਰਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਿਆਂ ਹੋਇਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਕਰਕੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਸ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਦੇ ਨਾਮ ਦੀ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਕਰੋ, ਭਾਵ ਕਿ ਉਹਦੀਆਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਕਰੋ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਅੰਦਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਬਚਨ ਵਰਤਿਆ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਚਿਰ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਗ੍ਰਾਹਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਾ, ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਉਹ ਗੰਢ ਖੋਲਣੀ ਜਿਹਦਾ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਨਾ ਤਾਂ ਉਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੀ ਕੀਮਤ ਪਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ, ਤੇ ਨਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਬਤ ਉਹ ਜਾਣਦਾ ਹੈ। ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਸਮੇਂ ਨੂੰ ਖਰਾਬ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲਾ ਕਰਮ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਔਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਭਗਤ ਕਬੀਰ ਜੀ ਹੁਣਾਂ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਰਾਮ ਪਦਾਰਥ ਪਾਏ ਕੈ ਕਬੀਰਾ ਗਾਂਠ ਨਾ ਖੋਲ। ਰਾਮ ਪਦਾਰਥ ਪਾਏ ਕੈ ਕਬੀਰਾ ਗਾਂਠ ਨਾ ਖੋਲ। ਨਹੀਂ ਪਟਣ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਾਰਖੂ ਨਹੀਂ ਗਾਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੋਲ। ਪਟਨ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਨੂੰ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨਾ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਹੈ, ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਇਹਦਾ ਪਾਰਖੂ ਹੈ, ਨਾ ਇਹਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਗ੍ਰਾਹਕੀ ਹੈ, ਤੇ ਨਾ ਇਹਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਕੀਮਤ ਲਾ ਸਕਦਾ, ਨਾ ਇਹਦੀ ਕੀਮਤ ਦਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ। ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਚ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਉਦਾਹਰਨ ਦਿੱਤਾ, ਕੋਈ ਸੱਜਣ ਹੀਰਾ ਖਰੀਦਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਚੱਲਿਆ, ਤੇ ਉਹਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਮਿੱਤਰ ਸੀ, ਉਹਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਦੋਸਤ ਸੀ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਚੱਲ ਆਪਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੀਰਾ ਖਰੀਦ ਕੇ ਲਿਆਉਣਾ, ਮੈਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਦਾ, ਤੂੰ ਵੀ ਚੱਲ। ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਦੋਸਤ ਮਿੱਤਰ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਵਿਹੂਣਾ ਸੀ, ਭਾਵ ਕਿ ਉਹਦੀ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ। ਆਮ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੁਨਿਆਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਆ ਸਾਡੀ ਦੁਨੀਆਦਾਰ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਲਾਈਂਡ ਕਹਿ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਅੰਨਾ ਕਹਿ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਸ਼ਬਦ ਵਰਤਦੇ ਆ। ਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੁਰਮਤਿ ਦੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਹੈ, ਸਾਧੂ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਹੈ, ਖਾਲਸਾਈ ਬੋਲ ਬਾਲੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਸੂਰਮਾ ਆਖਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਪੰਥ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੂਰਮੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਕੀਰਤਨੀਏ ਔਰ ਬੜੇ ਬੜੇ ਆਲਾ ਦਰਜੇ ਦੇ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦਾ ਗਾਇਨ ਔਰ ਬੜੇ ਬੜੇ ਕਾਰਜ ਕੀਤੇ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਭਾਈ ਗੋਪਾਲ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਕੀਰਤਨੀਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਦੋਂ ਨਾਮ ਪੜਾਂਗੇ, ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੁਣ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਭਾਈ ਗੁਰਮੇਜ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਸੱਚਖੰਡ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਹਰਿਮੰਦਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸੇਵਾ ਨਿਭਾਈ ਔਰ ਇਤਨੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਉਸ ਗੁਰੂ ਕੇ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਨੂੰ ਕੰਠ ਵਿਜੇ ਨਿਰੰਤਰ ਦਰਬਾਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਕੀਰਤਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਤੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਭਾਈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਅੱਜ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਉਹ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਸਿਫਾਰਿਸ਼ ਨਾ ਕਰੇ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਰੂਟੀਨ ਮੁਤਾਬਕ ਆਵੇ ਤੇ 2 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਦੀ ਕਿਤੇ ਵਾਰੀ ਆਉਣੀ। ਇੰਨੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਉਹਨੇ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਮਾਲਕ ਨੇ ਏਡੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ, ਇੰਨੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਕੰਠ ਹੋ ਗਈ। ਔਰ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਵਾਲਾ ਉਹ ਕੰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਾਰਜ ਕੀਤਾ। ਬਰੇਲ ਲਿਪੀ ਦੇ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੀ ਲਿਖਤ ਕਿਰਤ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ, ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਵਿਹੂਣਾ ਕੋਈ ਬੰਦਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਦੂਸਰਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਸੁਣਾਏਗਾ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਕੰਠ ਕਰਦੇ ਸਨ, ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੇਖਿਆ ਵੀ ਕਈ ਵਾਰ ਕੋਈ ਦੂਸਰਾ ਮਨੁੱਖ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਆਖੇ ਭਾਈ ਆ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਨਵਾਂ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਸੁਣਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ, ਤਾਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਵੀ ਸੁਣਾਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਦੀ ਉਸ ਵਕਤ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਬਿਰਤੀ ਜਾਂ ਉਹਦਾ ਕਹਿ ਲਓ ਮਾਣਿਆ ਉਹ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ। ਉਹ ਆਖੇ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਜੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਬਾਅਦ, ਕਿਉਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਤੇ ਡਿਪੈਂਡ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਨਾ, ਤੇ ਉਹ ਤੇ ਅਗਲੇ ਦੀ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਕਦੋਂ ਸੁਣਾਉਂਦਾ ਕੀ ਕਰਦਾ। ਪਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਸ ਬਰੇਲ ਲਿਪੀ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਹੋਰ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਔਕੜ ਨਾ ਆਵੇ, ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦੀ ਲਿਖਤ ਕੀਤੀ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਅੱਖਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਹੱਥ ਨਾਲ ਟੋਹ ਕੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ। ਜਦੋਂ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸੈਂਚੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਪੋਥੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਤੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਹੱਥ ਨਾਲ ਟੋਹਦੇ ਐ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਬਣਤਰ ਅੱਖਰ ਦੀ ਵੇਖਦੇ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਪਾਠ ਕਰਦੇ, ਮਤਲਬ ਸਕਿਨ ਨਾਲ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਅੱਖਰ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਮੁਤਾਬਕ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਟੋਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲ ਪਾਠ ਕਰਦੇ। ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੋ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਵਿਹੂਣੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਨੇ ਜਾਂ ਕੀਰਤਨੀਏ ਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬੜੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਸੁਵਿਧਾ, ਗੁਰੂ ਰਾਮਦਾਸ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਸੇਵਾ ਲਈ। ਹੁਣ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਵਾਲਾ ਵੀ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਕੰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਐਡਾ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ, ਤੋ ਤਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਗੁਰਮਤਿ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਵਿਹੂਣੇ ਮਨੁੱਖ ਲਈ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਆ ਉਹ ਸੂਰਮਾ ਸਿੰਘ ਆਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ। ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਆ ਵੀ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਆ ਵੀ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਦਾ ਨਾ ਹਿਰਦਾ ਨਾ ਦੁਖਾਵੀਂ। ਤੇ ਹਿਰਦਾ ਕਾਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੁਖਦਾ ਹੈ? ਬੋਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਸਾਡੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਬਾਬੇ ਫਰੀਦ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਬਚਨ ਆ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਅੰਦਰ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਸਭਨਾ ਮਨ ਮਾਣਿਕ ਠਾਹਣ ਮੂਲ ਮਚੰਗਵਾ ਜੇ ਤੋ ਪਿਰਿਆ ਦੀ ਸਿੱਖ। ਪਿਰਿਆ ਹੈ ਭਾਵ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ, ਸਿੱਖ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਇੱਛਾ ਨੂੰ, ਚਾਹਨਾ ਨੂੰ। ਜੇ ਤੋ ਪਿਰਿਆ ਦੀ ਸਿੱਖ, ਜੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਣ ਦੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਹੈ, ਇੱਛਾ ਹੈ, ਤੇਰੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਚਾਹਨਾ ਹੈ, ਭਾਵਨਾ ਹੈ, ਤੇ ਜਿਗਿਆਸੂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਜੀ ਚਾਹਨਾ ਤਾਂ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਮਿਲਣਾ ਮੈਂ ਰੱਬ ਨੂੰ, ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਉਣਾ ਮੈਂ। ਤਾਂ ਬਾਬਾ ਫਰੀਦ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਇੱਕ ਬਚਨ ਪੱਲੇ ਬੰਨ ਲਾ, ਤੂੰ ਮਾਲਕ ਨੂੰ ਪਾ ਸਕਦਾ। ਆਖਿਆ ਜੀ ਉਹ ਕਿਹੜਾ? ਜੇ ਤੋ ਪ੍ਰਿਆ ਦੀ ਸਿੱਖ, ਜੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਣ ਦੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਇੱਛਾ ਹੈ, ਹਿਆਓ ਨਾ ਠਾਹੇ ਕਹੀ ਦਾ। ਹਿਆਓ ਮੈਨੇ ਹਿਰਦਾ, ਠਾਹੇ ਦਾ ਅਰਥ ਹੈ ਢਾਉਣਾ, ਦਿਖਾਉਣਾ, ਕਹੀ ਦਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਦਾ ਵੀ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਦਾ ਹਿਰਦਾ ਨਾ ਦੁਖਾਈ। ਤੇ ਹਿਰਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਬੋਲ ਬੋਲ ਕੇ ਫਿੱਕਾ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਆ, ਮਾੜਾ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਆ। ਕਿਸੇ ਮਨੁੱਖ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਕੋਈ ਕਮੀ ਆ, ਕੋਈ ਉਹਦਾ ਵੀਕ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਪਿੰਚ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਦਾ ਅੰਦਰ ਦੁੱਖ ਪੈਂਦਾ। ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਸ ਹਿਰਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੱਬ ਬੈਠਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਬੈਠਾ। ਤਾਂ ਵੇਖੀ ਕਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਦਾ ਹਿਰਦਾ ਨਾ ਦੁਖਾਈ। ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਖਾਲਸਾਈ ਬੋਲ ਬਾਲੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਘੜੇ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਮਨੁੱਖ ਅੰਦਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੋਈ ਕਮੀ ਆ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਇਸ ਢੰਗ ਨਾਲ ਨਾ ਬੋਲੋ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਹੀਨ ਭਾਵਨਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਚਲਾ ਜਾਏ। ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਨਾ ਜਤਾਓ ਵੀ ਤੂੰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲੋਂ ਊਣਾ ਹੈ ਤੇਰੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਸਰੀਰ ਵਿੱਚ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਰੀਰਕ ਬਣਤਰ ਤਾਂ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ। ਤਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹ ਨਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਵਿਹੂਣਾ ਸੱਜਣ ਸੀ, ਉਹਦਾ ਮਿੱਤਰ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਚੱਲ ਹੀਰਾ ਖਰੀਦਣ ਜਾਣਾ, ਤੂੰ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਚੱਲ। ਉਹ ਚਲੇ ਗਏ। ਜਿਹਦੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਹੀਰਾ ਖਰੀਦਣਾ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਹੀਰਾ ਕੋਈ ਕਿਲੋਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਾਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਹੋਵੇ, ਭਾਰਾ ਇੰਨਾ ਕੁਝ, ਉਹ ਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਛੋਟੇ ਰੂਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਭਾਈ ਗੁਰਦਾਸ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਦਾਹਰਨ ਵੀ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੈਸੇ ਹੀਰਾ ਹਾਥ ਮੈਂ ਤਨਕ ਸੋ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਦੇਤ, ਮੋਲ ਕੀਏ ਤੇ ਦਮਕਨ ਭਰਤ ਭੰਡਾਰ ਜੀ। ਉਹ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨੇ ਹੀਰਾ ਵਿਖਾਇਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਲਓ ਜੀ ਤੱਕ ਲਓ। ਉਹਦੀ ਕੀਮਤ ਦੱਸੀ। ਉਹ ਜਦੋਂ ਤਲੀ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਰੱਖ ਕੇ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਖਰੀਦਣਾ ਸੀ ਵੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ, ਛੋਟਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਤੇ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਮਿੱਤਰ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਆਖਿਆ ਵੀ ਲੈ ਤੂੰ ਹੀ ਵੇਖ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਹੋਣਾ ਸੀ। ਹੁਣ ਉਹਨੇ ਤੇ ਟੋਹ ਕੇ ਹੀ ਵੇਖਣਾ ਨਾ। ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾਤਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਹੋਣੇ ਸਰੀਰ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹ ਹਰ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਕਿਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਵੇਖਦੇ ਆ। ਈਵਨ ਕਿ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰੱਬ ਨੇ ਸੁਰਤ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਕਮਰੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਸ ਬਿਸਤਰ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੈਣਾ, ਲੇਟਣਾ, ਕਰਨਾ, ਹੱਥ ਨਾਲ ਟੋਹ ਕੇ ਦੱਸ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਸਫਾਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਗੰਦਗੀ ਪਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਪੈਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਕਿਨ ਨਾਲ ਇੰਨੀ ਮਾਲਕ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਸੈਂਸ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦਾ, ਸੋਝੀ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦਾ। ਹੁਣ ਉਹਨੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਹੀਰਾ ਛੋਟਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਉਹਦੀ ਤਲੀ ਤੇ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਨਾ, ਤੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਟੋਹ ਕੇ ਵੇਖਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਹੱਥ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ। ਤੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਬੜਾ ਛੋਟਾ ਜਿਹਾ, ਐਡਾ। ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਇਹਦੀ ਕੀਮਤ ਕੀ ਹੈ? ਉਹ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ, ਚੁੱਭ ਵੀ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਹੱਥ ਵਿੱਚ। ਤੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਕੀਮਤ ਉਹਦੀ ਦੱਸੀ ਨਾ, ਬਹੁਤ ਲੱਖਾਂ ਕਰੋੜਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ, ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ। ਤੇ ਉਹ ਛੋਟੇ ਜਿਹਾ ਪੱਥਰ ਦੇ ਰੋੜੇ ਦੀ ਇੰਨੀ ਕੀਮਤ। ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੇਚਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਸੀ ਨਾ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਹੀਰਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਫੜਾ। ਫੜ ਕੇ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਜੀ ਇਹ ਸੱਜਣ ਦੀ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਦੀ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਗੀ। ਉਹ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਵੇਖਣ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ, ਜਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨੇ ਐਨਕ ਲਗਾਈ ਹੁੰਦੀ, ਜਾਂ ਵੇਖਣ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਠੀਕ ਲੱਗਦੀਆਂ ਪਰ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਜੀ ਇਹ ਬੰਦਾ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਹੋਣਾ ਹੈ। ਉਹਦਾ ਮਿੱਤਰ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਜੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਾ? ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਜੇ ਇਹਦੀਆਂ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਨਾ, ਇਹਦੀਆਂ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ, ਤੇ ਹੀਰੇ ਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਇੰਨਾ ਕੁ ਛੋਟਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਇਹਦੀ ਇੰਨੀ ਕੀਮਤ ਇੱਕ ਪੱਥਰ ਦੇ ਟੁਕੜੇ ਦੀ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਾ ਵੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ, ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਇਹਨੇ। ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨੂੰ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਲਿਖਦੇ ਆ, ਨਾਨਕ, ਇੱਥੇ ਵਿਸ਼ਰਾਮ ਹੈ ਪੰਕਤੀ ਦਾ। ਨਾਨਕ ਅੰਧਾ ਹੋਏ ਕੈ ਰਤਨਾ ਪਰਖਣ ਜਾਏ, ਰਤਨਾ ਸਾਰ ਨਾ ਜਾਣਈ ਆਵੇ ਆਪ ਲਖਾਏ। ਲਖਾਏ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਲਖਤਾ ਕਰਾ ਦੇਣੀ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹ ਰਤਨ ਦੀ ਸਾਰਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਦਾ, ਪਰ ਆਪਣੀ ਲਖਤਾ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕਰ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਵੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੀਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਉਹਦੇ ਬੋਲਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਐਸੇ ਹੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਚਨ ਆਖਿਆ ਨਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹ ਰੱਬ ਦੇ ਪਿਆਰਿਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਮਾਲਕ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹਦੀ ਸਾਰ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਆ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਮਾਰਗ ਦੇ ਪਾਂਧੀ ਹੈ। ਤੈ ਤੁਮ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਕਰੋ ਵਿਚਾਰ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਰੱਬ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਮਾਰਗ ਦੇ ਢੰਡਾਊ ਨੇ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਉਸ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਦੀ ਬਾਤ ਕਰ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਮਾਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਮਾਰਗ ਤੇ ਤੁਰੇ ਆ। ਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਤੂੰ ਕਰੇਗਾ, ਈਤ ਊਤ ਕੀ ਸੋਝੀ ਪਰ ਹੈ। ਈਤ ਤੇ ਊਤ ਇਹ ਦੋਨੋਂ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਲੋਕ ਤੇ ਪਰਲੋਕ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵਰਤੇ ਗਏ। ਈਤ ਮੈਨੇ ਇਹ ਲੋਕ, ਊਤ ਮੈਨੇ ਪਰਲੋਕ, ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਐਥੈ ਉਥੇ ਰਖਵਾਲਾ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਦੀਨ ਦਿਆਲਾ। ਇੱਥੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਹਲਤ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਲੋਕ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਉਥੇ ਦਾ ਭਾਵ ਹੈ ਪਰਲੋਕ, ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਹਲਤ ਤੇ ਪਲਤ ਵੀ ਆਖਿਆ। ਹਲਤ ਸੁਖ ਪਲਤ ਸੁਖ ਨਿਤ ਸੁਖ, ਸਿਮਰਨੋ ਨਾਮ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਕਾ ਸਦਾ ਲੀਚੈ। ਲੋਕ ਤੇ ਪਰਲੋਕ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਵੀ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਇਆ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਲੋਕ ਸੁਖੀਏ ਪਰਲੋਕ ਸੁਹੇਲੇ। ਉਹਨੂੰ ਆਖਿਆ ਈਤ ਊਤ ਕੀ ਸੋਝੀ ਪਰ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਲੋਕ ਤੇ ਪਰਲੋਕ ਦੇ ਬਾਬਤ ਸਮਝ ਆ ਜਾਏਗੀ, ਨਹੀਂ ਤੇ ਬੰਦਾ ਇਸ ਜਗਤ ਬਾਰੇ ਸੋਚਦਾ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇਹਦੇ ਤੋਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਗਿਆਨ ਨਹੀਂ, ਸੋਝੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਇਸੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦਾ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੂੰ ਨਾ ਮਾਲਕ ਦੇ ਪਿਆਰਿਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ, ਰੱਬ ਦੇ ਪਿਆਰਿਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ, ਉਸ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਦੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੋ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਸਰੂਪ ਕਲਿਆਣ ਸਰੂਪ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਸ ਮਾਲਕ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵਸਦੇ ਆ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਇਆ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਮਾਲਕ ਨੂੰ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਮਿਲ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਕਰੇਗਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਲੋਕ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲ ਪਰਲੋਕ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਸੋਝੀ ਹੋਏਗੀ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗੇਗਾ ਕੌਣ ਕਰਮ ਮੇਰਾ ਕਰ ਕਰ ਮਰੈ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਫਿਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੇਰ ਤੇਰ ਵਾਲੀ ਖੇਡ ਆ ਨਾ, ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਜੀਵਨ ਬਾਹਰ ਨਿਕਲ ਜਾਏਗਾ। ਹੁਣ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਚਿਰ ਤੂੰ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਮਝਿਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਚਿਰ ਮੇਰ ਤੇ ਤੇਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫਸਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ। ਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਸਮਝ ਆ ਗਈ, ਫਿਰ ਬਾਬਾ ਰਵਿਦਾਸ ਜੀ ਆਖਦੇ ਨੇ, ਪ੍ਰਾਨੀ ਕਿਆ ਮੇਰਾ ਕਿਆ ਤੇਰਾ, ਜੈਸੇ ਤਰਵਰ ਪੰਖ ਬਸੇਰਾ। ਮੇਰ ਤੇਰ ਜਬ ਇਨੈ ਚੁਕਾਈ, ਤਾਂ ਤਬ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਸੰਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਹਿਰਾਈ, ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਸੰਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਹਿਰਾਈ। ਉਸ ਜੀਵਨ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਮੇਰ ਤੇਰ ਨਿਕਲ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਮੇਰ ਤੇਰ ਕੌਣ ਕਰਦਾ, ਵਿਤਕਰਾ ਕੌਣ ਕਰਦਾ? ਜਿੰਨਾ ਚਿਰ ਆਪਣਾ ਤੇ ਪਰਾਇਆ ਦਿਸਦਾ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਤੀ ਬੰਦੇ ਦਾ ਝੁਕਾਅ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੇਰਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਤੀ ਬੰਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਤੋਂ ਪਾਸੇ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਤੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਲਗਾਵ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਆਪਣੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੇਰ ਤੇਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ, ਫਿਰ ਮੋਹ ਵੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੋਹ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੇਰਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਫ਼ਰਤ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ। ਤੋ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਸ ਮਾਲਕ ਨਾਲ, ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਨਾਲ ਜੀਵਨ ਜੁੜਿਆ, ਉਹ ਫਿਰ ਮੇਰ ਤੇ ਤੇਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਤੇਰਾ ਜਾਣਤਾ ਤਬ ਹੀ ਤੇ ਬੰਧਾ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਚਿਰ ਜੀਵਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੰਧਨ ਸਨ, ਗੁਰ ਕਾਟੀ ਅਗਿਆਨਤਾ ਤਬ ਛੁੱਟ ਕੇ ਫੰਦਾ। ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਨਾ, ਸੁਲਤਾਨਪੁਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੀ ਧਰਤੀ ਤੇ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਅੱਜ ਹੱਟ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਆ, ਮੋਦੀ ਖਾਨੇ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਤੇਰਾ ਹੀ ਤੇਰਾ, ਤੇਰਾ ਹੀ ਤੇਰਾ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਤੋਲਿਆ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਰਸਤਾ ਹੀ ਇਹ ਹੈ, ਹਉਮੈ ਤੋਂ ਤੂੰ ਹੀ ਵੱਲ, ਮੈਂ ਤੋਂ ਤੂੰ ਹੀ ਵੱਲ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਮਾਰਗ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਜਿੱਦਣ ਕੋਈ ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਤੁਰਦਾ, ਸਾਹਿਬ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਮੇਰਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਦੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ। ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਵੀ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨੇ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਕੈਰੋਂ ਕਰਤੇ ਦੁਰਜੋਧਨ ਸੇ ਭਾਈ, 12 योजन छत्र चले था देही गिरजन खाई, सर्ब सोयन की लंका होती रावण से अधिकाई। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਹ ਉਸ ਮਾਲਕ ਦੇ ਹੁਕਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਦੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਜੀਵਨ ਚਲਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਕਿਉਂ ਮੇਰਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਕਰਕੇ। ਮੇਰ ਤੇਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੀਵਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਫਸਦਾ, ਇਹਦੇ ਤੋਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਉੱਠ ਗਿਆ। ਉਹ ਅਸਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਾਬਾ ਕਬੀਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੋਗ ਇਹ ਹੈ। ਜੋਗ ਦਾ ਅਰਥ ਹੈ ਜੁੜਨਾ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਮਾਲਕ ਨਾਲ। ਅਗਲਾ ਬਚਨ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਨਿਜ ਪਦ ਉੱਪਰ ਲਾਗੋ ਧਿਆਨ। ਨਿਜ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਹੈ, ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਿਜ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਾਰ ਆਏਗਾ। ਨਿਜ ਦਾ ਅਰਥ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਅਸਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣਾ। ਆਪਾਂ ਬਚਨ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਨਿਜ ਘਰ ਮਹਿਲ ਪਾਵੋ ਸੁਖ ਸਹਿਜੇ। ਹੁਣ ਇਹ ਨਿਜ ਘਰ ਕਿਹਨੂੰ ਆਖਿਆ? ਆਪਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਨਿੱਜੀ ਜਾਇਦਾਦ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਮੇਰੀ ਨਿੱਜੀ ਮਲਕੀਅਤ ਹੈ। ਪਰ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਤੂੰ ਦਾਅਵੇ ਠੋਕਦਾ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਮੇਰਾ ਨਿੱਜੀ ਘਰ ਆ, ਇਹ ਮੇਰੀ ਨਿੱਜੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਰਟੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਮੇਰਾ ਨਿੱਜੀ ਮਸਲਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਅਸਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਤੇਰਾ ਨਿੱਜ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਪਰਾਇਆ ਆ ਔਰ ਤੇਰੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ। ਇਹ ਸਰੀਰ ਵੀ ਤੇਰਾ ਨਿੱਜ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਵੀ ਉਸ ਮਾਲਕ ਦੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਅਮਾਨਤ ਆ, ਤੇ ਜਿੱਦਣ ਸਮਾਂ ਪੂਰਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਵੀ ਉਹਨੇ ਲੈ ਲੈਣਾ। ਉਹ ਘਰ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਵੀ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕੱਢ ਦੇਣਾ ਆ। ਨਿੱਜ ਘਰ ਤੇਰਾ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਤੇਰਾ ਆਪਾ ਹੈ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇਗਾ ਫਿਰ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਸਮਝ ਪੈਗੀ ਵੀ ਅਸਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਿੱਜ ਕੀ ਹੈ। ਅਜੇ ਤੂੰ ਪਰਾਏ ਨੂੰ, ਤਾਂ ਹੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੀਠੇ ਕੋ ਕੌੜਾ ਕਹਿ ਕੜੂਏ ਕੋ ਮੀਠਾ, ਪਰ ਕੀ ਕੋ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਹੈ, ਆਪਣੋ ਨਹੀਂ ਡੀਠਾ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਪਰਾਈ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਸਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣਾ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਧਿਆਨ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਗਿਆ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਸਲ ਨਿੱਜ ਹੈ ਇਹਦਾ। ਤੋ ਉਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਫਿਰ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਨਿਜ ਪਦ, ਉੱਪਰ ਲਾਗੋ ਧਿਆਨ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੇਰੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੇਰਾ ਅਸਲੀ ਆਪਾ ਹੈ, ਤੇਰਾ ਅਸਲਾ ਹੈ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੇਰਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਤੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਢੂੰਡਣਾ। ਕਬੀਰ ਜਾ ਕੋ ਖੋਜ ਤੇ ਪਾਇਓ ਸੋਈ ਠੌਰ, ਸੋਈ ਫਿਰ ਕਹਿ ਤੂੰ ਭਇਆ ਜਾ ਕੋ ਕਹਿਤਾ ਔਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਮਨੁੱਖ ਧਿਆਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਇਬਾਦਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਿੱਜ ਦਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਨਿੱਜ ਉਹ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਸਵਰੂਪ ਹੈ, ਉਸੇ ਦੀ ਅੰਸ਼ ਹੈ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨਿੱਜ ਪਦ ਉੱਪਰ ਲਾਗੋ ਧਿਆਨ, ਸੱਜੇ ਖੱਬੇ ਤੋਂ ਧਿਆਨ ਹਟ ਕੇ ਉਸ ਨਿੱਜ ਤੇ ਲੱਗਾ। ਰਾਜਾ ਰਾਮ ਨਾਮ ਮੋਰਾ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਗਿਆਨ। ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਉਸ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਹੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਉਹ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਗਿਆਨ ਹੈ। ਉਸੇ ਨਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਉਸ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਦਾ ਗਿਆਨ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੋਣਾ, ਉਹੀ ਮੇਰਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਹੈ। ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਦੀਸੈ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਸੁਣੀਐ, ਏਕ ਵਖਾਣੀਐ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਫਿਰ ਉਹਦੀ ਦ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟੀ ਵੀ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿੱਧਰ ਵੇਖਦਾ ਹੈ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰੀ, ਦੂਸਰਾ ਕੋਈ ਦਿਸਦਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਜੋਤ ਨੂੰ ਵੇਖਦਾ ਹੈ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹ ਮੇਰਾ ਉਹੀ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਗਿਆਨ ਹੈ। ਰਹਾਓ ਹੁਣ ਜੋਗੀ ਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੁਝ ਕਿਰਿਆਵਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ। ਮੂਲ ਦੁਆਰੈ ਬੰਧਿਆ ਬੰਧ, ਰਬ ਉੱਪਰ ਗਏ ਰਾਖਿਆ ਚੰਦ। ਮੂਲ ਵੈਸੇ ਗੁਦਾ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਵੀ ਵਰਤਦੇ ਆ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਜੋਗੀ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਜਦੋਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਣਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਸਵਾਸਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉੱਪਰ ਚੜਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ, ਯੋਗ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਿਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੱਠ ਯੋਗ ਵਾਲੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੰਦ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਣ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਦਸਮ ਦੁਆਰ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਚੜਾਉਂਦੇ। ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਉਹ ਦੋ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਵਰਤਦੇ ਆ। ਇੱਕ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ 6 ਚੱਕਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਭੇਦ ਕੇ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਧੁੰਨੀ ਤੋਂ ਥੱਲੇ ਇੱਕ ਚੱਕਰ ਮੰਨਦੇ ਆ, ਇੱਕ ਫਿਰ ਧੁੰਨੀ ਦੇ ਥੱਲੇ ਮੰਨ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆ, 2 ਹੋ ਗਏ। ਤੀਸਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਚੱਕਰ ਆ ਉਹ ਸੀਨੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਛਾਤੀ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਮੰਨਦੇ ਆ। ਉਹਦੇ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਫਿਰ ਚੌਥਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆ ਉਹ ਕੰਠ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਗਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੰਨਦੇ ਆ ਚੱਕਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ। ਔਰ ਪੰਜਵਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਬਰਵੱਟੇ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿਚਾਲੇ, ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਵਾਂ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ 6ਵਾਂ। ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਵਰਤਦੇ। ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨੇ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ 'ਚ ਬਚਨ ਵਰਤਿਆ, ਉਲਟਤ ਪਵਨ ਚੱਕਰ ਖੱਟ ਭੇਦੇ। ਖੱਟ ਮੈਨੇ 6 ਭੇਦੇ ਦਾ ਅਰਥ ਹੈ ਵਿੰਨ ਦਿੱਤੇ। ਬਈ ਸੁਰਤ ਨੂੰ ਇਹਨਾਂ 6 ਚੱਕਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਲੰਘ ਕੇ ਉਸ ਦਸਮ ਦੁਆਰ ਤੱਕ, ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਤੱਕ, ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਗਏ। ਇੱਕ ਰਸਤਾ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ। ਦੂਸਰਾ ਰਸਤਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆ ਉਹ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਸਾਡੀ ਪਿੱਠ ਆ, ਇਹ ਜੋਗਮਤ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਮੁਤਾਬਕ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸ਼ਬਦੋਂ ਆਏ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਰੀੜ੍ਹ ਦੀ ਹੱਡੀ ਆ, ਕੰਗਰੋੜ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਵਰਤ ਦਿੰਦੇ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਦੀ ਉਹ ਨਾੜੀਆਂ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਇੜਾ ਤੇ ਸੁਖਮਨਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ। ਈੜਾ ਤੇ ਪਿੰਗਲਾ। ਸੁਖਮਣਾ ਫਿਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਤੀਸਰੀ ਥਾਂ ਤੇ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੀ। ਈੜਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਖੱਬੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨਾਸਿਕਾ ਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਖੱਬੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਉਸ ਨਾੜੀ ਨੂੰ ਮੰਨਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਤੇ ਪਿੰਗਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸੱਜੇ ਪਾਸੇ। ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਚੰਦਰਮਾ ਤੇ ਸੂਰਜ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੱਜੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਰੱਬ ਹੈ, ਸੂਰਜ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖੱਬੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਚੰਦਰਮਾ। ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਸੁਖਮਣਾ ਤਿੰਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਮਿਲਾਪ ਇੱਕ ਰਾਮਕਲੀ ਰਾਗ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਆ ਭਗਤ ਬੇਣੀ ਜੀ ਹੋਣਾ ਦਾ। ਉਹਦੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਵੀ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਕਰਦੇ, ਈੜਾ ਪਿੰਗਲਾ ਔਰ ਸੁਖਮਣਾ ਤੀਨ ਬਸੈ ਇੱਕ ਠਾਈ, ਬੇਣੀ ਸੰਗਮ ਤਹਾਂ ਪਿਰਾਗ, ਮਨ ਮੱਜਨ ਕਰੇ ਤਿਥਾਈ, ਸੰਤੋ ਤਹਾਂ ਨਿਰੰਜਨ ਰਾਮ ਹੈ, ਗੁਰ ਗਮ ਚੀਨੈ ਬਿਰਲਾ ਕੋਹੇ, ਗੁਰ ਗਮ ਚੀਨੈ ਬਿਰਲਾ ਕੋਹੇ, ਤਾਂ ਨਿਰੰਜਨ ਰਮਈਆ ਹੋਏ। ਗਮ ਦਾ ਅਰਥ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਪਹੁੰਚਣਾ, ਪਹੁੰਚ ਕਰਨੀ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕੋਈ ਵਿਰਲਾ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝਦਾ। ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਅੱਗੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਦਸਮ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਅਗੰਮ ਅਪਾਰਾ, ਪਰਮ ਪੁਰਖ ਕੀ ਘਾਟੀ, ਉੱਪਰ ਹਾਟ ਹਾਟ ਪਰ ਆਲਾ, ਆਲੇ ਭੀਤਰ ਥਾਤੀ। ਹੁਣ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਚਨ ਆ ਨਾ, ਚੇਤਾ ਰੱਖਣਾ, ਜਿੰਨਾ ਚਿਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਉਸ ਮਾਰਗ ਦਾ ਪਾਂਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਾ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਬੜੇ ਓਪਰੇ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਆ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਿਸ ਅਸੀਂ ਰਾਹ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਾ ਅਜੇ ਤੁਰੇ, ਜਿਸ ਮਾਰਗ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੁਰੇ, ਫਿਰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਔਖੇ ਵੀ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਆ ਤੇ ਓਪਰੇ ਵੀ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਆ। ਪਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਉਸ ਮਾਰਗ ਦਾ ਧਾਰਨੀ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਅਸੀਂ ਆਖਾਂਗੇ ਜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤੇ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਗਿਆਨ ਫਿਰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਆਏਗਾ। ਖਿਆਲ ਕਰਨਾ, ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਤੁਰਨਾ। ਕੋਈ ਸੱਜਣ ਸੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਾਲਟੈਨ, ਤੇ ਜਾਣਾ ਉਹਨੇ ਬੜਾ ਦੂਰ ਸੀ, ਕਿਸੇ ਪਹਾੜ ਤੇ ਪਹੁੰਚਣਾ, ਰਾਤ ਦਾ ਹਨੇਰਾ। ਤੇ ਉਹ ਲਾਲਟੈਨ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਚਿਰ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਖਲੋਤਾ, ਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਸੱਜਣ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਲੰਘਿਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਜੀ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਜਾਣਾ? ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਪਹਾੜ ਹੈ, ਉੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚਣਾ, ਪਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਾਲਟੈਨ ਆ ਇਹਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰੌਸ਼ਨੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕੇਵਲ 2.5-3 ਫੁੱਟ ਤੱਕ ਜਾਂਦੀ, ਗਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਕੁਝ ਦਿਸਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਹੁਣ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਪਹੁੰਚੂ ਉੱਥੇ? ਤਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਿਹਾ, ਡਰਦਾ। ਉਹਨੇ ਦਾਨੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਆਖਿਆ, ਭਲਿਆ ਪੁਰਖਾ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ 3 ਫੁੱਟ ਤੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰੌਸ਼ਨੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਆ, ਤੂੰ 3 ਫੁੱਟ ਤਾਂ ਤੈਅ ਕਰ, ਜਦੋਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇਗਾ ਇਹਨੇ ਅਗਾਂਹ ਹੋਰ 3 ਫੁੱਟ ਵਿਖਾਉਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦੇਣਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਤੋਂ ਗਾਂਹ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਨੇ, ਫਿਰ ਰੌਸ਼ਨੀ ਵੀ ਤਾਂ ਤੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧਣੀ ਹੈ। ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਦੇ ਮਾਰਗ ਤੇ ਚੱਲਣ ਦੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਨ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਕੇਵਲ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ 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 ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜੀ, ਅੱਖਾਂ ਬੰਦ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਕਿ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਸਮਝਿਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਰ, ਅਗਲਾ ਰਸਤਾ ਵੀ ਦਿਸੇਗਾ, ਅਗਲਾ ਵੀ ਮਾਰਗ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਪਏਗਾ, ਪਰ ਪਏਗਾ ਤਾਂ ਜੇ ਤੁਰੇਗਾ ਕੁ 4 ਕਦਮ, ਤਾਂ ਹੋਏਗਾ। ਤਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਵਰਤਿਆ ਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੂਲ ਦੁਆਰੇ ਬੰਧਿਆ ਬੰਧ, ਜਦੋਂ ਬੰਨ ਕੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੂਲ ਨੂੰ, ਔਰ ਇਹਦਾ ਦੂਸਰਾ ਅਰਥ ਗੁਰਮੁਖਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਮੂਲ ਆ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ, ਸਾਡਾ ਮੋਢਿਆ, ਉਸ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜ ਕੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੰਨ ਮਾਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੇਰੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ 'ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ ਸਕਦੇ। ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਬੰਨਾ, ਦੁੱਖ ਰੋਗ ਕਾ ਡੇਰਾ ਪੰਨਾ। ਰੱਬ ਉੱਪਰ ਗਏ ਰਾਖਿਆ ਚੰਦ, ਰੱਬ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੂਰਜ ਨੂੰ, ਇੱਥੇ ਸੂਰਜ ਤਮੋ ਗੁਣ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਤੀਕ ਹੈ, ਕ੍ਰੋਧੀ ਸੁਭਾਅ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਗਏ ਰੱਖ, ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਚੰਦਰਮਾ ਟਿਕਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਚੰਦਰਮਾ ਮੈਨੇ ਸੀਤਲਤਾ, ਉਸ ਤਮੋ ਗੁਣ ਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਾਂਤ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਸੀਤਲਤਾ ਹੈ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ, ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਦਾ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੁਣ ਉਸ ਨਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਦੀ ਤਪਤ ਬੁਝਾ ਦਿੱਤੀ, ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਤਪਸ਼ ਨੂੰ ਦੂਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲਾ ਹੈ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਪੱਛਮ ਦੁਆਰ ਹੈ ਸੂਰਜ ਤਪੈ, ਪੱਛਮ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਕਸਰ ਸੂਰਜ ਛਿਪਦਾ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਧਰ ਹੁਣ ਸੂਰਜ ਚੜਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਤਪਦਾ, ਭਾਵ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਸੂਰਜ ਛਿਪ ਕੇ ਹਨੇਰਾ ਹੀ ਹਨੇਰਾ, ਅਗਿਆਨਤਾ ਦਾ ਅੰਧਕਾਰ ਸੀ, ਉਧਰ ਗਿਆਨ ਦਾ ਸੂਰਜ ਚੜ ਗਿਆ, ਅਗਿਆਨਤਾ ਦੂਰ ਹੋ ਗਈ। ਮੇਰ ਡੰਡ ਸਿਰ ਉੱਪਰ ਬਸੈ, ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੇਰ ਡੰਡ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਸੁਮੇਰ ਪਰਬਤ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਰਗਾ ਡੰਡਾ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਰੇ ਸੰਸਾਰ, ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਗਤ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਨਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਤੋਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਉਹ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਦਾ ਹੁਕਮ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਚੱਲਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਹੈ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਸੁਮੇਰ ਪਰਬਤ ਉੱਚਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ, ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਉਸ ਥਾਂ ਤੇ ਸੁਰਤ ਉੱਚੀ ਉੱਠਦੀ ਤੇ ਮਾਲਕ ਦਾ ਦੀਦਾਰ। ਪশ্ਚਿਮ ਦੁਆਰੇ ਕੀ ਸਿਲ ਓੜ, ਫਿਰ ਪੱਛਮ ਦੁਆਰੇ ਵੱਲ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਰੁਕਾਵਟ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਈ ਔਗਣਾ ਦੀ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੁਰਤ ਨੂੰ ਰੋਕਦੀ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਸਿਲ ਉੱਪਰ ਖਿੜਕੀ, ਔਰ ਉੱਥੇ ਫਿਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਇੱਕ ਖਿੜਕੀ ਖੁੱਲੀ, ਉਹ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ਾ ਖੁੱਲਿਆ, ਉਹ ਰਸਤਾ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਤੇ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਾ ਖਿੜਕੀ ਉੱਪਰ 10ਵਾਂ ਦੁਆਰ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਫਿਰ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਉਸ ਮਾਲਕ ਦਾ ਵਾਸਾ, ਜਿਸ ਨੂੰ 10ਵਾਂ ਦੁਆਰ ਆਖਿਆ, ਗੁਰੂ ਅਮਰਦਾਸ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਵੀ ਆਖਦੇ 9 ਦੁਆਰੇ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਕੀਏ 10ਵਾਂ ਗੁਪਤ ਰਖਾਇਆ। ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਲਾਏ ਭਾਵਣੀ, ਇਕਣਾ 10ਵਾਂ ਦੁਆਰ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹ ਫਿਰ ਦਾਤ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਹੋਈ, ਉੱਥੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਿਆ। ਕਹੇ ਕਬੀਰ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਤਾਕਾ ਅੰਤ ਨਾ ਪਾਰ। ਫਿਰ ਉਸ ਮਾਲਕ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਪਾਰਾਵਾਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਦਾ ਦੀਦਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ, ਉਹਦਾ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤਾ, ਜਿਸ ਮਾਲਕ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਪਾਰਾਵਾਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਐਸਾ ਬੇਅੰਤ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਭਗਤ ਕਬੀਰ ਜੀ ਉਸ ਜੋਗੀ ਨੂੰ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਸੋਝੀ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਤੂੰ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਸ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇਗਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇਰੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਹੱਠ ਯੋਗ ਦੀ ਥਾਂ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਸਹਿਜ ਯੋਗ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਾਰਗ ਹੈ, ਉਸ ਮਾਲਕ ਦੇ ਨਾਮ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜ ਕੇ ਇਹ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ ਵੀ ਖੁੱਲਣਗੇ ਤੇ ਉਸ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਤੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੇਰੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਵੀ ਹੋਏਗੀ। ਇਹ ਤੇਰੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਮਾਲਕ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਦੇਗਾ। ਅੱਜ ਮਹਾਨ ਯੋਧੇ, ਮਹਾਨ ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਨੀ ਦੇ ਪੁੰਜ, ਮਹਾਨ ਸ਼ਹੀਦ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਭਾਈ ਤਾਰੂ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਹੋਣਾ ਦਾ ਪਾਵਨ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਜਨਮ ਦਿਹਾੜਾ ਹੈ। ਅੱਜ ਦੇ ਦਿਨ ਜੋ ਪੂਲਾ ਪਿੰਡ ਹੈ, ਉਸ ਪੂਲੇ ਨਗਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਭਾਈ ਤਾਰੂ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਿਤਾ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਜੋਧ ਸਿੰਘ ਔਰ ਮਾਤਾ ਧਰਮ ਕੌਰ, ਤਿੰਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੁੱਖ ਤੋਂ 1720 ਈਸਵੀ ਸਨ ਕੇਵਲ ਕਲਗੀਧਰ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਰੀਰਕ ਚੋਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਕੋਚਣ ਦੇ 12 ਸਾਲ ਬਾਅਦ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ 1708 ਵਿੱਚ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਸਰੀਰਕ ਚੋਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਕੋਚਦੇ ਆ ਹਜ਼ੂਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੀ ਧਰਤੀ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਤੋਂ 12 ਸਾਲ ਬਾਅਦ 1720 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਭਾਈ ਤਾਰੂ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਹੋਣਾ ਦਾ ਪੂਲੇ ਨਗਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਨਮ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਜਿਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਜੀਵਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖੀ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਮਾਇਆ, ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੇਵਾ, ਮਜਲੂਮਾਂ ਦਾ ਹੱਥ ਫੜਨਾ, ਆਪਣੀ ਕਿਰਤਕਾਰ ਕਰਦਿਆਂ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ, ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਫਿਰ ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖੀ ਨੂੰ ਕੇਸਾਂ ਸਵਾਸਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਨਿਭਾਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਉਸ ਗੁਰੂ ਕੇ ਪਿਆਰੇ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੋਜ਼ ਚੇਤੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਉਸ ਮਹਾਨ ਸੂਰਮੇ ਯੋਧੇ ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਭਾਈ ਤਾਰੂ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੇ ਜਨਮ ਦਿਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਆਪ ਸੰਗਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧਾਈਆਂ, ਮੁਬਾਰਕਾਂ ਹੋਣ ਜੀ। ਗੁਰੂ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਵੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਪਿਆਰ, ਸਾਡੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਏ। ਇੰਨੀਆਂ ਕੁ ਬੇਨਤੀਆਂ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਨ ਕਰਿਓ। ਆਓ ਹੁਣ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਪਾਸੋਂ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਕੀਰਤਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਕਾ ਜਸ ਸਰਵਣ ਕਰੋ ਜੀ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।